Chapter 171 The Sneak Attacker in the Shadows. Astral Calendar 1259. Frost Descent Month. The first gathering after the ambush on the Eternal Life Society. The number of members present suddenly decreased. Except for Night Owl and Sunan. There was only Rose. The others have gone into seclusion to prepare for the Starry Tower 6 years later. Night Owl explained. I will also go into seclusion to concentrate on cultivation. During this period, the gathering in the jungle cabin will be temporarily suspended. Sunan had no objection. Rose had no objection either. She would also prepare for the trip to the Starry Tower, as it was related to the promotion of wizards. She had to get as many resources as possible in the Starry Tower. Astral Calendar 1260. Resurrection Month. Sunan successfully constructed the 17th star ring, and his mental power exceeded 53 points. At the same time, the proficiency required to upgrade the star ring meditation method also soared to 7 million points. Sunan estimated that even with the meditation bonus of the element pool, it would take at least 3 years to build the last star ring. In this way, there are only 3 years left to construct the talent crystal model. It's a bit rushed, but it's not impossible. Sunan stood up, walked out of the meditation room, and went to the laboratory. After nearly half a year of research, the research on constructing the talent crystal model with the magic pattern core as the original model has made great progress. And it is more than enough to complete it before the star ring and mental power meet the promotion standards. After all, it is just a lower level talent crystal model, and the difficulty is not high. It is worth mentioning that the third small golem army has also been formed. Its high-end combat power is completely composed of steel golems, elite steel golems, elite double-blade spiders, and adamantium golems. In terms of high-end combat power alone, it is actually slightly stronger than the other two golem armies. Sunan plans to leave this golem army to expand the power map of the Star Alliance, and draw one from the other two golem armies to support the Principality of Stars. After receiving the cooperation intention of Jinghua Principality from Sunan, he started secret negotiations with Jinghua Principality, and a coalition against Songjin Empire was quietly launched. The war broke out faster than Sunan expected. In the 1260th year of the Starlight Calendar, the moon of spring dawn, the snow had just melted, and 9 countries, including the Starry Principality and the Jinghua Principality, declared war on the Songjin Empire at the same time. The Songjin Empire, which was originally prepared to provoke a war soon, was caught off guard. It was not that the Songjin Empire had not thought that the Starry Principality would take the lead in launching an attack, and even prepared for it, but it did not expect that there would be 8 other countries sending troops at the same time. For a time, the Songjin Empire was attacked from all sides. A large-scale war spanning 10 countries broke out. Sunan did not care about the war on the surface, but just asked the palace to send a war report every month. And then he stopped paying attention to it, and continued to devote himself to cultivation and research, occasionally taking time to pay attention to the progress of the exploration operation and the construction of Longlin. After more than 2 years of restoration, Dragon Forest has now been completely restored. Area 2 has been restored to its original appearance. However, because there is no dragon cultivation, Area 2 can only be used as a large magic plant garden. With a wave of his hand, Sunan directly planted magic plants on a large scale, and nearly 1/3 of the area was used to plant dragon blood fruit. After all, the magic pattern nights will expand every year in the future, and the demand for dragon blood fruit will increase significantly every year. Sunan move is also a precautionary measure. If it is just to plant magic plants, the energy cycle required is not very much. According to the calculation of Butler number 1, it is enough for Area 2 to maintain an energy cycle ratio of only 18.48%. As for Area 1 where the subdragon species is located, it has always maintained an optimal energy cycle ratio of 35.12%. Because the number of wizard apprentices is not large, the Dragon Skeleton Tower only occupies less than 10% of the energy cycle ratio at its peak. More than half of them are still used by Sunan. In general, Dragon Forest's energy is now in an overflowing state most of the time, and there is no need to worry about energy shortages for a long time in the future. On the other hand, the first batch of dragon antelopes raised in the large breeding room have left their infancy and have been transferred to the Dragon Antelope Ranch. It is expected that in 4 to 5 years, the first batch of mature dragon antelopes will be used to form dragon antelope cavalry. By then, the combat power of the magic pattern knights will be further improved. Today's Dragon Forest has basically entered a stable development track and does not need Sunan to pay too much attention. Time flies like an arrow, and the days and months pass like a shuttle. For years have passed in a flash. Starlight Calendar Year 1265. Thunder Month. Underground World. More than 50 kilometers north of Nolan City. There was a deathly silence in the dark underground corridor, with only the faint sound of footsteps. Shemin carefully observed the surroundings, confirmed that all the team members were in their respective positions, breathed a sigh of relief, and wrapped the magic cloak on his body tighter. This place is at least more than 10 kilometers away from the surface. The air is cold and damp, with a biting cold. Even though Sherman has lived in the underground world for 6 or 7 years, he still feels a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the magic cloak on his body has the effect of resisting moisture and keeping warm. This is almost the standard equipment of all wizard apprentices and magic pattern knights who join the exploration. Corey and Otto are a few steps behind Sherman, and they are also cautiously on guard. Since being promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice, Otto has returned to the state of acting with Sherman and Corey before. The three of them basically act and fight together. Over the years, they have gradually become more tacit and have made many contributions. The outstanding performance of the trio has also had a lot of influence on the later ones. More and more second-level wizard apprentices have chosen to form a team of 3. In addition to Sherman and his 3 wizard apprentices, the entire team also has 2 magic pattern knight teams. That is, 20 magic pattern knights. Everyone remains silent along the way, trying to avoid unnecessary communication, so as not to interfere with the vigilance of the surroundings. More than 10 minutes later, the team arrived at a wide area. Shemin made a gesture, and everyone immediately dispersed and checked the surroundings. After confirming that there was no problem, they found a place with a wide view and sat down. Except for the magic pattern knights, who were responsible for guarding. Others took out food and water to take time to rest and fill their stomachs. Shemin nibbled on the dry food, and the invisible tower shield was still floating behind him. The exploration and fighting in the underground world in recent years have made him an experienced adventure expert. He always kept in mind that there were many monsters in the underground world that could pass through the rock walls, so he never chose places near the rock walls as a resting place. Secondly, the underground world could encounter monsters and fight at any time, so you can't relax at any time. At least one of the spells or protective magic items must be activated. I heard that the base will form a sub-dragon cavalry this year. There is no need to be so vigilant when resting. Otto relaxed and opened the conversation. Shemin nodded. It's the Dragon Antelope Knight. I've seen the Dragon Antelope Ranch from afar. There are many dragon antelopes there, all of which are very strong. After a pause, he looked at Corey and asked, Corey, did you get your dragon antelope pet from the breeding room? Corey was as quiet as ever, and just nodded when he heard it. The 3 of them now have their own pets. Corey is a dragon antelope. Shemin is a storm dragon beast. A third is a pterodactyl. Without exception, they are all contracted juvenile sub-dragon species. After more than 4 years of cultivation, the 3 people's pets have now grown to the legendary level. Of course, they are still far inferior to the teacher's pet. It is said that Yinlong has now grown to the 4th ring legendary level, and the blood concentration is very close to that of the dragon clan. Now standing in front of Yinlong, even the 3 of them feel a sense of panic and shortness of breath. It is a powerful pressure that is very close to the dragon's might. It is foreseeable that it is only a matter of time before the hidden dragon evolves into a dragon. Shemin's dream is to one day cultivate his storm dragon beast to the same level as the hidden dragon. I heard that Prince Abbott will take the qualification test this year. Otto brought up another topic. Well, Prince Abbott is already 12 years old, and has reached the minimum standard for taking the qualification test. Shemin pondered for a moment. I wonder if he can pass the test. Prince Abbott is a royal family after all, so the chances of passing the test should be very high. Otto said. That's not necessarily true. The royal family is just a knight with excellent talent, and the wizard qualifications are not much different from others. It is a high probability event that they will not pass the qualification test. Otto thought so too. Grand Duke Qi is just a legendary knight, not a wizard apprentice. His descendants do not have much genetic advantage in this regard. As for the teacher, if the teacher has descendants, there may be a high possibility that there will be wizard qualifications. Speaking of which, the teacher has been showing up less and less recently. I heard from Carolina that the teacher often stays in the meditation room for 1 or 2 months. Do you think the teacher is going to be promoted to a wizard? Hearing what Otto said, Shemin and Corey's expressions moved. To be honest, they had similar thoughts. Although as they gradually came into contact with the wider world, they already knew that it was almost impossible for a real wizard to be born in the current Starlight continent. But the teacher was different. Although they had not come into contact with other third-level wizard apprentices, they also knew that a third-level wizard apprentice, like the teacher, who had mastered huge resources, was unique in the entire Starlight continent. If there was anyone in the Starlight continent who had the greatest hope of being promoted to a wizard, it would undoubtedly be the teacher. It's possible. Shemin's eyebrows were full of joy. If the teacher really succeeded in being promoted to a formal wizard, it would undoubtedly be a shot in the arm for these apprentices. At least it gave them a glimmer of hope that the Starlight continent would eventually produce a formal wizard. I don't count on wizards anymore. Otto sighed. I'd be satisfied if I can become a third-level wizard apprentice in this life. Sherman pursed his lips and said nothing. In his heart, he still had a glimmer of hope for a formal wizard, even though he knew it was out of reach. Now the number of apprentices in the base has increased to more than 350, among which the number of second-level wizard apprentices has reached double digits. More and more second-level wizard apprentices have joined the exploration of the Star Alliance, greatly accelerating the external expansion of the Star Alliance. Compared with 4 years ago, the current territory of the Star Alliance has more than doubled. 4 years ago, the Star Alliance only had 4 city-states: Yohu, Matu, Orson, and Giant Eye City, and at most one more city-state, Kasham, which has become a magic plantation. But now the Star Alliance has developed into a behemoth with 15 city-states and hundreds of resource points. However, as the territory of power expands, the resistance to the expansion of the Star Alliance has also increased sharply. More and more city-states have sensed the threat of the Star Alliance and have united to fight against its expansion. This time, they led the team out because the Lion-Faced scouts found traces of dark elves nearby, and they'd lost several Lion-Faced scouts for this. We have gone around several circles and found nothing. Could it be that they saw it wrong? Otto talked about business. Sherman shook his head and said, I don't think so. The Lion Scouts are very good at hiding their whereabouts. There are not many creatures around Nolan City that can detect their whereabouts. Moreover, there are traces of dagger wounds and shadow power erosion on the body of a dead lion. This is indeed the work of the Dark Elves. What should we do next? Keep searching. Although the Dark Elves are also good at hiding, I don't believe they can hide forever. Sooner or later, we will find them. The Spider City is 700 to 800 kilometers away from here. I wonder what those Dark Elves are doing here. Maybe they are worried about the expansion of the Star Alliance. Adir thought about it. In just 4 or 5 years, the Star Alliance territory has advanced 500 to 600 kilometers outward. If she were the mistress of the Dark Elf family, she would also feel deeply uneasy. At this moment, a low shout from the guarding magic pattern knight suddenly came from the front. Something is wrong. In fact, without his reminder, Sherman and the other two had noticed it at the first time. The three of them immediately stood up, either activating magic items or chanting spells. The other magic pattern knights also responded immediately, activating the magic pattern construct, raising their weapons, and looking forward with vigilance. There was silence all around. After about 6 or 7 seconds, heavy and clear footsteps came from the front, as if some huge crawling monster was moving here. It was not fast, but its weight was obviously amazing. It felt that the nearby rock and soil layers were slightly shaken. The magic pattern knights subconsciously tightened the hilts of their swords, revealing a solemn look. Shemin, Cole, and Otto had calm faces, without any ripples, but the rune gem had quietly fallen into their palms. Not long after, a round black shadow appeared in the field of vision. It looked like a huge black maggot, about 3 meters long from head to tail, with 6 stubby claws and a triangular pointed head. The mouth was a protruding thin tube, without eyes. It's a dark tone-blind monster. Shemin immediately recognized this monster. The Underground World Creatures Illustrated book distributed by the base mentioned the dark tone-blind monster. This monster has no eyesight, but has sharp and developed ears. Its thin tubular mouth can produce precisely controlled resonance, and the sound waves it emits are powerful enough to shatter stone walls. Chapter 172. I hope my children will fight for their own spirit. Be careful. The sound-blind monster has a combat power close to the legendary level. Pay attention to its sonic attack, Siaman reminded, without lowering his voice. The sound-blind monster's hearing is enough to detect the sound here from 100 meters away. This monster is probably attracted by their chat just now. It has long been aware of their existence. And hiding is useless. Sure enough, the sound-blind monster then raised its head. And its tubular mouth trembled slightly, emitting a sound wave that was enough to penetrate gold and split stone. Aiming directly at Siaman and his three companions, the two magic pattern knights immediately rushed forward a few steps, holding shields in front of Siaman and his three companions, and met the sound waves emitted by the monster. After a silent tremor, the shield made of fine iron quickly returned to calm. After all, it is a magic equipment. If it is replaced with an ordinary metal shield, it will definitely be torn into pieces under this blow. The two magic pattern knights bought time with this block, and the spells of Siaman and his three companions have been completed. Sherman's weakening ray and Otto's freezing ray hit the sound-blind monster almost at the same time. The monster was obviously a little weak, and a layer of frost was visible on its body. Immediately afterwards, Corey's spell missile arrived, accurately hitting the sound-blind monster's tubular mouth and smashing it. The monster wailed continuously, but the sound was unclear because of the injury to its sharp mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the magic pattern knights rushed forward, waving knight swords and war hammers to attack fiercely, under the beating of more than a dozen magic pattern knights with great knight-level power. The sound-blind monster struggled in panic, but was soon smashed to death. After confirming that the sound-blind monster was dead, Sherman calmly put down his palm. Similar battles have happened countless times in the past. He and his companions have killed even legendary monsters together. In comparison, a sound-blind monster that is close to legendary is nothing. But just when everyone relaxed because of killing the sound-blind monster, three black shadows suddenly rushed out of the darkness, flashed behind Shimon and the other two like ghosts, and stabbed the three people in the back with daggers shining with a faint blue light in their hands. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. When the surrounding magic pattern knights reacted, it was too late to stop the three black shadows. They could only watch the daggers pierce Shimon and the other two, instantly tearing the invisible shield and energy particle protection layer, and then being intercepted by an invisible force field. The three sneak attackers were slightly startled, and immediately distanced themselves after reacting. It was a pity that it was too late, and Shimon and the other two had already counterattacked. Three dazzling flames instantly tore through the darkness, turning into fan-shaped flames that submerged the sneak attackers. Burning hands, the three sneak attackers groaned together, broke through the flames, and retreated in embarrassment. With the help of the firelight, Shimon quickly saw the faces of the sneak attackers. The three of them were slender and pretty, and looked like they were in their early 20s at most, like young girls. However, when he looked at the three girls' highly recognizable black skin and long silver hair, Sherman's expression froze, and he blurted out, "Dark elves. There really are dark elves." Otto frowned, feeling somewhat relieved that he had kept the ring of extreme protection activated, so he managed to block the sneak attack by chance. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured if he had not died from the sneak attack just now. It is said that dark elves are natural assassins. I didn't have much experience with them before, but now it seems to be true. If it were any other second-level wizard apprentice who didn't have the ring of extreme protection, he would have died in the sneak attack just now. Sherman and Corey also looked solemn, but they didn't know that the three dark elves on the opposite side were also secretly frightened. After accumulating strength for a long time, he thought that the attack was sure to win, but it was easily blocked by the opponent, and his efforts failed. Originally, they wanted to sneak attack and kill the three wizard apprentices, and then retreat calmly, but now that the attack failed, they naturally had no intention of continuing to fight with the other party. After looking at each other, the three of them decisively retreated and wanted to sneak back into the shadows. After finally finding the target, Shimon and the other two would not let the opponent escape. They activated the disaster ring in their hands without hesitation. In an instant, three disaster claws condensed and formed out of thin air, and pierced through the bodies of the three dark elves. What Shimon and the other two exchanged were just ordinary disaster rings, not the extreme version. But the dark elves were not powerful third-level wizard apprentices. As the disaster claws pierced through their bodies, the three of them screamed fiercely and fell directly to the ground. Their bodies twitched like electric shocks, and they completely lost their resistance. The surrounding magic pattern knights took the opportunity to rush forward and suppress the three dark elves. Looking at this scene, Shimon breathed a sigh of relief. stroking the disaster ring with his fingers, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the ring of disaster is powerful. Otherwise, if the three dark elves sneak into the shadows, it would be difficult to catch them. The dark environment of the underground world is naturally the home of the dark elves. Their shadow stealth ability is unique in this environment, and they appear and disappear like ghosts. If it weren't for this, the dark elves' vicious reputation wouldn't have spread throughout the underground world, making people terrified. Put magic handcuffs on them and take them back to Nolan City. Dark elves? Sunan raised his head from behind the desk, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. After coming out of the meditation room after a long absence, he just summoned Carolina and Red Widow, and learned from them that the Dark Elves had been captured. Sunan couldn't help but be a little surprised. The nearest city to the Spider City is Nolan City, but it is also 700 to 800 kilometers away. No matter how fast the Star Alliance expands, it is still far from threatening the Spider City. Would the group of guys in the Spider City, who like to fight among themselves, be so aware of danger, and send people to investigate the Star Alliance intelligence in advance? Sunan said he didn't quite believe it. Yes, Master, Carolina replied respectfully. We have interrogated the 3 captured Dark Elves, and got the same confession. They are all members of the Filier family, one of the 12 families in the Spider City. This time, they came to spy on the Star Alliance. They had originally planned to return to the Spider City, but they found the exploration team on the way, so they suddenly wanted to kill the wizard apprentices in the team. At this point, Carolina couldn't help but secretly pity the 3 unlucky Dark Elves. If it was a team led by other wizard apprentices, they might have succeeded, but they happened to meet the team of Sherman and his 3 people. Those 3 people are the strongest wizard apprentices under Sunan. With their outstanding strength and excellent equipment, they are not afraid of the first ring legendary knight. The Dark Elves targeting these 3 people can only be said to be courting their own destruction. The Filier family? Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. He remembered that the clues to the Black Forest, one of the 3 great wizard inheritances, were probably in the hands of this Dark Elf family. He hadn't even looked for the other party yet, but he didn't expect that the other party had already come to his door. After thinking for a moment, Sunan said in a deep voice, inform the exploration team about the Dark Elves, and let them be more vigilant when they go out. In addition, the 4th small golem army will arrive at the front today, and you can discuss the specific arrangements yourself. Yes, Master. Carolina and Red Widow were both happy. Recently, the pressure on the front line of the Star Alliance has been increasing, with only 2 small golem armies to support it. The troops have gradually become a little stretched. Fortunately, there is now another golem army, and the pressure will definitely be greatly relieved. How are the preparations for the Dragon Antelope Knights? Sunan asked about another thing. The Dragon Antelopes in the Dragon Antelope Ranch have been cultivated and mature, and it's time to release them. A total of 200 Dragon Antelopes are enough to establish a team of Dragon Antelope Knights. If all goes well, the ranch will be able to produce a batch of Dragon Antelopes every year this year, gradually expanding the number of Dragon Antelope Knights. Of course, with the expansion speed of the Magic Pattern Knights, it is impossible to equip all members with Dragon Antelopes. At most, some elites can be selected from them for priority. It's ready, the Red Widow said. The ones selected are all elites who have been promoted to Grand Knights. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The Grand Knight level Magic Pattern Knights are equipped with level 3 Magic Pattern structures, plus magic weapons, and their actual combat power is comparable to that of the peak Grand Knights. Although the 200 Dragon Antelopes have not yet reached adulthood and cannot reach the legendary realm, they are not far behind. The Dragon Antelope Knights formed by the superposition of the 2 can fight even against a first-ring legendary knight. Such an army is enough to become the core trump card of the Magic Pattern Knights. On the battlefield, it must be a strong army that makes the enemy tremble with fear. Seeing Sunan wave his hand, Carolina and the Red Widow retreated tactfully, and after leaving the study, they couldn't wait to rush to the front line. As the Star Alliance grew stronger, the 2 women became more and more motivated. Although they were busy all day, they enjoyed it. In the past, they only managed 1 city-state and a few mines, but now they manage 15 city-states and hundreds of resource points. The 2 are incomparable. Now in the southeast region of the underground world, the 2 of them are also well-known figures. In the study, Sunan looked at the war report in front of him and fell into deep thought. The war report is from the surface world. In the past 4 years, the Star Alliance, led by the Star Principality, and the war with the Songjin Empire were in full swing. In the early days of the war, the Songjin Empire could still fight the Star Alliance on equal terms with its deep foundation. However, the heavy pressure brought by the long battle line eventually made the Songjin Empire unable to bear it. A year later, the Songjin Empire had to give up a large area of border territory and shorten the battle line in exchange for a breathing space. The Star Alliance, which tasted the sweetness, was in high spirits and continued to advance the battle line in the following 3 years. To date, the Songjin Empire has lost more than half of its territory. Most of it was swallowed up by the Principality of the Stars, and its territory has expanded by nearly 1-fold. As one side gains while the other loses, the Songjin Empire is no longer a match for the Stars Alliance. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Songjin Empire is already in the sunset, and its demise is a matter of time. Sudin was not surprised by this. With the support of the Star Alliance Golem Corps and many allies, if the Star Alliance still cannot defeat the Songjin Empire, it is better to disband as soon as possible. It is precisely because the Star Alliance is so strong that Sudin has not recalled the Golem Corps for support, despite the relatively high pressure on the Star Alliance front. After all, he still hopes that the Golem Corps can earn more hiring rewards to make up for the funding gap for the establishment of the 5th Small Golem Corps. When the 5th Small Golem Corps is established, the Star Alliance will have a real medium-sized Golem Corps. According to the organization, the medium-sized Golem Corps must also arrange a fine gold golem. In the past 4 years, Sudin has successively refined 3 fine gold golems, and now he has a total of 5 fine gold golems. In addition, he has saved a batch of mithril over the years and refined a new secret puppet. The 2 puppets in his hand were named Puppet Number 1 and Puppet Number 2. Putting down the battle report, Sudin stretched his body. As early as a year ago, he had built the last star ring, and his mental power increased to 59.65. After that, he absorbed the divine energy of the Death Knell Striker and the multi-winged monster again, pushing his mental power to 60 points in one fell swoop. So far, the prerequisites for constructing the talent crystal have been met. The lower-level talent crystal model of the magic pattern core has also been studied long ago, and Sudin started to construct it as soon as possible. With the experience of the previous life, coupled with the meditation bonus of the divine blood amber, the transcended potion and the element pool, the construction of the model went very smoothly. In just over a year, the model construction has been completed by about half. Sudin estimated that before the appearance of the Starry Tower at the end of next year, he should be able to successfully construct the lower-level talent crystal model. Whether it can be synthesized and strengthened with the magic cube will be clear. Flashing City. Royal Palace. Abbot Arnis walked into the hall with a look of disappointment on his face. When he looked up, he saw his father and mother sitting in the hall, as well as his younger brother Wes and younger sister Adela. Seeing Abbot, the 2 little guys immediately rushed forward to greet him. Brother. The 3 of them were of similar age and had a good relationship since childhood. Abbot forced a smile on his face and chatted with his younger brother and sister for a few words, then got rid of the 2 little guys and came to his parents. Father. Mother. Abbot took a deep breath and was about to tell the results of the qualification test today, but was interrupted by his father Ki. The test process is very exhausting. You should go to rest first, and we will have dinner together later. His mother Shea also stood up and gently hugged him, whispering, You must be very tired. Go to rest. Abbot immediately understood that his father and mother must have known the news that he did not pass the qualification test at the first time. Seeing that his father and mother were not disappointed in him, but were as gentle as ever, Abbot's disappointment was slightly reduced. He nodded obediently and went back to his room to rest. After Abbot left, Shea hesitated and said, Ki, can't you ask Sudin to make some concessions? Even if Abbot's qualifications are a little poor, he should be able to become a wizard apprentice with his care. Right? Ki sighed and shook his head. It's useless. Even if he uses potions to forcibly improve his spirit and successfully passes the test, his qualifications are not good. In the future, he will only be a first-level wizard apprentice. It's better to take the path of a knight. It's true that wizard apprentices are very powerful, but that means at least second-level wizard apprentices. First-level wizard apprentices are not as good as great knights. They can only be tools for making low-level potions and puppets. There is really not much future. Instead of wasting time at the level of first-level wizard apprentices until old age, it is better to concentrate on practicing night breathing and martial arts. At least Abbott's night qualifications are very good. With the royal family's full support of resources, he will definitely become a 3-ring legendary knight in the future. It is not a luxury to even break through to the 4th ring legend. It is far more promising than becoming a wizard apprentice. Shea sighed, looking gloomy. He turned his head and looked at the pair of children, who were a little confused. In fact, deep down in his heart, he also hoped that the royal family could have a wizard apprentice. Whether it was to consolidate the royal family's prestige or to strengthen the relationship with Sunan, it was a good thing. It was a pity that such a thing was not something he could achieve as long as he wished. Even if he was the Grand Duke of Fanqing, he could only hope that his children would fight for it. Chapter 173 Divine Energy Carrier. Swish. The wind blew through the woods, creating a green wave. A few leaves fell. Evan sat under the tree, his face pale, and he looked a little listless. After an unknown amount of time, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the open space on the left. There was a figure there. It was the hunter who had not been seen for a long time. "Didn't you leave the southeast region? Why are you back again?" the hunter said in a low voice. "Where is the kid from the Kessler family who followed you?" "I left him in the northwest region." Evans looked at the hunter with a complicated look. "I came back this time to find you." "What's the matter?" the hunter said indifferently. "You still have the key to the Starry Tower? Why are you asking this?" The hunter tone finally had a little more ups and downs. "You want to take back the key to the Starry Tower?" Evan shook his head and said, "Not me." As soon as he said this, the hunter immediately realized that something was wrong and retreated quickly. But the next moment, several red rays suddenly rushed from all directions and hit his body almost at the same time. With a pop, the hunter suddenly disappeared like a broken bubble. Mirror shadow clone? Pretty cautious. A man in a gray robe appeared out of thin air. "It's okay." Another man in a green robe slowly emerged from a tree trunk more than 10 meters away. His skin was the same brown as the tree trunk, and was covered with cracked gullies. At first glance, it looked like a layer of dry and cracked bark. The mirror image clone cannot be separated too far. He is still in this forest. From the moment he stepped into this place, he was destined not to escape. As if to verify the words of the green-robed man, a dense rustling sound suddenly came from 400 or 500 meters away, as if countless leaves were falling. Looking up, countless branches rose up into the sky as if they had life, waving and swaying wildly in the void. Among the flying branches, the hunter was dodging left and right, trying to break out of the branches. As if a switch was pressed, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the surrounding woods and surrounded the hunter. Looking at this scene, Evans under the tree sighed deeply and closed his eyes. After a while, an unwilling roar came from a distance. The sound quickly disappeared. The wizard apprentices who participated in the siege flew back, led by a man with ordinary features and scales on his left and right cheeks, with an unconcealable smile on his face. "That guy really has the key to the Tower of Stars. And there are 4 of them. More than we expected. Now we only need one to fill the gap." The green-robed man nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at a thin man with a gloomy face, and asked in a deep voice, "Fabio, what information did you extract from the hunter's soul?" The man named Fabio weighed the soul crystal in his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "This guy resistance was a bit fierce. I used some tricks, and his soul was severely broken. And I got. There is not much information, but there is exactly what we want. Just as you guessed, the Eternal Life Society has been destroyed, and it was the jungle cabin that killed them. But now there are only 6 people left in the jungle cabin. Oh, get rid of this unlucky guy. Now there are only 5 people left. They all have the Star Tower key, especially a wizard apprentice named Sunan, who may have more than one." The scale man licked his lips and said, "Then just pick Sunan." "I think it's better to change the target," Fabio said. The green-robed man raised his eyebrows. "Why?" "From the hunter memory, the wizard apprentice named Sunan is very powerful. Sorrow died in his hands, and he also controls a powerful force called the Star Alliance. Even if we can kill him, we may have to pay the price of casualties." Hearing this, the others shook their heads. The wizard apprentice who can kill Sorrow is not to be underestimated. So let's forget it. Anyway, we only need a key. It doesn't matter who we deal with. Change the target. They don't want to become the casualties Fabio mentioned. The green-robed man followed suit, then changed the target. Evans, who was standing by, felt sorry for what he said. If this group of people attacked Sunan, they might both be injured. And then, he would have a chance to escape. It's a pity that they are too cunning and cautious. At this time, the green-robed man turned his head to look at Evans and asked, Evans, where is the location of the Starry Tower? Evans said bitterly, I have said many times that I can only roughly sense the approximate range where the Starry Tower will appear. And I can't be more detailed. The scale man snorted coldly. The area of 300 or 400 kilometers in radius. The range you sensed is too wide. I can't help it. This sensing ability is related to my power level. If you can help me break through to the fourth ring legendary realm, I can sense it more clearly. The scaly man narrowed his eyes and stared at Evans coldly. Evans looked at him fearlessly. The green-robed man interrupted the tense atmosphere between the two men and his tone became slightly slower. Evans, we have signed a vow contract. As long as you help us enter the Starry Tower, we will naturally not trouble you again afterwards. And we will help you break through to become a fourth ring legendary knight. So you better not have other thoughts. This is good for both you and me. Evans sneered secretly, but pretended to be aggrieved and helpless. I know. Starlight Calendar 1266. Thunder Moon. The talent crystal model was constructed faster than Sunan expected. In the meditation room, looking at the mysterious and strange three-dimensional crystal in his mind, Sunan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But it's finally done. The next step is to verify the conjecture. Sunan took a deep breath, opened the Rubik Cube, and silently put the talent crystal model into it. But to his great disappointment, the Rubik Cube did not move. No way. Sunan frowned. Sure enough, there is a lack of rare metals as a carrier, and the talent crystal model cannot be synthesized with the Rubik Cube like the magic pattern core. Disappointment is disappointment. But Sunan has been mentally prepared for this, and has a corresponding method, since it is because of the lack of a carrier. If a carrier is found for the talent crystal model, can it be synthesized and strengthened with the Rubik Cube? Sunan decided to give it a try. But the type of carrier must be carefully selected. First of all, this carrier must be perfectly compatible with the talent crystal model and will not destroy its structure. Secondly, this carrier must also be able to be absorbed by Sunan. After all, he will have to reabsorb the carrier and the talent crystal model into his mind later, and peel off the carrier to separate the talent crystal model completely again. To do this, the carrier should be assimilated by mental power. Only in this way can the talent crystal model be perfectly separated. The magic pattern core is the original model, which can be perfectly matched with the talent crystal model, but it cannot be absorbed into the mind. Gemstones can't be perfectly matched. Soul crystals are pure energy, which can be perfectly matched and absorbed into the body, but cannot be assimilated by mental power. After thinking for a while, Sunan suddenly had an idea. If it is divine energy, it may be feasible. First of all, divine energy can be absorbed into the mind and can be perfectly assimilated by mental power. Secondly, divine energy is a pure energy, which has no impurities and pollution, and will not destroy the structure of the talent crystal model. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. It just so happened that after the mental power was increased to the bottleneck of 60 points, it could no longer grow, and he did not need to absorb divine energy anymore. In the past 2 years, he had accumulated a lot of divine energy, which could be used for experiments. Thinking and doing, Sunan immediately went to the laboratory, extracted one standard unit of divine energy, and crystallized it. Not long after, a beautiful golden diamond crystal appeared in his palm. The next point is the key point. Sunan concentrated his mind and carefully separated the talent crystal model from his body. The appearance of the whole model is like a silver multifaceted crystal, with an extreme symmetrical beauty. If you observe it with a magnifying glass, you can find that it is actually composed of countless extremely small runes. Sunan carefully merged the model with the divine energy crystal, watching the two overlap little by little, and finally completely merged together, and the color also changed to a copper-like color. After a careful inspection, after confirming that the fusion was perfect, Sunan couldn't help but smile. But soon, the smile was put away again, and he hurriedly put the crystal into the Rubik Cube. No matter how perfect the fusion is, if it can't be put into the Rubik Cube, it will be useless. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint Sunan. and the crystal appeared in the Rubik cube. Seeing this, Sudan finally breathed a sigh of relief and showed a happy smile from the heart. In this way, as long as he continuously constructs lower-level talent crystal models, he can synthesize an unprecedented super talent crystal model that surpasses the upper level. Just don't know how many lower-level talent crystal models are needed. If it's a single digit, it's okay. It will take decades to get enough. If it's dozens, it may not be possible to construct it in 200 years. But Sudan didn't worry about it. In about half a year, the Starry Tower will appear. There may be resources in it to speed up the construction of talent crystal models. Going there may be rewarding. If it doesn't work, just synthesize fewer models. After studying the method of synthesizing talent crystal models, Sudan felt relieved and felt much happier. He left the laboratory only after making all the stored divine energy into crystals. It's a pity that there is too little divine energy. Otherwise, I could try to improve the spell model. The spell model is also constructed by mental power, and can also be integrated into the divine energy. If there are enough divine energy crystals, all the existing spell models can be synthesized and strengthened. So far, the total number of spells mastered by Sunan has exceeded 200. Looking at the entire Starlight continent, he is confident that no wizard apprentice has mastered more spells than himself. After all, not everyone has the same golden finger as him. In addition, in the past 5 years, Sunan has also mastered 3 super magic skills: Spell Delay, Spell Extension, and Spell Expansion. Counting the previous 4, he has mastered all 7 super magic skills. Even for formal wizards, not everyone can do this. It can be said that in terms of the attainments of super magic skills, Sunan can already look down on some formal wizards. The magic pattern core has also been upgraded to level 5. Sunan touched his chest. After his mental power reached 58.65, he synthesized a level 5 magic pattern core immediately. However, as he expected, the mental power required for a level 6 magic pattern core exceeded 60 points. Before he was promoted to a wizard, he could not fuse a level 6 magic pattern core. However, in fact, after he was promoted to a wizard, he no longer needed to fuse a magic pattern core. If he could successfully synthesize a talent crystal that surpassed the upper level, its power would definitely be far greater than the level 6 magic pattern core, and it would definitely produce more powerful effects. By then, the magic pattern core would naturally be outdated. Thinking about it, Sunan has begun to look forward to the moment when the talent crystal structure is completed. Next, wait for the Starry Tower to open. Time flies, and it is the autumn curtain month, October, in a blink of an eye. Sunan thought that 1 or 2 months before the Starry Tower appeared, Yi Xiao should hold another forest cabin party. But who would have thought that there was no movement? In the middle of the month, an unexpected guest suddenly came to the door. After receiving Carolina's report, Sunan came to the reception room. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Qiangwei sitting on the sofa. Hearing the noise, he looked up at him. Long time no see. Sunan. What a rare guest. Since the last gathering 5 years ago, Sunan has never seen Qiangwei again. Even though the Jinghua Principality and the Fanqing Principality on the surface are in their honeymoon period and are fighting fiercely with the Songjin Empire, the two have never met. Unexpectedly, Qiangwei suddenly came to the door. Sunan carefully observed Qiangwei and found that the latter's soul aura was much more condensed. It seems that the 5 years of retreat should have yielded a lot. Little did he know that Qiangwei was also a little surprised to see Sunan. She vaguely felt that some inexplicable changes seemed to have taken place in Sunan. Just standing there, he gave her a faint pressure that seemed to come from the soul level. The whole person seemed to become more and more unfathomable, like a deep pool. So deep that people could not see through. A thought suddenly popped into Qiangwei's mind. Could it be that Sunan has already started to construct the talent crystal model? This thought also shocked her. At this time, Sunan suddenly spoke, interrupting her meditation. What do you want to do here? I want to stay here for a while. Are you welcome? After coming back to her senses, Qiangwei quickly gathered her thoughts and said jokingly. Sunan's face was calm, just staring at her steadily. Seeing this, Qiangwei restrained her smile, sighed and said, okay. To be honest, it's not peaceful outside recently. I want to stay here for a while. Stay out of the limelight, and wait for the Star Tower to appear, and then leave with you. Chapter 174. The target appears. The Tower of Stars. Not so peaceful? Sunan raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? after the Eternal Life Association was gone. The southeast region of the continent has been much calmer in recent years. If the war between the Star Alliance and the Songjin Empire is not counted, Rose said solemnly, has Night Owl contacted you recently? Sunin's eyes flashed and shook his head. Me too. This is very abnormal. With Night Owl's style of doing things, he will definitely hold another party at this time. Sunan agreed with Rose's statement in his heart, but said, maybe he is busy practicing. Maybe. Rose changed the subject. But I am more inclined to believe that something may have happened to Night Owl. Sunan immediately understood the subtext of her words. Are you saying that someone has set his sights on the key to the Tower of Stars in Night Owl's hand? If you say that at this point in time, Night Owl is most likely to encounter something. It is undoubtedly the key to the Tower of Stars. Rose nodded solemnly. It's very likely. The battle we had with the Eternal Life Society was quite noisy, and attracted a lot of attention and investigation. The existence of the Starry Tower key may not be a complete secret. Now that the Starry Tower is about to appear, it's not surprising that someone would take the risk. Sunan nodded without denying. What Rose said is not impossible. The demise of the Eternal Life Society has attracted the attention of many people with intentions. It's not surprising that someone found clues to the Starry Tower from a series of events. Even if this didn't happen, there is still an Evans. There are many smart people among the wizard apprentices. If someone speculates from the recent turmoil that the Kessler family is related to the Starry Tower, they will definitely attack Evans. Although Evans is a 3-ring legendary knight, he has lost the protection of the Holy Fist and is weak. If the 3rd-level wizard apprentices join forces to deal with him, it will be difficult for him to resist. By then, the Starry Tower key will naturally no longer be a secret. The people in the jungle hut who had the key naturally became popular. It is possible that Night Owl was in trouble because of this. However, all this is just speculation so far, and Night Owl may really be busy practicing. No matter which one it is, Sunan doesn't really care. After all, his relationship with Night Owl is not good enough to care about each other's safety. He is not worried that someone will rush to the Star Alliance territory just to snatch the Star Tower key from him. If this is true, Sunan will be very happy. It is a trophy delivered to his door. It is precisely because of this that Qianwei saw this that she came to ask for shelter. If Night Owl really had an accident because of the Star Tower key, then her situation would also be very dangerous. Only with Sunan can she feel safe enough. Whether Night Owl is in trouble or not, it will be clear when the Star Tower appears. Sunan casually brought up this topic and glanced at Qianwei. I welcome you to stay in Yohu City, no matter how long you stay. But let me say this first. If you cause trouble, I will pay you a lot to solve it. I understand. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. With the power of killing sorrow, who in the southeast region of the continent doesn't know Sunan's reputation? She didn't think there would be a fool who would come here to offend Sunan. If there was, it would definitely be a powerful enemy that she couldn't resist. And it would be a good deal to pay the price for Sunan protection. Sunan then summoned Carolina and asked her to help Rose arrange a place to rest. When she came here, she was worried and didn't have time to observe the situation in Yohu City. Now that she was relieved, Rose had the leisure to look around, looking through the windows of the corridor, overlooking the street scene of the city below. You can see many stone golems patrolling the streets. Although she rarely sets foot in the underground world, Rose has been secretly following the Star Alliance in recent years. She knows that the Star Alliance is expanding rapidly, and has now become one of the largest forces in the southeast region of the underground world. The Star Alliance relies on the magic pattern knights, and the Golem army as its trump card. Information about the former is not difficult to find out. Information about the 7 Knight Academies of the Principality of Stars has long been compiled into detailed reports, and appeared on the desks of senior officials of various countries. Many countries have even imitated the Principality of Stars, and established academies that only recruit civilians and farmers to train knights. But even if all the systems are copied from the 7 Knight Academies, the final results are far inferior to the former. In the final analysis, it is because there is no Star Alliance behind these countries, and they cannot provide a large number of dragon blood fruits, magic weapons and magic pattern structures. As for the latter, because it is located in the underground world, it is difficult to collect information. So far, it is still unknown how many golem puppets the Star Alliance has. Retracting her gaze, Rose's eyes fell on Carolina in front of her. Her eyes flashed and she suddenly said, I heard that the Golem Legion sweeping across the battlefield in the Principality of Stars was provided by the Star Alliance. Carolina looked back at Rose and said with a playful smile, Sir Rose, you won't interfere in the war on the surface. Why are you concerned about this? I'm just curious. After all, this is the first time I've seen a full-fledged Golem army. Rose's tone was a little surprised. As if she was just curious. Carolina smiled slightly. If you are curious, why don't you join our Star Alliance and learn about it yourself? Join the Star Alliance? Rose was really surprised this time. She never thought that Carolina would make this suggestion. That's right. Carolina smiled sweetly. Sir Rose should also know about the strength of our Star Alliance. Joining the Star Alliance will never humiliate you. I have to admit that Rose was a little moved at this moment. She had never had such an idea before. But now that Carolina said this, she suddenly found that this seemed to be a good suggestion. It is recognized that the Star Alliance has abundant resources. It is just the tip of the iceberg seen by the outside world, which is amazing and enviable. If she could get the resources support from the Star Alliance, it would definitely be beneficial to her wizard path. As for whether she would be cheated by the Star Alliance, it seems that there is no need to worry about this. As far as she knows, the Star Alliance has trained many wizard apprentices, and is not harsh on those wizard apprentices, completely following the principle of equal exchange. In this regard, the Star Alliance has a very good reputation. Joining the Star Alliance is actually equivalent to joining a resource platform. It is essentially the same as the jungle cabin, but the connection is closer, and certain obligations need to be assumed. For example, safeguarding the interests of the Star Alliance. This is not unacceptable to her. Is this your own idea? Or Sunan idea? After thinking for a long time, Rose slowly spoke. Seeing Rose's heartbeat, Carolina smiled and said, the master has always had this idea. This is not a lie. Carolina knew that her master had always wanted to find a manager for the base to assist in handling many affairs of the base. And Rose is undoubtedly a good choice. She was born in a noble family, and she might have been involved in some political affairs before. She was a third-level wizard apprentice, so she must be able to handle the affairs of the base with ease. As for the identity of a member of the royal family of Jinghua Duchy, it was nothing. After so many years in the Star Alliance, Carolina deeply understood a truth. When you have tasted enough benefits in an organization, you will gradually be assimilated into it, and consciously safeguard the interests of the organization. The cooperation between wizard apprentices and royal nobles is more for the purpose of obtaining resources. As long as Rose gets more benefits from the Star Alliance than the royal family of Jinghua Duchy, the balance in her heart will naturally gradually lean towards the Star Alliance. As for blood, Rose and the royal family of Jinghua Duchy today, the blood relationship is probably separated by several generations. If it weren't for the interests, I'm afraid Rose would not be in the mood to care about the affairs of Jinghua Duchy. This is also the mentality of many wizard apprentices who have lived for hundreds of years. As a subordinate, Carolina believes that she has the obligation to share the worries of her master. If Rose can be persuaded, she can solve a problem for her master. After hesitating for a long time, Rose finally said, I will consider it, and we will talk about it after the matter of the Starry Tower is resolved. Carolina smiled, stopped talking, and turned around to continue leading the way. After arranging Rose, Carolina turned around and went to find Sunan to report. After listening, Sunan pondered slightly. He did have the idea of inviting the people in the jungle cabin to join the Star Alliance. But considering the many changes that might occur after taking action, he finally gave up temporarily. When he is promoted to a formal wizard and has an absolutely overwhelming power, he will implement this plan, which may reduce a lot of trouble. And Sunan has other ideas. By then, it will be time for the base to carry out more in-depth reforms. Let's put this matter aside for now. Sunan waved his hand, thought for a moment and said, except for a few important places. If Qiangwei wants to visit other places, she can visit them, and you can accompany her in person. Although he didn't plan to invite Qiangwei to join him now, it would be fine to let her know more about the Star Alliance and deepen her impression. Carolina understood and responded respectfully. In addition, the expansion of the Star Alliance is temporarily suspended, and a Golem Corps is transferred to Longlin to stand by. The Golem Corps supporting the Principality of the Stars is also transferred back, and after it is fully replenished, it will be transferred to Longlin to stand by, considering that it will not be long before entering the Star Tower. Sunan felt that he should start making some preparations. If nothing else, 2 golem core must be placed in the magic cube to be prepared. It is a good opportunity for the Star Alliance to take a breath and digest the results of the past few years. As for the surface world, the Star Alliance has now firmly gained the upper hand in the war. Even if the golem core is withdrawn at this time, it will not have much impact on the war situation. After arranging everything, Sunan continued to devote himself to constructing the talent crystal model. The following time was calm, and there was no trouble that Qiangwei was worried about. The boring but fulfilling daily practice lasted until the middle of the frost November. Sunan constructed the talent crystal model in the meditation room as usual. And suddenly he felt something and opened his eyes suddenly. As his mind moved slightly, the key to the starry tower appeared in his palm out of thin air. The talisman stone that looked ordinary in the past, like an ordinary stone, now emits a faint blue halo on the surface of the pattern. Sunan closed his 5 fingers and held the talisman stone tightly in his palm. His mind suddenly became dazed, and a picture emerged vaguely. In the picture, a towering tower of 500 or 600 meters high was suspended in the sky. The tower, with dark blue as the main color, looks extremely magnificent under the blue and white sky. The overall style is typical Gothic. The eaves and buttresses are decorated with intricate and exquisite carvings. Eye-catching spires, pointed arches stand tall, and colorful elemental clouds and energy particles linger on the spire, so that the whole tower looks like it is soaring into the sky. The picture lasted only a few seconds, and then disappeared from Sunan's mind, and he immediately understood that the tower in the picture was the legendary Starry Tower. Finally, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he got the clue of the Starry Tower, he has been looking forward to the appearance of this wizard heritage. Now the target has finally appeared. Whether he can construct a super talent crystal model depends on the Starry Tower. Getting up and leaving the meditation room, Sunan went directly back to Yohu City. As soon as he came out from the top of the stone pillar, he saw Rose already suspended in the air waiting. The Starry Tower has appeared, Rose said, with a hint of excitement hidden in her tone. Sunan nodded, said only one sentence, "Follow me," and turned to leave. Rose was confused, but followed him. The two soon came to the space channel of Yohu City. When she saw the strange space door, Rose couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Seeing Sunan figure constantly entering it, she hesitated for a moment, and finally followed him in. After a flash in front of her eyes, a vast expanse of green suddenly broke into her vision. Looking at the magnificent jungle in front of her, Rose couldn't help showing a shocked expression on her face. And when she saw the ancient and magnificent dragon skeleton tower, she couldn't help but gasp. Dragon bones. This pressure is definitely the real dragon skeleton. Where is this? Rose couldn't help asking. Dragon Forest. Ecological Park. Sunan said without looking back, turned around and flew towards another space channel. Qianwei was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on her face. She certainly knew what an ecological park was. It was a dimension space known as a large-scale breeding garden and farm. But she didn't expect that Sunan actually controlled an ecological park. And it seemed that the ecological park was developing well and was thriving. How many secrets did this man have that she didn't know? Looking at Sunan back, Xiangwei couldn't help but sigh in her heart. And she was even more excited about joining the Star Alliance. Coming back to her senses, she hurriedly followed Sunan's footsteps. The two of them passed through the space channel again. But this time, they returned to the surface world. To base number 1 near the flashing city. As expected, Key was already waiting in base number 1. After noticing the abnormality of the key, he ran to the base to wait for Sunan as soon as possible. Without much communication, after a few simple chats, the three of them flew in the direction sensed by the key. Chapter 175 Parliament of Truth. Several years have passed, and Key has already been promoted to a 3-ring legendary knight. It is a piece of cake for him to fly with the power of elements, and it is not difficult for him to keep up with the speed of Sunan and Qiangwei. From the distance, the Starry Tower should appear in the southeast region, which is about 3,000 kilometers away from us. As the ruler of a country, Key is already familiar with the geography of the southeast region of the continent, and he can determine the location of the Starry Tower with a little analysis. It will take 5 days for the Starry Tower to fully appear, so we don't need to rush, Sunan said. Key and Qiangwei both nodded in agreement. Flying more than 3,000 kilometers is a big consumption for both the 3rd-level wizard apprentice and the 3-ring legendary knight. No one knows what the situation will be at the Starry Tower. Just in case, it is better to take it easy and travel slowly to preserve strength. Luckily, the Starry Tower appeared in the southeast region. If it was in the northwest region, they would have to travel frantically in these 5 days. In this way, the three of them flew slowly all the way, and from time to time, they observed the situation of the Starry Tower through the key. On the 4th day, the three of them were less than 100 kilometers away from the Starry Tower. At the same time, the three of them also met other wizard apprentices one after another. However, those wizard apprentices only saw them from a distance. Seeing that there were many of them, they turned around and left without hesitation, without any intention of communicating with each other. Not from the jungle hut. Xiangwei frowned slightly. It seems that there are other people who know the news of the appearance of the Starry Tower. Not surprising, Su Nan said calmly. The appearance of the Starry Tower is not small, and it will definitely attract a lot of attention. From the picture that appeared in his mind, the Starry Tower is extremely large, and it is so brightly hanging in the sky that it can be seen from a long distance. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. It is not surprising that wizard apprentices get the news and rush over. But these people don't have the key, so even if they rush over, they can't enter the Starry Tower. Not far from the Starry Tower, Sunan and the other two stopped walking slowly and sped up. Soon, the outline of a tall tower appeared in the field of vision. As the distance gradually shortened, the full view of the tower gradually appeared in front of him. It was exactly the same as the picture I saw before. But when I really saw it with my own eyes, the vicissitudes of life and antiquity became more obvious. The whole tower was suspended in the air 100 meters above the ground, like a straight spear piercing straight into the sky. The majestic tower made people feel a little insignificant. Kay and Qiangwei both showed amazement on their faces. It was the first time they saw such a magnificent and exquisite building. Sunan was very calm. After all, he had seen many more magnificent buildings than this. The Starry Tower was at best a small wizard tower. Or even worse, only in the current Starlight continent, the tallest among the short ones. It is so amazing. Stopping 1,000 meters away from the Starry Tower, Sunan only focused his mind a little, and sensed no less than 20 breaths. These breaths are all legendary knights or second-level wizard apprentices, most of whom are attracted by the movement of the Starry Tower. Perhaps there are also third-level wizard apprentices on the scene. However, if this level of wizard apprentice deliberately hides, Sunan will not be able to sense it for a while. Without the intention of hiding his tracks, Sunan found a quiet place, sat down openly, and waited for the Starry Tower to open. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Starry Tower. Sunan was resting with his eyes closed, and suddenly felt a breath approaching. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was still an acquaintance. Long time no see. The scepter came closer, smiled and greeted Sunan and Qiangwei, and nodded gently to Qi. Kay had long known from Sunan the attitude of the scepter towards the royal family of the Songjin Empire. Knowing that the man in front of him was not an enemy, he responded with a friendly smile. After chatting for a few words, the scepter sat down next to him without hesitation. Compared with those people who hide their heads and show their tails around them, it is safer to stick together with familiar people. Not long after, another acquaintance came over, and it was the traveler. The four sat together and talked about the matter of the night owl. Actually, I also feel that something is wrong, the scepter said in a deep voice. He is one of the elders of the jungle hut. He was one of the first members invited by the night owl. He can be said to be very familiar with the style of the night owl. Originally, I thought the night owl would invite everyone to go to the Starry Tower together, but I haven't received any news, and he hasn't shown up until now. It is very likely that something really happened. The traveler continued, and the hunter. He doesn't seem to have come either. If the hunter came, he should have come to join them. Thinking that night owl and hunter might have been in trouble, everyone frowned. At this moment, the four people suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. A group of people slowly walked out of the forest 400 or 500 meters away. About a dozen people, all wearing robes, with strong energy particle fluctuations revealed. They were all third-level wizard apprentices. There was a faint commotion around. It was obvious that the people hiding in the dark did not expect so many third-level wizard apprentices to appear at once. Su Nan and the other four looked at each other and were surprised. It's a very unfamiliar face. Not like a third-level wizard apprentice from the southeast region. Rose whispered. It's a wizard apprentice from the northwest region. the scepter suddenly said, seeing everyone looking at him in surprise. He whispered to explain. The royal family of the Songjin Empire has collected information about wizards in the northwest region. And I have read it on purpose. Everyone suddenly realized. As the hegemon of the southeast region, it is not surprising that the Songjin Empire deliberately collects intelligence on wizards in the northwest region. This hegemonic empire obviously has ambitions for the northwest region. But now it no longer has the luxury. The scepter continued, the leader in a green robe is called Megaisen, the chairman of the Northwest Region Truth Council. He is very powerful and his reputation in the Northwest region is no less than that of Soro. The Truth Council? Rose curled her lips. What a big tone. Sunan also laughed secretly. Dare to use truth as the name of the organization. This so-called Truth Council seems to be very ambitious. The scepter shrugged and said, they are a bit arrogant. But they are qualified. There are 13 third-level wizard apprentices in the Truth Council. In addition to Megaisen, there are many strong ones. For example, the guy with skin like tree bark. His name is Milken. It is said that he has been half-wood elementalized. In an environment like a forest, almost no wizard apprentice of the same level can match him. Wood elementalization? Sunan raised his eyebrows. This is a very rare type. In terms of attack, the wood element is not as good as the fire element and the thunder element. In terms of defense, it is not as good as the earth element. And in terms of change, it is not as good as the water element. But in places where there are many plants, the wood elementalized wizard can exert 200% of his strength. This is a type of elementalization that depends on the environment. And the one with scales on his face is called Mitic. He has the blood of a shark-like beast and is extremely powerful. The short and thin wizard apprentice is called Fabio. Like the corpse, he specializes in the undead system and is good at manipulating souls. But his strength is much stronger than the corpse. It can be seen that the intelligence collection work of the Songjin Empire is very detailed. The scepter introduced more than a dozen wizards one by one, except for 3 or 4 who were vague. The names and general abilities of the others can basically be said. Listening to the scepter's description, Rose and the travelers' expressions gradually became solemn, and they looked at the group of Northwest Territory wizard apprentices with more and more fear. The overall strength of this wizard organization is not worse than that of the Eternal Life Association. These guys came here. Aren't they also here for the Starry Tower? Rose frowned. However, the answer to this question is already obvious. This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Northwest Territory. No matter how big the movement of the Starry Tower is, it is impossible to spread there so quickly. The people of the Council of Truth appeared here so quickly. They must have received intelligence in advance and entered the southeast region long in advance. What Qiangwei couldn't figure out was how they were sure that the Starry Tower would definitely appear in the southeast region. Sunan's expression moved slightly, as if thinking about something. He looked around the crowd of the Council of Truth, and finally fell on a figure whose figure and face were covered by a robe and a hat. At this time, the people of the Council of Truth also stopped not far from the Starry Tower, seemingly noticing the gaze of Sunan and others. Megaisen turned his head and looked at them for a few times, then turned back and whispered a few words to the person whose figure was covered. And when he turned his head to look at Sunan and others, his eyes were already full of interest. Then, the person who was covered tightly also lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a somewhat pale face. Evans! The moment they saw the face clearly, the traveler and Qiangwei were both surprised. They naturally recognized this legendary knight, who was almost the culprit of the battle between the Eternal Life Society and the Jungle Cabin. But how could Evans be involved with the Council of Truth? A hint of doubt flashed in Sunan's eyes. I had heard from the hunters before that Evans had fled to the Northwest region to avoid the Eternal Life Society. Now it seems that the Council of Truth was able to learn about the appearance of the Starry Tower because of the information provided by Evans. It seems that Evans did not tell him the truth completely at the beginning. The other party must have some means to know the approximate location of the Starry Tower in advance. However, these are not what Sunan cares about most. What he cares about most is the meaning behind Evans's appearance here. Night Owl and Hunter, Sunan reminded in a low voice. The other 3 were slightly startled. And then, they reacted quickly. Their faces suddenly darkened. Since the people of the Truth Council appeared here, they must have the key to the Starry Tower in their hands. So where did their keys come from? Was it just given by Evans? Or did some of them come from Night Owl and Hunter? After all, Evans was one of the people who knew that the people in the Jungle Cabin had the key to the Starry Tower. If this is true, then Night Owl and Hunter must be in danger. Although the relationship with Night Owl and Hunter is not close. They are members of the same organization after all. Knowing that the two may have died at the hands of the Truth Council, the three people of the scepter are more or less heavy and dissatisfied. Having said that, the three of them rationally restrained their emotions and did nothing. Now that the Starry Tower is about to open, it is time to recuperate and not to take action. If we really want to settle the score later, it won't be too late to wait until we get out of the Starry Tower. At the same time, the people of the Truth Council were also looking at Sunan and others. Is that the Sunan who killed Soro? He doesn't look that powerful. Midik licked his lips, his eyes wandering up and down on Sunan like a venomous snake. And he was eager to try. The companions around him were not surprised by this. Because of his blood, Midik had a strong desire to kill, and he liked to fight with the strong. This style of behavior was completely different from the cautious concept of wizards. If Midik was not strong enough, he would have turned into a pile of bones long ago. It is stupid to judge the strength of a wizard apprentice by appearance, Mikon said expressionlessly, ignoring Mavik's angry gaze. He turned his head and looked at Meg-Ison. Speaker, the Eternal Life Society was destroyed. The Jungle Lodge suffered heavy casualties, and the number of third-level wizard apprentices in the southeast region has dropped sharply. It is a time of weakness. I think now is a good time to attack the southeast region. Fabio's eyes lit up, and he agreed with deep conviction. Indeed. Meg-Ison's eyes flickered slightly, and he was obviously a little moved. The wizard apprentices in the southeast region and the northwest region are similar in strength, and have always kept to themselves, and have lived in peace over the years. However, after a series of turmoil in the southeast region, many third-level wizard apprentices died. Now the strength of wizard apprentices has greatly declined. If the army is launched at this time, the success rate of defeating the wizard apprentices in the southeast region is very high. Maybe we can take the opportunity to seize the vast territory of the southeast region. As soon as his mind turned, Meg-Ison had already made a plan in his mind, and smiled lightly. No hurry. The most important thing right now is the Starry Tower. It won't be too late to talk about it after we come out of the Starry Tower. Everyone understood. Miwaki even began to look at the wizard apprentices around him maliciously. Because of the Starry Tower, a large number of wizard apprentices have gathered here. After coming out of the Starry Tower, they can kill a few groups on the way and weaken the strength of some wizard apprentices in the southeast region in advance. Time passed slowly. More and more people gathered around the Starry Tower. From time to time, someone approached the Starry Tower tentatively. But the tower in the sky that seemed to be extremely real actually did not exist in this world. What appeared in front of everyone was just a phantom, and the explorers could only leave disappointed. In the end, no one moved anymore, and everyone was waiting quietly. The sun set and rose. At noon on the second day after Sunan and others arrived here, the Starry Tower in the sky finally moved. Accompanied by a dull hum, the Starry Tower slowly fell from the sky, and landed steadily with a bang, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. At the same time, Sunan felt the seal stone in his palm suddenly hot. He suddenly understood. The Tower of Stars has been opened. Chapter 176 Trial Challenge. Knowledge Assessment. The sudden movement immediately attracted all the attention around. Almost immediately, many people could not help showing up and rushed towards the Starry Tower. However, just as they were about to push open the gate of the Starry Tower with ecstasy on their faces, they were knocked away by an invisible air wave. What's going on? Why can't I get in? Damn. There is a defensive array. Several impatient wizard apprentices could not help but cast spells at the gate, trying to break the defensive array. But after the array landed on the door, it was like a drop in the ocean, without any ripples. The next moment, a light suddenly flashed on the top of the tower, and several streams of light fell from the sky, hitting the wizard apprentices who attacked the gate. Several people did not even have time to scream, and they were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people surrounding the tower suddenly changed, and they retreated in panic to keep a distance. What is that? The traveler took a breath. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, he could still feel the strong energy fluctuations contained in the stream of light just now. That was a terrifying energy intensity that was enough to kill him instantly. The spell turret, Sunan said. One of the standard combat devices of the wizard tower. It can easily kill a 3-ring legendary knight with one shot. The scepter. The traveler and Rose all looked at Sunan in surprise. How did you know? Rose asked curiously. Sunan shrugged and did not answer. With the fate of those unlucky guys as a warning, the wizard apprentices and legendary knights around did not dare to act rashly. Get out of my way! A cold shout suddenly sounded, followed by a short scream. Maiweki took the lead and flew towards the Star Tower. Halfway through, he casually swung a lightning to kill a wizard apprentice who was blocking the way. Seeing this, the others retreated to both sides. They did not have the confidence and strength to fight against a third-level wizard apprentice. Ignoring the angry gazes of the people around them, the members of the Parliament of Truth all stared at the Tower of Stars, their eyes flashing with excitement or ecstasy. The tower in front of them was their hope of becoming a wizard. Without hesitation, Meg-Ison and the others immediately took out the talisman stone. A faint glow emerged from the surface of the talisman stone, quickly spreading to everyone's body, completely covering them. The next second, more than a dozen people disappeared out of thin air. This scene immediately caused a commotion around. Gone? No. They went in. Why can they go in? Is it because of the stone? Some kind of medium is needed to enter the tower. After realizing this, everyone looked around with flashing eyes. Among the people present, there may be people holding the same stone. Those guys got there first. The traveler sighed. Having said that, there was no panic in his tone. After all, they have 4 third-level wizard apprentices and a 3-ring legendary knight. Not to mention that there is also Sunan in charge. So they are not afraid of the mob around them. Let's go in without further ado. Sunan was the first to stand up and walk towards the Starry Tower. Others also stood up and followed. The 5-person group was originally quite conspicuous, and now that they moved, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. When they stopped in front of the Starry Tower and spread their palms to reveal the stone in their palms, someone finally couldn't help it. A wizard apprentice suddenly raised his hand and shot out a black light, splitting the sky and rushing towards Qiongwei. Almost at the same time, 2 legendary knights suddenly jumped towards Qi and the traveler respectively, and swung their swords to split the sky and cut them down. The 3 people's actions seemed to press a switch, and in an instant, the people around them took action, and dozens of people attacked Sunan and others at the same time. It's not that they couldn't see the strength of Sunan and his men, but in the face of the temptation of the Starry Tower, their greed eventually overcame their reason. Besides, there were only 5 targets, not more than 10 people like the Truth Council just now, and the besiegers had at least 40 or 50 people. With the advantage of numbers, they might have a chance to grab the stone. As for how to distribute it after grabbing it, that was a matter for the future. But the next moment, they found out how wrong their thoughts were. At the moment they took action, the counterattacks of Sunan, the scepter, the traveler and the rose came at the same time. With the 4 people as the center, dozens of magic missiles suddenly burst out, instantly penetrating the 7 or 8 people who rushed to the front. These sneak attackers, who were at most 1-ring legendary level, turned into corpses in one encounter. Such a scene immediately frightened the rest of the people and made them stay where they were, hesitating and not daring to move forward. However, Sunan and his 4 men did not intend to let them go. They used magic one after another and soon killed the besiegers without leaving a single piece of armor. These second-level wizard apprentices and first-ring legendary knights were no different from ants that could be easily crushed to death in front of Sunan and his group, even though the former had a 10-fold advantage in numbers. After realizing the huge gap in strength between them and Sunan and the others, the restless crowd around them immediately stopped. No one dared to take action anymore, but just stayed at a distance, looking at them with a mixture of fear and jealousy. Sunan and the other 4 didn't care, just like stepping on a few ants. Their attention was all on the talisman stone. As the talisman stone emitted a faint light and spread to the whole body, the next moment, the 5 people disappeared at the same time. When he came to his senses again, Sunan found himself in a wide hall. The whole hall was paved with white jade, and the surface was engraved with mysterious patterns. It seemed to contain some kind of rules and had a strange beauty. The whole hall looked somewhat similar to the control center on the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, but it was more spacious, and there were many crisscrossing gaps on the surrounding walls, faintly outlined into a rectangle close to the ground, as if it was a closed door. The ceiling at the top is at least hundreds of meters from the ground, and it is inlaid with densely packed precious Yongming pearls, which illuminate the entire hall. Just as Sunan was observing the hall, A sound suddenly came from the void. Detected the entrant. Start scanning. The scan is complete. The entrant is a third-level wizard apprentice. Meets the inheritance conditions. And now starts the inheritance program. Welcome to the Starry Tower. Wizard apprentice. The void more than 10 meters in front of Sunan suddenly lit up. And a phantom emerged out of thin air. It was a gray-white meatball as tall as a person, with densely packed mouths on the surface, and fine fangs faintly visible inside. At this moment, hundreds of mouths opened and closed at the same time, making a slightly mechanical and monotonous sound. I am the tower spirit of the Starry Tower, and the examiner who presided over the trial. According to the rules of the Starry Tower, all entrants can get the opportunity to challenge the trial. If they succeed in the challenge, they can get the inheritance reward. Do you want to challenge? Sunan did not answer immediately, but looked at the meatball, who claimed to be the tower spirit, with interest. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that the so-called tower spirit was fake, most of which was the self-promotion of the maker. The tower spirit is so precious that even if a wizard left a legacy thousands of years ago, it would be impossible to be willing to leave the tower spirit in such a place. And the tone of the meatball in front of him could not hide the dullness and mechanical feeling. The intelligence was obviously not high. At most a little better than Long Lin's housekeeper number 1. But then again, the taste of the builder of the Starry Tower is really hard to describe. He actually designed the appearance of the auxiliary intelligent life into such a heavy taste. Secretly complaining, Sunan said loudly, "Challenge." The meatball was silent for a second or two, and the mouth on the surface opened and closed at the same time again. Start the matching trial. The match is successful. According to the challenger's age and realm, the trial difficulty is set to the highest level. Warm reminder: the trial is divided into 3 levels in total. Please complete it within 90 days. Otherwise it will be judged as a failure. Now start the first level, the knowledge test. As the voice fell, the light and shadow in front of Sunan flashed, and 10 phantoms suddenly appeared. Please choose 3 of the following 10 materials to elaborate on their names. Effects, growth environment, and other information. The information density and accuracy must meet certain standards. Listening to the voice coming from his ears, and looking at the phantoms in front of him, Sunan inexplicably felt nostalgic. When I took the exam in the Wizard Academy in my previous life, it was a similar scene. I didn't expect to take the exam here. After sighing for a while, Sunan put his attention back to the test in front of him. The 10 materials include magic plants, rare metals, and various other strange things. Sunan glanced and understood. These materials are not extinct in the current Starlight continent, but they are also very rare. I guess it can only be seen in some classics. It may be difficult for other wizard apprentices, but it is very simple for him. Without hesitation, Sunan pointed directly to the first inconspicuous yellow grass on the far right and began to answer questions. Resurrection grass, an extremely cold-resistant magic plant, mostly grows in harsh environments such as ice fields, volcanic areas, and miasma swamps. The most famous ability is resurrection from the dead. It can be resurrected again when it is almost completely dried. It has a strong mutation ability. In order to adapt to the harsh living environment, it often undergoes certain mutations and evolutions, giving birth to many branches. Resurrection grass contains strong vitality. Direct consumption can increase lifespan in small amounts. It can also be used to make potions. It is one of the main ingredients of the Dawn Potion. Passed. Sunan was not surprised at all. He moved his fingers lightly and turned to the second material. It was a material that looked like a silver-white sapling, but was actually metal. The leaf-shaped metal surface was shining with starlight, which was extremely beautiful. Star Silver Soul is a rare metal. Its growth environment must meet 2 conditions. One is that there must be a mineral vein nearby, and the other is that it must be exposed to moonlight. It also has very strict requirements on the concentration of energy particles. The ductility and magic conductivity of the Star Silver Soul are better than that of Mithril. It can be used to make magic items or refine puppets. Without waiting for the meatball to speak, Sunan pointed to the third crystal, clear irregular crystal, and said, "Dragon crystal. A strange crystal born from the dead dragon corpse under accidental circumstances. Contains the essence of the entire dragon corpse, and has a wide range of uses. It can be used to cultivate magic pets, biological transformation, and make magic items or refine puppets." Passed. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. This kind of material identification test was not difficult for him. Buzz. Another 10 phantoms appeared. But this time, they were replaced by 10 strange creatures. Please choose 3 of the following 10 creatures to elaborate on their names. Growth environment, biological characteristics, etc. The information density and accuracy must meet certain standards. Is it to identify creatures this time? Sunan's face was still calm, and his eyes fell on the first jellyfish on the left that emitted a faint blue fluorescence. The jellyfish is white and umbrella-shaped, with densely packed eyes in front. About 24 eyes, scattered on the head. If you look closely, it will make your scalp numb. Umbrella-shaped jellyfish. A group of creatures. Usually live in deep sea waters. Highly poisonous. The organs in the body can be used to make potions, and the venom can be used as enchantment materials. Following that, Sunan picked the second demonized eel and the throat-locking monster, and explained the information in turn. As expected, the meatball gave a pass. Evaluation. Passed the test easily again. The next one is to identify something. Just come on. Sunan smiled confidently. But the phantom that appeared next surprised him a little. It was a book. Mastering the spell and successfully performing it. Is actually learning spells? Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise. But then, he was relieved. A spell usually involves more than 10 or even dozens of knowledge. And many spells are similar. Generally speaking, the more knowledgeable a wizard, apprentice, is, the easier it is to learn spells. The reason why a high-level wizard can master a low-level spell in a short time is not only because of his high mental power, but also because his knowledge depth and breadth far exceed that of a wizard apprentice. This is just like a doctor solving a primary school student's homework. And he can do it easily. Sunan simply flipped through the book, and the content on it was a 0-level spell called Bone Arrow. He thought about it, and it seemed that there was no such spell in the spell books he had collected so far. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the original spell created by the builder of the Star Tower. Come to think of it, since it is an assessment, spells that are not available outside must be given to prevent challengers from mastering spells, which would lead to unfairness. 0-level spell. Sunan smiled. Under normal circumstances, a 3rd-level wizard apprentice would need 20 to 30 days to master a 0-level spell no matter how fast it is. But he is different. With a golden finger, more than 3 days is considered a lot. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan began to flip through the book. Reading Bone Arrow spell model. Bone Arrow learning progress plus 0.15%. The progress of spell learning was faster than Sunan expected, and the progress prompt popped up almost every few minutes. In just 2 days, Sunan successfully mastered this 0-ring spell called Bone Arrow. The moment the prompt appeared, he closed the book, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a pale and sharp bone arrow had condensed out of thin air and shot at the wall at the end. With a bang, the bone arrow shattered, and the wall was intact. Passed. Successfully passed the first level. Chapter 177 The Truth of Wizard Inheritance. Sunan retracted his palm with a relaxed smile on his face. The first level of assessment was almost not difficult for him, and it took him a little more time to learn the last spell. Now the second level begins. The skill assessment. Please choose the type of skill you want to be assessed from the following 4 skills. Potion making, biological transformation, magic item manufacturing, puppet refining. Assessment of skills? Sunan almost didn't hesitate and quickly chose puppet refining. In addition to the fact that puppet refining has the highest skill level, it is also because he has the most high-level puppet design drawings in his hands. If he chooses potion making or magic item manufacturing, if he is asked to make high-level potions or manufacture glimmer-level magic items, he will be at a loss. After all, the high-level potions and glimmer-level magic items so far have been obtained through synthesis, and there is no corresponding formula or design drawing at all. On the contrary, for puppets, from clay golems, stone golems, steel golems, to fine gold golems and secret puppets, the design drawings in his hand cover the 9th level to the 4-ring legendary level. No matter what level of puppets he is required to refine in the assessment, he can handle it more calmly. The next moment when Sunan chose to refine the puppet, a door suddenly opened on the wall on the right, and a team of clay golems came out carrying things. It was various metals, gems and soul crystals. Sunan even saw high-end gems and small soul crystals inside. After putting down the materials, the clay golems returned to the door, and then a dull sound of footsteps came, and a tall figure walked out from behind the door. It was a huge puppet. It was about 7 or 8 meters tall, and its whole body was made of huge bones. The pupils emitted a strange dark red blood light, and the whole body exuded a foul smell and evil breath. It also held a sharp bone battle axe in its hand. Skeleton Golem. Su Nan immediately recognized the origin of the golem in front of him. A golem made of biological skeletons, as the main material is a common golem type used by many wizards, apprentices, who specialize in the undead faction. Could it be that the builder of the Starry Tower is also a wizard who specializes in the undead faction? Su Nan thought secretly. The remaining time for the challenge is 87 days, 22 hours, and 18 minutes. Please refine a puppet that can destroy the skeleton golem within the specified time. The number is uncertain. If the time is exceeded or all materials are consumed, and the skeleton golem is not destroyed, it will be considered a failure. Su Nan felt relieved. This assessment content is much easier. The combat power of the skeleton golem is similar to that of the steel golem. One steel golem may not be enough to destroy the skeleton golem, but 2 will definitely be enough. So far, Su Nan has refined hundreds of steel golems, and the refining process is already familiar to him. It takes less than a day to make 2 steel golems. In fact, it was true. Within a day, 2 new steel golems were produced. Then came the battle. As Su Nan expected, the 2 steel golems easily suppressed the skeleton golem and broke it into pieces in less than 10 minutes. Past, a beam of light suddenly shot out from somewhere, instantly disintegrating a steel golem and turning it into metal fragments all over the ground. Another beam of light followed, and the second steel golem was also shattered. Rumble. The clay golem walked out of the door, carried the materials back, and the bones and metal fragments on the ground were also cleaned up. Now the third level begins. The actual combat assessment. As the sound fell, the opposite wall suddenly rumbled to both sides, revealing a large area of darkness. A huge gray palm suddenly stretched out from the darkness, followed by arms, head, torso, and lower body. A huge creature soon appeared in front of Su Nan. It was a huge giant, with dark gray skin with a hint of blue, dotted with dark or light spots, and cobblestone-like lumps of coin-sized bones and skin on its neck, shoulders and arms. It had no eyebrows on its face, with prominent brow bones, a wide jaw, and lumps on its head. There was no hair on its body. Even its head was bald. Goliath. Su Nan raised his eyebrows and recognized the origin of the creature in front of him. Goliath is a kind of giant, with infinite strength and the ability to control airflow. This alien creature has the power of a 3-ring legend close to a 4-ring legend when it grows up. It is a very powerful creature and a natural warrior. After crawling out from behind the door, Goliath immediately stood up, and his height suddenly reached 15 or 16 meters. With his huge and burly blue-gray body, he gave people a heavy sense of oppression like a towering mountain. Defeat the trial creature to pass the level. Su Nan thought of the 2 steel golems that had just disintegrated, and couldn't help curling his lips. This assessment really doesn't allow any loopholes to be exploited. Roar! Goliath roared, raised the huge mace in his hand, and rushed towards Su Nan like a charging tank. The violent air wave even made Su Nan's robe flutter. Su Nan's face remained unchanged, and as his mind moved slightly, countless silver metal liquids gushed out of his body, turning into a metal storm that swept out and submerged Goliath like a torrent. Swish! The endless muffled sound of the sharp blade cutting flesh and blood echoed in the hall, suppressing the shrill screams. After 4 or 5 breaths, the metal storm returned and disappeared into Su Nan's body. Goliath also disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood on the spot to prove its existence. Under the full power of the level 5 magic pattern core, Goliath, whose strength was close to that of the 4-ring legend, could not resist and was killed in just one encounter. Cleared the level. The meatball not far away opened and closed its mouth, spitting out a familiar mechanical sound. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. Rated A+, and receiving the inheritance reward. Crack. In the center of the hall, the ground suddenly cracked into 3 cracks, and a rectangular stone pillar slowly rose in each crack, rising about a meter, and then stopped. A bottle of potion was placed on the top of the rightmost stone pillar. In the transparent potion bottle, the lavender liquid shone charmingly under the light of the Yongming pearl. A book was placed on the middle stone pillar. On the leftmost stone pillar was a silver bead the size of an egg. which was round throughout. Construction potion. White bone intermediate talent crystal model. Spirit bead. This is your inheritance reward. Construction potion. Su Nan was delighted. As the name suggests, this is a potion specifically used to speed up the construction of talent crystal models. After taking it, the construction speed can be greatly increased. A bottle of construction potion can allow a wizard apprentice to successfully construct a lower-level talent crystal model within a month. The effect is very strong, whether in the heyday of wizards 1,000 years ago, or in the future era of wizards returning. The construction potion is an extremely precious potion, which is basically monopolized by those wizard forces. And wild wizard apprentices can't even see it. The builder of the Starry Tower was willing to give out the construction potion as a reward, even if it was an A+ evaluation reward, which really surprised Sunan. The white bone intermediate talent crystal model is also a very good reward, but now Sunan doesn't care about it. As for the spirit bead, as the name suggests, it is a crystal formed by highly condensed mental power, which can be used to quickly restore mental power. However, this thing can only be refined by formal wizards, and it comes at the cost of permanently reducing their own mental power. Except for some wizards who are about to die, very few people are willing to sacrifice themselves like this. So the value of the spirit bead is also very precious. Needless to say, the white bone talent crystal model, the construction potion, and the spirit bead are obviously prepared for the second and third steps of the construction model. Su Nan estimated that in the trial estimate of the Starry Tower, those who could get an A+ rating were all level 3 wizard apprentices, who were about to, or were constructing a talent crystal model. So the inheritance reward would give these things. I have to admit that the builders of the Starry Tower are still very generous. Thinking of this, Su Nan reached out to construct the potion, but was blocked by an invisible force field before he touched it. Su Nan was stunned. At this time, the meatball not far away opened his mouth again. Wizard apprentice, according to the rules of the Starry Tower, if you want to get the inheritance reward, you must first sign a vow contract. Vow contract? Su Nan frowned slightly and asked, what is the content of the contract? A light flashed in front of him, and lines of text appeared one after another. After reading these words, Su Nan's face suddenly darkened. The content of the vow contract was that he would become a member of the wizard organization Dark Throne from now on, and he must not disobey any orders of the Dark Throne, and must not do anything that is not conducive to the Dark Throne. Simply put, once he signed this oath contract, he would become a slave of the Dark Throne who worked hard and never complained. Although it was called an oath contract, it was actually no less harsh than a soul contract. Unless his head was stuck in a door, it was impossible for Sunan to sign such a contract. Besides, others didn't know, but he knew it very well. There were not many wizard forces in the multiverse that could be called famous and well-established. There were only about 10 of them, and the Dark Throne was one of them. Most of the members of this wizard force were wizards, who specialized in the undead system and acted extremely extreme. If it was just that, it would be fine. The key point was that the organizational structure of the Dark Throne had a strong feudal meaning. The high-level wizards were high above, occupying and enjoying most of the resources. The lower-level members were the exploited class. They signed the oath contract and could only work hard to collect and create resources for the organization for the use of the high-level. They were called wizards, but in fact they were no different from slaves. The reason why the oath contract was used instead of the soul contract was to reduce the resistance of the signatory. It is precisely because of this that the Dark Throne has a very bad reputation in the wizard world and is despised by many wizards. No wonder the Starlight Continent has left behind a wizard heritage. Su Nan now really understood. He had always been confused before. The wizard community has never been associated with a sense of responsibility. After the expedition to the multiverse, there are still wizards who left their heritage in the Starlight Continent, leaving a little hope for the later generations to become wizards. This is not normal no matter how you think about it. At first, Su Nan thought that there was a special individual in the wizard community who gave without asking for anything in return. But now it seems that the truth is clearly different from his guess. The Starry Tower is actually a facility set up by the Dark Throne in the Starlight Continent to develop members. Because of its bad reputation, few people in the multiverse are willing to join the Dark Throne. In order to develop members, the Dark Throne often takes some not-so-bright means. The Tower of Stars is obviously one of them. Without knowing the true face of the Dark Throne, facing the generous inheritance rewards, and the hope of being promoted to a wizard, I am afraid that few people can resist the temptation and not sign the oath contract. And once signed, when the elements revive in the future and the wizards return, these people will find out the true face of the Dark Throne. And it will be too late to regret it. It is indeed the shameless style inherited from the Dark Throne. Sunan curled his lips in contempt. I know that there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. The so-called wizard inheritance is actually a scam. From this point of view, the Black Forest and Falling Star City, which are as famous as the Tower of Stars, may also have a lot of tricks. Even if it is not a fire pit like the Tower of Stars, at least it is impossible to easily obtain knowledge, inheritance, and resources without paying. Forget it. Let's think about the Black Forest and Falling Star City later, and deal with the things in front of us first. It is naturally impossible to sign an oath contract, and Sunan will not take the initiative to jump into the fire pit. But according to the usual nature of the Dark Throne, at this point, even if he gave up the reward and didn't want to sign the oath contract, I'm afraid the other party would not allow it. Sunan looked up and glanced at the meatball, and said in a deep voice, I refuse to sign the oath contract and give up the inheritance reward. After a few seconds of silence, the meatball spoke again. Challengers who refuse to sign the contract must make up for the resources and energy lost in the trial. The cost is 30 superior magic stones. Please pay. Those who cannot pay will be wiped out. Sure enough, Sunan sneered. In the current Starlight continent, where can there be wizard apprentices who can afford 30 superior magic stones? Even if it is Sunan, there are a lot of magic stones in his space ring now. But it is not enough to synthesize 30 superior magic stones. Even he is like this, let alone others. The rule of the Starry Tower clearly does not give challengers any choice. Either sign the oath contract or die. There is no third choice. Please make a choice. Challenger, pay the fee or sign the oath contract. Hundreds of mouths on the surface of the meat ball kept opening and closing, making mechanical and cold sounds. Sunan could vaguely feel that something in the hall seemed to be aiming at him. And if he refused, it would immediately attack. The cold oppression instantly enveloped his whole body. Sunan seemed to be unaware, and a cold smile flashed across his face. Fuck your choice. He suddenly reached out to grab the construction potion, and countless silver metal liquids emerged at the same time, turning into a metal storm and slamming into the invisible force field. Chapter 178, Overturning the Table. The people who were expelled. Sunan has never been a person who is threatened, since the Starry Tower did not give him the opportunity to choose. He simply did not choose. Overturn the table directly. The silver metal storm instantly tore through the protection of the invisible force field. The moment Sunan's fingers touched the construction potion, he put the latter into the space ring. Following it, he quickly reached out and collected the books and spiritual crystals. It was not until then that the meat ball responded to Sunan's sudden attack. Warning! The Starry Tower was attacked, and the defense program was activated. A ray fell from the sky and hit Sunan silently. The shield surrounding Sunan's body was instantly shattered, followed by the energy particle protection layer. The ray finally stopped 2 or 3 centimeters away from Sunan's body, stirred up a small piece of distortion and disappeared. The defense of the extreme protection ring instantly dropped by more than 300 points. Sunan's eyes condensed slightly and glanced at the top of the hall. Even if the power of this ray is not as strong as the spell turret, it is not much worse. The device that launches the ray must be eliminated first. Otherwise, no matter how many extreme protection rings there are, they will not be enough. In a flash of thought, Sunan had a plan in his mind. A steel golem suddenly appeared above his head, just blocking a ray. The steel golem was instantly shattered into pieces, and turned into metal fragments flying everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Sunan has found the source of the ray. The metal storm in the sky immediately turned around and hit a device similar to a turret on the ceiling like a torrent, instantly shattering it. Swish! The walls around the hall suddenly opened doors, and stone golems rushed out from them, surrounding Sunan from all directions. A competition of puppets? Sunan sneered. He was not afraid of this. Stone golems appeared one after another around him, rushing towards the enemy without fear. A war between golems immediately broke out in the hall. The tall stone golems fought against each other with strength, swinging their giant fists and smashing each other. The dull bombardment gathered into a deafening sound wave, echoing endlessly in the hall. Almost every minute and every second, a stone golem fell down and turned into a pile of rubble. The battle soon turned into a war of attrition like a meat grinder. Sunan did not make any more moves, but was on guard all around. It is not known what means the Starry Tower has, so he must conserve his strength to deal with the next battle. However, although he was cautious, Sudan did not have too many worries in his heart. The Starry Tower is just a heritage facility for wizard apprentices. Its size is far less than that of a real wizard tower, and its defense power is definitely not too strong. And he made a lot of preparations for this operation. He brought 2 small golem legions and held many trump cards. These are the confidence and support for him to dare to turn the table. Since the Starry Tower refused to let him leave, he might as well take it down, and the resources inside would become his. It seemed that he found that the stone golems could not deal with Sunan at all, and the stone golems that came out from behind the door quickly turned into steel golems. Sudan was not polite either, and directly released the steel golems, and added elite double-bladed spiders, which far exceeded the number of golems sent by the Starry Tower, and gradually pushed the battle line towards the surrounding doors. When Sudan Golem army occupied 2/3 of the hall, the meatball phantom that had been silent finally moved. The invasion intensity has been detected to be rising, and the defense intensity has been raised to the 2nd level standard, accompanied by bursts of buzzing. The entire Starry Tower seemed to tremble. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the sky above the hall. Sudan looked up and saw that a magic circle with a diameter of several meters suddenly emerged in the originally empty void, and a turret stretched out from it, with a halo on the top condensing and shining. 18 artillery turrets. The next moment, with a buzzing sound, 18 artillery turrets opened fire at the same time, and 18 beams as thick as buckets tore through the void and attacked Sunan at the same time. Unlike the previous simplified version of the turret, these 18 turrets were real spell turrets, and their power was incomparable. Sudan did not dare to resist, and in an instant, the elite double-blade spiders around him jumped up and used their bodies to form a barrier above Sunan's head. However, the attack of the spell turret could easily kill even the 3-ring legendary knight, and the elite double-blade spiders, with only the strength of the 2nd-ring legendary, could not resist it at all. In just a moment, more than 20 elite double-blade spiders were blown to ashes, and their sacrifice only offset 4 beams, and the remaining beams still shot towards Sunan with unstoppable force. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan had already used the mirror shadow technique to split into 8 and dispersed in all directions. The spell beams dispersed relentlessly, and soon caught up with and hit 8 Sunans. The 7 clones turned into bubbles and dissipated in an instant, and Sunan's body was also hit by 2 rays. The shield spell was broken in an instant, and the 1,000-point defense of the extreme protection ring was also reduced to 0 in an instant. Fortunately, after being weakened by 2 barriers, the power of the spell ray was greatly reduced, and it was easily blocked by the magic pattern core. After this attack, Sunan was in awe. We can't let these spell turrets attack. Otherwise, no matter how many extreme protection rings there are, they can't withstand it. Without hesitation, Sunan threw more than 10 high-level rune gems. In terms of artillery strength, even if the opponent is 18 spell turrets, he is not inferior at all. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound waves echoing in the hall suddenly increased in intensity, accompanied by the dazzling elemental brilliance and the rays running around. Sunan, who was not stingy with consumption, turned into a human turret, fighting against 18 spell turrets alone, and his momentum was not inferior at all. Turrets collapsed and shattered under the continuous bombardment of high-level rune gems. In just over 10 breaths, the 18 spell turrets were completely destroyed, and Sunan also paid the price of 7 extreme protection rings and more than 60 high-level rune gems, taking out the spirit bead and holding it in his hand, while absorbing and replenishing his spiritual power. Sunan couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It was also fortunate that the Starry Tower was not a real wizard tower, and was only equipped with 18 spell turrets. Otherwise, if it was replaced with hundreds of spell turrets that were standard for wizard towers and fired at the same time, even if he had extreme protection rings and magic pattern cores, he would be instantly bombarded into slag. In a short moment, when Sunan destroyed the spell turrets, the golems sent by the Starry Tower had completely fallen behind and were beaten to the point of not being able to raise their heads. Seeing that Sunan Golem army was about to rush into those doors, the Starry Tower closed all the doors without hesitation. The invasion intensity has been detected to be rising, and the defense intensity is now increased to the 3rd level standard. Warning: the 3rd level defense program has been activated. All non-essential energy consumption and non-combat facilities are suspended. As the voice fell, the huge metal door in the middle suddenly opened, and a huge monster walked out one after another. It was a creature that looked a bit like a deformed ogre, but was much larger. The height was estimated to be more than 20 meters. The flesh was as tight as clay, and there were many painful and distorted faces under the skin, as if other creatures were trapped in it and trying hard to break free. There were no facial features on the face, only a deep black hole. Deep dark golem. Sunan's expression became more solemn. This is an evil golem made of flesh and soul. Its refining materials are taken from creatures that have undergone extreme torture, so it carries extreme malice, pain and despair, due to the evil manufacturing method of the materials. There are very few wizards who can refine the dark golem. Only wizards, apprentices, who specialize in the undead will refine this evil golem. The combat power of the dark golem is much stronger than that of the gold golem, and has reached the level of a 4-ring legend. And there are 4 dark golems coming out from behind the door. Sunan estimated that this is probably the final battle sequence of the Starry Tower. Ah! The painful howl came from the black hole on the face of the dark golem. The voice full of despair and pain made Sunan's head hurt slightly, and the whole person fell into a trance. When he came to his senses, the 4 dark golems had already killed into the Golem Legion and rushed towards him with unstoppable force. Outside the Starry Tower, after Sunan and his party entered the tower, the people hiding around them could no longer sit still. They appeared around the Starry Tower and tried to use various methods to get in. Unfortunately, they all failed without exception, and a few unlucky people seemed to have accidentally touched some taboos and were blown to ashes by the spell turret. For a moment, a group of people looked at the Starry Tower helplessly, just like staring at a delicious cake, but not knowing where to start. And at this moment, the open space in front of the tower suddenly flashed with light, and more than a dozen figures appeared out of thin air. It was the group of people from the Truth Council who had just entered not long ago, as well as the 4 people of Scepter, Rose, Traveler and Key. What's going on? Why am I out? Mavich was stunned. He was just concentrating on reading the spell book, preparing to overcome this level as soon as possible. But who would have thought that he had returned to the outside of the tower in a flash? What happened? However, no one answered his question. Everyone, including Megaison, looked at each other in confusion. The 4 people of Scepter were also confused and confused. What happened? Did we violate some rules and were expelled? It shouldn't be. Look, the people from the Truth Council were also teleported out. Then what happened? Wait, why didn't Sunan come out? After being reminded by Key, the other 3 suddenly woke up. Yes, everyone who went in came out. Why didn't Sunan come out? Is he still in the tower? The 4 looked at each other, and the same thought flashed through their minds. Could the current situation be related to Sunan? If it was Sunan, it seemed possible that such a situation could be created. Instead, the current situation is closely related to Sunan. Something is wrong. Sunan didn't come out. At the Truth Council, Evans quickly noticed that Sunan was not teleported out like them. Mavik's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, everyone was teleported out of the tower. Only Sunan was not. It must be him. Capture his accomplices and interrogate them. Don't waste your energy. Those guys are obviously unaware. Fabio glanced at the 4 people with the same confused faces, frowned and thought. But this matter is most likely related to Sunan. What did he do? Everyone was puzzled. No matter what happened, the most important thing now is to find a way to get back into the tower, Megaison said in a deep voice, frowning and looking at the talisman stone in his palm. No. Fabio had tried it before. The key didn't respond. Others tried several more times, but no matter how they activated the key, it didn't work. In desperation, everyone could only look at Megaison and wait for him to make a decision. Megaison was silent for a while with a gloomy face, and suddenly pointed at a middle-aged man in armor not far away, who was obviously a legendary knight, and said coldly, "You go attack the Starry Tower." The middle-aged knight face changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" Mavik immediately understood Megison's plan, stepped forward and stared at the middle-aged man with cold eyes, and said coldly, "Either attack the Starry Tower or die. You choose one." The other members of the Truth Council also cast unfriendly eyes. The middle-aged knight face changed for a moment, and finally gave in. He couldn't be the opponent of more than a dozen third-level wizard apprentices. The middle-aged knight walked towards the starry tower with a pale face, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and slashed out a sword, then quickly retreated, looking at the top of the tower, as if facing a great enemy. Those unlucky guys were killed by the light from the top of the tower. But nothing happened. There was no movement on the top of the tower. Seeing this, the middle-aged knight showed an ecstatic expression of surviving a disaster. Meg-Ison and others looked at each other. It seems that something has happened in the tower. Fabio frowned and thought, why bother about it? Maui showed an eager expression. Since attacking the starry tower will not be counterattacked, let's just do it. As long as we break through the defense array, we can re-enter the tower even without the key. This statement was agreed by everyone. Without delay, Meg-Ison and others took action one after another, and countless spells rushed to hit the starry tower in an instant. The defense array covering the entire tower body suddenly stirred up waves of ripples. Seeing the actions of the people in the Truth Council, the scepter immediately understood. It seems that they want to break through head-on. The traveler hesitated and said, should we also take action? The three looked at each other, and without hesitation for too long, they quickly joined the ranks of attacking the starry tower. Kui hesitated for a moment, and then took action. He was not as eager for the starry tower as others. After all, he had already taken the dawn potion. In comparison, he was more worried that Sunan had encountered some danger in the tower. In any case, we will know after breaking through the defense array and entering the tower to explore. As the two strongest groups of people on the scene took action one after another, the other onlookers soon couldn't sit still and join the siege. As long as the defense array was broken, the door of the starry tower would be open to them. In this way, they could also go in and share a piece of the pie. When they thought of this, many people were greatly encouraged. Chapter 179 You're Dreaming. Under external attack, urgently increase the strength of the defense array. 50%, 60%, 80%. The spell turret failed to start, and all spell turrets were destroyed. The defense array is activated at maximum energy. Sunan, who was fighting, suddenly heard the mechanical sound of the meatball, and frowned in confusion. External attack? Who did it? The crowd of onlookers without keys? From the words of the auxiliary intelligent life, the intensity of the attack seems to be not low. It shouldn't be possible to do this with just a group of second-level wizard apprentices and legendary knights? Forget it. Who cares? Anyway, it's good for me. It just consumes more energy from the Star Tower. Sunan muttered, and put his mind back to the battle in front of him. In the hall, two secret doll girls were fighting one-on-one with two dark golems. The two sides were evenly matched. On the other side, 5 adamantium golems led dozens of elite steel golems, and were besieging a dark golem. Although they were slightly at a disadvantage, they would not lose for a while. Sunan also faced a dark golem. In order to save his mental energy, he only used magic items and blood marks. After the intensive attacks of more than 20 claws of disaster, the dark golem had become riddled with holes and covered with wounds. Sunan then activated the air blade mark on his hand, and countless sharp air blades whistled out, instantly tearing the dark golem into pieces. Compared with the third-level wizard apprentice with many means, the dark golem was relatively easier to deal with. After solving the opponent, Sunan then killed the second dark golem without stopping. After defeating them one by one, in less than 20 minutes, the 4 dark golems were completely wiped out. After solving the dark golem, the meatball phantom not far away suddenly fell silent and said nothing. Sunan sneered, knowing that this auxiliary intelligent life had no tricks. Strictly speaking, the defense of the Starry Tower is not weak. Whether it is the 18 spell turrets or the mini golems, they are enough to easily crush any third-level wizard apprentice. But it happened to meet this cheater. I am afraid that the Dark Throne, who built the Starry Tower, did not expect that this situation would happen today. Another thing to be thankful for is that the battle took place inside the tower. If it was outside the tower, it would not be so easy to destroy the spell turrets. At that time, it would be necessary to pay several times or even dozens of times the price to defeat the defense of the Starry Tower. While thinking, Sunan suddenly felt that the rune stone in the lining of his robe was slightly hot. He realized something at the first time and threw the rune stone out without hesitation. Sure enough, the next moment, the rune stone suddenly disappeared from the spot. You want to expel me because you can't beat me? Sunan sneered. You're dreaming, wizard apprentice. We will waive your trial fee. Please leave the Starry Tower immediately. The meatball opened and closed his mouth to make a sound. Sunan ignored this low-level intelligent life that was not very flexible, and looked around. Now the starry tower obviously couldn't do anything to him, and the next step was to find a way to obtain the resources in the tower. It cost so much to defeat the defense of the starry tower. If he didn't find a way to make up for it, he would lose a lot. Activating the levitation spell on the rope, Sunan took off from the ground and flew towards the nearest metal door. He raised his hand and waved it, and more than 10 magic missiles smashed the door. However, behind the door was just a small puppet factory, which should be the place where the golems were maintained and charged. Sunan was not disappointed and continued to explore other metal doors. As expected, behind most of the metal doors were small puppet factories, but behind the largest metal door was a small hall. A mysterious magic circle was drawn on the floor paved with white jade. Sunan took a few glances and quickly determined that this was a magic circle for summoning creatures from another world. The Goliath should have been summoned by this magic circle. Seeing that there was no harvest on this floor, Sunan looked at the ground, and his mind moved slightly, and the metal storm swept out and hit the floor with a bang. Boom! Even with the protective magic circle drawn, the floor was harder than magic gold. But it only lasted for more than 10 seconds under the full attack of the magic pattern core, and then it was shattered with a bang, cracking a huge gap. Sunan jumped into the gap and came to the next floor. What he saw was the same hall as the previous floor, but there was no one. Is this also a trial site? Sunan searched a circle and continued to dig holes after no harvest. But he explored 12 floors in a row, and without exception, they were all the same halls, and they were all empty. Sunan wanted to continue going down, but this time he encountered extremely strong resistance. After careful observation, he found that the surface of the white marble floor was shining with a faint light. So this is the bottom of the defensive array? Sunan was slightly disappointed, so he had to turn his eyes upwards, return to the original hall, and control the metal storm to blast through the ceiling. It was still the hall for the trial. This time he went through the 7th floor, and when he reached the 8th floor, he finally came to a tower floor that seemed to be a residential area. Sunan paused, staring at the gap below, thinking, according to this, the hall for the trial should only have 20 floors, which is about the same as the number of people entering the starry tower. But why are there no people in these halls? Sunan thought that he passed the test much faster than others, and it stands to reason that others should still be in the trial. Thinking of the words of the auxiliary intelligent life before, Sunan had a vague guess. I'm afraid that the auxiliary intelligent life expelled everyone else from the starry tower in order to mobilize all available energy to deal with him. No wonder the starry tower was suddenly attacked by a strong external attack. Most likely, the Council of Truth and the Scepter were attacking the defensive array. After figuring this out, Sunan smiled. This is good. The auxiliary intelligent life must consume most of its energy to maintain the defense array. It is estimated that there will not be much spare energy to deal with him in a short time. After coming back to his senses from the joy, Sunan continued to explore upwards. Although the starry tower is mainly used for inheritance, it still has basic facilities. In addition to the trial hall, there are also residential areas, training areas, experimental areas and planting areas, etc. However, the planting area probably lacks maintenance personnel, so there are no magic plants. After searching around, Sunan only found a batch of well-preserved magic plant seeds. The variety is quite rich, about 200 or 300, and the number is also very considerable. I think it is prepared for the slaves who have signed the oath contract to facilitate them to plant magic plants. Sunan collected them all without hesitation. Then he continued to explore. What surprised Sunan was that there was a library on the next floor. Rows of bookshelves were arranged neatly and orderly, and each bookshelf was full of books. The dazzling array of books was dazzling. Sunan was overjoyed. He started from the first bookshelf and scanned the books at a glance. He read the names of all the books, and the more he read, the deeper his smile became. These books can be said to cover all basic subjects, from general knowledge such as magic philosophy, world principles and material science, to applied knowledge such as magic plant cultivation, scroll transcription and basic pharmacy. It can almost be said that it covers all the necessary knowledge from the first-level wizard apprentice to the third-level wizard apprentice, including more than 30 talent crystal models. However, most of them are lower-level talent crystal models. and there are only 3 intermediate crystal models. One of them is the white bones that Su Nan saw before. Although there are only 3 intermediate talent crystal models, it is already a lot. The third-level wizard apprentices of many wizard forces can only access the intermediate talent crystal model. The upper-level talent crystal model is usually only accessible to core members, and naturally it is impossible to appear in such a place. In addition, there are some books that are knowledge that can only be accessed after being promoted to wizards, including potions, spells, magic tools and high-level puppets, etc. Although the Dark Throne has ulterior motives, it is still willing to invest in training slaves. That's right. Slaves must also have enough power to create more benefits for them. Su Nan smiled slightly and put all the books into the space ring. He was originally still worrying about how to get the knowledge of the wizard stage after being promoted to a wizard. The books prepared by the Starry Tower just solved most of his worries for him. After making sure that nothing was missed, Su Nan smashed the ceiling and went directly to the upper floor. This floor is a spacious and bright hall, with closed metal doors embedded on the surrounding walls. There are nameplates embedded above different metal doors, with names such as metal, magic plant, potion, gemstone, etc. on them. Su Nan was delighted, and he didn't know that he had finally found the real target. This floor is exactly the warehouse area he is looking for. Su Nan immediately rushed to the metal door with the word potion written on it, controlled the magic pattern core to cut the metal door into pieces, and strode into it. What caught his eyes were densely packed metal racks, which were separated by airtight transparent glass. Bottles of different colored potions were placed inside, and the number was estimated to be no less than 600 bottles. Activity potion, dragon blood potion, endurance potion, sober potion, evil hallucination potion. Su Nan looked at them one by one and found that the worst ones were all first-level potions, and they were all the more valuable ones among the first-level potions. There were also precious potions such as evil hallucination potions that could increase mental power among the second-level potions. Walking to the innermost metal rack, Su Nan finally saw the structure potion. Relying on his powerful mental power, he counted the number of potions in an instant, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up uncontrollably. A total of 86 bottles. This is a big win. So many construction potions should be enough for me to synthesize a super talent crystal model. Su Nan was delighted. Only for the construction potion. All the efforts this time have paid off. After coming to his senses, Su Nan immediately put away all the potions, and then explored other warehouses one by one. As expected, the 3 warehouses of metal, magic plant, and gem were all filled with materials corresponding to their names. In the warehouse with other written on it, Su Nan found more than 10 spirit beads. After a round of search, Su Nan's space ring was almost full. Looking at the dazzling array of spoils inside, Su Nan felt satisfied. The total value of these things is difficult to estimate, and many of them cannot be measured by gold coins. For example, the construction potion is priceless. This time he undoubtedly made a fortune. Back to the central hall, Su Nan flew upwards and broke through the ceiling to reach the upper floor. What meets the eye is still the vast starry sky and the Milky Way. Under the feet is the white marble floor. Not far away is an element pool, and there is a familiar meatball floating next to it. Looking at this familiar scene, Su Nan immediately understood. This floor is obviously the control center of the Starry Tower. Wizard Apprentice, you have caused huge losses to the Starry Tower. According to the regulations, you will be included in the organization's wanted list. Please leave the Starry Tower immediately. Hand over all the looted materials, and voluntarily enter the prison area to wait for the organization's personnel to come for trial. Oh! Su Nan smiled and asked casually, when will they come? The specific time is unknown, depending on the recovery of the plane barrier. The recovery of the plane barrier? Su Nan raised his eyebrows in confusion. What's going on? What's the matter with the recovery of the plane barrier? However, the auxiliary intelligent life did not answer his question again, but repeated the previous words. Since you can't provide any valuable information, there's no point in keeping you. Su Nan raised his hand, and a lightning bolt hit the meatball, instantly turning it into charcoal. Unlike the tower spirits that can exist in a non-physical form, this kind of auxiliary intelligent life generally has a body. For example, the crystal ball on the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower is the body of Butler No. 1, and the meatball is the body of the auxiliary intelligent life of the Starry Tower. With its death, The auxiliary intelligent life of the Starry Tower also perished. However, even if the auxiliary intelligent life is lost, the Starry Tower can continue to maintain the most basic operation according to the preset program. The advantage is that Su Nen no longer has to worry about the auxiliary intelligent life harassing him. The element pool here is larger than the one in Long Lin. But it's a pity that I can't take it away. Su Nen was a little jealous of the Starry Tower. But this tower was destined to be out of his control. After all, he didn't have the secret seal core of this tower. And he didn't know if the Dark Throne had left a backup. But the tower itself is a good material. If you want to build your own wizard tower in the future, you can dismantle the Starry Tower as material. Constructing the talent crystal model here is faster than in the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Su Nen thought about it, and decided to just construct the talent crystal model here. After all, the Starry Tower is no longer a threat to him now. All the fighting forces have been destroyed by him, leaving only the alien creature summoning array and the defensive array. The former only needs to send secret puppets to block the alien creature summoning array and kill one by one. The latter has now become a protection for him. The Starry Tower will automatically block all invaders outside, unless someone can consume the energy of the Starry Tower and break the defensive array. As long as he stays here, he doesn't have to worry about being disturbed. Chapter 180, Advancement to Wizard. After making the decision, Su Nen immediately took action. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took out a bottle of construction potion and swallowed it, then began to construct the talent crystal model. Under the effect of the construction potion, Su Nen felt that his mental activity had increased to an astonishing level. The speed of constructing runes suddenly increased by dozens of times. In fact, the improvement of meditation efficiency by the construction potion is also very considerable. It's just that the construction potion is extremely precious, and generally no one will use it for meditation. That's simply a waste of resources. With the blessing of the fourfold gain of Divine Blood Amber, Transcendent Potion, Element Pool, and Construction Potion, Su Nen's speed in constructing the talent crystal model can be said to be a leap forward. 1,000 miles a day. It took him only 13 days to successfully construct the second talent crystal model. Carefully integrating the talent crystal model into the divine energy crystal, Su Nen continued to construct the third one without stopping. 13 days later, the third talent crystal model was successfully constructed. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth bottles of construction potions. With 86 bottles in hand, Su Nen didn't have to worry about consumption. And he didn't hesitate to take the second bottle as soon as the potion effect faded. And every time he constructed a talent crystal model, he would open the Rubik Cube to check the fusion progress. When the number of lower-level talent crystal models placed in the Rubik Cube increased to 4, the words Intermediate Talent Crystal Model finally appeared on the synthesis interface. When it increased to 12, the intermediate on the synthesis interface instantly became superior. When the number broke through the 20 mark and increased to 25, the finished product on the synthesis interface had already become a superior talent crystal model. Success? Looking at the glittering talent crystal model on the synthesis interface, Su Nen's face showed an uncontrollable smile. After spending so much energy and time, he finally synthesized the desired talent crystal model. Looking at the history of wizards, this is probably the first talent crystal model that surpasses the superior. Su Nen tried to absorb the divine energy crystal carrying the talent crystal model into his body, then concentrated on sensing it, and nodded secretly. The load is not obvious, and we can continue to synthesize and strengthen. Since we have decided to synthesize an unprecedented powerful talent crystal model, we naturally cannot stop at the super level boundary. We must continue to synthesize and strengthen to the limit of our load like the magic pattern core. Take a deep breath, and Su Nen continues to construct the 26th, 27th, and 28th. Every 13 days, a divine energy crystal will be added to the magic cube. Every time it is synthesized, Su Nen will absorb it into his body to sense whether it is close to the limit. Until the 32nd crystal was fused, he finally felt a familiar sense of extreme load. It was very similar to the feeling of fusing the magic pattern core at the beginning. It seems that 32 is the limit. Su Nen breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little regretful. There are still a lot of construction potions left. If we can synthesize 86 talent crystal models until the construction potions are used up, it will be fine. But he also knows that his idea is a bit greedy. To synthesize a superior talent crystal model, only 12 inferior ones are needed. The final product in his hand now used 32 lower-level crystals, And the effect is not just twice as simple as the upper-level talent crystal, but at least 5 or 6 times, or even more. With this unprecedented talent crystal promoted to a wizard, his future strength and potential will definitely far exceed other wizards. It would be a bit ignorant to be greedy. Laughing and shaking his head, Sunan gathered his thoughts, carefully absorbed the divine energy crystal into his body, and then began to assimilate the divine energy crystal. With the previous experience of absorbing divine energy, the whole process went very smoothly. After a while, the divine energy crystal as a carrier disappeared and merged into Sunan mental power. At the same time, the talent crystal model also appeared. The magnificent crystal containing the beauty of the ultimate law floated in the mind, emitting a beautiful light, which was amazing. Now there is only one step left. Sunan smiled with ease. The most difficult step in constructing the talent crystal is the second step, and the last step is just a slow process. Although it can be predicted that this unprecedented super talent crystal will require a huge amount of mental power to fill. He has the golden apple and more than 10 spirit beads, so the whole process should not be too difficult. Taking out a spirit bead and holding it in his hand, Sunan began the last step of crystallization. The whole process does not require any skills at all. Just filling the mental power into the model, until a whole spirit bead is consumed. The talent crystal model is only filled with less than 2%. Sunan didn't know whether to worry or be happy for a while. The mental power required to fill the super talent crystal is indeed exaggerated. Under normal circumstances, a spirit bead can fill up almost half of the lower level talent crystal model. But now it can only fill a small part of the super talent crystal model. Even if more than 10 spirit beads are used up, it can only fill less than 30%. However, the more mental power required for filling, the stronger the talent crystal. This is undoubtedly a good thing. I can only use the golden apple. Taking out the golden apple from the space ring, Sunan looked at the golden fruit and was a little reluctant. This is one of his biggest trump cards. It still hurts to use it up like this. However, when he thought about spending more than 10 or 20 years to fill the talent crystal model, Sunan finally gritted his teeth and ate the golden apple. Considering that the effect lasts only 1 hour, Sunan did not delay and immediately concentrated his mind and mobilized his mental power to fill the model frantically. A steady stream of mental power rushed into the model from all directions, and the crystallized part of the model suddenly increased slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the light it emitted became more and more dazzling. An hour passed in a flash. When the effect of the golden apple faded, the talent crystal model had been filled by about 2/3. Sure enough, the effect of the golden apple is stronger. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The feeling of endless mental power and endless consumption was really wonderful. If it could last for another half an hour, it would be enough to completely crystallize the model. After a short rest, Sunan took out the spirit beads and continued to fill them. After using up all the spirit beads in one breath, the filling ratio of the model had reached about 95%. The rest is just grinding. Sunan exhaled. Compared with starting from scratch, the remaining 5% is much simpler. In the following time, Sunan began to fill mental power, meditate to recover, and fill mental power repeatedly. Although it was boring, he still felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction as he watched the model approach completion little by little. And he didn't feel bored at all. After an unknown amount of time, when the last blank space of the model was filled with spiritual power and crystallized, a ray of extremely bright light suddenly bloomed from the model. No, it should be said that it bloomed from the surface of the crystal. The entire crystal exuded a beautiful and magnificent light, more beautiful than the most precious gem in the world. At the same time, a sense of sublimation that seemed to come from the soul level surged up from deep inside the body. Sunan slowly opened his eyes, and a large amount of rare metal appeared in front of him out of thin air, melting quickly like butter in the heat, turning into liquid metal and continuously melting into the surface of the skin. The originally fair skin color gradually became a little silvery as the liquid metal merged. In the blink of an eye, Sunan turned into a silver human figure. As time passed, the silver gradually faded and disappeared into his skin. Sunan's face reappeared. He had an extremely happy smile on his face. The talent crystal has been constructed, which means that from this moment on, he is already a formal wizard, and the essence of life has evolved to a higher level. Recalling his experiences so far, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. It took about 20 years to finally break through and become a wizard. to reach this point in the Starlight continent where elemental energy is scarce. Even if he has a golden finger, it has consumed countless energy and mind, and made countless efforts. And all these efforts have been richly rewarded at this moment. Promoting to a wizard means that he has truly transcended the mundane level and evolved to a higher level of life. From this moment on, he has truly embarked on the path of a wizard. It took a while for Sunan to come back to his senses from his joy. He stretched his body, stood up and moved around. Although he had been sitting still for a long time, his body did not feel sore at all, but was full of strength. The mind was also clear, and the perception was obviously more acute than before. It was as if the whole world was covered with a veil before. But now this veil has been lifted off. My perception of energy particles has become clearer, and my ability to manipulate them has also increased a lot. Sunan snapped his fingers, and a flash of lightning suddenly appeared from his fingertips, hitting the white marble floor not far away, instantly creating a deep hole in the extremely hard floor. Not bad. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. He could clearly feel that the number of energy particles he could mobilize per unit time had increased by more than 10 times. And the precision of his manipulation had also greatly increased. Now, the power of his casual attack with energy particles was no weaker than the second ring spell he had cast before. If it were a real spell, the power would only be stronger. More importantly, the wizard's mental power consumption for casting spells would be greatly reduced. From this level, the wizard's combat endurance was greatly improved, and he began to be called a humanoid self-propelled artillery. Of course, the lowest consumption is still the innate ability. Almost nothing. So in most cases, wizards prefer to use innate abilities to fight. In addition, wizards can also release their mental power to cover their bodies, to form a mental force field. This mental force field basically does not affect the daily life of wizards, but will spontaneously resist damage when attacked, which is equivalent to a layer of protection 24 hours a day. This is also the main reason why wizards are difficult to be killed by sneak attacks. Speaking of which, after being promoted to a wizard, I can also start using magic tools. Sunan's eyes lit up slightly. The glimmer-level magic items have gradually failed to keep up with his strength. Before, it was because of the limitation of mental power that he could not use more advanced magic items. Now that the realm has been broken through, the limitation has naturally disappeared. Sunan immediately decided to synthesize a few magic tools after returning. Innate ability. Spells and magic tools are the three most commonly used by wizards. A qualified wizard needs to learn to use these three together and build his own combat system on this basis. The importance of magic tools to wizards is self-evident. After calming down, Sunan then called up his personal panel. After the realm breakthrough, the original spiritual and physical attributes have disappeared, replaced by the progress of gasification. Sunan concentrated his mind and looked inward, and found that some misty gas had surrounded the talent crystal, as if a faint mist surrounded the talent crystal, and the light emitted by the crystal was looming. These mists are the gasified spiritual power. In the wizard world, wizards who condense the talent crystal are uniformly called crystal wizards. Crystal wizards are divided into levels 1 to 3 from low to high. The newly promoted wizards are first-level wizards. According to the form of spiritual power, it is divided into 3 stages: gasification, liquefaction, and crystallization. In the gasification stage, wizards need to continuously increase and condense spiritual power until the spiritual power is completely liquefied. And then, they can break through to the first-level liquefaction realm. After that, it is also a process of increasing and condensing spiritual power until the spiritual power is crystallized and breaks through to the first-level crystallization realm. At this level, the wizard can start to prepare to construct the second talent crystal to prepare for the promotion to the second-level wizard. The question is how to increase and condense mental power. Sunan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After being promoted to a wizard, the effect of meditation has been minimal. The star ring meditation method cannot be further upgraded. After all, the number of star rings can no longer be increased if there is no external assistance. Ordinary wizards rely purely on meditation to break through to the first-level liquefaction stage, which is estimated to take hundreds of years or even more time. Therefore, strange objects or potions that can increase and condense mental power are necessary for any wizard. However, Sunan is not worried. After all, there is a synthetic magic cube, and the corresponding resources are not lacking. After returning, we can start to synthesize the 4th-level potion. Sunan's spirit is somewhat lifted. After being promoted to a wizard, Many things that could not be done before can be started next. For example, magic tools and higher-level potions. For example, some experiments that require wizard-level mental power to complete. These can all be put on the agenda. I'd be busy next. Sunan smiled and looked up, calculating the time. He has been in the Starry Tower for a long time. It took more than a year to construct many lower-level talent crystal models. And it took another half a year to fill the models later, which added up to more than 2 years. I don't know what the situation is outside now. Chapter 181 Silver Giant. Outside the Starry Tower. On the slope thousands of meters away, he looked at the towering tower in the distance and the crowd surrounding it, and couldn't help but sigh with worry. It has been more than 2 years since he was suddenly expelled from the Starry Tower. No matter how they besieged the defensive array, they could never break through the seemingly thin invisible protection, and could only sigh outside. And for such a long time, there was no movement in the Starry Tower. Sudan was nowhere to be seen. As time passed, Key's worries became more and more intense. The Starry Alliance repeatedly sent people to urge him to go back to preside over the battle. But Key ignored them and insisted on waiting here. After all, he knew very well that without the support of the Star Alliance behind him, even if the Principality of Starry Kingdom defeated the Sonjin Empire and swallowed up most of the territory, it would not be able to maintain the enviable results. And Sudan was the soul of the Starry Alliance. Without him, the Starry Alliance would naturally be difficult to maintain. What's more, Sudan is his only brother. Behind Key, the Scepter, the Traveler and the Rose stood side by side, all looking at the Starry Tower in the distance with frowns. Sudan hasn't come out for so long. Is there really something wrong? The Traveler frowned and said. The Scepter and the Rose were both silent. They couldn't answer this question either. The current situation of the Starry Tower is really weird. If it's okay, the key can't be used, and you can't get in, and it doesn't respond to attacks. If it's okay, the defense array is still running well, and it has not collapsed after being besieged by many wizard apprentices for more than 2 years, which shows that the energy system of the Starry Tower is still very normal. This weird situation is really hard to figure out. If they were not really reluctant to give up the hope of becoming a wizard, they would have left long ago, and they wouldn't have wasted more than 2 years here. What happened inside? The Scepter's eyes flashed with confusion. The people of the Truth Council were also confused. Midik stared at the Starry Tower, his expression full of uncontrollable anxiety and annoyance. After more than 2 years, his patience has almost run out. Anyone who has wasted more than 2 years, attacking the Starry Tower relentlessly every day, but still can't see the hope of breaking through, will not be in a good mood. Is it really useful to continue like this? Midik said gloomily. There must be an element pool in the Starry Tower, which can continuously replenish the energy consumed by the defense array. Unless we can cause instant damage to the defense array beyond the limit, it will be impossible to break the defense array no matter how long the siege lasts. Fabio said expressionlessly, Then do you want to give up the Starry Tower? Mavic's eyes twitched, and he was speechless. How could he give up? That was his only hope of becoming a wizard. If he missed this time, he would have to wait another 20 years. Could he still live until then? Even if he could, by then, he would not have much life left. Even if he found a way to become a wizard, he might not have enough time to achieve it. Otherwise, how could he have persisted until now, when he knew that there was little hope of breaking through the defense array? The current Starry Tower is almost his only chance. Maiwei's thoughts are also the thoughts of other people in the Truth Council. Don't be so pessimistic. Mag-Ison spoke up to draw everyone's attention. The Starry Tower will only exist in the material world for 3 months. But now it has far exceeded this time. There must be something wrong inside it. Many people subconsciously looked at Evans. Evans nodded, indeed. The last time the Starry Tower appeared, it disappeared after 3 months. Seeing that Maiwei opened his mouth to speak, he hurriedly said, But I don't know much. And I am also confused about the current situation of the Starry Tower. Maiwei snorted coldly and said, This matter must be related to Sunan. That guy hasn't come out for so long. Didn't he die in there? Someone said. Many people nodded subconsciously. The trial of the Starry Tower must be inseparable from actual combat. And Evan's experience can also prove this. Maybe Sunan died in the actual battle. If that's the case, it's a good thing for him. Maiwei said bitterly. He was very angry with the culprit who caused the unexpected situation. It would be fine if Sunan died in the Starry Tower. But if he didn't die, he would definitely not let him go when he came out of the tower. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. It's time to act. Meg Ison interrupted everyone communication, stood up, and walked towards the starry tower. The others looked gloomy, but they also stood up and followed. Now they can only hope that the defense array of the starry tower will have some malfunctions after a long period of high-intensity operation, so that they still have hope to enter the starry tower. Seeing the people of the Parliament of Truth start their daily attack, the wizard apprentices who were watching around immediately retreated a distance. At the beginning, they would join hands with the Parliament of Truth to besiege the Tower of Stars. But since the recent months, the irritable Maiweki found an excuse to kill several wizard apprentices in order to vent his anger. No one dared to approach them, fearing that they would be vented. Some timid people had already left, but more people stayed with a fluke mentality, hoping to fish in troubled waters. The Parliament of Truth did not take these minions seriously. They were all ants that could be killed with a backhand, if they really dared to have the wrong thoughts. Don't blame them for being cruel. When they arrived in front of the Tower of Stars, Meg Ison and others were about to release spells to attack as usual. But suddenly, there was a rumble above their heads like thunder. They looked up in shock and saw that the top of the Tower of Stars suddenly exploded. Amid the rubble, a figure rushed out like lightning, paused slightly in the sky, and then slowly fell from the sky. Sunan! Evan's eyes widened in astonishment. Maiweki was startled at first, then overjoyed, with a grim smile on his face. That guy is not dead yet. Just right. At the same time, Ki and the scepter in the distance also found Sunan and flew over. Sunan! Ki took the lead and rushed to Sunan with a look of surprise on his face. He looked him up and down and saw that Sunan seemed to be unharmed. So he breathed a sigh of relief. The traveler couldn't wait to ask, Sunan, what happened to you in there? Why did you come out only now? The scepter and Rose also cast inquiring eyes. They were eager to know what happened in the starry tower. Sunan was about to speak, and suddenly saw a group of people from the Truth Parliament rushing towards him from the corner of his eye, surrounding him and Ki and others. The traveler's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, Meg Ison, what do you want to do? We should ask this question. Maui stared at Sunan with a sneer on his face. What did you do? Why did the starry tower expel us all? Sunan ignored him and asked Ki, you have been waiting outside? Ki nodded and said, how can I leave without worrying about you? Even though he was surrounded by the famous Truth Council in the Northwest Territory, Sunan's expression was still calm and composed, completely ignoring the enemies around him with unfriendly eyes, and asked Ki about what happened later. This look fell into the eyes of the people in the Truth Council, which immediately made them extremely annoyed, especially Maiwei. His eyes showed an undisguised murderous intent. Since you won't tell me, I extract your soul and interrogate you slowly. After more than 2 years of waiting, Maivik's inner anxiety and anger had already reached their limit. At this time, he was stimulated by Sunan's behavior of ignoring them, and he could no longer hold back and attacked. Under the eyes of the crowd, Maivik's head suddenly swelled and deformed, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a huge and ferocious shark head, opening its bloody mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp fangs, and biting towards Sunan fiercely. However, faster than him was a flash of silver light that suddenly rushed out from the center of Sunan's eyebrows. The silver light penetrated the void like lightning, penetrated through layers of protection without hindrance, sank into the shark's head, and then came out from the back of the head, bringing out a burst of warm blood. Mavic staggered forward a few steps, then fell to the ground with a plop, without a sound, and his head returned to its original appearance. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes, their faces full of disbelief and shock. Just one encounter. A powerful third-level wizard apprentice was killed instantly. Are they dreaming? Megison was the first to come to his senses. His face changed drastically, and he shouted to his companions, do it! The moment the voice fell, countless blood suddenly gushed out of Megison's pores all over his body, and quickly condensed into a huge blood-red claw, grabbing towards Sunan fiercely with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The rest of the Truth Council also woke up as if from a dream, and attacked Sunan one after another. Kay and his companions changed their faces when they saw this, and they were about to defend and counterattack. But before they could do anything, a layer of silver light suddenly appeared, wrapping them up layer by layer. Boom! 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 The colorful magic light and elemental light flooded the place where Sunan and others were, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Seeing that the attack hit the opponent, Megason and others did not show any joy, but prepared for the next wave of offensive with a solemn look. Maiwaki's strength was enough to rank among the top 3 in the Truth Council. But he was easily killed by Sunan, which shocked them and made them dare not underestimate Sunan power. Even many people had a shocking idea in their minds. But soon, they subconsciously denied it. Sunan had only been in the Starry Tower for more than 2 years. It was impossible for him to take the last step so quickly. Huh? The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing the situation inside. In the sunlight, a huge silver hemisphere shone brightly, and the surface was like a liquid flowing slowly. What is this? A wizard apprentice couldn't help but let out a low cry. The next moment, the silver hemisphere suddenly twisted and deformed, revealing the figures of Ki and his companions. They stood there in a daze, not yet recovered from the shock just now, just staring blankly at the silver metal liquid gathering around Sunan, wrapping him layer by layer, covering him, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a ball of silver shining metal liquid. The metal liquid ball then shot into the sky like a cannonball, and expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon, and instantly turned into a terrifying giant, with a height of more than 100 meters, and a silver-white body. The sun shone on the silver giant, and a huge shadow was cast down, covering the area where the people of the Truth Council were. At this moment, Megason and others felt a shudder that seemed to come from the soul level, and their backs couldn't stop shivering, as if they were facing some terrifying existence, whose life level was far higher than their own. Before they could figure it out, a violent whistle had already exploded in their ears. The silver giant raised his arm high and swung his fist at them fiercely. The huge fist fell like a meteorite, stirring the air and making a violent sound that made people feel chest tightness. The fist seemed huge and bloated, and the speed was slow, but for some reason, everyone felt that the fist had already hit them in front of them in a flash. A wizard apprentice didn't even have time to react before he was hit by a fist. What shields, energy particle protection and magic item protection in front of the fist were as fragile as thin paper, and couldn't even block it for a moment, and collapsed in an instant. The moment the fist touched, the wizard apprentice was blasted into a blood mist by the terrifying energy contained in the fist. The fist paused slightly, and then turned a strange arc as if violating the rules of physics, and hit another wizard apprentice. Bang! Another scarlet blood flower bloomed. Swish! A huge blood blade suddenly broke through the air and hit the wrist of the silver giant. After a slight swish, the silver giant's palm was broken at the wrist, fell to the ground, and turned into silver liquid all over the ground in the blink of an eye. However, the next moment, these liquids suddenly rose from the ground, and rose in the wind to become a magnificent water curtain covering the sky and the sun, completely submerging Megason, who was unable to dodge, and then surging back. When the silver liquid returned to the wrist of the silver giant and condensed into a palm, Megason was also tightly held in the palm, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from all directions that almost crushed him. Despair finally appeared in Megason's eyes, and his facial features twisted, revealing a twisted expression of disbelief and jealousy. If he still had a little doubt before, at this moment, he could be sure that Sunan had indeed been promoted to a formal wizard. Only a formal wizard could suppress him so easily that he had no power to resist. But he was unwilling to accept it. Sunan clearly had an adventure in the Starry Tower, which allowed him to be promoted to a wizard. If he had not been expelled and passed the trial to get the inheritance reward, he would definitely have been able to break through. Only one step away, he could reach the realm he had always dreamed of. He was unwilling to die like this. Ah! The intense pain that surged all over his body made Megason couldn't help but let out a shrill howl. As the silver giant palm suddenly closed, the Speaker of the Truth Parliament burst into countless blood mists with jealousy, despair and unwillingness. The death of 3 companions in succession made the remaining members of the Truth Parliament realize that something was wrong, and they turned around and ran away without saying a word. But before they ran far, they saw the silver giant suddenly burst apart, and countless silver metal liquids splashed, turning into metal spikes in the air, sweeping around like a storm. Swish! Fabio, Evans and others were pierced by the metal spikes almost at the same time, and the protection on their bodies did not play even a little role. In just a moment, more than a dozen third-level wizard apprentices were killed, and the whole army was wiped out. The metal spikes circled in the air, returned along the way, and disappeared into Sunan's body. The surroundings returned to silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was Ki and the other 4, or the wizard apprentices watching the battle from a distance. They all stood there in a daze, feeling dry mouths and blank minds. Chapter 182 Limitations of Wizards. Future Plans. For a wizard, even a newly promoted wizard, killing a third-level wizard apprentice is no more difficult than crushing an ant. Killing more than a dozen third-level wizard apprentices did not give Sunan any sense of accomplishment. After all, wizards and wizard apprentices are two creatures at different levels of life. It is natural to have such a result. However, some discoveries during the battle made Sunan frown slightly. Shaking his head, Sunan temporarily suppressed his doubts, stretched out his hand, and put the space rings of the Dead Truth Council into his pocket, and then looked at Key and the other four. "Are you okay?" Sunan asked. The Scepter, the Traveler and Rose shook their heads subconsciously at the same time, and then suddenly woke up, with a complex expression of shock, confusion and disbelief on their faces. "Sunan, you have been promoted to a wizard?" Although she had a guess in her heart, Rose couldn't help but want to confirm it again. The answer she got would naturally not be unexpected. "That's right," Sunan admitted frankly. The Scepter looked at the broken top of the Starry Tower and hesitated, then inside the Starry Tower. Sunan said lightly, "I have taken away everything inside. Now the Starry Tower is just an empty shell." At the moment of being promoted to a wizard, there is no one in the Starlight Continent that Sunan is afraid of. The power of a wizard is enough to sweep across the Starlight Continent. With great power, he naturally does not need to hide. Sure enough, after hearing this, the three people of the Scepter hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. Facing Sunan, who has been promoted to a wizard, they can no longer find the confidence to have an equal dialogue. "Go back." Sunan waved his hand casually, and a small army of golems appeared out of thin air, surrounding the Starry Tower. Although the resources of the Starry Tower were emptied by him, the tower itself is a valuable material. Sunan also planned to keep it for demolition in the future. The materials are used to build a wizard tower, and naturally no one else is allowed to touch it. During the time he was away, the Golem Corps guarded the Starry Tower, just in case. In addition to leaving a secret puppet, Sunan also destroyed the element pool in the Starry Tower. In this way, the Starry Tower, which lost its energy source, could no longer escape into the dimensional space, and could only stay in the material world. Until Sunan and others walked away, the crowd of spectators came out from their hiding places one after another, looking at the Golem Corps surrounding the Starry Tower, looking at each other helplessly. "What should we do? What else can we do? Let's go! Can you beat so many golems? Don't say I didn't remind you. There are gold golems inside. Even if you can beat them. So what? Do you want to be chased by that person? Didn't you see that those third-level wizard apprentices were crushed to death like ants? I didn't expect that someone really got promoted to wizard. From now on, the Starlight Continent may change." Everyone looked complicated, thinking back to the scenes they had just seen, and they couldn't help but feel like witnessing history. Not long after flying, the Scepter, Rose and Traveler said goodbye and left one after another. Facing Sunan, the three of them were under great pressure, and really didn't dare to stay any longer. Sunan didn't care either. He controlled the liquid metal to wrap himself and Key, condensed it into a shuttle shape, and shot towards the direction of Flash City. It took 4 days to get here, but now with Sunan full effort, it only took half a day to complete the journey. After separating from Key and Flash City, Sunan then returned to base number 1 and returned to Longlin through the space channel, back to the control center on the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. He immediately called out Butler number 1 to check Longlin's operation log for more than 2 years. Before leaving, Sunan considered the possibility of not being able to come back for a long time, and made some arrangements in advance. So Longlin didn't have any problems, and everything was normal. It's just that a lot of chores have accumulated, and he urgently needs to deal with them. And on the Star Alliance side, there should be a lot of things that need his decision-making accumulated over the past 2 years. But these are not urgent. Sunan has other things that need to be verified urgently. Standing next to the element pool, Sunan cast several spells and manipulated the energy particles for a while, finally verifying his guess. Sure enough, the concentration of energy particles is the biggest shackle for wizards. Sunan's expression was a little complicated. When he killed the Truth Council just now, he realized that the intensity of the energy particles he could mobilize was far lower than the upper limit of control. Assuming that the intensity of the energy particles he could control was 100. The maximum intensity of the energy particles he could mobilize was only 20. This means that the power of the spells he cast and the energy particles he manipulated was only about 20% of the normal level at most. The power reduction is secondary. The key is that the energy particles subtly infiltrate and strengthen the body, and the speed of mental growth and recovery will be greatly affected. Sunan has only now truly experienced the adverse effects of energy shortage. When he was still a wizard apprentice, he didn't feel it very clearly because his power had not yet touched the upper limit of the energy particle concentration in the Starlight Continent. But after being promoted to a wizard, his power level suddenly broke through the upper limit of the energy particle concentration, and he truly experienced what energy shortage is. In this environment, in addition to the obvious weakening of the wizard's power, his cultivation will also be significantly affected. In addition, the sensory feeling is also very uncomfortable when he was just promoted to a wizard, because there was an element pool next to him. Sudan didn't feel it very clearly, but after coming out of the Star Tower, he felt like a normal person suddenly came to a place with thin oxygen. No wonder the wizards thousands of years ago left the Starlight Continent. This place is really not for wizards. Sunan sighed. He doesn't have the ability to travel across planes now, so he can only stay in the Starlight Continent. There is also the restoration of the plane barrier mentioned by the Tower of Stars to assist intelligent life. There may be secrets in the events thousands of years ago that I don't know. When Sunan entered the game in his previous life, it was already the 2.0 version of the Return of the Wizard. He didn't know much about the previous 1.0 version and the transitional plot in the middle. He only vaguely read some information and heard some intelligence. I thought that the Starlight Continent was just a simple elemental desert, but now it seems that it is not that simple. It seems that some books in the batch of books in the Tower of Stars mention this aspect. It seems that I have to take the time to read it. Sunan let out a long breath and began to think about the next arrangement. First of all, the cultivation aspect. The growth and condensation of gaseous mental power is very slow. 1 percentage point of improvement often takes years. Not to mention that the current Starlight Continent is short of energy. Without external assistance, let alone improvement, it is good to keep it from regressing. The Divine Blood Amber has almost no effect on me now. The same goes for the Transcendent Potion. You have to synthesize a higher level potion. The Element Pool. Potions and divine energy should be able to offset the impact of energy shortage. Then I have to find other ways to speed up the growth of mental power. The second is the magic weapon. This is not difficult for Sunan. If it weren't for the limitation of mental power, he would have synthesized a magic weapon when he was still a wizard apprentice. But Sunan doesn't plan to synthesize a few magic weapons casually. Other wizards have nothing to choose from, but he has a synthesis cube and many choices. It is best to synthesize a most suitable magic weapon according to his own fighting style and system. This way, the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2 can be achieved. This matter also needs to be considered in the long run. There is also experimentation. When promoted to a wizard, many experiments that could not be carried out before due to mental power can be put on the agenda. For example, the improvement of secret puppets and bloodline marks, rune engravings that are more advanced than magic tattoos, etc. The last one is the Wizard Tower. As one of the greatest alchemical creations in the history of wizard civilization, the Wizard Tower is famous throughout the multiverse. So far, countless plane civilizations have succumbed to the bombardment of the Wizard Tower. Its reputation has long spread throughout countless planes. There is a saying in the multiverse that what is more terrifying than a wizard is a wizard with a wizard tower. Any wizard wants to have a wizard tower of his own. But building a wizard tower is not that simple. A qualified wizard tower must have a stable supply of magic energy, a protective energy field with a magic lock, an ultra-long-range strike device, a built-in golem army, and a tower spirit construct commander, etc. The resources consumed to build a most basic wizard tower are worth tens of millions of gold coins. Even formal wizards rarely have so many gold coins. Therefore, many first-level wizards do not have their own wizard towers. Even among second-level wizards, there are very few who can afford to build wizard towers. Generally speaking, wizard towers can be divided into 2 types. Those that can fly, and those that can't. The wizard towers that can't fly mainly refer to the wizard towers built on the ground vein nodes. This type of wizard tower is often bound to the ground vein nodes, and the position is fixed and cannot be separated, let alone flying. In the eyes of many wizards, this type of wizard tower is not worthy of being called a wizard tower, unless they are short of money and have to build a wizard tower for some reason. Few wizards will choose to build a wizard tower on the ground vein node. The vast majority of wizards choose to build a wizard tower that can fly. In the division of wizard civilization, wizard towers are divided into small, medium and large according to their scale, from low to high. The larger the scale of the wizard tower, the more expensive it is. Sunan doesn't dare to hope for medium and large wizard towers now. Even if the entire Starlight continent is demolished, it can't gather enough resources to build a medium-sized wizard tower. His goal was just a small wizard tower. Although it was small, its size was much larger than the Starry Tower. Building a wizard tower requires a huge amount of resources. Given the current situation of the Starry continent, it is still very difficult to build a wizard tower. Although demolishing the Starry Tower can gather some resources, the gap is still very large. It is impossible to gather the remaining resources with the current Star Alliance alone. Sunan's eyes flickered, and he had already made up his mind. Before building a wizard tower, the first thing to do is to unify the Starry continent. Only in this way can the human and material resources of the entire Starry continent be integrated, and all resources can be concentrated to build a wizard tower. It is not difficult to unify the surface world, and most of it can be handed over to the Principality of Starry Stars. He only needs to be responsible for dealing with the wizard apprentices. As for the underground world, it will be the responsibility of the Starry Alliance. In addition, the Black Forest and the Falling Star City must be found. These two wizard inheritances probably have a lot of resources left. If they can be obtained, it should be able to relieve a lot of resource pressure. It just so happens that the clues to the Black Forest are in the hands of the Spider City. Next, we can simply attack the Spider City and take the first step to unify the underground world of the Star Alliance. After thinking for a while, Sunan has made certain arrangements for the future. Immediately afterwards, he thought about the Dark Throne. After taking down the Starry Tower, he has undoubtedly made enemies with the Dark Throne. The Dark Throne is not a kind and broad-minded organization. Once it returns to the Starlight continent, it will definitely seek revenge on him. It is necessary to prepare for this in advance. I remember that the official start time of version 2.0 was around the year 2000 of the Starlight calendar. However, in the more than 10 years before that, the major wizard forces seem to have sent people to the Starlight continent to gather intelligence and establish outposts to prepare for the subsequent entry of the main force. Sunan vaguely remembered that the Dark Throne was among the first batch of wizard forces that sent outposts to enter the Starlight continent. The reason why I remember this is that the wizards of the Dark Throne caused a lot of killings in the Starlight continent, which made the players at that time spend more than 10 years in the Dark Period. It was not until the major wizard forces entered the Starlight continent and the power of the Dark Throne was curbed that the situation of the players improved a little. As a result, after the players grew up, they immediately joined forces to counterattack the Dark Throne. It is now the 1269th year of the Starlight calendar, and there are still more than 700 years before the first batch of wizards entered the Starlight continent. Sunan thought secretly. Such a long time is enough for him to turn the Starlight continent into his own land and build a wizard tower. When the people of the Dark Throne enter the Starlight continent, maybe he can give them a surprise. Although he has offended a wizard force with a great reputation in the multiverse before the elements are revived, Sunan is not too worried. There is more than one wizard force in the multiverse. The Dark Throne. If it really doesn't work, just find a hostile wizard force of the Dark Throne to join. In just a short while, many choices have emerged in Sunan's mind. Deep Blue Alliance, Star Spirit Clock Tower, Wisdom Code. Although there are not many forces that can compete with the Dark Throne, or even surpass it, there are still a handful of them. I believe that no wizard force will reject a genius who can be promoted to a wizard in just 30 years in an environment with scarce resources in the elemental desert. As for lifespan, there is no need to worry. The lifespan of wizards who have sublimated their life level is far longer than that of ordinary humans. The lifespan of a first-level gasification wizard is 700 to 800 years. If they merge some longevity blood or undergo physical transformation, it is not a problem to live for thousands of years. Chapter 183 Base Restructuring. Wizard Academy. The study was quiet. Only the sound of turning pages echoed. Carolina and Red Widow stood quietly in front of the desk, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Sunan behind the desk. But the two women secretly looked at Sunan from time to time, with a light flashing in their eyes. when Sunan said that he was going to explore the Star Tower. He disappeared for more than 2 years. Although the Star Alliance was able to maintain stable operation and no major problems occurred because of Sunan prior arrangements, Carolina and Red Widow couldn't help but worry about not being able to see him for more than 2 years. After all, they knew very well that the prosperity of the Star Alliance now depended on Sunan alone. Once Sunan was gone, the entire Star Alliance would fall apart in an instant. This was a result they absolutely could not accept. And just when they were about to give up, and were about to send people to find Sunan whereabouts, the latter finally came back. At the same time, there was also a piece of news that shocked them. Their master was promoted to a formal wizard. This was not told to them by the person concerned, but the news spread outside from some unknown time. It was said that Sunan successfully promoted to a wizard in the Tower of Stars, and as soon as he came out of the tower, he killed 14 third-level wizard apprentices of the Truth Council, and took the Tower of Stars for himself. When they first heard the news, Carolina and the Red Widow were still a little skeptical. But when they saw Sunan in person and felt the aura on him, that was completely different from before. As deep as the starry sky, the half-belief and half-doubt in their hearts suddenly disappeared, and ecstasy followed. The experience in the Star Alliance over the years has already made the two women have enough understanding of wizards, and deeply understand what a wizard means in the current Starlight Continent. If they had to use something as a metaphor, it would be the only god in the Starlight Continent. They couldn't imagine anything else that could resist the power of a wizard. With the Wizard-Star Alliance, the underground world would be unified. No, it should be said that the pace of unifying the Starlight Continent is unstoppable. This is greater than their previous ambition of being the underground world overlord. And it makes people more excited. When they thought of this, the two women couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and their faces flushed with excitement. They looked at their masters behind the desk with more awe and admiration. Sunan didn't pay attention to the two women's small movements, and concentrated on reading the reports of the past 2 years. Because of the temporary suspension of expansion, the territory of the Star Alliance has hardly changed in the past 2 years, but more than a dozen resource points have been developed. Perhaps because of this, the Dark Elves didn't send people to harass. The Star Alliance rarely ushered in a period of tranquility and peace. However, compared with the unchanged territory, the growth of the Star Alliance in military strength is quite considerable. As for golems, the Star Alliance has accumulated a large number of stone golems and double-blade spiders in the past 2 years, which is almost enough to form 2 small golem legions. As long as Sunan completes the high-end combat forces such as steel golems, elite steel golems, and elite double-blade spiders, the Star Alliance will immediately have 2 more small golem legions. However, what surprised Sunan the most was the Magic Pattern Knights. After more than 10 years of development, the number of people in the Magic Pattern Knights has now increased by more than 10 times, and the total number is close to 50,000. Unfortunately, the speed of creating magic pattern constructs is far behind the speed of increasing the number of people in the Magic Pattern Knights. Currently, the number of people equipped with magic pattern constructs in the Magic Pattern Knights is less than 1/3 of the total number. This is the problem that the Star Alliance needs to focus on solving next. Once the equipment problem is solved, the Magic Pattern Knights, whose power is fully developed, will become the second powerful armed force of the Star Alliance, with combat power not inferior to the Golem Legion. The first and second level magic pattern constructs can be delegated to the apprentices in the base, but the third level and above magic pattern constructs still have to be made by myself. Sunan pondered slightly. Thanks to the expansion of the territory of the Principality of Stars, the number of apprentices in the base has also seen rapid growth in the past 2 years. The total number of apprentices has now exceeded 500. A total of 524 people. Among them, there are more than 40 second-level wizard apprentices. These are the laborers who make first and second-level magic pattern structures. Sunan immediately decided to adjust the task rewards in the future to increase the enthusiasm of apprentices to make first and second-level magic pattern structures. As for the third-level magic pattern structure, if he really has no time to make it, he can also obtain it by synthesizing first and second-level magic pattern structures. At most, it will cost more. Also because of the shortage of magic pattern structures, the number of Dragon Antelope Knights, the core force of the Magic Pattern Knights, has also stagnated. However, the ranch has now accumulated more than 300 mature Dragon Antelopes. As long as the equipment catches up, the number of Dragon Antelope Knights can double immediately. After reading the report, Sudan has a bottom line on the development of the Star Alliance in the past 2 years. In general, although the Star Alliance did not encounter any major problems during the 2 years he was away, the development speed of all aspects was more or less affected, and the improvement of overall strength stagnated. However, this loss of time cost is not worth mentioning compared to what he gained in the Star Tower. Moreover, with his return, it can be foreseen that the Star Alliance will inevitably usher in a leap forward development. After closing the report, Sudan looked up at Carolina and Red Widow. The two women subconsciously straightened their bodies. After the 2 new Golem legions are formed, we will resume the expansion operation. This time the main target is the Spider City, and we will give priority to exploring and expanding in the direction of the Spider City. Carolina and Red Widow responded respectfully. Send people to investigate the situation in the Spider City and collect intelligence. After giving another order, Sudan waved his hand to let the 2 leave. After the 2 left, he looked down at the base report on the table, with a thoughtful look on his face. It has been almost 20 years since the establishment of the base. The base has been running very smoothly, which has also provided him with great help. However, as the power gradually expanded, some shortcomings of the base began to emerge. The most important point is that the knowledge imparting to apprentices is seriously insufficient. Sudan himself is very busy, and can hardly spare much time to teach apprentices. When the number of apprentices was small, he could still provide limited teaching to apprentices in the form of exchange. But later, as the number of apprentices increased, this exchange project was directly removed from the list for the sake of saving time. Now the apprentices in the base can only acquire knowledge by reading books by themselves, and the learning progress is very slow. Considering that as the power of the Principality of Stars expands in the future, more and more apprentices will join the Star Alliance, and it is time for the base to make changes. In fact, Sudan had already had the corresponding idea long before going to the Star Tower. For example, the business of training apprentices in the base is separated, and an academy specializing in training wizard apprentices is established. Wizard Academy is a necessary facility for almost every wizard force. It is also their main channel for absorbing fresh blood. If you want to give the Star Alliance a broader development space, a Wizard Academy is necessary. To establish a Wizard Academy, the first issue is the faculty. Sudan initially thought about inviting members of the Jungle Lodge to join and serve as mentors of the Academy. However, considering the issues of trust and recognition, he thought about it again and put it aside for the time being. But now is different from the past. With his wizard's power and identity, he is enough to suppress the scepter and others. In addition to the attraction of resources such as construction potions, there is no need to worry that the scepter and others will not agree. As long as the faculty is solved, the establishment of the academy will be a natural outcome. After thinking for a moment, Sudan has already made up his mind. He turned his wrist, and a small and exquisite wooden house model appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was the main body of the Jungle Lodge. This was found in the space rings of Meg-Ison and others. Obviously, as he guessed, the Night Owl had already died in the hands of the Truth Council. The hunters who had a secret connection with Evans were probably in danger, including Sunan. There are only 4 pitiful people left in the Jungle Lodge, which is basically dead in name only. But it's good this way. It's convenient for him to receive the remaining manpower. After closing up the jungle hut, Sudan stood up and left the study. Dragon Forest Area 3. Above a plain, Sudan figure appeared out of thin air, looking at the hidden dragon running wildly on the plain below, and Amy sitting on the back of the hidden dragon, with a smile on his face. Sudan didn't bring the hidden dragon with him on the trip to the Starry Tower, but left it in the Dragon Forest. For more than 2 years, the hidden dragon has not been refined, so the blood concentration has increased very slowly. However, its blood concentration was originally over 90%, and after more than 2 years, it is now close to 94%. The only problem is that after the blood concentration exceeds 90%, the subdragon blood of the hidden dragon has already ranked first in the Dragon Forest. The blood of other subdragon species has no effect on the hidden dragon if it is directly integrated. It must be synthesized and refined before it can be used to increase the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. Fortunately, there is not much else in the Dragon Forest, and the subdragon blood vessels are enough. So the speed of increasing the blood concentration of the hidden dragon has not slowed down much. Sunan estimated that in 2 or 3 years at most, the blood of the hidden dragon would be able to complete its evolution. By then, he would have another powerful fighter comparable to a wizard. Thinking of this, Sunan couldn't help but smile. Meow. Sunan! The crisp voice interrupted Sunan meditation. He suddenly felt his shoulders sink slightly. And when he turned around, Amy was already lying on his shoulders, staring at him with her sapphire eyes wide open. And a series of questions came out as soon as she opened her mouth. When did you come back, Meow? Did you find the starry tower, Meow? Why did you go for so long, Meow? Sunan interrupted the little guy and said with a smile, It's been a few days since I came back. The starry tower has been found. Something happened, so it was delayed a little longer. Amy didn't get to the bottom of it. She was very happy to see Sunan back. But at this moment, the little guy's nose suddenly moved, and he approached Sunan and sniffed a few times, with humanized shock in his eyes. Meow! You have been promoted to a wizard. You can also sense this? Sunan looked at the little guy in surprise. Although Amy has the ability to sense the fluctuations of energy particles, he has deliberately restrained the fluctuations of energy particles. So Amy should not be able to sense it. My perception is very sharp. Meow. The aura on you is exactly the same as those wizards I have seen before. Amy raised her head proudly, and then looked at Sunan with admiration. Too amazing. Meow. You became a wizard in just over 20 years. Meow. And in this environment, you are the most outstanding genius I have ever seen besides my master. Meow. Amy danced with excitement. And those who didn't know thought that she had become a wizard. Sunan asked curiously, How long did it take your master to become a wizard? Amy wanted to give a number, but after looking at her chubby paws, she gave up and said crisply, 16 years. Meow. Promoted to a wizard in 16 years? Sunan nodded slightly. This speed was indeed very fast. No. Meow. Amy shook her head unexpectedly. My master became a wizard at the age of 16. 16 years? Sunan was stunned, and then quickly reacted. Is your master a descendant of the true spirit? That's right. Meow. Amy said proudly. Sunan was immediately amazed. The so-called descendants of the true spirit refer to the children of the true spirit wizard. At the level of wizards, the essence of life is far superior to that of ordinary creatures. The offspring born have stronger physical and mental strength than ordinary people. They are almost certain to become wizard apprentices, and are more likely to go further on the wizard path. For example, the offspring born from the union of two first-level wizards can become third-level wizard apprentices at the weakest. And the probability of being promoted to wizards is several times higher than that of ordinary people, if it is the offspring born from the union of two third-level wizards. As long as there is no accident, they can basically become formal wizards. The offspring born from the union of true spirit wizards have even more amazing qualifications. And there are many who become formal wizards at the age of 16 or 17. Such people are called descendants of true spirits. In the wizard world, descendants of true spirits are often synonymous with genius. Sunan didn't expect that Amy's master was actually a descendant of true spirits. Thinking about it this way, it is not surprising that the other party can cultivate such a unique magic pet as Amy, the second generation of wizards. The foundation is not comparable to ordinary wizards. But just like the dragon race, the more powerful the wizard, the harder it is to reproduce. In the entire multiverse, the number of descendants of the true spirit is very small. Sunan is now more and more curious about why Amy was left behind in the Starlight continent. But looking at the proud little guy, he wisely did not mention this question, and smiled and touched the little guy's head. When the wizard returns, Amy's master will surely return to the Starlight continent. And then, he will naturally know the reason. Roar! The cry of the hidden dragon came from below. When Sunan landed on the ground, the hidden dragon immediately came over and rubbed his body affectionately. With the increase of blood concentration, the body length of the hidden dragon is now more than 30 meters, approaching 40 meters. The contrast of such a huge body making intimate movements is really a bit big. Let's go to the laboratory, and I will refine your blood for a long time. Sunan patted the scales of the hidden dragon and smiled slightly. In 2 years, you could become a real dragon. Chapter 180 for the synonym of invincibility. Astral calendar year 1269. The month of flowing fire, July. The war broke out again. The day after the Star Alliance declared war, it launched a fierce offensive against the Songjin Empire. Although it had more than 2 years of respite, the Songjin Empire, which had lost a large area of territory, had not accumulated much strength at all. Facing the attack of the Star Alliance again, it was defeated from the beginning of the war. Songjin Empire. Holy Flame City. The month of flowing fire was originally the day when the annual fire festival was held in the Songjin Empire. However, as the capital of the empire, Holy Flame City, at this moment, there was no lively atmosphere in the city, but it was deserted. The imperial palace, the study, the emperor of Songjin, who had just finished the court meeting, returned to the study. When he opened the door, he saw the scepter standing in front of the window, looking at the sky outside. You are finally willing to come to see me. The face of the emperor of Songjin was not very good. The scepter turned around, looked at him with a faint gaze, and sighed. I've said that I won't interfere in the war between the empire and the Principality of Stars. Do you want to watch the empire fall and the royal bloodline cut off? The Songjin emperor asked with gritted teeth. The front line received news of defeats one after another, and the empire was about to fall. He didn't care about the other party's transcendent status in the empire, and put on an aggressive attitude. However, the only response to him was the calm and unperturbed look of the scepter. I have already repaid the favor of the royal family to me. The empire and I are now just a cooperative relationship. I don't need to be responsible for the demise of the empire. I thought you always knew this. The Songjin emperor's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth and said, whatever reward you want, just tell me. As long as you can save the empire, I will agree to any conditions you want. The scepter shook his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Emperor Songjin's face became more and more gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, since you don't plan to take action, then do me a favor. What favor? Help me contact other wizard apprentices. I am willing to pay enough price as long as they are willing to join forces to help the empire solve Sunan. Emperor Songjin secretly made up his mind that as long as he could kill Sunan, he would be willing to empty the treasury. Once Sunan died, the Principality of Stars would inevitably be in chaos, and would not be able to continue to wage war. And without the core of the Principality of Stars, the Star Alliance would naturally collapse. The Empire would have more time to breathe, and there might be a chance to make a comeback in the future. Emperor Songjin's mind was turning quickly, but he immediately met the compassionate eyes of the scepter. It's useless. Even if you find all the wizard apprentices in the continent, they can't hurt Sunan at all. The Songjin Emperor was stunned and asked subconsciously, why? The scepter sighed, with a complicated look and said faintly, Sunan has been promoted to a wizard. The Songjin Emperor was stunned for a long time before he realized the meaning of the scepter's words. He was shocked and his eyes were wide open. Which? Wizard? How is it possible? How can anyone in the Starlight Continent be promoted to a wizard? As the overlord of the Southeast region, the Songjin Emperor can access more secrets of wizards than others. Naturally, he also knows the current predicament of the Starlight Continent. It is almost impossible for anyone to be promoted to a wizard on this land. Faced with the shocked questioning of the Songjin Emperor, the scepter just replied with 4 words. Tower of Stars. These 4 words drained all the strength of the Songjin Emperor. He slumped in the chair, his face pale, and despair in his eyes. Emperor Songjin knew what a wizard meant. As the scepter said, all the wizard apprentices in the entire continent could not be a match for Sunan. On this continent, wizards are synonymous with invincibility. When he thought about how he was still dreaming of dealing with a wizard, Emperor Songjin suddenly felt a little ridiculous. Surrender, the scepter said faintly. This may still save a trace of royal blood. Emperor Songjin was silent for a long time, and said in a hoarse voice, will the Principality of Stars allow the royal blood to continue to survive? Why not? What does the Principality of Stars need to worry about now? The scepter asked back. Emperor Songjin opened his mouth, but had no words to refute. Yes. With wizards as a backer, the Principality of Stars has nothing to worry about. As long as Sunan is still there, no one can shake the status of the Annis family. Even if the royal blood of Songjin is left, it will not have any impact on the Principality of Stars. Okay. The Empire surrenders. After saying this, Emperor Songjin seemed to have aged a lot. After taking off the halo of the overlord of the Southeast region, he looked like an old man at the moment. The scepter shook his head slightly and looked out the window again, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Starlight Continent is about to usher in a drastic change. Should he also make some changes? Dragon Skeleton Tower. 5th floor. Siaman came out of the workshop and prepared to go to the warehouse. He looked at the 10 sets of second-level magic pattern structures lying in the space ring, and a smile appeared on his face. After these magic pattern structures were converted into contribution points, they were almost enough to exchange for a bottle of super potion. The 6-star ring is almost completed. With this bottle of super potion, it should be almost done. Thinking happily, Sia-man entered the central hall and teleported to the warehouse area. As soon as he looked up, he saw Otto and Corey discussing something not far away. More than 10 years have passed, and now Otto and Corey have both passed their 30th birthday. But judging from their appearance, they are only in their early 20s at most. The long-term infiltration and improvement of energy particles will greatly slow down the aging speed of wizard apprentices, allowing their bodies to remain in peak condition until they are about to die, and then accelerate aging. So unless the appearance changes due to blood fusion or physical transformation, very few wizard apprentices will show the appearance of aging. The same is true for Sia-man himself. Ardal. Corey. Hearing the voice, Ardal turned around and saw that it was Shemin, with a bright smile on his face. Corey nodded to him lightly, as indifferent as ever. Shemin didn't care and said casually, "What are you doing here?" He looked around again, surprised. "Why are there so many people today?" Ardal stared at Shemin with wide eyes and asked in surprise, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Shemin was stunned. "I have been staying in the workshop recently, and just came out." "What happened?" Ardal was relieved and said with a smile, "The teacher is back." Shemin was stunned, and then overjoyed. The teacher disappeared for more than 2 years. Although he left a message in advance to take precautions, he hadn't seen the teacher for so long. The whole base, including him, felt a faint sense of depression, as if they had lost their backbone. Before Shemin recovered from his joy, Ardal said mysteriously, "Recently, there is a rumor circulating outside. Do you know what it is?" Shemin rolled his eyes. "Don't keep me in suspense." Ardal didn't care, and said with a smile, "It is said outside that the teacher has inherited the Star Tower and has been promoted to a wizard." "What? Is it true?" Shemin was shocked. It should be true. It was Corey who spoke. At that time, many people saw the teacher kill the 14 third-level wizard apprentices of the Northwest Territory Truth Council, and he was alone. And it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Except for wizards. I can't think of anyone else who can do all this. At the end, even Corey, who was dull, showed a hint of excitement and yearning. Shemin was stunned in place, looking a little dazed. Although he had thought that the teacher might be promoted to a wizard before, when all this really happened in front of him, he still felt an unspeakable shock. After all, that's a wizard. The realm that all wizard apprentices dream of. Shocked. Right? Ardal sighed. I was also shocked when I heard the news. I didn't expect the teacher to take that step so quickly. The teacher's talent is not what we can imagine, Cole said. Shemin, who came back to his senses, glanced at Core with a strange look. He had felt it before that Core looked cold and taciturn. But in fact, he admired the teacher very much. And it could even be called a kind of worship without principles. That is, the teacher is a wizard rather than a god. Otherwise Core would definitely be a fanatic. Wait, Shemin then reacted. What does this have to do with you gathering in the warehouse area? Ardal explained. The mission hall has released a lot of new tasks, and has also increased the purchase contribution value of magic pattern structures, magic weapons, stone golems, and double-edged spiders. Everyone is here to take on new tasks. Shemin's eyes condensed slightly, and he immediately understood the deep meaning behind these changes. Is the Star Alliance going to expand again? 9 out of 10. Corey's eyes sparkled. The Starlight Continent will soon usher in a dramatic change. Shemin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the Star Alliance, with wizards in charge, has the qualifications to unify the underground world and even the entire Starlight Continent. According to the teacher's previous style of doing things, he will definitely do so. The changes in the contribution values of equipment and golems are undoubtedly preparations for launching a war. In fact, in addition to the mission, I also heard a little news. Atur whispered. I heard that the teacher is going to establish a wizard academy. Wizard academy? Shemin's eyes widened in surprise. Corey was also stunned. He also heard about this for the first time. Where did the news come from? Corey asked hurriedly. Ms. Amy said so. Shemin and Corey's eyes flickered. Since it was said by Ms. Amy, it was probably true. But if we want to establish a wizard academy, how do we solve the problem of mentors? Shemin asked in confusion. Even if the teacher is willing to teach them personally, The academy cannot be established by just one mentor. I don't know about that. Otto spread his hands. Shemin was confused and expectant for a while. If the academy can really be established, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for their group of apprentices. Having a mentor to teach knowledge will undoubtedly greatly improve their learning efficiency. In the future, when encountering difficult problems, they don't have to study hard alone. The 6th floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. The experimental area. In the spacious and bright laboratory, Su Nan stood in front of the workbench and put bottles of secondary active potions into the magic cube. After opening a large magic plant garden in Dragon Forest District 2, the supply of silver moon flowers increased greatly, and he basically didn't have to worry about it now, especially in the more than 2 years in the Starry Tower. A large amount of silver moon flowers have been piled up in the warehouse. Enough for a long time. As more and more potions are put in, the text information on the Magic Cube synthesis interface keeps changing, and finally suddenly flashes. And finally the words Level 4 appear. Crystal Soul Potion, Level 4/Superior, can greatly increase the speed of mental power condensation and improve the efficiency of energy particle absorption after taking it. The duration is 182 days and 22 hours. There is no effect of superposition. The user must reach at least the first level of gasification, and the mental power must reach a certain level, lower level 25.32%, intermediate level 17.88%, upper level 8.24%, super 1.02%. Su Nan nodded secretly. From the effect description, the Crystal Soul Potion is purely an upgraded version of the active potion. The effect is just better on the basis of the active potion. There are not many changes other than that. As for the last level, it is obviously referring to the level of the talent crystal. The level of the talent crystal has a great impact on the subsequent development of the wizard, which will be reflected even in the restrictions on the use of potions. Although it is more difficult for wizards with high talent crystallization levels to condense their mental power than wizards with low talent crystallization levels. They are relatively less restricted by potions than the latter. Moreover, with the same progress in condensing mental power, the former will have stronger combat power than the latter. In general, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. According to this calculation, my current condensation progress of 1.34% is about 30% of that of lower-level crystallization wizards. Su Nan showed a satisfied look on his face. This is why he strives to pursue high-level talent crystallization. Although it is difficult in the early stage, there are many benefits in the later stage. Su Nan then tried to synthesize the 5th-level potion, but the restriction on taking it suddenly soared to the 1st-level crystallization stage, super 24.45%. It seems that I can only use the Crystal Soul Potion for a long time. Su Nan was not disappointed. The combination of the Crystal Soul Potion, the element pool, and the divine energy was enough for him to practice like a normal wizard, and he would not be affected by the environment of the Starlight Continent. This is already very good, and I can't ask for more. Then slowly look for other ways to improve the efficiency of practice. After coming to his senses, Su Nan drank the potion on the spot, and then returned to the element pool on the top floor to start practicing. 12 days had passed when the progress of mental power condensation increased by 0.01%. At this rate, it will take about 300 years to break through to the first level of liquefaction. Su Nan pondered slightly. 700 years? I don't know if it will be enough for him to break through to the first level of crystallization. If more means to improve the efficiency of practice can be found, it should not be a problem. Shaking his head, Su Nan stood up and left the top floor, teleporting to the workshop area on the 5th floor. The potion issue has been resolved, and the next step is to deal with the magic weapon issue. After thinking about it these days, Su Nan has already made a preliminary plan. Chapter 185 Forbidden Zone and Black Thunder. In the eyes of many wizards, magic weapons are considered to be real magic items. The alchemical and glimmer levels below this are just inferior and low-quality products. Even the lowest level first-level magic weapons are far more powerful than glimmer-level magic items. High-level magic weapons are not even inferior to the legendary artifacts. In the brightly lit workshop, the large workbench is filled with densely packed glimmer-level magic items. These are all made by Su Nan during this period. For the types of magic weapons, Su Nan has already made plans. First of all, protective magic weapons, which are indispensable. In view of the outstanding performance of the Ring of Extreme Protection in the past, Su Nan decided to use this type of new protective magic weapons. In fact, Force field protection is also the choice of most wizards. In addition to physical attacks, the protective force field also has excellent defensive properties against invisible attacks such as soul shock. But Sunin's plan is not limited to this. Just pure defense is not enough to satisfy his mind. It would be best to add some extra functions while providing protection. Adding attack capabilities is obviously impossible, even for a magic pattern core that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Attack and defense are separate and cannot be performed at the same time. The same is true for magic items. But the attack capability is not good. But some auxiliary capabilities, such as field control or debuff, are feasible. It happened that Sunin found a lot of design drawings of magic items in the batch of books in the Starry Tower. So he simply looked for inspiration from them, borrowed a lot of magic items, and researched and created a new alchemical level magic item. The reason why it is alchemical level is that it is too difficult to create new glimmer level magic items. Anyway, it can be strengthened through synthesis. So Sunin naturally picked the simple ones, as long as the desired function was designed. The magic ring finally made still has the invisible force field protection of the protective ring. But the force field is no longer as close to the body surface as before. But the volume is greatly expanded to form a spherical force field with a radius of 1 meter centered on the user. All enemies entering this force field will be suppressed by the force field, which is equivalent to a layer of heavy pressure buff, and their movements will be greatly restricted. In this way, the new magic item has achieved the effect of both defense and control. Of course, the increase in functions will also lead to the decrease in the effect of a single function. The most obvious point is that the defense function of the protective force field has been significantly reduced. However, Sunin did not care. The magic cube synthesis can solve this problem. He put the rings on the workbench into the magic cube one by one and began to synthesize. After 26 rings, the synthesis interface instantly turned into the words witchcraft. However, this is only the lowest level of magic weapon. Sunin did not stop and continued to put in more rings. Every time he synthesized an additional ring, Sunin would take out the magic weapon and try to sense it. The use of magic weapons is also limited by mental power. Without sufficient mental power, forcibly using high-level magic weapons will only cause backlash, which is not worth the loss. He cannot let the power of the magic weapon exceed his tolerance limit. It was not until after synthesizing 78 rings that Sunin finally felt the load on the verge of the limit. Is this the limit? Sunin glanced at the synthesis interface, and the level on it was still first level. He felt that this magic weapon was still a long way from breaking through to the second level. However, his current strength could only bear this degree. Wait until the condensation progress is improved, and then continue to synthesize. Sunin took out the ring and put it on, then activated it. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted, and an invisible wave spread out from Sunin as the center. Creak! The metal workbench in front of him suddenly flattened, as if an invisible giant hand pressed it down hard, accompanied by a harsh sound of being unable to bear the weight. This workbench made of demonized refined iron, which was much harder than the steel golem, turned into a flat pile of scrap iron in an instant. Sunin secretly said that he was negligent, and quickly moved his mind, and the heavy pressure on the scrap iron immediately dissipated. As the user of the magic weapon, he can decide the target of the force field. The radius of the force field is about 5 meters. Sunin nodded secretly. This is equivalent to a small field. Judging from the workbench that has become scrap metal, the force field is just heavy pressure, which is enough to easily kill a first-ring legend in seconds. However, the details still need to be tested. Sunin teleported to the training area and released several adamantium golems and secret puppets to start testing. The results made him very satisfied. Even a strong adamantium golem can hardly move within the force field. The secret puppet of the fourth ring legend can barely move under the heavy pressure, but its speed is not much better than that of a 70 or 80-year-old man. It can be said that once a creature below the wizard enters the force field, it will use all its strength just to resist the heavy pressure, and it can't do anything else. If it is used to deal with creatures of the first or second ring legendary level, the originally auxiliary pressure effect can completely play a terrifying killing role. As for defense, if converted into defense degree, it is about 53,000 to 55,000. It is more than 50 times that of the ring of extreme protection. Such amazing defense is not much inferior to his talent. Liquid metal. Of course, the defense of liquid metal is instantaneous damage defense, while the defense of the force field is continuous damage defense. Once the energy is consumed, It must be recharged before it can be used. The defense effect is still not as good as the former. The only advantage may be that it can be equipped in batches. It's a pity that there is no wizard-level combat power to assist in the test, so it is impossible to get more specific data. Sudan was a little regretful. Having said that, the test data obtained now has made him very satisfied. It has to be given a new name. Rubbing the uneven surface of the ring covered with patterns, Sudan quickly came up with an idea. Let's call it Forbidden Zone. Synthesizing Forbidden Zone almost used up all the rings, so Sudan could only put aside the idea of synthesizing the second one. Like the Ring of Extreme Protection, he planned to synthesize at least 5 Forbidden Zones and carry them with him. No one would complain about too many means of saving life. However, the number of magic items required to synthesize magic tools is not small, and it is estimated that it will take some time to accumulate. After solving the problem of protecting magic tools, the next step is naturally to attack magic tools. In this regard, Sudan took a fancy to a kind of glimmer-level magic item called Black Thunder in the design drawings of the Starry Tower. The main material for making Black Thunder is taken from the Thunder Stone deep in the Thunder element plane. This kind of stone has been bombarded by thunder for many years. After hundreds of years, all impurities and dregs have been worn away and annihilated by thunder, leaving behind the most refined and refined part, which contains extremely rich violent lightning energy particles. Black Thunder made of Thunder Stone, after being activated, can transform all lightning energy particles into violent black thunder, and launch a thunder attack on the target, which is extremely powerful. Sudan values this simple, straightforward and powerful attack form. After all, he already has liquid metal for flexible attacks. There are many thunder stones among the materials obtained from the Starry Tower. Sudan spent a month refining more than 10 pieces of Black Thunder, and then synthesized the ultimate magic weapon, with the power of attacking magic weapons. Even a strong puppet like the secret doll cannot resist it, so he can only find a deserted place. Simply test the power of Black Thunder, and then stop. If you want to really get detailed data, you may have to wait until the hidden dragon evolves into the Dragon Clan and have a suitable test subject. With the remaining Thunder Stones, Sudan plans to make some more Black Thunders to synthesize the second magic weapon. If you want to make more Black Thunder magic weapons in the future, you can only go to the Thunder element plane to collect more Thunder Stones. Although the first level wizards do not have the ability to travel across planes, they can still enter the elemental plane for a short time. However, the lightning elemental plane is also known for its dangers among many elemental planes. Considering safety, Sudan plans to accumulate more strength and trump cards before entering it. It is worth mentioning that in the process of testing the Forbidden Area and Hating, Sudan noticed an issue that cannot be ignored: the charging of the magic weapon. The magic weapon is powerful, and the energy particles that need to be absorbed after consumption are far more than those of the faint light magic items. This also leads to the fact that in the current environment of the Starlight Continent, the charging of the magic weapon has become a very long process. According to preliminary estimates, it takes about 2 months to charge the Forbidden Area once. Because Hating can only absorb lightning energy particles, the charging speed is slower, and it takes about 8 months to charge once. The only advantage is that the power of Hating will not be affected by energy shortage. After all, its power comes from the stored energy particles. If you encounter a battle in the future, try to use liquid metal as much as possible. Compared with spells and magic items, liquid metal consumption is much less. The natural energy itself is less affected by energy shortage, and liquid metal is not the type that is very sensitive to the concentration of energy particles, so it is naturally less affected. If not, the combat effectiveness of the wizard Sunan would probably be weakened to the point where he is not much stronger than a third-level wizard apprentice. Putting away the magic weapon, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. The most important potions and magic weapons have been solved, and now he can focus on other aspects. For example, puppets. During this period, Sunan took the time to supplement the high-end combat power of 2 small golem legions. Now the entire Star Alliance has 6 small golem legions. To be more precise, it is a medium-sized golem legion and a small golem legion. The 7th small golem legion is also being formed. However, the main force of refining golems is the apprentices of the base. Sunan is only responsible for a small number of high-level puppets, which does not consume much energy. His focus was on the secret doll. In the 2 years since he left, the Star Alliance has successively developed 3 silver veins, including a medium-sized silver vein, and accumulated nearly 30 kilograms of mithril. It is almost enough to refine 2 secret dolls. But Sudan is not going to do this. In the past, he had to refine a simple version of the secret doll because of the limitations of skills, materials, and strength. Now that the materials are available, the strength and skill level are enough. He can naturally try to refine the initial version of the secret doll. The combat power of the complete version of the secret doll is enough to be comparable to that of a formal wizard. The complete version of the secret doll requires about 36 kilograms of mithril. Sunan just made a lot of money from the space rings of the Star Tower and the Truth Council. The materials he got include more than 10 kilograms of mithril, plus the ones in Longlin's warehouse, which are more than enough to refine the complete version of the secret doll. Wizard level mental power and level 5 puppet refining are also enough for refining. In addition to mithril, the complete version of the secret puppet also requires a large number of gems, rare metals, and the most important medium-sized soul crystals. Sudan is not short of these materials now. There are a lot of them in the space ring, all contributed by the Starry Tower and the Truth Council. However, after making the magic weapon, Sudan plans to take a few days off and recuperate before refining the secret puppet. Back in the study, Sudan sat down behind the desk and picked up a book. These days, he has finished reading the books brought from the Starry Tower. In addition to knowledge, he also knows some secrets of events thousands of years ago. In the multiverse, the plane where the elemental desert appears is not only the Starlight Continent. Over the past epochs, there are countless similar planes. Wizards have also summarized some rules from them. There are many reasons for the elemental desert, but there are only 2 most common ones. One is the weakening of the origin of the plane. In layman's terms, the plane's lifespan is approaching, which leads to a sharp decline in elemental energy. The elemental desert caused by this reason is irreversible, and will continue to worsen until the plane's origin is completely dissipated and the entire plane is annihilated and disappears. The second is related to the plane barrier. The planes in the multiverse are as numerous as stars, and the types are strange. Not all planes have gravity, soil, magma, sunlight, air, water, and other objects. Some planes are even completely nothingness, without even a piece of land to step on. But any complete plane with life must have elemental energy such as earth, water, wind, fire, lightning, etc. The only difference is the amount. There is a special plane barrier between these planes and the elemental plane. In layman's terms, it is like a layer of gauze with many tiny holes. Through this layer of gauze, elemental energy can slowly flow into the plane. The wizard apprentice opened the element pool, which was equivalent to expanding a hole in the gauze, thereby increasing the inflow of elemental energy. However, 1,000 years ago, the barrier between the Starlight Continent and the elemental plane changed. The hole in the gauze became smaller, resulting in a significant reduction in the inflow of elemental energy, turning the entire Starlight Continent into an elemental desert. In order to solve this problem, the wizards worked together to blockade the plane barrier before leaving the Starlight Continent. According to their estimates, the plane barrier of the Starlight Continent will be fully restored in about 2,000 years. During this period, the entire Starlight Continent will be isolated, and any existence with a life level exceeding a certain limit will not be able to enter or leave the Starlight Continent. Forcing in and out will inevitably cost a huge price. In fact, many planes have similar rules. So high-level existences such as gods cannot easily descend to the material plane. And the wizards further strengthened this restriction on the original rules of the Starlight Continent to prevent high-level creatures from entering and leaving and destroying the elemental balance that is gradually recovering. Chapter 186: A Ceremony after more than 1,200 years. So it wasn't until the year 2000 of the Starlight Calendar, when the plane barriers were almost fully restored, that the wizards returned one after another. After reading the information recorded in those books, Sudan finally understood why the Starlight Continent had been able to remain peaceful for 1,000 years without any wizards entering. It turns out that it's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. But in this case, except for the elemental plane, I can't leave the Starlight Continent to go to other planes now. Sudan shook his head. He didn't mind it very much. After all, he didn't have the ability to travel through planes. And even if he wanted to leave the Starlight Continent, he couldn't do it. In fact, thinking about it in a positive way, the current situation of the Starlight Continent is not a bad thing for him. although it is a bit difficult to practice. It at least provides him with a stable environment for development, at least in the next 700 years. There is no need to worry about other wizards or high-level life forms coming to harass him. As for 700 years later, if everything goes well, he will have enough power to protect himself, no matter what. Let's grow steadily first. Sunan thought secretly, and put down the book. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and Carolina walked in, handing over a war report. Master, this is the war report from Flash City. Sunan took the war report, opened it, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Songjin Empire surrendered? However, after being surprised, Sunan soon realized that the scepter probably played a significant role behind the scenes. The war report also mentioned that the condition for the surrender of the Songjin Empire was that the Star Alliance guaranteed not to harm the Songjin royal family. Enki had already accepted this condition. The establishment of the academy must be accelerated. Sunan thought secretly. As soon as the war is over, the Principality of Stars is expected to hold a new round of qualification tests soon. At that time, more apprentices will be sent to the base, and the academy must be established as soon as possible. Starlight Calendar 1269. Harvest Month, September. The Songjin Empire announced its surrender. Thus, the hegemonic empire that dominated the southeast region of the continent for more than 400 years came to an end. The Star Alliance accepted the surrender of the Songjin Empire at the first time, and the army stationed there took over all the territories of the empire. In this war, the Principality of Stars became the biggest winner, annexing about 2/3 of the territory of the Songjin Empire. The remaining 1/3 of the territory was divided among the other 8 countries. In the same month, the Principality of Stars announced that it would be renamed the Star Empire, thus stepping on the corpse of the Songjin Empire. The Star Empire became the new hegemon of the southeast region of the continent. After the war, the atmosphere in the southeast region of the continent did not become peaceful and relaxed, but became more tense. Many eyes were focused on the Star Empire. No one knew whether this country would continue the unfinished hegemony of the Songjin Empire, and try to change from the hegemon of the southeast region to the only ruler of the southeast region. In the quiet little house, the moonlight came in from the window and spread on the long table, as if covered with a layer of light gauze. Xiangwei opened her eyes, and immediately looked at where Sunan was. When the familiar figure came into view, she couldn't help but feel complicated emotions deep in her heart. When she sensed that the key to the trading house was activated, she knew that it must be Sunan who did it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally came to the party. She was very curious. What did Sunan plan to do by gathering them? After a while, the traveler and the scepter also came in one after another. Seeing Sunan, both of them showed complicated eyes. Seeing that someone who was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, like himself not long ago, has reached the realm he has always dreamed of, anyone would have complicated emotions. After all, he was a wizard apprentice from the royal family. The scepter quickly adjusted his mentality, looked at Sunan, and said respectfully, "My lord, you summoned us here. Is there something?" Facing Sunan, who was promoted to a wizard, he also changed to a more respectful title in time. Sunan glanced at Rose and Traveler, and seeing that both of them were in a listening posture, he did not keep them in suspense and said straight to the point, "I plan to establish a wizard academy. Do you want to be the academy instructors?" Wizard Academy? Instructor? The 3 members of the scepter were all stunned. Their eyes were stunned. They thought that Sunan might want to recruit them, but they never thought that he would invite them to be the instructors of the Wizard Academy. Before they could react, Sunan continued, "The duties of the academy instructors are mainly to teach and maintain the order of the academy. If necessary, they can also participate in some actions of the Star Alliance. All these can earn contribution points and be used to exchange for resources, including materials, potions, puppets, glimmer-level magic items, talent crystal models and construction potions, etc." No other words were as attractive as the last sentence. The eyes of the 3 members of the scepter lit up. Rose responded immediately, "Sir, I accept the invitation." When she was in Yohu City, Rose had thought about joining the Star Alliance under Carolina persuasion. Now, with the attraction of constructing potions and talent crystal models, she naturally no longer hesitated. The scepter then agreed. The traveler was tangled. What he wanted to do most was to explore various places in the Starlight continent. But once he joined the academy, Although he did not completely lose his freedom, he would be subject to certain restrictions, and could no longer leave whenever he wanted. Freedom and becoming stronger are really difficult to choose. In the end, it was Su Nan's light words that completely shattered his hesitation. The lifespan of a wizard is at least 700 or 800 years. If you are promoted to a wizard, you will have more time to explore around. And you may even be able to see the scenery of the outer plane in the future. I joined. Seeing that the three of them agreed, Su Nan's mouth corners slightly raised. The 3 members of the scepter are all outstanding 3rd-level wizard apprentices. The youngest one has lived for hundreds of years. He is knowledgeable and experienced. He is more than qualified to be the mentor of the academy, to teach a group of 1st and 2nd-level wizard apprentices. Although 3 mentors are a bit too few, it is enough to cope with the initial stage of the academy. I will look for more suitable candidates later. Then you 3. I will be waiting for you at the Flash City base. Spider City. The quiet night enveloped the entire city. The rules of the Dark Elves are extremely strict. Without permission, races other than them are not allowed to appear on the streets at night. Even male Dark Elves are often subject to strict restrictions. On the dim street, a lizard moved its limbs and ran wildly. The patrolling Dark Elf guards turned their heads when they heard the sound, and their palms pressed on the handles of the scimitars at their waists, revealing a cold and alert look, until they saw the graceful figure sitting on their backs. They let go of the handle, saluted from a distance, and turned around to continue patrolling. Tatiana ignored the patrol and rode her lizard mount silently through the street. Soon she arrived in front of a huge mansion. She patted the head of the lizard mount to make the 8-clawed monster stop, and then jumped down lightly. The door made of pure gold was closed tightly. The 2 huge spider statues on both sides silently turned their eyes, recognized the identity of the visitor, and continued to crawl, keeping silent in the darkness. The girl approached, whispered a spell, and activated the platinum brooch on her robe. A dim glimmer diffused from the brooch, shaping a slender and beautiful black-skinned elf, and then transformed into a spider. Tatiana Fillier. The girl gave her name, and then the door opened silently and automatically. Welcome home. A hoarse and harsh voice came slowly from the darkness behind the door. Tatiana stared at the darkness in front of her, pursed her lips, and then stepped into it. The figure of the gatekeeper slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a ghost, or more accurately, a fusion of multiple ghosts. Each of the 12 families in the Spider City has such a gatekeeper. It is a powerful existence created by the Dark Elf family, with secret methods to guard the family. It is the destination of the soul of every Dark Elf strongman in the family after death, only female Dark Elf. The longer the Dark Elf family has been passed down, the stronger the gatekeeper will be. Any enemy who wants to attack the family must first overcome the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper that appeared in front of Tatiana at this moment was the soul of 272 strong men in the history of the Fillier family. It looked like a heroic drow woman with a graceful and attractive figure. Her slender body was wrapped in dark leather armor, and only her eyes glowed dark red, like a faint glow of agate. Tatiana waited until the gatekeeper's figure became completely clear. Then she bowed slightly, then stepped forward, passed straight through the ghost's body, and walked into the mansion. This seemingly rude and childish behavior did not hurt the girl. As long as she wore the family brooch, she would not be harmed by the negative energy carried by the gatekeeper. Of course, the gatekeeper would not be harmed either. The gatekeeper slowly disappeared behind her, and the door of the mansion was closed again. The air in the mansion was a little chilly. The demon fire hanging on the wall could only provide some lighting, but could not emit warmth. Tatiana wrapped her cloak tightly around her body, walked along the spiderweb-like road between stalactites and stone pillars, and finally walked into the main building of the Fillier family. It was a circular temple with a purple-black evil light flashing on the top. The outer walls were covered with various exquisite reliefs, most of which were based on spiders. The huge building was like a monster lurking in the darkness, and the entrance was the monster's open mouth. Everyone who walked into the temple was like prey being swallowed by the monster. The temple was dark, but Tatiana didn't care. The Dark Elf's natural dark vision was enough for her to see every detail around her. She passed through the narrow and winding corridor, changing direction accurately at every corner, and finally reached the center of the temple. This is a spacious hall. In the center is an altar made of black marble. 8 huge braziers are burning on the edge, and black flames rise from them, transforming into various spiders. On the altar, there is a statue about 10 feet high. It is a mature and beautiful elf woman riding on the back of a giant hideous spider, looking down at the dark elves below like a god, with the altar as the center. There are hundreds of dark elves standing around. All of them are women without exception. Most of them are wearing soft and well-fitting chain mail, wearing a black cloak, and pinned with the same platinum brooch as Tatiana, showing their identity as a member of the same race. Only the 8 figures standing in the corner are wearing robes that cover their whole bodies, and their faces and figures cannot be seen clearly. Tatiana glanced around and walked quickly to the outermost edge of the crowd and stood still. Most people's attention was focused on the statue on the altar, and few people noticed Tatiana's arrival, except for a tall female dark elf next to her. "You're late," Venia said in a low voice. "No way," Tatiana replied in a low voice. "It took some time to break the city, and I left the slave transport team behind and rushed back overnight. Fortunately, you didn't miss the ceremony." Venia looked up at the statue on the altar, her eyes flashing with enthusiasm and excitement. "After more than 1,200 years, we can finally receive the oracle. The great Mithril has not abandoned us." Tatiana's eyes flashed, but she didn't respond. Although she had witnessed Mithril's miracles with her own eyes, she still had a slight doubt about Mithril. After all, that Mithril had not appeared for more than 1,200 years. Now that he appeared, he asked the Spider City to start a war and unify the underground world. It was not known whether it was a good thing for the Dark Elves. In fact, many young Dark Elves had the same doubts as her. But this voice was suppressed by the fanatical upper class. "Silence!" A pleasant and majestic voice suddenly sounded, suppressing all whispers. The hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the woman who spoke. She was a slender and beautiful dark elf woman. Her light blue eyes were as pure and transparent as crystal, and her long silver hair was soft and shiny. If you judge by her appearance alone, she is completely a young girl. But in fact, the matron of the Fillier family celebrated her 148th birthday last year, and she is already the mother of more than 10 daughters. Looking around, the matron of the Fillier family said in a deep voice, "The ceremony begins." As her voice fell, strange rustling sounds suddenly came from the darkness on all sides. Countless spiders of all sizes crawled out of the darkness and crawled towards the altar. Their 8 limbs knocked on the ground, forming a strange rhythm. In a blink of an eye, the altar was covered with dense spiders. They stared at each other, as if they wanted to kill other spiders, but they didn't really do it. At the same time, the 8 dark elf women standing in the corner took off their robes, revealing their slender and beautiful faces and naked bodies. They walked among the spiders, jumped lightly onto the steps, walked onto the altar, stood in 8 corners, and then knelt down, chanting verses of praise in unison. Then the spiders began a brutal fight. They waved their 8 long legs, tore open the opponent's carapace with their huge jaws, pierced the flesh with their fangs, injected venom, and then bit and devoured. The delicious flesh and soul of the loser made the winner stronger. And every time 1/8 of the spiders died, a dark elf woman beside the altar melted like hot butter and turned into mist and dissipated. Death was so terrible, but no one escaped. The number of spiders decreased rapidly, and finally only the only winner was left. The huge and ferocious spider walked heavily to the last remaining dark elf woman, staring at her coldly with red eyes. The dark elf woman was not afraid, opened her arms, and showed an ugly and dangerous smile. The spider suddenly opened its huge jaws and bit down, and its fangs accurately pierced her skin, piercing through her flesh and blood, and the burning and numbness flowed through her body at the same time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dark elf woman and the spider melted together, like wax oil, and then quickly reshaped, turning into a strange creature with a black spider body in the lower half and a dark elf woman's upper body. Spider elf. According to legend, a creature favored by a certain god has terrible and powerful power. Looking at the new spider elf on the altar, the dark elves around showed excited and fanatical expressions. Many people couldn't help but recite hymns in a low voice. A happy smile from the heart appeared on the beautiful face of Mistress Fillier. Success? As long as we have this ritual, we can create spider elves continuously. This will be the dark elves' reliance on unifying the underground world. Chapter 187. The most suitable system. The top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Su Nan stood in front of the crystal ball, staring at the 3-dimensional model in the air in front of him. It was a lifelike and vivid panoramic view of the academy. This was the new academy building layout designed by Soo-nan based on the Wizard Academy he had been to in his previous life. It was expected to accommodate tens of thousands of students and more servants and puppets, and also reserve space for future expansion. It was more like a small town than a college. The specific layout of the academy was quite similar to the previous base in many details, but the space was larger, and there were many more teaching buildings. After the last gathering in the jungle hut, Soo-nan started to build the academy, with the help of Butler No. 1 and thousands of clay golems. It took only half a month for the academy to take shape. It is expected to be completed in 10 days at most. It is worth mentioning that the academy is located next to the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Soo-nan waved the model, and the light in front of him instantly broke apart, and then intertwined to outline lines of text. This is the system of the academy that he has thought about these days. And he also referred to the Wizard Academy where he had been in his previous life. The system is actually very simple, and it can be summarized as 4 words: equivalent exchange. Students obtain contribution points by completing tasks, and then use contribution points to exchange for resources. It seems to be no different from the base, but there are still many differences. For example, there are more free basic courses. Some books in the library can be read for free. The most important point is that some basic resources and some courses can be purchased with gold coins. Of course, if you buy with gold coins, the cost will definitely be more expensive than buying with contribution points. But I think many students from wealthy families will not mind this, but will be happier. In general, this system can create more profits for the academy, and at the same time accelerate the growth of students from wealthy families. If there is any disadvantage, it is that it is unfair to students from civilian or farming families. But there is no absolute fairness in this world. Perhaps letting them realize this earlier will also be good for their future growth. After thinking for a while, Soo-nan added some words to the shadow in front of him, improved some details, and then copied it down, preparing to let the 3 people of the scepter read it later, so that they can understand the academy faster. After all, they are different from themselves. They have no concept of Wizard Academy at all. The impression of Wizard Academy is probably still at the level of Knight Academy. After doing all this, Soo-nan left the control center and teleported back to the laboratory. In the center of the laboratory, a round crystal ball was placed on the wide workbench. The crystal ball is a beautiful dark blue, with a radius of about 1.23 meters, shining beautifully under the light of the magic stone lamp. If you observe carefully, you can also see that it is dotted with dense stars, which makes the crystal ball look as beautiful and brilliant as the starry sky. Looking at the crystal ball, Soo-nan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This is an attribute crystal ball. As the name suggests, it is a magic item specially used to measure the physical data and mental level of wizard apprentices. Through the attribute crystal ball, the physique, mental and health status of a wizard apprentice can be measured and expressed in a digital form. Many wizard academies have similar equipment to help students better understand their own conditions and arrange training plans. The principle of the attribute crystal ball is very similar to the scan of Butler No. 1. In fact, the inspiration of the former comes from the latter, which is equivalent to a simplified version of the latter. Of course, Soo-nan himself can't use this. The panel data is more detailed than the data given by the attribute crystal ball, and there are also skill proficiency. However, for ordinary students, the attribute crystal ball can help them avoid many detours. When Soo-nan was thinking about where to put the attribute crystal ball in the academy, the voice of Butler No. 1 suddenly sounded in his ears. "Master, a message came from base No. 1 that 3 guests have arrived." Soo-nan came back to his senses and smiled. "It's pretty fast." Base No. 1, reception room, scepter. Traveler and Rose sat opposite each other, discussing the matter of Long Lin in a low voice. An ecological park for cultivating subdragon species? The scepter's eyes flashed with amazement when he thought of the large number of subdragon species that were rarely seen outside living in the ecological park in Soo-nan. He couldn't help but feel envious. Xiangwei was also surprised. Although she had entered the dragon forest, she only entered Area 3 and didn't see the subdragon species in Area 1. At this time, when she heard that there were still a large number of subdragon species in the ecological park, she couldn't help but feel surprised and envious. No wizard apprentice can refuse an ecological park. What puzzles me is that the ecological park has obviously fallen into a situation of insufficient energy. How did Soo-nan solve this problem? The traveler frowned in confusion. You have to know that Soo-nan was not a wizard at that time. There must be an element pool in this kind of ecological park. Most likely the element pool has been repaired. The scepter guessed. Rose and the traveler looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. It's easy to say, but they can never do it. They haven't even seen a device like an element pool, let alone repair it. Only Sunan can do this. Just thinking about Sunan, the person involved stepped into the hall. You three came earlier than I expected. Sunan smiled. Rose shrugged and said frankly, after all, I want to get the talent crystal and construction potion as soon as possible. Sunan glanced at her, then looked at the scepter and the traveler who were also wearing masks, and said, we should not hide from each other now. Right? The three looked at each other, nodded, and took off their masks. Although their actual age is definitely over 100 years old, the three of them look very young, only in their 20s or 30s. The scepter has a handsome face and elegant temperament, which fully conforms to the noble impression given by the royal family. Rose has beautiful facial features. If she changes into an exquisite dress, she will be a real noble daughter. Compared with these two people, the traveler looks much more ordinary. Perhaps because of the long-term adventure. There is a trace of vicissitudes on his face. Sunan nodded and stretched out his hand to the door. Please, three of you, let's go and see your future workplace next. The three people of the scepter have long been very curious about the academy mentioned by Sunan, and they set off immediately after hearing the words. The group passed through the space channel in the base and arrived at Longlin. The scepter saw the extremely conspicuous dragon skeleton tower at the first time. Even though he had heard some information from Rose and the traveler, he was still shocked at this moment. After thousands of years, the dragon skeleton still retains a faint dragon power. It is not difficult to imagine how powerful and terrifying this dragon was when it was still alive. And how powerful must the wizard who can kill this dragon and use its skeleton to build a tower be? After a while, the scepter came back to his senses. Seeing that Sunan and the other two had already flown forward, he hurriedly followed. When they saw the academy occupying an unusually large area on the plain, Chang Wei and the other two were surprised. They thought that Sunan was going to build only a small academy. After all, the number of apprentices should not be too many, so there would be no need for such a large area. Right? Seeing the doubts of the three people, Sunan said lightly, the academy will recruit students from the entire Starlight continent in the future. This short sentence made the three people feel a chill in their hearts. Is this the rhythm of unifying the Starlight continent? If it were someone else, they would just think that the other party was bragging. But Sunan was different. He was now fully capable of achieving this goal. Not only because he was the only wizard in the Starlight continent, but also because he controlled the Giant Star Alliance. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the three people, Sunan smiled faintly, said nothing more, and continued to fly forward. Since it was decided to recruit the three people of Rose, some things should naturally be given to them in advance. For example, the goal of unifying the Starlight continent and the construction of the Wizard Tower. But there are also some things that they cannot know for the time being. For example, the revival of elements, the return of wizards, and the Dark Throne. For them now, these things are still too far away, and knowing too much will only do harm. Besides, it is still a question whether the three can live for more than 700 years. If one day one of them is promoted to a wizard, Sunan may consider telling everything. Not long after, the group visited the entire academy. Sunan then took out the prepared system documents and handed them to the three people. After a quick glance, the three of them all showed surprised expressions on their faces. This academy is completely different from what they imagined. In general academies, students pay the tuition in full at one time, and the tutors teach. It is such a simple paid education mechanism. But the academy that Sunan wants to establish has taken the rule of equivalent transaction to the extreme. In addition to some basic knowledge that is free, students must pay equivalent contribution points or gold coins for anything they want to get. Even the tutors are no exception. Rather than saying that this is an academy, it is better to say that it is an organization that binds many wizard apprentices together with interest ties. The organization formed in this way may be more centripetal than blood ties and have a tighter structure. At least for wizards, apprentices. While being surprised, Qiangwei and the other two also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wizard apprentice would be happy to be too bound, and the rules and regulations given by Sunan just won't make them feel too bound. Seeing that the three people looked a lot more relaxed, Sunan didn't know what they were thinking, and laughed in his heart. This Wizard Academy system is the most practical system that Wizard civilization has explored after years of practice and countless lessons. After many improvements, it can be said that it is the system that best suits the group psychology of wizards, apprentices, whether it is a mentor or a student. Almost all the academies, under the command of wizard forces in the multiverse, use similar systems. The only difference is that some academies are gentler in the specific implementation and relatively friendly to students, such as the academies under the Deep Blue Alliance and the Wisdom Code. Some academies tend to be strict and deliberately guide students to compete fiercely, trying to cultivate excellent seeds through the means of raising poisonous insects, such as the academies under the Dark Throne and the Wild Spirit. The mortality rate of students in the latter is often much higher than that of the former. Of course, the individual combat effectiveness of students trained in this way is often stronger. After reading the system regulations, the attention of the three people, Qianwei, was quickly attracted by the subsequent exchange list. It lists all the resources that can be exchanged by the academy mentors, and the types are richer than those of students. The low-level materials or items such as Silver Moon Flower, Tranquil Flower, Dragon Blood Potion, Stone Golem, etc. in the front were fine. But the Transcended Potion, Evil Illusion Potion, Magic Pattern Core, Extreme Protection Ring, and Gold Golem in the back made the three people breathe faster involuntarily, even though they had never heard of many of these things. The detailed effects marked in the back made it easy for them to understand how precious these things were, especially the Transcendent Potion and Evil Illusion Potion, which are a great temptation for any third-level wizard apprentice. With these two potions, the time for their mental power to reach the critical point of breakthrough can undoubtedly be shortened a lot. As for the later construction potion and talent crystal model, let alone the dazzling array of exchange items on the list made the three people dazzled and amazed. Although they had long known that the resources in Sun-En hands far exceeded those of ordinary third-level wizard apprentices, when they really saw the list with their own eyes, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Sun-En. What they knew before was just the tip of the iceberg of the huge resources in Sun-En hands. If this list is leaked, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the wizard apprentice circle. After reading the list, the three people's idea of joining the academy became more and more determined. When will the academy open? The traveler couldn't help asking first. Half a month later, Sun-En had already prepared a plan, and said slowly, "The apprentices in the base will be the first batch of students in the academy. You can take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the operation of the academy and make preparations. The Star Empire is now preparing a new round of large-scale qualification tests. After the tests are over, a new batch of students will enter the academy. Only then will you be really busy." "I can't wait," the traveler said with a bright look in his eyes. The Scepter and the Rose smiled and said nothing, but they were also looking forward to it in their hearts. Thanks to the rich resources on the list, they have already had a great sense of identity with the academy before they officially joined the academy. Sun-En saw it and nodded secretly. This was also the purpose of his taking out the list. After asking Butler Number 1 to arrange accommodation for the three people and to serve as a guide for them to familiarize themselves with the internal environment of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, Sun-En then left Longlin and headed towards the Starry Tower. Before the academy opened, he had to completely deal with the follow-up of the Starry Tower. The Starry Tower had been there for so long. It was time to demolish it. It would be more reassuring to recycle the materials this morning and put them in the warehouse. In addition, the Golem Core Station there would also be recycled and put back into the Star Alliance. After several months, the Star Alliance had already prepared for war, and would soon resume its expansion operations. At this time, it was natural to gather all military forces. Chapter 188 then skipped the charging process. In the 1270th year of the Starlight Calendar, the moon of Spring Dawn March, the first Wizard Academy in the Starlight Continent was officially established and named Starlight Academy. More than 500 apprentices of Longlin became the first students of Starlight Academy and began their student career. After the initial discomfort, Starlight Academy quickly entered a stable operation. With a complete system and regulations, Sun-En hardly needs to invest too much energy in the academy. He was also able to free up his energy and transfer it to other things. The 5th floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Workshop number 12. The roar of the magic crystal forging furnace echoed in the spacious workshop. Sun-En stood in front of the workbench, staring at the puppet on it. After freeing up his hands from the academy, he immediately put the matter of refining the complete version of the secret doll on the agenda. In order to save Mithril, he did not refine a new secret doll, but upgraded the original secret doll. The complete version of the puppet did not add the design of high-level rune gems and diamonds. In order to strengthen the combat power of the puppet, Sunan directly improved the original design. This alone took him more than 4 months. Compared with the time-consuming design improvement, the process of upgrading and transforming the puppet is relatively simple. After more than half a month in the workshop, Sunan completed the task. The body of the upgraded puppet is still made of mithril and diamonds as the main materials, but the number is more than twice as much as before. Therefore, both the hardness of the body and the affinity and tolerance for elemental energy have been extremely improved. Thanks to this, the new puppet's control of energy particles has also been greatly enhanced, which is not inferior to that of a formal wizard. In addition to the original constant 0-ring, 1-ring and 2-ring spells, Sunan also added the 3-ring spells he had just mastered recently to the puppet. Among the books obtained from the Star Tower, about 1/10 of them are various spell books. It covers a wide range of spells from 0-ring to 5 rings. After being promoted to a wizard, Sunan can already learn 3-ring spells. Just as there is a huge gap between wizards and wizard apprentices, the power of 3-ring spells is far greater than that of 2-ring spells, and they are more functional. For example, snowstorms that can greatly change the environment, human immobilization spells that can make human, subhuman or bipedal targets immobile, invisible spheres that can make multiple targets invisible in a large area, similar to silent phantoms, but with a stronger effect, advanced phantoms of exhaustion rays, a gaseous form that turns the recipient into an illusory state and can fly slowly, and so on. Whether it is power or practicality, it is not comparable to 2-ring spells. In fact, starting from the 3rd ring, the power of spells has risen by more than 1 level, until the promotion to the true spirit wizard. Spells are one of the most important means of combat for wizards. Sunan has tested it, and found that he can now master a 3rd level spell in about a month. So far, he has mastered 11 3rd level spells, all of which are fixed in the body of the secret doll. And this is just the beginning. After he masters more spells, he will gradually record spells into the secret doll. In general, the combat effectiveness of the upgraded secret doll is no less than that of a formal wizard except for the lack of talent crystals. Even in the special environment of the Starlight Continent, even without talent crystals, the combat effectiveness of the secret doll is not much weaker than that of the wizard, who is restricted everywhere. After all, the secret doll has a low dependence on external energy, and can completely rely on the energy contained in the magic stone in the body for combat output. And its combat sustainability is far better than that of the wizard. This is enough to make up for the defect of not having talent crystals to a certain extent. If Sunan talent crystal was not a liquid metal that is more powerful than the superior, he himself would not be sure that he could defeat a secret doll with sufficient magic stones 100%. When more 3rd level spells are fixed, the combat effectiveness can be further improved. Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although there are special factors in the environment, he is very satisfied with the combat power comparable to that of a formal wizard. If there is any problem, it is the high cost. The cost of the 2 materials, mithril and gems, alone exceeds 200,000 gold coins. The other materials add up to nearly 50,000 gold coins. Add to that the constant consumption of various spells, especially the consumption of 3-ring spells, and the total cost is as high as 330,000 gold coins. In addition, the secret puppet consumes a large amount of magic stones in each battle. The lower level magic stones can no longer meet the consumption of the secret puppet, and the worst is the intermediate magic stones. It can be said that every battle is a waste of money. The high manufacturing cost plus the huge consumption is like a gold-eating black hole. However, in the face of powerful combat power, this defect is acceptable. That is to say, Sunan has the synthetic magic cube. If it were any other wizard, not to mention more than 300,000, even 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins might not be enough to refine a puppet of the official wizard level. Sunan is going to refine 2 secret puppets and put them into the expansion of the Star Alliance. With the assistance of 2 secret puppets, he should not have to take action again. After solving the problem of the secret puppets, Sunan then began to study rune engraving. The knowledge of rune engraving was also found in the books brought out of the Star Tower. It has to be said that for Sunan at this stage, these books are like a treasure house. and he can always find surprises in them. Rune engraving, like magic tattoos, belongs to the enchantment process. It's just that the former is more advanced, and it is an improved process invented by wizards based on magic tattoos. Magic tattoos are to tattoo spells on the surface of human skin in the form of tattoos. When fighting, the spells are activated and released, which is equivalent to storing several spells that can be released instantly. Rune engraving is different. It is to engrave specific enchantment characteristics on the surface of human skin in the form of engraving. Although the form is similar to magic tattoos, the enchantment characteristics that can be added, both in type and effect, far exceed magic tattoos, and the richness is not comparable to spells. And there is another advantage. That is, it will not show up on the skin, so there is no need to worry about being recognized by the enemy in advance during the battle. In addition, the skin area occupied by rune engraving is smaller. Normal people can only have 6 or 7 magic tattoos on their bodies at most. But if they are replaced with rune engravings, there is no problem engraving more than 10, no matter from which aspect. Rune engravings completely crush magic tattoos. But relatively speaking, the requirements for engraving rune engravings are also more stringent. Only formal wizards with a certain level of mental and physical strength can withstand the violent energy fluctuations generated when activating rune engravings without causing any backlash. Rune engraving? Sunan showed a thoughtful look on his face. After being promoted to a wizard, his strength has indeed undergone earth-shaking changes. However, due to the environment, many combat methods are somewhat limited in use. For example, the power of spells is weakened, and the consumed mental power is difficult to recover quickly outside the element pool. Magic items charge slowly, and it takes a long time to recharge after using them once. The blood mark can no longer keep up with his strength growth, unless he is willing to consume more blood from the death knell beaters and multi-winged monsters to create a more powerful blood mark. However, this is impossible. Instead of using blood to make blood marks, Sunan prefers to use it to extract divine energy to speed up the growth and condensation of mental power. The same is true for high-level rune gems. The principle of high-level rune gems is to use the energy runes they carry to attract the surrounding energy particles and burst out huge elemental energy damage. Therefore, when the concentration of energy particles is low, the damage will naturally decrease. No matter how Sunan increases the number of synthesis, the power of high-level rune gems has an upper limit. Although it is much stronger than when he was still a wizard apprentice, it is very limited. At least it is far from keeping up with the growth of wizard power. After thinking about it, Sunan can use the liquid metal talent without restriction. Other means of combat are either less powerful or consume too much energy. In view of this, Sunan has been considering researching a new means of combat recently. Rune engraving is one of his choices. Of course, pure rune engraving is definitely not enough. In essence, rune engraving is actually a kind of magic item. It absorbs energy particles and stores them during non-combat time, and then activates them during combat, converting them into enchantment effects and releasing them. Like the restricted area and Black Thunder, rune engraving is actually a charging type. This means that it will also be affected by the current environment of the Starlight Continent. To turn rune engraving into a viable means of combat, this problem must be solved first. So after thinking again and again, Sunan finally came up with a solution. Since charging is troublesome, just skip this step. As long as the rune imprint is made into a disposable consumable like a high-level rune gem, then there is no need to worry about charging. To achieve this, the first thing to do is to change the carrier of the rune imprint. For example, change the carrier from the human body to a gem. Of course, it is said to be simple, but it is not easy to do this. Pure gems cannot withstand the violent energy fluctuations when the rune imprint is activated, even if it is a high-level gem. If the carrier's tolerance is too poor, it cannot replace the human body at all. In this regard, Sunan plans to improve it from 2 aspects. One is to strengthen the quality of the gem, referring to the manufacturing principle of rune gems. High-level gems are selected for enchantment to improve their adaptability and tolerance to energy particles. One is to reduce the power of the rune imprint. As the power of the rune imprint decreases, the load requirements for the carrier will naturally decrease. After spending more than 2 months, Sunan finally succeeded in making an imprint gem. The gem carries a rune imprint called Ice Explosion. After being activated, it will instantly burst out strong icy energy, causing serious ice erosion to all creatures within a certain range. and adding a freezing delay effect. Since it is a weakened version of the rune imprint, its power is naturally far less than that of the full version of the rune imprint. Not even 1/10. However, it doesn't matter. There is still a synthetic cube, as long as the imprint gem is successfully made. The problem of reduced power can be completely solved by synthetic enhancement. In the end, Sunan synthesized 18 imprint gems and got a brand new imprint gem. The reason why he didn't continue to synthesize is that, like the previous high-level rune gems, the energy intensity exceeds the limit he can currently bear. But even so, the power of this imprint gem is much stronger than the original rune imprint, almost 3 times more than the latter. Moreover, as his mental power concentration increases, the number of synthesis can be gradually increased to further enhance the power. And there is huge room for improvement. Not bad. In the spell training area, Sunan, who had just finished the test, looked at the frost all over the ground with a satisfied smile on his face. In this way, in addition to his innate ability, he finally had another means of combat that could be used without restrictions. Although the cost of engraving gems is a bit expensive, one is almost more than 4,700 gold coins. But compared with its power, it is undoubtedly worth the money. It's a pity that there is no knowledge of alchemical engraving in the books of the Starry Tower. Otherwise I could study it. Alchemical engraving is an advanced process of rune engraving, and its power is far greater than the latter. However, if you want to engrave alchemical engraving, you must first transform yourself into an alchemical body. Sunan now lacks materials, and his strength level is insufficient. Even if he gets the corresponding knowledge, he can't engrave alchemically, but by studying and learning from it, he may be able to improve the effect of engraving gems. Shaking his head, abandoning some unrealistic thoughts, Sunan left the magic training area and teleported back to the top control center. The materials of the Starry Tower have been recovered, and the matter has come to an end. The research on the secret puppets and engraved gems has also been completed. He has few things left on his hands now. One is to enter the Thunder Element plane to collect Thunder Stones and make more Black Thunder magic tools. But this matter is not urgent, and it will be put on the agenda after the strength is improved. One is to synthesize and refine legendary puppets and form more golem core. The vast area of the underground world must have enough troops to garrison, although some indigenous troops can be formed to alleviate the problem of lack of troops. The golem core is still indispensable. Sunan estimates that to unify the underground world, at least 2 or 3 large golem core are needed. Fortunately, low-level golems can be handed over to apprentices for refining. And with the establishment of the academy and the arrival of a new batch of students, there will be more and more laborers who can refine golems in the future. Otherwise, he will be exhausted and unable to form so many golem core. According to the time, the new round of qualification tests should be over soon. Sunan looked towards the direction of the academy, his eyes deep. Starlight Academy is the first step for him to establish a wizard force. And in the near future, it will also be his reliance on controlling the entire Starlight continent. After a while, Sunan retracted his gaze, gathered his thoughts, and began to practice. The growth and condensation of mental power is always the most important. Next, unless it is something related to this aspect, he does not intend to waste too much energy on other things. Chapter 189. The green smoke rose slowly, lingering between the stalactites. Passing through the ruined city gate, Sherman walked on the devastated street. Looking around, there were faint shouts in the distance, and there were still sporadic battles in the city. But the situation had been decided, and it would not be long before the war was completely settled. The process of breaking through the Firehammer city was extremely easy. The dwarves built the city walls with solid black rock and watered them with iron melt, greatly enhancing the city walls' resistance to elemental energy. In addition, they also manufactured various city defense equipment and arranged them on the city walls. Even with crossbows and catapults, the equipment was so sophisticated that it was rare in the entire underground world. Unfortunately, they were facing an army of powerful and indestructible golems. The attacks of crossbows and catapults had limited effect on the hard-bodied golems. The city walls were also difficult to withstand the large-scale charge of golems. Under the fierce attack of the golem corps led by the adamantium golem, the proud city defense of Firehammer City collapsed in less than half an hour. Without the barrier of the city wall, the golem corps marched straight in and quickly defeated the defenders of Firehammer City. Now most of Firehammer City has fallen into the control of the Star Alliance. The magic pattern knights are clearing out the remaining enemy forces that are still resisting. And it is expected that they will soon be able to completely control the entire Firehammer City. The finishing work was handed over to the magic pattern knights. And Shemin and Otto led the wizard apprentices to the palace in the center of Firehammer City. In order to improve the efficiency of expansion, more than 42nd level wizard apprentices of the Star Alliance were divided into 2 teams, led by Shemin and Otto, Corey and Ethan, and led the Golem Corps to split into 2 teams, conquering indigenous tribes and city-states along the way. Firehammer City is the 7th city-state that Shemin army has conquered in more than half a year. The king of the dwarves had long died in the battle of attacking and defending the city gate. Next, they were going to the palace to receive the wealth of the city-state. Rushing into the palace unimpeded, when they opened the warehouse and saw the dazzling array of rare metals and gold coins inside, a group of wizard apprentices couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "We've made a fortune," a wizard apprentice said excitedly. The others were also full of joy. The contribution value they got from the war, in addition to the size and number of the captured city-states, was mainly the value of the spoils. The higher the value of the spoils, the higher the contribution value they would eventually get. Shemin was also quite happy. After putting all the spoils in the warehouse into the space ring, the group then carefully searched the palace again. After making sure that nothing was missed, they began to arrange accommodation. After conquering the Firehammer City, they had to stay for a few days, waiting for the troops behind to take over the city-state and replenish the supplies before going to the next destination. Shemin found a study and prepared to write a war report. Every once in a while, he would write a battle report to summarize the recent battle situation. And these battle reports would eventually be gathered on the teacher's desk. Otto sat aside, chatting with Sherman. "I heard that there is a crystal ball in the Starlight Academy that can test mental and physical data. I really want to see it. After we conquer the Spider City, we will be able to see it when we return to the Academy," Sherman said with a smile while writing the battle report. When the Academy was open, they were attacking cities and plundering territories outside. So far, they have not seen the situation of the Academy with their own eyes. They can only occasionally hear some information from the apprentices, who come and go from the battlefield and Long Lin. However, this situation will not last too long. The Star Alliance battle line has now advanced to less than 500 kilometers away from the Spider City. If everything goes well, the Spider City should be conquered in at most 1 year. When the war is over, we can go back to the Academy to take a look. I heard that the 3 new mentors of the Academy used to be in the same wizard organization as the teacher, which seems to be called the Jungle Hut. Otto's eyes were full of curiosity. I wonder what kind of people they are. Siaman pondered. Those who can be in the same wizard organization as the teacher should be very powerful and knowledgeable. That's true. Otto nodded in agreement. Those who can be invited by the teacher to serve as mentors in the Academy are naturally not ordinary people. With the mentors teaching, it will be much easier for future students to learn knowledge. It's a pity that we didn't catch up with the good times. That's not the case. When we first came, there were not many people in the base. At that time, we could use contribution points to exchange for the teacher's guidance, which was not bad, Siaman said with a smile. Otto thought so. And at that time, they could ask Lord Amy for advice if they didn't understand something. The later students didn't have such good treatment. Now Lord Amy is addicted to the game of treasure hunting everywhere in the underground world, and has no time to care about others. They only talk to her, Sherman and Corey, when they meet her. Now many new apprentices have only heard of Master Amy, but never seen her. The new round of qualification tests ended a few days ago. I heard that many people passed this time. This year, the Academy should have a large number of new students. This is a good thing. Shemin smiled faintly. With the teacher's promotion to wizard, the speed of Star Alliance development and growth has also accelerated significantly. In particular, the establishment of Starlight Academy undoubtedly marks the beginning of a new era. From now on, wizard apprentices will become more and more active in Starlight Continent, participate in more events, and be known by more and more people, instead of existing only in legends as before. The current situation in the underground world is an extremely powerful proof. The territory of Star Alliance has now expanded to most of the southeast region. Even the most remote corners of the underground world have long heard of the name of Star Alliance. And the reputation of wizards, apprentices, has spread throughout the underground world. And this situation will most likely be repeated in the surface world in the near future. Although the surface world is calm now, Siaman is very clear that the Star Empire has not stopped purchasing large quantities of materials from the Star Alliance. And there is even a trend of increasing the amount. It is obviously gathering strength to prepare for the next war. In the near future, the Star Empire will most likely start a new round of war, and completely unify the entire southeast region. And a dominant empire that dominates the southeast region of the continent is undoubtedly in the interests of the Star Alliance. By then, the teacher may allow the Star Alliance to help. Siaman was thinking, and was suddenly interrupted by a sound of footsteps. A wizard apprentice walked in. "Captain, there is a new discovery over there at the Magic Pattern Knights. You'd better come and take a look." Siaman's eyes showed doubt. "It's just a dwarf city-state. What discovery can be worthy of the wizard apprentice in the team?" Curious, Siaman put down his pen and paper, got up and left the study, and came to the central square of the palace with Otto. Near the entrance of the square, a group of dragon antelopes were leisurely pacing back and forth. This group of powerful and elegant creatures has scales that vary from reddish-brown to bright gold, and a pair of wide wings that extend from their shoulders, with a wingspan of more than 9 meters when flying. The Dragon Antelope Knights were formed during the period when the Star Alliance stopped expanding, so they have not really proved their strength on the battlefield. It was not until more than half a year ago that the Star Alliance resumed its expansion, and the Dragon Antelope Knights had the opportunity to show their strength. And the outstanding results also amazed many people. In the underground world, very few armies can withstand the joint charge of nearly 300 knights with legendary combat power. In the previous siege, after the walls of Firehammer City collapsed, it was the charge of the Dragon Antelope Knights that tore through the last line of defense of the dwarves in one fell swoop and successfully established the situation. Such an amazing performance made Sherman look forward to the future of this army. When the number of the Dragon Antelope Knights is expanded a little more and reaches the scale of a small legion, it will inevitably become a powerful armed force that will scare the enemy. Taking his eyes off the Dragon Antelope, Sherman turned to look at the crowd in the center of the square. There were more than a dozen fully armed knights, led by one of the vice-captains of the Magic Pattern Knights, Corin, who was also the commander of the Dragon Antelope Knights. "Sir Sherman, Sir Otto." Seeing Sherman and Otto approaching, Corin immediately stepped forward to greet them. Although he had been promoted to a legendary knight and was the vice-captain of the Magic Pattern Knights, he still did not dare to neglect or despise the two most outstanding students under Sunan. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Corin." After greeting and exchanging a few pleasantries, Sherman went straight to the point and asked about the so-called discovery. Corin pointed to a dwarf sitting on the ground with chains around him and said, "We found this guy in the prison of Firehammer City. According to the prison guards, he escaped from a city-state that was conquered by the Dark Elves in front of him. After arriving in Firehammer City, he was imprisoned by the dwarves. I thought I might be able to interrogate him for some information, so I had him taken out of the prison. I didn't expect that I could really get some information out of him." Hearing that it was related to the Dark Elves, Sherman and Otto looked more serious. Sherman turned his head and looked at the dwarf. Perhaps he suffered a lot during his escape, or perhaps he was tortured by the dwarves. The dwarf's clothes were tattered and could hardly provide much protection. He was also dirty, and his face was visibly haggard, and his face was full of panic. Dwarves and dwarves are both so-called stone tribes, good at dealing with stones, good at prospecting, mining and smelting. The former are famous for metal forging, and there are many excellent forging masters in the clan. The weapons or armor they forge are very popular in the underground world. The latter are mostly good at fine mechanical craftsmanship. However, as both of them are descendants of the Stone clan, the relationship between dwarves and gnomes is very bad. They dislike each other and have many conflicts and contradictions. It is not difficult to imagine that a dwarf would be thrown into prison if he ran to the dwarf city. Retracting his gaze, Sherman cast an inquiring look at Colin. The latter did not keep him in suspense and said solemnly, "According to this guy, the Dark Elves have suddenly intensified their offensive in the past 6 months and captured many city-states. Now the area within a radius of more than 300 kilometers of the Demon Spider City has fallen into their control." Sherman and Artile frowned immediately. As early as several years ago, they knew that the Demon Spider City had sent troops to attack the surrounding city-states. Although they were a little surprised that the Dark Elves did not fight internally and united together, the Demon Spider City was still far away from the Star Alliance at that time, and the troops sent were just a small fight. So the Star Alliance did not pay much attention to it. But they did not expect that the territory of the Demon Spider City had expanded to this extent. According to this, they are not far from the territory of the Demon Spider City. If they go 100 kilometers further, they will probably run into the army of the Demon Spider City. Shemin frowned in confusion and said, the Demon Spider City should not have enough power to take over so many territories. What happened? Kaloin glanced at the dwarf and whispered, according to this guy, it's because the Dark Elves have mastered a very powerful monster. And just one of them defeated the army of their city-state. Monster? Shemin's mind quickly flashed through the strange beasts that the Dark Elves usually raise. But none of them can have such powerful power. He frowned, turned around, came to the front of the dwarf, and looked down at him. What do those monsters you saw look like? Seeing that the person asking the question was of high status, the dwarf did not dare to hide it. He swallowed his saliva and stammered, their lower body is spiders, and their upper body looks exactly like Dark Elves. They are very fast. Many of my tribesmen did not see their movements clearly. And then, their heads were chopped off. As if recalling the scene at that time, the dwarf's face could not help showing a look of fear. A half-human, half-spider monster? Shemin frowned and pondered for a moment, but still had no clue. Atil was also confused. Forget it. Let's write this matter in the battle report. If it's a teacher, he should know what kind of creature it is. With a plan in mind, Shemin ignored the dwarf and turned to Korin and said, Captain Korin, I think we need to send more scouts to explore the situation ahead. No problem. I arrange it now. Korin nodded heavily. If it's really like what the dwarf said, they may have to face a strong enemy in the next battle. Before that, we should master as much intelligence as possible to better deal with the next war. After Korin took the dwarf away, Sherman and Otto returned to the study. After tearing up the previous battle report, Sherman thought for a while, and only started writing a new battle report after he had a clear idea in his mind. This time Otto did not interrupt again, but sat quietly by the side, patiently waiting for Sherman to finish writing the battle report, seal it up, and then spoke. Do you need to ask for help? Sherman thought for a while, nodded and said, I heard from Carolina that the teacher recently refined a powerful high-level puppet, which is just about to be deployed on the battlefield. Just in case, I'd better write an application for one. From the words of the dwarf, the strength level of that half-human, half-spider monster is at least the 4th ring legendary, or even higher. And the strongest puppet in the frontline golem army is only the 3rd ring legendary adamantine golem. Although it is also possible to use the human sea tactics to deal with that kind of monster. For the sake of safety, Sherman feels that he still has to make preparations for both. Seeing that Sherman had thought of everything, Arthur said no more. Chapter 190, A New Era. Is this the Starlight Academy? Looking at the vast academy and the magnificent gate in front of him, Fleming couldn't help but exclaim. Around him, more boys and girls were looking at the surrounding environment in amazement. And some of them were focused on the high tower in the distance. They could still see a huge outline from thousands of meters away, and it was conceivable how huge the real volume was. And the strange shape also made people very curious. At this time, all the children who had recently passed the qualification tests were between the ages of 12 and 15. They gathered in the Flash City from all over the Empire, and were taken to a strange base. After passing through a strange gate, they arrived here. Many people couldn't understand why they came to a completely different environment just by passing through a door. And a college suddenly appeared in front of them. This novel experience made everyone marvel, and they became more and more excited about the legendary Wizard Academy. Just then, a man and a woman walked out of the academy gate. The two looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing gray robes, with deep and spiritual eyes, and a strange light that made people dare not look at them. As the two arrived, the boys and girls present immediately quieted down, and their eyes fell on the two. If nothing unexpected happened, these should be the people sent by the academy to greet them. My name is Sietchin Brad, and this is Dewey and I Treadway. Next, we will lead you to visit the academy. Keep quiet on the way. Don't ask questions casually, and don't touch anything casually, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Sietchin said a few words expressionlessly, turned around, and walked towards the gate of the academy. Follow. The boys and girls looked at each other, but still followed him, as he said. It seems that he is a person who is not easy to talk to. Donahan approached Fleming and whispered. Fleming nodded. It is said that there are many lonely people among wizard apprentices. and perhaps the senior named Xie is one of them. However, the senior sister named Dui and I seemed to have a good personality and smiled at them. After passing through the gate, everything in front of us suddenly became clear. Buildings of strange styles were everywhere in sight, which immediately attracted the attention of the boys and girls. Many apprentices could be seen in a hurry on the wide streets. They looked at the freshmen and looked away without caring. Cack! A slightly harsh cry came from above. Fleming looked up and found more than 10 crows hovering in the sky. Surprisingly, these crows were surprisingly large, with a layer of scales on their bodies, and their pupils were blood red. Those are red-eyed crows. Noticing the freshman's gaze, Duaney turned back and explained. They are the monitors of the academy. Any student who violates the rules and regulations within their field of vision will be punished accordingly. Don't underestimate them. These red-eyed crows are very smart. Everyone's eyes were different, and they looked at the red-eyed crows with a bit more seriousness. This is the library. Books on the first floor can be borrowed for free, but can only be read in the library. Books on the second floor and above need to be paid. This is the teaching building, where you will have classes in the future. The bulletin board at the door has the course schedule for the past week. You can freely choose the courses you want to take. Basic courses are all free, and advanced courses are charged. That is the mission hall, where you can accept tasks and earn contribution points. Although the college provides some things for free, most resources, especially mid and high-level resources, require contribution points to exchange. Xiaqi's attitude was cold, but he was very dedicated. Every time he passed a place along the way, he would give them a detailed explanation. However, Fleming guessed that he should have accepted the so-called task, so he was so dedicated. Although the college stipulates that all apprentices can accept tasks, there are very few tasks suitable for freshmen. So I suggest that you focus on learning at the beginning, and then accept tasks after you have mastered a certain level of strength. This is more efficient. Duaney took over the conversation and gave a suggestion with a smile. Anyway, many basic resources can be exchanged for gold coins at the beginning. Don't waste time and energy on problems that can be solved by spending some gold coins. Many freshmen nodded in agreement subconsciously. Only a few freshmen dressed in ordinary clothes showed difficulty on their faces and remained silent. They didn't have too many gold coins. Not long after, everyone came to a large square. In the center of the square was a huge crystal ball, and more than a dozen students were queuing in front of the crystal ball. That is an attribute crystal ball, which can measure the physical fitness, mental strength and health status of wizard apprentices and present them in the form of data. After you start practicing, you can use the attribute crystal ball to check every once in a while, so that you can better grasp your own practice progress. Duaney pointed at the attribute crystal ball and explained. As soon as the voice fell, a freshman immediately spoke up eagerly. Senior sister, can we try it? Duaney glanced at Xiaqin, and seeing that the latter did not react, she smiled and nodded. Yes, but you can't stay too long. Just half an hour. After getting permission, many freshmen immediately left the queue and joined the queue. Fortunately, the single person use time of the attribute crystal ball is not long, and it will be the freshman's turn in more than 10 minutes. Fleming happened to be the first one. According to Duaney's instructions, he pressed his palm on the surface of the crystal ball. A slight electric shock came from the palm of his hand, and soon a row of words appeared on the crystal ball. Physical fitness 2.2. Spirit 0.7. Physical condition is healthy. Right arm tendon slightly strained. Expected to recover naturally in 2 days. High affinity for fire element. Suitable for practicing fire spells. Fleming was a little surprised. A few days ago, when he was practicing martial arts, he accidentally strained his right arm. According to his previous experience of injuries, he should be able to recover in 2 days. Unexpectedly, this was also detected. This attribute crystal ball is really magical. But what does the last sentence mean? Fleming was secretly puzzled, and turned his head to find that Xiaqin and Duaney were staring at him with strange eyes. And there seemed to be a trace of envy in their eyes? What's your name? Xiaqin asked Fleming's name for the first time, and his tone was obviously much kinder. Fleming. Fleming, you have a good talent, Xiaqin said, seeing Fleming's puzzled face. He patiently explained, element affinity refers to the affinity for a certain energy particle. The higher the affinity, the easier it is to control the corresponding energy particles, and the faster it is to learn the corresponding spells. In general, Wizard apprentices with element affinity will have more advantages than others in practice. And there are many benefits. But there are very few people with element affinity. Generally, there may not be 1 in 100 wizard apprentices. After hearing this, the freshman looked at Fleming with envy and jealousy. Fleming was also a little stunned. From this, he is still a genius? Following, freshmen were tested one after another. But unfortunately no one detected the element affinity like Fleming. Half an hour later, Sietchin interrupted the freshmen's test and took them to their residence. It was a castle-style dormitory. 2 tall steel golems stood in front of the door. This is the dormitory. You will live here for the next few years until you are promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. Before coming here, many freshmen have learned some information about wizard apprentices through various channels, including the strength level classification of wizard apprentices. As soon as Sietchin finished speaking, a freshman couldn't help but raise his hand to ask a question. Senior, where do the second-level wizard apprentices live? Dragon Skeleton Tower. Sietchin uttered 3 words and looked in a certain direction. His expressionless face showed an undisguised yearning. Even Duaney was no exception, with a yearning light flashing in her eyes. Following the gazes of the two, many freshmen immediately realized that the tall tower they had seen from afar at the gate of the academy was most likely the Dragon Skeleton Tower mentioned by Sietchin. The eyes of many freshmen from noble families flickered slightly, just because they suddenly thought, does the legendary adult also live in the Dragon Skeleton Tower? Is the Dragon Skeleton Tower better than the academy? Nonsense. A place that can only be entered by second-level wizard apprentices must be better. I want to go there in the future. The freshmen talked a lot, and many of them were eager to try, and their faces showed yearning. But Sietchin immediately poured cold water on them. Don't think too much. Many talented students in the academy have practiced for more than 10 years, but they have not been promoted to second-level wizard apprentices. It's too early for you to live in the Dragon Skeleton Tower. First, learn the Star Ring meditation method. Don't say I didn't remind you. According to the academy regulations, those who have not entered the Star Ring meditation method within 3 months will be expelled. As soon as these words came out, the freshmen's expressions tightened. They stood out from hundreds of thousands of their peers and entered the Starlight Academy with the expectations of their families and relatives. If they were expelled, not only they themselves, but also their families and relatives would lose face. This is something they absolutely cannot accept. Okay, don't be so nervous. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Duaney smiled and eased the tension. Generally speaking, you can get started with the Star Ring meditation method in 1 or 2 months. So you don't have to worry too much. Now everyone go get the keys first. Then you have 20 minutes to put your luggage in the dormitory. And then we will take you to the cafeteria. The freshman responded and rushed into the dormitory. A few people even touched the iron golem curiously, and the latter turned his head slightly, glanced at a few freshmen, and turned back. Just as the freshmen rushed into the dormitory, 3 people were standing in front of the window in a building 300 or 400 meters away, observing the actions of this class of freshmen. 243 students. There are quite a lot of students this class, Rose said. After all, this is the first qualification test of the Starry Empire. It is normal to have more students, the Scepter said with a smile. If it was the original Starry Principality, it would be good to have more than 10 students a year. But now there are 2/3 of the territory of the original Songjin Empire. In this land where qualification tests have never been held, the number of people who pass the first qualification test must be the largest. By the time of next year's qualification test, the number of freshmen should drop sharply. I never thought I would see so many wizard apprentices one day, the traveler sighed. When I think that these students will grow into second and third level wizard apprentices in the future, I feel like I am witnessing a new era. Rose and Scepter also sighed, and agreed with the traveler's words. In their era, wizard apprentices were mostly hidden behind the scenes. Even among the nobles, only a small number of people knew about the existence of wizard apprentices. But now, civilians may not know the existence of wizard apprentices. But among the nobles, wizard apprentices are no longer a secret. The establishment and enrollment of Starlight Academy has gradually brought wizard apprentices to the forefront. It can be predicted that in time, wizard apprentices will only be known to more and more people on the continent. The era of wizards will soon come. And all this was created by Sunan. He changed the way wizard apprentices survive, allowing more and more people to join this group and expand the influence of wizard apprentices. These students are in a much better situation than we were back then. Rose sighed. When I was still a first-level wizard apprentice. How could I have so many potions to improve meditation efficiency? The traveler nodded in agreement. These little guys are practicing much faster than us. I heard that 2 students under Lord Sunan were promoted to second-level wizard apprentices in just 5 years. In the past, this speed was simply unimaginable. You are talking about Sherman and Cole. The scepter smiled. These 2 people have good talents, and have the support of the Academy's resources. It is very likely that they will be promoted to third-level wizard apprentices before the age of 50. The traveler's expression was a little complicated. He was almost 80 years old before he was promoted to third-level wizard apprentice. It can only be said that he did not catch up with the good times. But soon, he cheered up again. Now with the support of the Academy's resources, his practice efficiency has increased several times. Although it is still very difficult to be promoted to a wizard before the end of his life. At least there is hope. Based on this alone, he thinks joining the Starlight Academy is a wise choice. Okay, time to go back and prepare. Rose stretched her body, revealing her graceful curves. With the new students, the number of hours for basic courses has increased a lot. So I'd be busy next. Having said that, Rose didn't look at all embarrassed, but rather full of joy. After all, as a tutor, a considerable portion of their contribution value income comes from teaching. The more courses they take, the more contribution value they can earn to exchange for resources. Whether it's a transcendent potion or a magic pattern core, or a construction potion and a talent crystal model, the contribution value required for exchange is a huge number. Especially the latter. At least you have to work for the Academy for a long time before you can exchange it. But even so, they are happy with it. In the past, even if they wanted to exchange it with work, they had no way. Chapter 191 Marriage and Prospects. After all, they were new here, so they didn't dare to let the 2 seniors wait too long. In less than 15 minutes, the freshmen returned to the dormitory gate. The group then went to the cafeteria. There are 2 cafeterias in the college, one in the north and one in the west. We are going to the second cafeteria in the west now. The second cafeteria is very large and can be seen from a long distance. When I got closer, I found that there was a bulletin board at the entrance of the cafeteria, which listed today's recommended food. Today's special offer is crystal mushrooms from the underground world, which have the effect of slightly improving mental activity. 20 gold coins per portion. Today's special offer is electric spinosaur meat from Area 1, which has the effect of slightly strengthening physical fitness. 12 gold coins per portion. Today's special offer is ice rainbow fish from the underground world, which has the effect of slightly improving ice element resistance. 30 contribution points per portion, and is only available for purchase by second-level wizard apprentices and above. One message after another filled the billboard. A group of apprentices gathered in front of the bulletin board, seemingly discussing something, and someone could be heard complaining about the high prices. You have to pay for the food in the cafeteria, and the prices vary. For example, the recommended food on the bulletin board is the most expensive food, and even we can only eat it occasionally. Duaney explained to the freshmen, although it is a bit expensive, most of the recommended food is worth the money. Many times, you may not be able to grab it if you go too late, and some food requires a certain level to be eligible for purchase. The freshmen were also stunned by the prices on the notice board. Most of them were born into noble families and had a good family background. But even so, they had never eaten a delicacy that cost more than 10 or 20 gold coins. This price is no different from robbing money. Duaney saw the expressions of the freshmen and smiled without saying anything. When they tasted the taste and effect of those delicacies, they would know that these gold coins were worth spending. Entering the second cafeteria, there are several areas divided inside, each with a different style and a variety of food. The freshmen found a place to sit down, and not long after, several staff members came over to take orders. What surprised the freshmen was that these staff members were not human, but a strange female humanoid creature. They had copper-colored hair, creamy skin, and perfect faces as if they had walked out of a painting. A pair of deep eyes were large and round, and the ears were slender and folded back, with a little elf characteristics. The height was about 1 meter, slightly taller than a halfling. This is a water fairy, a cafeteria staff member, Duaney introduced. They are kind, love cleanliness, and can control the power of water elements. Why have I never heard of this creature before? A freshman asked in confusion. It's normal. Duaney smiled. Water fairies are creatures from another world. They don't exist on the mainland. So of course you haven't seen them. They were summoned from another world by the Academy, signed a contract with the Academy, and received rewards by serving the Academy. The appearance of the water fairy seemed to have pressed a switch, and the freshmen then chattered and asked all kinds of questions. Duaney answered them patiently one by one, while Sietchin sat aside expressionlessly. Not long after, the water fairies came over with plates. A beautiful water fairy placed the plate in front of Fleming, and smiled sweetly at him before leaving. Fleming's heartbeat could not help but speed up slightly, and he could not help but look at the back of the water fairy a few more times. In the past, he thought that the neighbor's sister who lived next door was very beautiful, and he had thought about marrying her when he grew up. But now, he suddenly thought that the water fairy seemed not bad. After a lively meal, Sietchin and Duaney then took the freshmen to the logistics department to collect the college map, regulations, exchange lists, books, robes, brooches, and other supplies. The brooch is your student certificate. You need to wear the brooch to enter many places. Remember to keep it well. If you lose it, you will have to pay to get a new one. After giving the last word, Duaney and Sietchin left. The freshmen returned to the dormitory in twos and threes, holding their supplies. The dormitories are all single rooms, with living rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, etc., all available. And the furniture is also very new, and the accommodation environment is excellent. The freshmen who have just seen many new things in Starlight Academy are obviously very excited, and they have gathered in the corridor to chat and exchange. After all, they are all teenagers. Although they are gradually maturing physically, their minds are still relatively immature. Fleming did not join them, and went straight back to his dormitory. As soon as he put down his things, Donahan came to visit. Fleming, what courses are you going to sign up for tomorrow? Fleming had already made up his mind, and said without thinking, all. I want to sign up for all basic courses. Donahan's mouth twitched slightly. Do you want to work so hard? Fleming shrugged and asked, which courses do you want to sign up for? Donahan sighed and said, since you said so. What else can I do? I will definitely sign up for all of them. I don't want to be left behind by you. Fleming smiled, patted his shoulder and said, let's work hard together. It was not easy to enter the Starlight Academy. Fleming cherished this opportunity very much. Even if there was no penalty of expulsion, he would work hard. After all, this is his only chance to transcend the mundane world. Who doesn't want to live longer and witness the scenery of the peak of the continent? After a brief chat, Donahan left. Fleming closed the door, and then couldn't wait to pick up the books from the logistics department and read them carefully. Star Ring Meditation Method. This is the only book that freshmen get for free. If you want more books, you can borrow them from the library, or spend gold coins and contribution points to exchange them. Taking a deep breath, Fleming calmed down and concentrated on reading the book in his hand. He had just asked senior sister Duaney that among the seniors who were promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice, the fastest senior Shimon only took 25 days to get started with the Star Ring Meditation Method, and the slowest one did not exceed 1.5 months. He did not ask to break the record of 25 days, but at least he had to get started with the Star Ring Meditation Method within 1.5 months. Only in this way can he stand out among the freshmen. Although he had only been here for less than a day, Fleming could clearly feel the strong competitive atmosphere in the academy. Everyone was working hard to learn and practice, racing against time to improve their strength. This made him feel a sense of urgency, and he was reluctant to waste even a little time. One day, I will also enter the Dragon Skeleton Tower, Shining City, Imperial City. In the meeting hall, he frowned and pondered silently. Brad, Jordan and Starly on the side were silent. In the qualification test not long ago, the second Prince Weiss Arnest and the eldest Princess Adela Arnest failed the qualification test and missed the Starlight Academy. After hearing the news, His Majesty sighed in front of them. Brad and the other two were not surprised by this. His Majesty was just a legendary knight, not a formal wizard, and the probability of his descendants having wizard qualifications was no different from that of ordinary people. After a while, Jordan, who was the most impatient, finally couldn't stand the silence and winked at Brad. Brad rolled his eyes secretly, but still coughed lightly and broke the silence and said, Your Majesty, it's not your fault that His Majesty Weiss and His Majesty Adela have wizard qualifications. There are only 1 in 1,000 people and the two princes can't decide the qualifications. He sighed and said, I know. I don't blame them. But the royal family has never had wizard apprentices. In the long run, it may have a negative impact on the prestige of the royal family. Brad and Starley looked at each other when they heard this. This is indeed a problem. Jordan did not think as much as the other two. Hearing this, he said casually, Your Majesty, you think too much. Even if His Highness Weiss and His Highness Adela did not pass the qualification test, there are still so many highnesses in the royal family. There must be one with wizard qualifications. Right? Adhering to the idea of spreading his family, he has given birth to many children in recent years. When he first heard what Jotun said, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed a thoughtful expression. Yes. As long as there are enough children, there will always be one with wizard qualifications. He can live for more than 100 years. As long as he insists on spreading his family, he will sooner or later be able to train a wizard apprentice for the royal family. And with the current foundation of the empire, as long as there is a wizard apprentice in the royal family, no matter how poor his qualifications are, as long as there is the full support of the empire, he can pile up resources to become a third-level wizard apprentice. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it was. With divergent thinking, he soon thought of another way. What do you think? Let the royal family marry the wizard apprentices of Starlight Academy. Brad and the other two were all startled, and then quickly realized His Majesty's plan. This is to improve the royal family's genes through marriage with wizard apprentices. After a moment of silence, Brad hesitated and said, Your Majesty, many people in the imperial nobles have the same idea, and they have contacted the wizard apprentices in the academy. But few agree to marriage. He frowned when he heard this, but soon relaxed. The wizard apprentices of Starlight Academy are now in their rising period, so naturally they have no mind or energy to focus on marriage. Not to mention that there is also Sunan as a role model. Anyone with a little ambition will not agree to aristocratic marriage. But that was in the past. With the establishment of Starlight Academy, the competition among students has become more and more fierce. Many students from civilian or small noble families are far from wealthy, and can hardly support the huge expenses of the academy. In order to obtain resources, they must spend a lot of time and energy to accept tasks. But if they marry with nobles, with sufficient financial support, they can save more time for training and learning, and quickly get through the early stage of development. For students and nobles, this is a win-win situation. It is conceivable that there will be more and more wizard apprentices marrying with nobles in the future. In this regard, the royal family undoubtedly has a huge advantage. The resources that the royal family can provide are definitely far more than the nobles below. Having said that, he also knows that this kind of thing cannot be rushed and needs to be considered in the long run. First, the royal family has no members of marriageable age yet, and the oldest abbot is not even 18 years old. Second, the choice of marriage target is the top priority. Key's favorite targets are naturally Shimon, Corey, Otto and Ethan, who are the most promising students to be promoted to third-level wizard apprentices. But he also knows that these people do not need the support of the empire, and the possibility of agreeing to the marriage is very low. Perhaps one day in the future, when they see no hope of further breakthroughs, they will consider reproducing offspring. However, that must be in the extremely distant future. After excluding these people, he also looked down on other wizard apprentices of mid-level. He preferred to select those with potential from the freshmen, marry them when they were still weak, and support their rapid growth. Under such a cooperative mode, the relationship between the two sides would undoubtedly be more stable, and it would not be possible to select freshmen with potential in a short time. It would take a long time of observation to decide. After thinking for a while, he had already made up his mind. He changed the topic and talked about another matter. How is the material mobilization going? When it came to the business, Brad and the other two sat up straight subconsciously. All materials have been mobilized to the border cities, enough to support a large-scale war. Key nodded with satisfaction, and asked, Are there any abnormalities in the surrounding countries? Except for the addition of troops to the towns bordering the empire, there are no other abnormal actions, Brad said. Key nodded in understanding. It is not surprising that the surrounding countries have such actions. They are preventing the Star Empire from launching a war to unify the southeast region. Today's Star Empire is no less territorial than the original Songjin Empire, and its overall strength is even stronger. Not to mention that it has the only wizard in the continent. It can be said that the Star Empire at this time has more foundation and strength to unify the southeast region than the Sonjin Empire. Even if the Star Empire said that it had no intention of unifying the southeast region, no country would believe it. In fact, K did have plans to unify the southeast region. Even the southeast region is just the first step, and his real goal is the entire Starlight continent. On this point, Sunan and he had an in-depth conversation once, and the two brothers reached a consensus on this point. With Sunan's support, Ki is more confident, thinking of the future prospects of the empire. Even though his mind is much calmer than before, he still can't help but feel a surge of emotion. At this time, an internal affairs officer suddenly appeared at the door of the hall and bowed. Ki glanced at him and said lightly, "What's the matter? Your Majesty, the Jinghua Principality sent an envoy to see you." As soon as these words came out, the four people in the hall were stunned at the same time. Jotan frowned and said, "Sending an envoy at this time? Have they discovered our plan?" Staley, who had been silent, suddenly said, "It shouldn't be. Although the Principality of Jinghua has stationed troops in the border city, that was before the Empire mobilized supplies. They should not be aware of the Empire's plan." He thought for a while, waved his hand and said, "Let him go to the reception room. I will meet him there." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 192 Transformation Plan. Dragon Skeleton Tower. Study. Sunan flipped through the battle report in his hand, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. In the battle report, Sherman mentioned that the Dark Elves had mastered a very powerful half-human, half-spider monster, which was very likely a creature of the 4th ring legendary level, or even stronger. Half-human, half-spider monster? Sunan's eyes flashed. Similar monsters are not uncommon in the underground world. After all, mutant spiders are a large species in the underground world. But there are no species that can reach the 4th ring legendary level. In addition to the feature that the upper body is the appearance of a dark elf, an idea immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be a spider elf? Sunan's expression became a little serious. There are countless gods in the multiverse, and it is difficult for anyone to remember all of them. Sunan only remembers a few of the most powerful gods, as well as some more distinctive ones. For example, the Spider God Queen. This is an evil god who masters the laws of assassination, darkness and spiders. She is cruel and capricious. What she likes most is to make her followers fight each other, kill each other for power, and make her followers use death, destruction and torture to please herself. Among the many gods, the power of the Spider Queen is not strong, and it is a bit difficult to even rank it in the middle. The reason why Sunan remembered this god is that in the era of wizards returning many years later, wizards once joined forces to attack the Spider Queen, but they were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir in the wizard circle. The Spider Queen has many followers, including demon-hunting spiders, half-spider god followers, id monsters, soul-eating spiders, phase spiders, demon-hunting spiders, and wax-melting monsters, as well as dark elves. Sunan remembered that one of the materials for making spider elves was dark elves. The birth ceremony of spider elves is very evil. It is to kill a large number of spiders in the way of raising poison. The flesh and soul of the loser are all absorbed by the winner and turned into nutrients. The only winner in the end becomes a terrifying monster that merges countless spiders. Then, the flesh and soul of multiple dark elves were absorbed, and spider elves were born. The spider elves born through this ritual have power above the 4-ring legend, although they have not yet reached the level of formal wizards. If 4 or 5 spider elves join forces, they may not be unable to fight formal wizards in the current special environment of the Starlight Continent. But why are there spider elves in the Demon Spider City? Sunan frowned and pondered. As a divine creature, spider elves can only be created by the Spider Queen. The ritual is just to create a carrier for the spider elves. Only when the Spider Queen descends on the power of the Spider Queen can the spider elves be successfully created. Could it be that the tentacles of the Spider Queen have infiltrated the Starlight Continent? Sunan suddenly recalled that in his memory, the Demon Spider City seemed to have unified the southeast region of the underground world around the 1300th year of the Starlight calendar, when Sherman and his team encountered the Dark Elves before. He remembered this matter. At that time, he wondered why the Dark Elves, who always loved internal fighting, suddenly gave up the struggle and joined forces to expand outward. But if it was the Spider Queen, everything would be explained. Only the decree from the gods could suppress the selfishness of the Dark Elves and make them give up fighting and unite. Only the support from the gods could make the demon spider city, which was not strong, suddenly have the power to unify the southeast region. What Sunan couldn't figure out was how the Spider Queen infiltrated the Starlight Continent. You should know that the Starlight Continent has long been blocked by wizards. Unless a huge price is paid, the Spider Queen's power should not be able to break through the blockade. After thinking for a while without results, Sunan shook his head and stopped struggling. The Starlight Continent is now regarded as his own private land. No matter what the Spider Queen is planning, he will not allow her to touch his things. Anyway, the Spider Queen can't come in person. And as long as she doesn't come in person, Sunan is not afraid at all. If she dares to reach in, he dares to cut off her hand. After thinking for a while, Sunan summoned Carolina and ordered, "Send the secret puppets to the Firehammer City and let them deal with the Spider Elves. In addition, if you kill the Spider Elves, send the corpses here as soon as possible." The divine creatures are essentially a kind of divine creatures, and they contain divine energy in their bodies, so they naturally cannot be wasted. Sunan had a vague idea in his mind. If everything goes well, perhaps he can have another way to obtain divine energy. Carolina quickly took the order and retreated, turning around to make arrangements. Sunan did not tell the people below about the Spider Queen's plan. There have been no gods in the Starlight Continent for many years, but there are still many legends about gods on the continent. In the eyes of wizards, gods are just creatures of a high life level, a precious material with treasures all over and great experimental value. But in the eyes of ordinary people, gods are high above, and cannot be blasphemed or offended. Letting the people below know the existence of the Spider Goddess will only cause unnecessary worries and panic. Anyway, they don't need to fight against the Spider Elves. These divine creatures naturally have secret puppets to deal with. After coming to his senses, Sunan put down the frontline war report and turned to the report of Starlight Academy. A new batch of students have enrolled in Starlight Academy. At present, everything is well adapted, and there are no problems. Now there are more than 800 students in the entire Starlight Academy. Moreover, with the territory of the Star Empire, the growth rate of students will not be too slow. It is estimated that the total number of students should exceed 1,000 in 7 or 8 years at most. By then, the number of second-level wizard apprentices should also reach 3 digits. It's a pity that the number of third-level wizard apprentices is still a little small. Otherwise, many things will be much more convenient, whether it is the academy instructors or refining resources. A large number of third-level wizard apprentices are needed. But Sunan also understands that this matter cannot be rushed. Even with sufficient resources, Sherman and others will need at least 20 to 30 years to grow into a third-level wizard apprentice. After all, not everyone has a synthetic magic cube like him. Putting down the college report, Sunan took another document. There was a line of big words written on it. Longland District 2 Transformation and Subdragon Bloodline Enhancement Plan. This is a new plan that Sunan has recently thought of. Longland is now running more and more stable, and energy overflow has lasted for a long time. Almost 1/3 of the energy cycle has been idle. Therefore, Sunan has been thinking about how to use this part of the energy cycle recently. The only energy consumption in District 2 now comes from the large magic plant garden. However, although it is called large, the magic plant garden actually only occupies a small area, and most of the area in District 2 is still vacant. Therefore, after thinking again and again, Sunan decided to restart District 2. Of course, it is not to cultivate giant dragons. Not to mention that he can't find real giant dragons now. Even if he has them, he is not sure that he can suppress many giant dragons, let alone cultivate them. He planned to move all the subdragon races with blood concentrations above 70% in Area 1 to Area 2, and turn Area 2 into a large breeding farm for high-level subdragon species. On this basis, the blood concentration of these high-level subdragon races will be gradually increased by increasing the blood concentration of hidden dragons. Since we can't find real dragons, we can breed them ourselves. Gradually increase the blood concentration of subdragon races, and then gradually fix the blood concentration through reproduction. From quantitative change to qualitative change. Sooner or later we will be able to cultivate real dragons. But this is a very long process. It may take hundreds of years to see obvious results. But Sunan can wait. Anyway, the next 700 years are all developmental periods. And this one is not bad. And by that time, he should have enough power to breed dragons. Nearly 1,000 subdragon species need to undergo blood extraction surgery, which is a big project. Sudan alone will definitely not be able to complete this plan. He divided the entire plan into several steps. The work of collecting subdragon blood was naturally assigned to the second-level wizard apprentice of Starlight Academy in the form of a task. He was only responsible for synthesizing subdragon blood. As for the blood refining operation, it was also assigned to Rose, Scepter and Traveler in the form of a task. If there are only 3 of them, the progress of the plan should not be very fast at the beginning. Sudan thought about it and added a new implementer to the plan. Second-level wizard apprentices, who are good at biological transformation, can also accept tasks. After the modification, Sudan closed the plan and put it aside, preparing to start the preliminary work tomorrow. Then, he called out the panel. Looking at the data on the panel, Sudan shook his head slightly. A year later, the progress of mental power condensation has only increased by less than 0.3%. Deep in the sea of consciousness, the gasified mental power surrounding the talent crystal has hardly changed. The progress is still too slow. I hope the front line can bring some surprises. The only thing worth rejoicing about is the potion making. Finally broke through to level 5. Puppet refining. Because of the recent large-scale refining of high-level golems, the proficiency has increased a lot, and the progress bar has passed halfway. Magic item manufacturing. Because of the refining of magic tools, the proficiency has also increased a lot. Only the progress bar of biological transformation has hardly moved. After all, he rarely uses this skill now except for increasing the blood concentration of Hidden Dragon. The dark underground corridor is dead silent, with only the faint sound of footsteps. Walking alone in the corridor, Tatiana's beautiful face is calm and composed. Every step she takes, her figure is always covered by the shadow, like an elf blending into the darkness. After walking through several forks in the road without stopping, Tatiana suddenly stopped. At the same time, a vigilant voice came from the darkness ahead. Who? Offer blood, death, and soul to the Queen of Gods, and the spider web of the deep pit will eventually spread all over the world. As Tatiana said the secret code, the faint murderous intent that enveloped her instantly dissipated. Footsteps were heard in the darkness ahead. Venia came out, followed by 2 male dark elves. Unlike Venia and Tatiana, who were wearing fine chainmail cloaks and 2 well-made scimitars on their waists, the 2 male dark elves only wore leather armor, no more protective gear, and only a scimitar as their weapon. The 2 were a few steps behind Venia, their eyes lowered, not daring to look at Venia. In the Spider City, female dark elf warriors have the power to punish male dark elves of lower rank who dare to offend them. As for the reasons for offense, there are many kinds, and staring at the figure of a female dark elf for too long is one of them. In fact, as long as the female dark elves are in a bad mood, they can always find a suitable reason. What's the situation? Venia asked impatiently. Tatiana shook her head and then replied, Terran City has been captured by the Star Alliance. I saw the golem standing on the city wall. Damn it! Venia couldn't help but curse. How can the Star Alliance be so fast? We have already marched overnight. Tatiana pursed her lips and said nothing. The main force of the Star Alliance army is the tireless golem army. It is a mistake to compete with them in marching speed. What's more, there are demoralized slave troops dragging their troops down in their army. What should we do next? Tatiana asked. Venia thought for a while and said, We have to report this news to the mistress. Terran City is the only way to pass through this area. The mistress will definitely order an attack on Terran City. Tatiana hesitated. Seeing her appearance, Venia frowned, waved her hand to signal the 2 male dark elves to step back, then walked forward and said in a low voice, Are you thinking about the previous things again? Tatiana sighed and said, I just think it's too risky to go to war with the Star Alliance. After all, the other side is a huge force that has conquered most of the southeast region, and there are wizards sitting in it. I really don't think this war will be a good thing. Venia pouted and said, You worry too much. Don't forget that we have spider elves given by the Queen of God. When mentioning the spider elves, Venia's face became more excited. You also saw the previous battle. Our enemies are no match for the spider elves. They were easily defeated by the spider elves. The Star Alliance must be the same. No matter how powerful the wizard is, can he be more powerful than the spider elves? Looking at the confident Venia, Tatiana's lips moved. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Unlike other fanatical tribesmen, She always had a little uneasiness about the Queen of God. Venia glanced at her and whispered, "It's okay to say these discouraging words in front of me. But don't let others hear them. Otherwise, if it gets to the mistress and the martial arts master, you will suffer." Tajana's expression was stern, and she nodded heavily. "I know the severity. The Dark Elves' torture methods are well known throughout the underground world. They are not only ruthless to their enemies, but also to their fellows who have made mistakes. They even enjoy it." Tajana doesn't want to try it once. The two stopped chatting and turned to walk towards the camp. Not long after, the originally quiet camp was boiling, and a large number of slave troops were driven out and marched towards the city of Talon. Chapter 193. She is the controller of the Star Alliance. Shemin was checking the list of supplies when he suddenly heard a sharp war horn. Warning of enemy attack. Shemin frowned, put away the list and rushed out. Not far away, he ran into the wizard apprentice who hurried over. Led by Otto. "Who is attacking the city?" Shemin asked. Otto immediately replied, "Dark Elves." Shemin was not surprised to hear this. The tribes and monsters around Talon City were basically wiped out, and the only enemy was the Dark Elves ahead. The only ones who would attack Talon City at this time were the Dark Elves. When Shemin and Otto arrived at the top of the city, the war had already started. Talon City is located in a huge cave, with a stone wall on one side and city walls on 3 sides. The Dark Elves attacked the south. Ogres, bugbears, dog-headed men, and lizard men in full armor surged in like a tide, using ladders that could be extended and retracted at will to climb the walls and attack, and carrying battering rams to hit the city gates. The elite Tauren troops were waiting in the rear, but they didn't see a few Dark Elves. The fortresses outside the city had been completely occupied, and huge catapults were set up, blasting huge stone bombs at the top of the city. If it were the original Talon City, facing such a fierce attack, it would probably be caught off guard. But the emotionless golems didn't know what fear and panic were at all. They guarded the city walls calmly, and waved their iron fists to kill the enemies. There was a rustling sound, and the double-edged spiders came around from the walls on both sides, raised their sharp forelimbs, and rushed into the enemy army, tearing through the enemy defense line with almost no effort, killing the enemy step by step. On the city wall, Sherman watched this scene calmly. During this period, the Star Alliance has captured many natives who escaped from the Dark Elves' territory, and tortured them to extract a lot of valuable information. This includes the Dark Elves' war style. Among these Dark Elves cannon fodder, only the Minotaur is the real main force. They are brave and fierce, much more elite than the Bugle Goblins and dog-headed people. The offensive was frustrated, and the ogres, Bugle Goblins, and dog-headed people began to retreat. Then a long war horn sounded, and the fully armed Minotaur rushed up from the back and rushed towards the double-bladed spider. Seeing this, Sherman decisively issued an order to open the city gate. Compared with defending the city, the Golem Corps can undoubtedly play a greater advantage in field battles. Boom! The city gate opened, and the tall and burly golem rushed out, crossed the double-bladed spider, and rushed to the front line, forged like a steel wall and stood firmly. No matter how the fierce Minotaur attacked, they did not retreat a single step. Taking advantage of this opportunity, 2 elite steel golems slowly stepped forward. A flash of light flashed on their chests, and a visible distortion fell into the array of Minotaurs like a cannonball, crushing sound waves. Buzz! The violent sound waves suddenly erupted, turning into a substantial shock wave that spread rapidly around, instantly tearing apart the Minotaurs within a radius of more than 10 meters. The 2 elite steel golems kept moving, casting spells one after another, and killed hundreds of Minotaurs in a blink of an eye. As brave as the Minotaurs were, they began to retreat in fear in the face of such a terrible attack. At this moment, a huge spider illusion suddenly flashed in the air in the distance, and then teams of lizard cavalry poured out of the fortress. The riders were all wearing exquisite chain mail, without helmets, revealing their long silver-white hair and black jade-like faces, and holding spears. Dark Elves. Sherman's eyes condensed. Finally out. This is the real elite force of the Dark Elves, and those in front are just cannon fodder. The lizard cavalry began to charge, very fast, and rushed into the golem army in a blink of an eye. With a flash of cold light, stone golems were chopped into pieces by scimitars one after another. Looking at this scene, Sherman narrowed his eyes slightly. As mentioned in the intelligence, these lizard cavalry are very powerful. Otto looked down at the battle below with a scrutinizing look. Each of them has knight-level combat power, not inferior to the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment of the Star Empire. The addition of the Lizard Cavalry immediately pulled the situation back, and the two sides fell into a melee again. Sherman and Otto looked at the situation below calmly, without any hurry. For the Star Alliance, golems are just consumables. But for the Demon Spider City with limited manpower, every Lizard Knight is a valuable combat force, and the death of one will be painful. In this war of attrition, they are not the ones who should be anxious. As expected, the sound of a horn soon came from the front. The Lizard Knights retreated like a tide. Just as the Golem army was about to chase, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the shadows above their heads, passing through the middle of more than a dozen golems like a ghost. In an instant, there were crackling sounds, and more than a dozen golems almost simultaneously turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. A half-human, half-spider figure stood upright in the rubble. Its upper body was that of a beautiful dark elf woman, wearing a close-fitting fine chain mail, revealing a graceful and attractive body curve, holding two gleaming scimitars. The lower body is a huge black spider body, shining with a cold metallic luster under the fluorescent light, and the 8 legs look sharper than the double-bladed spider. Spider elf? Shimon's expression became more solemn. This is the real enemy they are facing. After seeing it with his own eyes, Shimon found that the spider elf is more powerful than described in the intelligence. Among the more than 10 golems that were attacked and killed just now, there is an elite steel golem. The spider elf can easily crush the second ring legendary puppet like cutting vegetables and watermelons. It is obviously not an ordinary fourth ring legendary creature. Fortunately, they are not without a trump card. Shimon turned his head to look at the figure standing beside him. The other party was wearing a wide gray robe, covering his whole body tightly, and even most of his face was hidden in the brim of the hat. Only a white chin could be seen. To be honest, when Shimon knew that the other party was a puppet, he was very surprised. He had never seen a puppet that looked so much like a human. If he hadn't known it beforehand, he would have thought that the other party was a living human being. And this puppet didn't have the huge and hard body of the golem, which made people doubt its fighting power. But Shimon didn't think much about it. If it was just an ordinary puppet, how could it be deployed by the teacher to fight against the spider elves? Since it was arranged by the teacher, there must be no problem. Please, Shimon whispered to the gray-robed man. The latter nodded slightly. The secret puppet with a medium-sized soul crystal, as the soul core already has preliminary intelligence. Although it is not as good as Long Lin's housekeeper number 1, it has no problem accepting and executing orders like a normal human being, and can also communicate without much complexity. Crash! The gray robe was blown away, revealing a tall and slender girl. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a silver scale armor that fits her body tightly, clearly outlining her curvy body curves, which is quite eye-catching. In full view of the public, the girl jumped off the wall. The speed of falling in midair suddenly slowed down, and then it was suspended in a static state. After a slight pause, the whole person suddenly soared into the sky and shot forward. The spider elf, who was slaughtering the golem, was the first to notice the approach of the threat. The two swords suddenly slashed forward. After a sharp explosion, 2 dark sword chi visible to the naked eye tore through the void and attacked the person. The girl did not slow down and collided with the dark sword chi head-on. The moment it touched the body surface, a layer of invisible force field suddenly emerged, blocking the 2 dark sword chi. Immediately afterwards, the girl swung a blue lightning with her backhand and hit the spider elf. Lightning beam. Crackling. The dazzling electric light tore through the surrounding darkness. The spider elf's body surface instantly appeared densely packed with electric snakes, lingering on the surface of the skin, and the severe pain made her scream miserably. Behind the dark elf army, the dark elf leaders, who saw this scene, showed astonishment at the same time. Magic. Is that girl a wizard? She is the master of the Star Alliance? The master of the Star Alliance is a powerful wizard, which is no longer a secret in the underground world. And the girl in front of them can not only cast spells, but also make the spider elves suffer a loss in a single encounter. With such powerful strength, they can't think of anyone else except the master of the Star Alliance. It must be her. The martial arts leader from the Larita family showed excitement on his face. She is also the commander of this army. I didn't expect the master of the Star Alliance to appear here. It's just right. As long as we kill her, the Star Alliance will definitely fall into chaos, and we can take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack. Other Dark Elf leaders also showed joy. A hint of surprise flashed in Tatiana's eyes in the corner. She didn't expect that the famous master of the Star Alliance was such a young and beautiful girl. However, it is said that wizards have ways to delay aging. And age cannot be judged by appearance alone. Perhaps this girl has actually lived for hundreds of years. While Tatiana was thinking, the Dark Elf leaders had already decisively pressed all the troops forward. The Tauren army and the Lizard cavalry charged forward again. Some of the Dark Elf elite warriors sneaked into the shadows and approached the battlefield quietly. On the city wall, Sherman, who discovered the Dark Elf's unusual movements, ordered the reserve army to press forward without hesitation. There was a whole small golem corps stationed in Talon City. He was not afraid of the strength of the troops. With the addition of a large number of troops, the front of the city wall quickly became a chaotic battlefield. On the ground, the golem corps and the Dark Elf army fought fiercely. In the sky, the girl also fought fiercely with the spider elves. The colorful magic lights shone in the air, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Spells were released from the girl's hands one after another, almost without a pause. And sometimes even 2 or 3 spells were released at the same time. Awesome. Otto was stunned. It's not like she hasn't seen puppets that can cast spells before. For example, the Elite Steel Golem and the Elite Double-Bladed Spider can cast a small amount of spells. But it's the first time she's seen a puppet like the girl that can cast endless spells and even cast 3-level spells. And the casting speed is almost equivalent to the combination of instant spells and compound spells. This is almost catching up with a formal wizard. Shemin was also surprised, with a bright light flashing in his eyes. He never thought that the puppet refining technique could reach such a high level. This is almost equivalent to creating a wizard alive. It's simply amazing. Maybe I should spend more energy studying puppet refining, Shemin thought silently. Compared to the surprise on the Star Alliance side, the Dark Elves were shocked. How could this happen? The Spider Elves are no match for that guy? This is the god's favor created by the Queen of Gods. Seeing the Spider Elves retreating step by step under the attack of the girl and covered with wounds in a short while, the high-ranking Dark Elves were dumbfounded. Previously, they relied on the Spider Elves to be invincible and unstoppable, which gave them great confidence. But no one expected that they would be hit head-on in the first battlefield confrontation with the Star Alliance. For a while, the Dark Elves were a little flustered and confused. As the commander, the martial arts master Larita also had an ugly face. At this moment, a shrill scream came from the sky above the battlefield. The Dark Elves looked in astonishment. What came into their eyes was the Spider Elf that was bound in midair by countless strange runes that were winding like long snakes, unable to move, and the sharp long sword that attacked like lightning. Swish! The demonized long sword broke through the mail without any hindrance, deeply penetrated into the chest of the Spider Elf, and then stirred it vigorously, completely taking the life of the Spider Elf. Seeing this scene, the martial arts master Larita's face changed drastically, no longer hesitated, and decisively issued an order to withdraw. The piercing horn sounded suddenly, and the Dark Elf army retreated in panic and fled backwards. Seeing this, Shemin on the wall waved his hand decisively, and a beam of fire instantly flew out of his hand, rushed into the sky, and bloomed like fireworks, which could be clearly seen from a distance. Tat-tat! The sound of dense and rapid footsteps suddenly came from the darkness around. Following, a large number of knights suddenly rushed out of the darkness. The leader was the Dragon Antelope Knight, followed closely by the Magic Pattern Knights riding the Black Rock Leopard. Countless cavalrymen came from all directions like a tide, rushing towards the Dark Elves like a tidal wave. Considering the existence of the Spider Elves, in order not to increase unnecessary casualties, Sherman did not send out the Magic Pattern Knights at the first time, but let them lurk on both wings of the battlefield, and wait until the Spider Elves died and the Dark Elves retreated in defeat. And then, they launched the final attack. The effect was also very significant. The Dark Elves obviously did not expect that the Star Alliance still had more troops hidden, and they were caught off guard, and the retreat quickly turned into a rout. Countless Dark Elf warriors were caught up and killed by the cavalry during the rout, and those who dared to resist were no match for the knights equipped with magic pattern constructs, and were quickly killed. The Dark Elf army seemed to be completely defeated. After a round of pursuit, only a few Dark Elves managed to escape, and disappeared into the darkness in a panic. Sherman felt a little sorry. The dark environment of the underground world is too advantageous for the Dark Elves. Otherwise this should be a perfect annihilation battle. However, Sherman's attention was soon attracted by the spider elves. He immediately gathered people and prepared to send the spider elves to Longin. This was something the teacher specifically instructed. Chapter 194, Promoted to Dragon Bloodline. The Star Alliance has set up space channels leading to the Dragon Forest in each city-state. A large number of space channels connect the vast territory of the Star Alliance together, and both the transportation of materials and the mobilization of troops are extremely fast. On the day when the Battle of Talon City ended, the corpse of the Spider Elf was sent to Sunan Laboratory. After some effort, Sunan successfully extracted the divine energy from the corpse. 8 standard units of divine energy, much more than the Death Knell Knocker and the multi-winged monster. Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. After all, it is a creature favored by God, and the amount of divine energy in the body is far more than that of ordinary divine creatures. The only disadvantage is that it is a one-time transaction, and it cannot be continuously extracted like the Death Knell Knocker and the multi-winged monster. It can be said to have advantages and disadvantages. After the joy, Sunan immediately synthesized the divine energy, purified the pollution of faith, and then absorbed it as soon as possible. After digesting the divine energy, he opened the panel and found that the mental concentration increased by 0.66%. Not bad. It's almost equivalent to the harvest of more than 2 years of cultivation. Sunan smiled. If every spider elf can bring similar harvests, then his speed of improving spiritual concentration can undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. It seems that we can't capture the demon spider city so quickly. As early as when he learned about the spider elves, Sunan had a vague idea of sustainable development. Now that the spider elves have been confirmed to have a significant effect on improving spiritual concentration, this idea can be put into action. Since the Spider Queen sent him supplements specifically, he couldn't refuse. Simply treat the demon spider city as a treasure house that can continuously produce divine energy and carry out continuous harvesting. Back in the study, Sunan called Carolina as soon as possible, passed the order to put pressure on the Dark Elves and squeeze out their war potential as much as possible. But don't capture the demon spider city. In addition, if you encounter a spider elf, you must leave the whole body and send it to the laboratory as soon as possible. Carolina was stunned and confused. Why did they put pressure on the city but didn't take down the spider city? When the wise man-faced lion noble heard the latter sentence, he reacted and felt a little more pity for the spider city. This is regarded as a resource point by the master. Yes, master, Carolina replied respectfully. Where is the Red Widow? Sunan asked again. The 1st Legion's front line has advanced to the border of the Northwest Territory. Mr. Corey requested material support. The Red Widow is now coordinating the logistics affairs there, Carolina replied. After the expansion, the Star Alliance now has 2 medium-sized Golem Corps, named the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion, led by Corey and Ethan, Sherman and Otto respectively. The former is advancing towards the Northwest Territory, and the latter is advancing towards the Spider City. Now the 1st Legion has basically cleared the indigenous forces in the border area between the Southeast Territory and the Northwest Territory, and officially pushed the battlefield into the Northwest Territory. In other words, now the entire Southeast region of the underground world, except for the Spider City, has fallen into the control of the Star Alliance. For thousands of years, there has never been such a huge force in the underground world. So much so that Sunan has heard that the city-states in the Northwest region seem to have united together to resist the Star Alliance. What is the current situation in the Northwest region? Sunan asked. Carolina replied respectfully. Most of the city-states in the Northwest region have united to form an alliance, and they also named it the Falling Star Alliance. Falling Star Alliance? Sunan looked strange, but soon returned to normal. After thinking for a while, he said, put the focus of the war on the Northwest region for the time being, and the Spider City can be slow. Since it has been decided not to capture the Spider City for the time being, there is no need to station too many troops there. The focus can be shifted to the Northwest region, and the so-called Falling Star Alliance can be dealt with first. Yes, master. Carolina took the order and retreated. Shemin and Otto soon received Sunan order. The two looked at the words on the parchment and looked at each other. Does this mean to surround but not kill? Otto's face was full of confusion. Why do you do this? Shemin thought for a while and said, it should be related to the Spider Elves. Perhaps the Spider Elves are very important to the teacher. He hopes to get as many Spider Elves as possible. But in this case, Wouldn't it be better to capture the demon spider city and kill all the spider elves directly? Otto said. The two did not know the birth process of the spider elves, so they did not understand the meaning of this order at all. Fortunately, they did not need to understand, since it is the teacher's order. We will do it. Shimon took out the military map and spread it on the table. This is a map of the southeast region of the underground world. The Star Alliance spent a lot of manpower and material resources to draw such a detailed and complete military map of the southeast region. This map played a big role in the expansion of the Star Alliance. The map uses colors to distinguish two areas, representing the territories of the Star Alliance and the Dark Elves respectively. Compared with the vast territory of the Star Alliance, the territory of the Dark Elves only occupies a small corner. Shimon stretched out his hand and drew a circle around the outer edge of the Dark Elves' territory, saying, although we cannot capture the Spider City, we can first capture the city-states outside them, which can not only reduce the pressure we will face next, but also make the Dark Elves feel more crisis. Otto remembered the part of the teacher's order to squeeze the war potential of the Dark Elves, and nodded in agreement. Also, the teacher asked us to withdraw some troops to support Kore. The city-states that were captured before have basically stabilized. In addition to the garrison troops, the rest can be withdrawn. Let's arrange that part of the army to support. After a few brief exchanges, Shimon and Otto quickly finalized the next plan. As orders were issued one after another, the huge war machine quickly started to operate and approached the Dark Elves. In the year 1272 of the Starlight Calendar, the moon of spring dawned March. After nearly 20 years of bloodline refinement, the hidden dragon finally took the last step and evolved into a true dragon bloodline. In Dragon Forest Area 3, Sunan looked at the hidden dragon soaring and circling in the sky, with a happy smile on his face. After the bloodline was sublimated, the hidden dragon's body expanded again, and its body length exceeded 50 meters, and it also grew a pair of huge wings. When it was entrenched in front of him, it looked like a small mountain. In addition, the head was completely transformed into a giant dragon's head, with curved sharp horns standing on the top of the head, and the scales were completely turned into a flame-like red. However, unlike the usual giant dragons, the hidden dragon still retained the crawling habits of a lizard. Unlike most giant dragons with short forelimbs and long hind limbs, and was used to standing. What made Sunan happy was that the hidden dragon also awakened two new abilities. The first is the special ability unique to the magic pet, spell sharing. As the life level increases, the magic pet will gradually awaken various special abilities. For example, when the dragon lizard bloodline evolved into the sub-dragon bloodline, the hidden dragon awakened the special ability of vision sharing. The effect of spell sharing is within a certain distance. The owner can choose to let the spell effect on himself also act on the magic pet until the spell duration ends, or the two sides are separated by a certain distance. For example, when Sunan casts the light spirit spell on himself, the effect of the light spirit spell can also be added to the magic pet at the same time. This ability can improve the combat effectiveness of the magic pet to a certain extent, which is quite practical. The second ability is the expected flame control ability. As early as when the hidden dragon awakened the flame spitting ability, Sunan guessed that it would most likely awaken the flame control ability after evolving into a giant dragon. And the facts also prove that his guess was correct. Invisibility, virtual real conversion, and flame control. The current hidden dragon already has 3 types of spell abilities, and they are all very practical abilities. Coupled with the dragon's high spell resistance, strong body, flying ability, dragon power and dragon breath, etc., the combat power of the hidden dragon is not much inferior to that of a formal wizard. Just now, Sunan and the hidden dragon had a competition. Without using the engraved gems and magic tools, Sunan could only barely suppress the hidden dragon. This was when the hidden dragon had just broken through and had not yet fully adapted. When it completely stabilized its realm and did not use its trump card, Sunan estimated that it could only fight the hidden dragon to a 50-50 draw. The dragon bloodline is indeed unique. Sunan sighed secretly. Unfortunately, after evolving into a dragon, the concentration of the hidden dragon's bloodline could no longer be improved. Like most dragons, it mainly increases its strength automatically over a long period of time. The dragon can increase its strength even when sleeping, but the speed is shockingly slow. However, this will be compensated by the dragon's long lifespan. Even a low-level dragon like the 5-color dragon has a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. The longer a dragon lives, the stronger it is. This is the consensus of the multiverse. Long naturally inherited these advantages. However, Sunan did not intend to let Long rely on natural growth to increase its strength. Although the blood concentration could not be increased, the use of dragon blood for biological transformation would still promote the improvement of Long's strength. He could synthesize dragon blood and use it to strengthen Long's strength and accelerate the improvement of Long's strength. Although synthesizing dragon blood requires a large amount of sub-dragon blood, this is what Long Lin lacks the least now. Sunan turned his head and looked in the direction of Area 2. The plan to transform Long in Area 2 and enhance the blood of sub-dragon species has been implemented, and the preliminary work has been preliminarily completed. Now Area 2 has been reactivated, with nearly 1,000 high-level sub-dragon species living. After all, it is not a real dragon, and the number of creatures is small, so the proportion of energy circulation occupied by Area 2 is not high. The optimal energy circulation ratio is only 28.33%. At present, less than 10% of the energy in Long Lin is overflowing. But Sunan does not intend to use this part. Maybe it will be used in future experiments. Nowadays, high-level sub-dragon species are brought to the laboratory for blood extraction surgery every day. Although the magnitude is not very obvious, the overall blood concentration of the sub-dragon species in Area 2 is still steadily increasing. Sunan estimates that in 400 or 500 years, perhaps a real dragon will be born from it. Compared with the slow progress of transformation and evolution, another recent event has attracted a lot of Sunan attention. Just 3 days ago, the Star Empire declared war on the neighboring Snow Lion Principality, and the army crossed the border and invaded in large numbers. This move immediately attracted strong reactions from neighboring countries. Although the Star Empire only attacked the Snow Lion Principality, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest, attracting resistance from almost all countries in the southeast region. These countries united without hesitation to resist the Star Empire. A war that affected the southeast region of the continent broke out. The scale was even larger than the previous war between the Songjin Empire and the Fanqing Empire, and almost all countries participated. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Fanqing Empire's goal was the entire southeast region of the continent. If the Fanqing Empire was allowed to defeat them one by one, all countries would eventually be annexed by it. No country wanted to see this. They still understood the principle of the lips are cold and the teeth are dead. However, there was an exception. At the same time as the war broke out, the Jinghua Principality announced its allegiance to the Fanqing Empire and became another duchy in the vast territory of the empire. The move by the Jinghua Principality was beyond the expectations of many people. But Sunan was thoughtful after hearing the news. Is it Rose who is behind the scenes? Only Rose could persuade the Jinghua Principality to surrender. Perhaps it was after joining the Star Alliance and realizing the huge foundation of the Star Alliance that she persuaded the Jinghua royal family to surrender and preserve their bloodline. Only those who are truly in the Star Alliance, have a certain status, and can access deeper information, will understand how terrifying the strength and development potential of this behemoth are. Sunan asked Jiang Wei about this matter, and the latter replied that she just made the right choice. It is indeed the right choice. Sunan smiled slightly. Today, the Star Empire has enough power, and no longer needs to borrow the Golden Legion from the Star Alliance. It has the power to clear all obstacles and unify the southeast region. From the moment it broke out, the outcome of this war was doomed. Roar! The loud dragon roar interrupted Sunan meditation. Looking up, the hidden dragon spread its wings and flew over the academy at a high speed. The loud roar and the large shadow cast quickly attracted the attention of many students, and there was a burst of exclamations in the academy. After circling a few times like showing off, the hidden dragon seemed to be satisfied. It left the sky above the academy, landed on the ground and returned to Sunan's side, raised its head, and called a few times. Sunan smiled and said, I know you are happy, but you should take it easy. Otherwise it will take a long time to recover. As a high-level creature comparable to wizards, Long was naturally affected by the environment of the Starlight Continent. Not only did his strength decrease significantly, but once he consumed too much energy, his recovery was also very slow. Even in the Dragon Forest, where energy particles were relatively abundant, the impact was not eliminated, but it was slightly better than outside. Long let out a low cry to show that he understood. Sunan smiled and said nothing more, and teleported back to the laboratory of the Dragon Skeleton Tower. Calculating the time, the new Spider Elf corpse should be delivered. Chapter 195 The Last Chance. The direction of the war exceeded many people's expectations. In the 1272nd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Moon of Books, the Star Empire broke through the capital of the Snow Lion Principality, and the Snow Lion Principality was destroyed. In the 1273rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Moon of Winter Cheen, the Star Empire destroyed the Numan Kingdom. In the 1273rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Moon of Xiaolong, the Star Empire destroyed the Atlan Principality. In the 1273rd year of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Empire, with its rapid momentum, destroyed its opponents one by one at a jaw-dropping speed. Even in the case of multi-line battles, it still showed a terrible power that made people feel powerless from the bottom of their hearts. After the time entered the 1275th year of the Starlight Calendar, more than half of the more than 10 countries that besieged the Star Empire had been destroyed. However, the Star Empire still did not show any signs of decline, but became more and more fierce. The balance of victory and defeat has clearly tilted towards the Star Empire. Many people have already understood that the southeast region of the continent may soon usher in a true ruler. While the surface war was in full swing, Sunan was immersed in cultivation. In the past few years, the front line has brought him more than 20 corpses of spider elves one after another, and the divine energy extracted from them has greatly increased his spiritual concentration. By the time of the summer month, Sunan's spiritual concentration had increased to 22.62%. If it were to follow the original cultivation progress, it would take at least 70 years to achieve it. And now he has only used a mere 6 years. The spider goddess gave me a great gift. Sunan's mouth corners slightly raised, and then a little regretful. Recently, the frequency of spider elves has become lower and lower. Although he ordered the Star Alliance to let go as much as possible, the war that lasted for more than 5 years has completely drained the war power of the Demon Spider City. Now the military strength of the Demon Spider City has been reduced to the point that it cannot garrison more than a dozen city-states under its jurisdiction. The defense line has shrunk again and again, and the outer city-states have been continuously abandoned. Not long ago, the Dark Elves completely abandoned the only 2 remaining affiliated city-states, and all their forces retreated to the Spider City. In this situation, even if the Star Alliance does not take the initiative to attack, the Spider City may not be able to continue to counterattack. It may not be long before the Spider City can no longer provide him with spider elves. If only it could hold on for a while longer. I should have let Sherman be gentler. Should we just stop the attack and give the Spider City a rest for a while? Sunan rarely considered the enemy. Anyway, there is only one Spider City left, so it doesn't matter if it is left there. From time to time, some supplements can be exploded. However, the idea is good, but the question is whether the Spider Queen will cooperate with him. None of the gods are fools. The strange behavior of the Star Alliance in the past few years may have aroused the other party's suspicion. Unlike the natives of the Starlight Continent, the gods know wizards very well. The Spider Queen may have guessed that he was collecting divine energy. Shaking his head, Sunan put the matter aside for the time being. In addition to the Spider City, the war in the Northwest region is also going very smoothly. The so-called Falling Star Alliance is no match for the Star Alliance. After the newly established 3rd medium-sized Golem army was deployed to the battlefield in the Northwest region, the Falling Star Alliance, which was already at a disadvantage, became even more decadent. Now it is retreating step by step on the front battlefield, and defeat is only a matter of time. Everything is moving in a good direction. Spider City. The haze of war hangs over the city. The streets are unusually deserted, and occasionally a fully armed Dark Elf army passes by, all in a hurry and with a solemn look. When Tatiana passed the lower city where slaves live, she heard the screams of slaves from many houses. Apparently, some Dark Elves in a bad mood were torturing slaves. Originally, many Dark Elves liked to vent their pressure in this way. In addition, the recent wars have been defeated, and the pressure on the tribesmen is even heavier, so they use this method more frequently. So much so that in recent times, many slaves' bodies can be seen being transported outside the city to be burned every day. Recalling the experiences of the past few years, Tatiana couldn't help but sigh. This war might be a mistake. The Dark Elves didn't get any benefit from this war at all. The 12 families of the Demon Spider City went from excitement and enthusiasm at the beginning, to shock and disbelief later, and then to confusion and frustration now. It vividly interprets what it means to be overjoyed and sad. In recent years, the 12 families have successively held ceremonies, giving birth to more than 20 spider elves, all of whom died at the hands of the mysterious young wizard. The demon spider city even arranged multiple spider elves to ambush the young wizard at the same time, but still failed to kill the opponent, and was completely wiped out. After several times in a row, the demon spider city was finally scared and deliberately avoided the city-state where the young wizard was located, and turned to attack other targets. But the incredible thing is that no matter which city-state they attacked, as long as the spider elves appeared, it would not take a while for the young wizard to appear on the battlefield. After several times, the young wizard has become the nightmare of the spider city. She and the Star Alliance are like a towering wall standing firmly in front. No matter how they attack, they will always stand firm. So powerful that it is frightening and even desperate. The only thing the war brought to the spider city was a sharp decline in population. Part of it was the casualties caused by the war with the Star Alliance, and a considerable part was the price of the ceremony. Many of their kind were willing to sacrifice themselves and become part of the spider elves. It's a pity that their sacrifice was useless after all, and did not bring victory to the spider city. Tajana still can't see any hope of defeating the Star Alliance. Tajana! A call interrupted Tajana's distraction. She looked back and saw Venia walking towards her quickly, looking at her with a puzzled look. What are you thinking about so intently? I've called you several times. Nothing. Tatiana shook her head and asked, seeing that Venia looked exhausted. Did you just come back from outside? Venia nodded. The martial arts master needs a few good hands to investigate the situation of the Star Alliance, so I volunteered to go. Did you gain anything? No. Venia shook her head grimly. Those spider puppets are too tricky. Even I can't detect their existence. We dare not get too close. Tatiana showed a sad expression when she heard this. Dark elves are famous for their assassination and stealth skills, and very few creatures can fight against them in the shadows. But the double-bladed spiders of the Star Alliance are an exception. Those puppets have no soul breath, and their life breath can be restrained to an extremely weak level. When they lurk in the shadows and remain motionless, even the dark elves can hardly detect them. The key is that their movements are extremely fast. Even in the complex terrain of the underground world, they are as smooth as walking on flat ground. It can be said that they are more suitable to be scouts than dark elves. At the beginning, the dark elves did not know the power of the double-edged spiders, and suffered a lot when exploring intelligence. Many well-trained dark elf scouts died under the sharp legs of the double-edged spiders. Now, no dark elf scout dares to get too close to the territory of the Star Alliance. No one knows how many double-edged spiders are lurking in the darkness. The Star Alliance took over the 2 city-states we evacuated, and now the Demon Spider City is completely surrounded by the Star Alliance. Venia's tone was heavy, with a hint of confusion. Tajiana, do you think we can win? Tajiana pursed her lips and whispered, the Demon Spider City also has the protection of the Queen of God. When mentioning the Queen of God, Venia was immediately refreshed and nodded heavily. Yes, we have the protection of the Queen of God, and the Queen of God is omnipotent. Tajiana forced a smile. Only she knew how much reluctance there was in that sentence just now. If the Queen of God was really omnipotent, the Demon Spider City would not have fallen to this point. By the way, the meeting of matriarchs is held today, right? Tajiana changed the subject. Venia nodded and looked in the direction of the central temple. It should have been held now. The 12 families in the Spider City all have their own family temples, which are not shared by each other. However, since the Queen of God sent down the oracle 6 years ago, the 12 families abandoned their intrigues and turned to unite against the outside world. They immediately gathered the power of the whole city to build a central temple. The scale of the new temple is larger than any family temple. In addition to enshrining the statue of the Queen of God, it is also the place where the 12 families discuss important matters. At this moment, the matriarchs of the 12 families gathered in the meeting hall of the central temple. 12 female dark elves with different figures and faces, but all young and beautiful, sat around a long table. Their expressions were either indifferent or gloomy, and they were all silent. The heavy atmosphere filled every corner of the hall. After a long time, the matriarch of the Lesta family, the first family of the Spider City, who was sitting at the top, spoke to break the silence. The Star Alliance is coming aggressively. The Spider City is now completely surrounded by the Golem army. Do you have any good solutions? There was silence. Finally, The matron of the Aurori family spoke first. If we don't get rid of that wizard, we can't fight back at all. Everyone was silent, and looked at each other without saying a word. Everyone knew this, but couldn't think of a good solution. Even the spider elves were no match for the young wizard. So what could they do? If they could solve it, they would have taken action in the past 5 years. I wonder if the Star Alliance is secretly planning something, the matron of the Valarduri family suddenly said. The Star Alliance actions have been strange in recent years. I always feel that they don't seem to attack with all their strength, but deliberately let us go. The hall was quiet. The matrons looked at each other. Mistress Fillier sneered. You overestimate the Star Alliance. Mistress Valarduri glanced at her coldly. I'm just stating the facts. I think your Valarduri family is afraid of fighting and intends to preserve its strength when guarding the city of Ulu before. If your Valarduri family had not fled first, causing the defense line to collapse completely, the city of Ulu would not have fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. That was just an accident. Afterwards, I have turned the commander in charge into spider food. What else do you dissatisfaction with? You? Enough. The head of the group, Madame Lesta, interrupted the argument of the two people at the right time, and swept their eyes coldly. Now is the time to unite, and put aside your usual dissatisfaction with each other. Or do you want to disobey the order of the Queen of God? Seeing that Madame Lesta brought up the Queen of God, Madame Fillier and Madame Valarduri's faces changed, glared at each other, and then kept silent. Madame Lesta ignored the two of them, looked around, and said in a solemn tone, after more than 1,200 years, the Dark Elves finally regained the attention of the Queen of God. This is a hard-won opportunity. We must complete the Queen of God's decree and regain her favor. If we fail, without the Queen of God's protection, the Spider City will not be able to hold out for long under the attack of the Star Alliance. As Lesta spoke, the expressions of the matrons gradually became extremely solemn. They naturally understood this truth. The Spider City has undoubtedly come to a life-and-death moment. Once the Queen of God no longer casts her eyes on the Dark Elves, the Spider City without the Queen of God's protection will not be able to resist the Star Alliance at all. But what should we do? Madame Aurori frowned. Hold a larger ceremony, Madame Lesta said without hesitation. We need more Spider Elves. Everyone frowned at the same time. The birth ceremony of the Spider Elves not only requires Dark Elves as sacrifices, but also requires a large number of spider species. But in order to hold the ceremony over the years, almost all the spider species raised in the Demon Spider City have been consumed. Now the new batch of spider species has just been born and needs time to grow. Madame Lesta naturally took this into consideration, and said in a deep voice, use the secret method to catalyze the growth of spider species. The batch of slaves brought from other city-states takes up too much space, so they can be used as nutrients. Madame Aurori's eyes flashed with realization. No wonder Madame Lesta insisted on taking away the burdensome slaves in the two city-states. It turned out that it was for this time. Everyone couldn't think of any better way, so they were ready to agree to Madame Lesta's proposal. But at this moment, their expressions suddenly moved and looked in a certain direction outside the meeting hall. That was where the statue of the Queen of Gods was. The next moment, a spider phantom appeared out of thin air in the void. Queen of Gods. The 12 madams got up from their seats and knelt on the ground, showing respectful and pious expressions. Immediately afterwards, a voice emerged from everyone's mind at the same time. The content of the voice made the 12 mistresses all show expressions of shock and astonishment. But soon, they restrained their expressions and bowed their heads respectfully. Great Queen God, your decree is our mission. The spider illusion above the meeting room slowly disappeared. The 12 mistresses maintained the kneeling action for a long time, and then slowly stood up. You all heard the decree of the Queen God. Mistress Lesta's face was hidden in the shadow outside the firelight, and no changes could be seen. The Queen God was very dissatisfied with our previous performance. Now it is our turn to make up for our mistakes. Mistress Fillier took the lead in expressing her position. The Fillier family is willing to provide 100 most loyal Dark Elf warriors. Seeing this, the other 10 mistresses, although their faces were heavy, still expressed their opinions. Soon, the mistress meeting reached a consensus. Then the 12 people left one after another, and rushed to their respective families in a swift and resolute manner to make arrangements. They all knew that this would be the last chance for the Demon Spider City. Chapter 196. It's an honor. Participate in the ceremony? What's going on? Tatiana looked at her friend in astonishment, grabbed her arm, and said anxiously, "You are one of the most elite dark elf warriors in the family. Why did the family choose you as a sacrifice for the ceremony?" Vinya shook her head and said, "This ceremony is different from the previous ones. The messenger of the Queen of God will come to save the Spider City. Only the dark elves with the most devout faith can participate in this ceremony. We will become part of the messenger of God, kill the wizard, and then return to the kingdom of God with the messenger of God." Looking at her friend with fanatical eyes, Tatiana's face turned pale slightly, and she was full of incomprehension. Why can they believe so fanatically in an existence that has disappeared for more than 1,200 years? It's like losing their minds. "Vinya, you will die." Tatiana couldn't watch her friend sacrifice herself. "It's okay, Tatiana." Vinya smiled with joy from the bottom of her heart. "Death is not terrible. As long as I return to the kingdom of God, I can be reborn under the power of the Queen of God and gain eternal life." Seeing that Tatiana was still trying to persuade her, Vinya waved her hand to interrupt her. "Don't say any more, Tatiana. We are the most loyal people of the Queen of God. Naturally, we should obey the Queen of God's orders. This is my honor." After saying this, Vinya turned and walked towards the central temple. Tatiana stood there in a daze, her face full of confusion and trance. At the same time, dark elf warriors rushed to the central temple from all over the Spider City. The dark purple demon fire burned and rolled between the stalactites hanging from the top of the cave, illuminating the outline of the temple below. The huge temple was like a monster entrenched in the darkness, opening its bloody mouth, waiting for prey to come to the door. Bank City, as the closest city-state to the Spider City. This is also the front line facing the Spider City. In order to slow down the advancement of the Star Alliance, the Dark Elves not only took away all the slaves in the city, but also demolished the city walls and most of the buildings before evacuating. The Star Alliance had to slow down and repair the city-state. But this was exactly what Sherman wanted. He didn't want to attack the Spider City too quickly, so he could stop and spend a month or two repairing the city walls and buildings. Coming out of the meditation room, Sherman went straight to the study. Although he had to command the battle, he didn't fall behind in training and learning. This is the foundation of a wizard apprentice. Participating in the war is to gain more contribution points and exchange resources to improve strength. The latter is the fundamental purpose. Sherman will not put the cart before the horse. Walking into the study, Otto was reading the war report inside, so focused that he didn't notice anyone approaching in advance. It was not until Sherman walked into the study that she came back to her senses. Looked up and smiled. "You're just in time. Here are some documents for you to sign. The commander of this army is Sherman, and Otto is just his deputy. Many documents need Sherman's signature before they can be approved." Sherman took it and looked at it for a few seconds, signed his name neatly, and then asked, "Where are the two secret dolls?" "A new batch of magic stones has just been transported, and they went to recharge." The so-called recharging is actually to put magic stones into the body. Otto later learned that although the two secret dolls are powerful, their energy consumption is very terrifying. After a battle, it takes about 10 intermediate magic stones, worth nearly 10,000 gold coins. All the magic stones of the Star Alliance are supplied at market prices. It's simply a gold-eating cave. "Which secret doll will fight in the next battle?" Otto asked. Sherman thought for a moment and said, "Number 1 just killed a spider elf 2 days ago, and his injury has not fully recovered. Let number 2 go next." In order not to scare the demon Spider City and make the Dark Elves completely lose their will to fight, Sherman has always deliberately avoided the two secret puppets appearing on the battlefield at the same time. Each time, only one was deployed to deal with the Spider Elves. Anyway, both secret puppets have the ability to change their appearance. As long as the appearance remains the same, the Dark Elves can't tell them apart at all. "By the way, the teacher has a new order." Adair handed over a roll of parchment. Sherman took it and looked at it, and his face suddenly became very strange. Adair had already read the contents of the document and wondered, what exactly is the teacher's plan? It was fine that he asked us not to force the demon Spider City too close before, but now he wants us to surround it without attacking. Sherman was also confused, but still said, "The teacher must have his arrangements. We just do it, just in time for us to take more time to practice." "That's true." Adair nodded happily. "There aren't many good opportunities to earn contribution points while practicing. I heard that Corey and Ethan are making good progress and have won several big victories. After all, There are 2 medium-sized golem core over there, and the so-called Falling Star Alliance is no match for them. Maybe the war in the northwest region will end sooner than ours. The two were chatting when a soldier came to the door of the study and bowed to them. Sir, the scouts ahead reported that the army of the Spider City is coming here. Shemin was stunned and turned to meet Otto's eyes. The latter also showed surprise in his eyes. The Spider City gave up its affiliated city-states before in order to avoid the Star Alliance front and concentrate its forces to garrison the Spider City. But now it has given up its advantage in defending the city and actively sent troops to attack. What are those Dark Elves planning? Are they coming to surrender? Otto made a joke. If that's the case, it's also a false surrender. Shemin didn't trust the Dark Elves, who were known for their cunning, at all. Besides, no one surrendered directly with their troops. After a few jokes, the two did not delay and immediately rushed to the city gate. When they arrived at the city wall, they saw the Dark Elf army lining up in the distance. With this number, the Spider City has sent out all its forces. Attil's face was more solemn. Shemin's brows also frowned. Looking at this situation, the Dark Elves are treating the next battle as the last one? But what he couldn't figure out was where the Dark Elves got the confidence from. And they put themselves on the disadvantaged side of the siege. This move was undoubtedly very abnormal. But after looking at the secret doll that came to his side at some point, Shemin relaxed a little. No matter what the Dark Elves were planning, there was no need to worry too much with 2 secret dolls. Soon, the Dark Elf army launched an attack. The slave troops still acted as the vanguard. When the cannon fodder was almost consumed, the towering troops and lizard cavalry attacked brazenly. Boom! The city gate opened, and the golem army marched towards the battlefield in neat steps, blocking the city gate like a giant wall, stopping the enemy tide-like charge. The two sides started a melee in an instant, and the sky above the battlefield suddenly echoed with deafening shouts of killing. Shemin stared at the back of the battlefield. The reason why the Dark Elves dared to attack Bank City was definitely not these troops. But there must be other trump cards. Is it more Spider Elves? Or something else? Shemin soon no longer had to wonder. A black shadow suddenly rose from the direction of the Dark Elf camp. After a slight pause in the air, it shot towards this side, like lightning, and stopped above the battlefield. The light emitted by the fluorite quickly reflected the figure of the person. Spider Elf? No, that's not right. Otto's pupils shrank slightly. What kind of monster is this? The monster above the battlefield looked very similar to the Spider Elf. But if you look closely, you will find that the spider body in her lower body is larger and darker than the Spider Elves you have seen before. From a distance, it seems that a black hole is suspended in the air, and 8 long limbs are slowly swaying in the void, flashing a frightening cold light like a sharp blade. And above the spider body is a graceful Dark Elf female body. The body was naked without any clothes or protective gear, and the black jade-like skin was covered with strange blood-red patterns, which faintly intertwined to form ferocious blood-red spiders, which had a kind of weird beauty under the light of fluorite. Shemin looked at the half-spider monster in doubt. For some reason, the monster gave him an extremely strong sense of threat, much stronger than the Spider Elf. Just when Shemin and Otto were surprised, the half-spider monster screamed suddenly, and then rushed towards the city wall like a cannonball. Halfway, 2 elite steel golems noticed the half-spider monster, and a light flashed on their chests, and crushing sound waves and magic missiles whistled out at the same time. However, the half-spider monster didn't even look at it. Its huge spider body was like hitting foam, savagely crushing the distorted sound waves and spell missiles. And then its 8 legs crossed and slashed, and 8 half-moon-shaped light blades fell from the sky, chopping the 2 elite steel golems into pieces. A fine gold golem activated the levitation spell and rushed into the sky, blocking the half-spider monster. Its 2 iron fists, under the blessing of the spell, attacked with overwhelming power. But the half-spider monster swung 2 scimitars and cut off its arms. Then the cold light flashed, and the huge fine gold golem was instantly split into several pieces. All this happened in a flash, so Shemin didn't have time to react, not caring about the loss of the golem. He quickly ordered the other golems to keep a distance from the half-spider monster. This monster's power is obviously stronger than that of the Spider Elf, and ordinary golems are no match for it. Seeing the golems retreat, the half-spider monster ignored them and rushed towards the city wall without stopping, staring at the secret doll girl from beginning to end. Without Shemin order, the secret doll girl had already opened her gray robe and jumped out of the city wall to meet them. In an instant, surging flames and violent lightning swept out at the same time and hit the half-spider monster. The power of the spell cast by the secret doll girl is not comparable to that of the elite iron golem. The half-spider monster that resisted the spell did not resist it this time, but dodged flexibly, approaching the secret doll girl like a ghost, and slashed at the opponent with the scimitar in her hand and the legs under her body at the same time. The secret doll girl was not afraid, holding the magic sword and fiercely fighting. The two sides fought fiercely in midair in an instant, and the battle became white-hot with the naked eye. The secret doll girl held a sword in one hand and a spell in the other. The physical combat skills and spells were used in two ways, and the momentum was amazing. Although the half-spider monster did not know spells, it had many weapons, and the blood-colored lines on its body seemed to have some kind of defensive effect. Every time a spell fell on the half-spider monster, the blood-colored lines flashed, which could annihilate the spell and leave it unscathed. The two sides fell into a stalemate for a while. After a long battle, the half-spider monster seemed a little annoyed. It screamed suddenly, and violet demon fire suddenly burned on its body, and its momentum suddenly surged. The 8 legs of the spider body were also wrapped in a layer of purple demon fire, waving dense blades to the secret doll girl. Every time it hit, a layer of faint distortion would appear on the surface of the secret doll girl. Shemin and Otto were surprised. Only they knew that it was the performance of the sudden sharp drop in the defense of the extreme protection ring. It was obviously not like this when resisting the attack of the half-spider monster just now. The power of those purple demon fires was so terrifying. Shemin frowned and stared at the demon fire on the half-spider monster. For some reason, the breath emitted by the purple demon fire gave them a heavy sense of oppression. It doesn't look like elemental energy, nor is it mental power. It's an energy property that I have never seen before. Shemin was in doubt. As the half-spider monster cast the magic fire, the secret puppet girl fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Adir's eyes widened in shock. You know, the secret puppet girl is a puppet comparable to the formal wizard level. What is the origin of the half-spider monster that can suppress the secret puppet girl? At the same time, in the dark elf camp, the mistresses of the 12 families also stared at the sky above the battlefield, paying attention to the performance of the half-spider monster. When they saw that the half-spider monster completely suppressed the opponent and firmly occupied the upper hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and showed a happy expression of relief. As expected of the Lord of God, that wizard is no match at all. Madame Fillier's eyes flashed with fanatical light. It's worth our great sacrifice. Aurora was halfway through her words, and suddenly reacted, and quickly shook her head to dispel this disrespectful thought to the Queen of God. How can this be a sacrifice? This is the honor of those dark elf warriors. Fortunately, the other mistresses were full of ecstasy at this time, and didn't pay attention to her words at all. Madame Lesta smiled and said, "Kill that wizard. The Star Alliance will be leaderless, and will definitely be in chaos for a while. We can take this opportunity to counterattack." "That's right." Madame Fillier nodded heavily. "As long as that wizard dies, the Star Alliance will not be afraid." The others were also excited. With the Lord of God here, the Demon Spider City will definitely be able to unify the southeast region. No, unify the entire underground world. Boom! A figure fell to the ground like a meteor, blasting more than a dozen dark elf warriors and golems who were unable to dodge into slag. And a huge pit appeared on the ground in an instant. The secret doll girl lay in the middle of the pit in a mess, her body covered with bruises, and her left arm was broken at the shoulder. The half-spider monster was suspended in the air, looking down at the secret doll girl with cold eyes, with a high and cold look in his eyes. "We won!" Madame Fillier showed a confident smile on her face. Cheering came one after another in the dark elf camp, and there was a faint sound of chanting and praise. The dark elf matrons did not scold their warriors, and they all showed joy on their faces. The victory or defeat is determined. Above the battlefield, the half-spider monster raised the scimitar in its hand, and the spider body under it also raised its sharp legs. The next moment, she suddenly fell, and fell towards the secret doll girl like a falling star and a falling moon. Looking at the posture, it is obvious that she wants to end the battle with one blow. Clang! To everyone's surprise, the attack of the half-spider monster was blocked. A tall and slender figure blocked the half-spider monster, holding the sword in both hands and blocking the legs of the scimitar that was cut off. In the distance, Mistress Fillier looked at the girl lying in the deep pit, and then looked at the other girl who blocked the messenger of God. with an expression of astonishment and confusion on her face. Chapter 197. We will meet again. What's going on? The dark elf matron stared at the second girl, who appeared in amazement. She and the one lying on the ground were exactly the same in appearance and figure, as if they were carved from the same mold. What is going on? Mrs. Fillier murmured in shock. But no one answered her question. Everyone was in a strong shock at this moment, until Mistress Aurora's exclamation woke them up. Look at her arm. Everyone followed her line of sight, and looked at the wound on the girl's broken arm in the deep pit, and their pupils shrank in unison. What was exposed in the wound was not flesh and blood, but liquid flowing like mercury. Mistress Lesta's face turned extremely pale in an instant. If it was just pure mercury like flesh and blood, it could be explained as some kind of strange bloodline. But the appearance of the second girl made her instantly have a very terrible guess. The young wizard they had always thought was the master of the Star Alliance was actually just a puppet. The other dark elf matron soon thought of this, and their faces turned ugly. It could also be twin wizards, said Mistress Fillier, gritting her teeth. But she felt it was too absurd halfway through. Wizards are extremely rare, let alone twin wizards. The possibility is too low. There is obviously only one truth, and it has been laid out in front of them. It was just that they couldn't accept it for a while. After all, if these two powerful girls were really puppets, how powerful would the wizards, who could create such puppets, be? As long as they thought about it, they felt their scalps tingling and their backs chilled. At the same time, the half-spider monster seemed to be startled by the sudden appearance of the girl's secret puppet in front of him. A surprised expression appeared on his blood-stained face, but it was immediately replaced by a strong murderous intent. No matter how many come, just kill them! Clang! Amid the harsh sound of metal clashing, the half-spider monster swung its sharp blade again and slashed at the secret puppet girl in front of it. The battle broke out again. On the city wall, Shimon and Otto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the second secret puppet arrived in time. Otherwise, if a secret puppet was lost here, there would be no way to explain to the teacher. Although the detailed cost of the secret puppet is not clear, Shimon guessed that it would not be much lower than the cost of forming a small golem army. After all, it is a puppet comparable to the wizard level. At this time, the battle situation above the battlefield changed again. The injured secret puppet girl climbed up from the deep pit. Her skin was stained with a layer of mercury-like bright luster, and her body's surface seemed to flow rapidly like mercury, gathering to the broken arm, and quickly squirming to grow new bones and flesh. In the blink of an eye, the broken right arm grew back. The skin also returned to normal color. Unexpectedly, the recovered secret doll girl did not attack the half-spider monster, but retreated. The secret doll girl who was fighting with the half-spider monster also withdrew from the battlefield. The half-spider monster was about to chase, but suddenly stopped, and its body froze in midair. It turned its head and looked at the void not far away. There was a figure there, looking at it with interest. At the same time, both sides of the war noticed the sudden appearance of the figure. After seeing the figure of the person coming, Shimon and Otto showed surprise. Teacher, the person who came was Su Nan. Although they were a little confused about why the teacher appeared here, Shimon and Otto both breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the two secret dolls were not the opponent of the half-spider monster. But since the teacher is here, there is no problem. On the other side, the dark elf mistresses all changed their faces. Just by looking at the two secret puppet girls standing quietly behind the newcomer, one can already guess the other party's identity. The real controller of the Star Alliance. The wizard who created the two powerful puppets. With the god's envoy here, there will be no problem. As if to comfort herself, Madame Fillier gritted her teeth and said, even if it is a wizard, the god's envoy is the Queen of God's follower, and will definitely defeat that wizard. That's right. The Queen of God's envoy will never lose to a mere wizard. Let's wait and see. Several matrons responded one after another, but their tone lacked some confidence, and it sounded more like cheering themselves up. Madame Lesta secretly clenched her palms. Life or death depends on whether the god's envoy can kill the wizard. Su Nan didn't care about the dark elf matrons at all, and his eyes were all on the half-spider monster in front of him. Half-spider god's follower? The corners of Su Nan's mouth curled up slightly. After absorbing divine energy countless times, he was now extremely familiar with the aura of divine energy, and could clearly feel the rich divine energy contained in the body of the monster opposite him. More than the 20 or so spider elves before combined. This is obviously a higher-level divine creature than the spider elves. After a little thought, Sunan understood. The spider god queen probably noticed his intention to use the demon spider city as a divine energy output point, and did not intend to continue to entangle with him. So she made a big one at a time. If the Star Alliance can be solved, it will naturally be a cause for celebration. If it fails, it can also stop the loss in time. It seems that this is the last harvest. Sunan felt a little sorry. If the spider god queen could notice it a dozen or 20 years later, maybe he could break through to the first level of liquefaction with divine energy. But this is just a thought. The spider god queen can't be so slow. Forget it. It's not bad to harvest a big wave in the end. Sunan stared at the half-spider god's followers with a sharp eye. In his eyes, the half-spider god's followers are a walking gift bag. Perhaps angered by the look in Sunan's eyes that looked like prey. The killing intent in the half-spider god's heart finally overwhelmed his fear, and he screamed and rushed toward Sunan. The demon fire covering his whole body left a purple track in the void, rushing like a purple meteor. Facing the fierce enemy, Sunan was suspended in the air motionless, and countless silver-white liquids like mercury gushed out from the surface of his skin. And in a blink of an eye, he was wrapped in a ball of silver-white liquid shining with silver light. The next moment, a huge palm suddenly stretched out from the liquid ball, carrying the thunderous force and hitting the half-spider god's family fiercely. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the half-spider god's family fell to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The billowing smoke and dust stirred up, and a deep pit appeared on the ground in an instant. After knocking down the half-spider god's family, the palm continued to drill out. First the arm, shoulder, and then the head and torso. From a distance, it looked like a silver giant emerged from the liquid mass. Immediately afterwards, the silver giant fell from the sky, landed in front of the half-spider god, and punched down. The half-spider god in the deep pit struggled to straighten up his body, and crossed his two scimitars to his fists. Bang! The fist hit the scimitar hard, stirring up a visible air wave. The 8 limbs of the lower body of the half-spider god were just slightly bent, and then stood up again. The two scimitars came with equal strength. Sunan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. The strength of this half-spider god seemed to be stronger than he expected. It seemed that he didn't use his full strength when dealing with the secret doll girl before. It was probably affected by the environment of the Starlight Continent and wanted to save strength. In any case, this half-spider god was different from the spider elf. It was a genuine wizard-level creature with a strength level of first-level gasification. In a head-on confrontation, it has the power to kill a first-level gasification wizard. Otherwise, the Spider Queen would not have created it to deal with the Star Alliance. It seems that ordinary means can't deal with this guy. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he had already made a plan in his mind. The silver giant's fists fell one after another, so fast that they almost left after images, and the dull sound of the collision almost became one. From a distance, the half-spider god seemed to be surrounded by the overwhelming silver fist shadows. However, its response was not inferior at all. The two swords were swung at high speed, and countless sword shadows intertwined into a net, blocking the fist shadows in the sky. Just as the two sides were fighting back and forth, the half-spider god suddenly raised the spider leg and slashed at the silver giant's legs fiercely. At such a close distance, Sunan had no time to dodge. But he didn't intend to dodge. After the sharp leg that was enough to cut steel and iron hit the silver giant's legs, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and the speed suddenly slowed down. The half-spider god tried to pull it hard, but felt a sticky force and couldn't pull out the leg immediately for a while. At this moment, the giant in front of him suddenly surged, like a rippling lake, and Sunan suddenly emerged from it. Between his right index and middle fingers was a gem with strange patterns. His eyes fell on the gem, and the half-spider god felt something was wrong. It suddenly pulled out its limbs and was about to retreat, but it was too late. The next moment, blinding lightning suddenly burst out, occupying the entire field of vision. Engraved gem thunder explosion. As an advanced enchantment technique of magic tattoo, rune engraving alone is more powerful than 3-ring spells. The energy intensity of the engraved gem is more than 3 times that of the rune engraving, and the key is to destructively burst out all the energy at once. Although the cost is a one-time consumption and high cost, the resulting damage is a huge increase. Almost in an instant, the surging lightning flooded the half-spider god like a tide. The deafening thunder suppressed the shrill howl of the half-spider god. The dense electric arc spread out for 300 to 400 meters, causing many dark elf warriors, who had not yet had time to retreat, to suddenly stiffen their bodies. And before they could recover, their heads were smashed by the golems that were immune to paralysis. Huh? The afterglow of the lightning had not yet dissipated, and a figure suddenly broke through the lightning and rushed towards the direction of the dark elves. The creatures favored by the gods will not be afraid, but will judge the situation. After realizing that it was no match for Sunan, it immediately chose to retreat and preserve its manpower. Sunan stared coldly at the back of the half-spider god, and with a flip of his wrist, something appeared out of thin air in his palm. It was a pitch-black spearhead, about the length of a little finger, with lightning-like lines on both sides, and a faint cold breath of destruction. It was the Black Thunder, one of the only 2 magic weapons he had at present. As Sunan clenched his 5 fingers, dazzling lightning suddenly burst out from his palm, quickly condensed into a long strip of object, and stretched rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Sunan had a pitch-black lightning spear in his hand. The spear body, condensed by pure thunder power, exuded a terrifying breath that made people tremble. The half-spider god in the distance immediately noticed this, and showed a look of astonishment on his face. At this moment, a strange breath suddenly descended and enveloped its whole body. A palm-sized black spider phantom slowly emerged from its back. Sunan's eyes condensed, and a sneer appeared on his face. Finally, can't help but take action? The moment the voice fell, he suddenly swung his hand and threw out the black spear. A sonic boom that almost pierced the eardrum suddenly broke out. The black spear tore through the void like thunder, and in the blink of an eye it attacked the back of the half-spider god. As if feeling a strong threat, the spider phantom suddenly twisted and turned into a graceful and slender female palm, pressing directly against the attacking spear. In full view of the crowd, the palm and the spear collided with each other, bursting out brilliant brilliance. Crisp and vague sounds mixed together. Invisible vibrations spread out like ripples, and a large area of clearly visible distortion instantly appeared in the surrounding void. Even from a distance, the people watching the battle could feel the terrifying energy pressure, which made it almost impossible to stay conscious. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, the graceful palm disintegrated piece by piece, turned into ashes, and dissipated in the air. The black spear then pierced the back of the half-spider god, and the latter's body stiffened and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Faintly, Sunan seemed to hear a malicious chuckle in his ear. "Young wizard, we will meet again." Sunan narrowed his eyes and ignored it. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the corpse of the half-spider god rose from the ground and floated to his side, and then was put into the space ring. He didn't even look at the Dark Elf army, and flew straight into Bank City. Behind the battlefield, the Dark Elf matriarch stared at Sunan's figure in the distance with dull eyes, only feeling their heads buzzing and their minds blank. Lost, the messenger of God they had placed high hopes on died just like that. They could even see clearly that at the last moment, the Queen of God, whom they believed in faithfully, even took action, but still could not stop the wizard's attack. Even the Queen of God could not do anything to the wizard. So what hope did they have for victory? The Spider City was finished. At this moment, the same thought emerged in the minds of the 12 Dark Elf matriarchs. Boom! As if in response to their thoughts, the gates of Bank City in the distance opened wide, and countless golems poured out of it, sweeping towards the battlefield like a torrent. At the same time, neat and dense footsteps came from both wings of the battlefield. Countless knights riding black rock leopards and dragon antelopes rushed out from both wings of the battlefield, piercing through the battlefield like sharp knives, and rushed towards the Dark Elf camp behind. Looking at this scene, the Dark Elf matriarchs could not help but turn pale. Chapter 198 Traditional Art Black Key. The death of the God's envoy not only made the Spider City lose its last trump card, but also completely defeated the morale of the Dark Elf army. With just one charge, the Dark Elf army collapsed, and then it turned into a one-sided massacre. The outcome of the battle is set. The Dark Elf matriarchs, who came to their senses, immediately ordered a withdrawal, but under the pursuit of the Golem Legion and the Magic Pattern Knights, the retreat soon turned into a rout. In the end, only a small number of remnants escaped back to the Spider City. After this battle, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Spider City suffered heavy losses. The Spider City, which lost the favor of the Queen of God, has no value. Sunan did not intend to stay and directly ordered an attack on the Spider City. The Golem army marched to the Spider City that day, broke through the city gate in less than an hour, and entered the city. At this point, the Spider City fell. The last piece of land in the southeast region also fell into the hands of the Star Alliance. The only ruler was officially born in the southeast region of the underground world. Dragon Skeleton Tower. Laboratory. After bringing back the corpse of the half-spider god, Sunan extracted divine energy as soon as possible. As he expected, the divine energy contained in the half-spider god far exceeded that of the spider elves, with a full 213 standard units. To Sunan's surprise, in the display of the magic cube, these divine energies not only had faith pollution, but also a kind of soul toxin. This soul toxin will cause curse damage to the wizard's soul. Once hit, even if you can survive, the soul will suffer irreversible damage, and it will take a lot of time to recover. That cunning spider has such a trick up its sleeve. Sunan sneered. Obviously, the spider god queen guessed his purpose of collecting divine energy, so she stuffed something into the divine energy, intending to secretly stab him in the back. If it weren't for the magic cube, he might not have discovered this trap. As expected of a god known for his cunning, he even considered counterattacks after failure. If it were another wizard, the spider goddess might have succeeded. Unfortunately, this trick didn't work on Sunan. As for the spider goddess's previous threatening words, Sunan didn't take it seriously. Although it is still unclear how the spider goddess infiltrated the Starlight continent with her tentacles. From the previous series of actions, she was obviously restricted by the Starlight continent and could not infiltrate too much power, especially after losing the faith of the Dark Elves. Lacking sacrifices and media, it would be even more difficult for her to infiltrate the Starlight continent. When the plane barrier of the Starlight continent was restored, the wizards began to return. At that time, even if the spider goddess had 10 courage, she would not dare to infiltrate the Starlight continent blatantly, let alone descend. The last sentence was just the barking of a mad dog, and Sunan just thought she was farting. Perhaps because all the energy was put into creating spider elves. There was no holy object in the Spider City. Only a few statues of the Spider Queen contained a trace of divine energy. Sunan extracted all of them, and then put them into the magic cube for synthesis. Synthesis can eradicate the pollution of faith, and naturally purify the toxins of the soul. After purifying the divine energy with the magic cube, Sunan absorbed it immediately. After digesting all the divine energy, the degree of spiritual concentration had increased by 17.57%. Gasification, 40.19%. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief with joy. This wave can be said to be full, directly saving decades of cultivation time. Even if there is no divine energy to absorb next, it will only take about 200 years to break through to the first level of liquefaction by practicing step by step. Moreover, without divine energy, there are other means to speed up the practice. Sunan has not forgotten the original purpose of attacking the Spider City. The Filier family, one of the 12 families in the Spider City, may have clues to the Black Forest, one of the 3 major wizard inheritances. As long as we find the Black Forest, we might be able to find something that can improve our spiritual concentration. For this reason, Sunan specifically ordered Siaman to interrogate the people of the Filier family as soon as he conquered the Spider City. There should be results in a few days. The results came faster than Sunan expected. On the second day after conquering the Spider City, Siaman delivered what Sunan wanted. In other words, it was the Dark Elf who took the initiative to provide clues? In the study, Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked Siaman. Yes, teacher. Siaman's face also looked a little strange. On the day of conquering the Spider City, I arrested all members of the Filier family, including the mistress and martial arts leader of the Filier family, and then immediately handed them over to the human-faced lion for interrogation. But all the female Dark Elves refused to speak, while the male Dark Elves were willing to cooperate. But unfortunately, they basically didn't know any valuable information. The Dark Elves respected women, and this tradition originally came from the influence of the Spider Queen. This female god favors female Dark Elves more, often granting them more gifts than male Dark Elves, which also leads to the low status of men in the Dark Elves. Therefore, male Dark Elves have no access to high-level things, and it is normal that they don't know the clues of the Black Forest. It is a bit unexpected that those female Dark Elves are so stubborn. It seems that the spider god queen must have done something to cause the erosion of the faith of these female dark elves. Only in this way can we explain why those female dark elves would rather die than speak. However, this makes the female dark elf, who took the initiative to confess the clues, particularly special. What is the identity of that person in the Fillier family? Sunan asked. Her name is Tajiana, an ordinary warrior of the Fillier family. But she is the daughter of the Fillier mistress. Sunan's expression suddenly became a little strange. Daughter betrays mother? Well, it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. In the dark elves who like internal fighting, many family matriarchs usually have daughters who stab their mothers in the back and then take over the position through a coup. This is also a traditional skill for dark elves. And if it is the daughter of the matriarch, it is not surprising that she has the opportunity to come into contact with the Black Forest. What surprised Sunan was that other female dark elves were eroded by faith. Why was this female dark elf named Tajiana the only exception? Sunan suddenly became curious. Bring that dark elf here. Yes, teacher. After Siaman left, Sunan looked at a black branch on the table. This is what Siaman and others found in the temple of the Fillier family after Tajiana told them. The branch is about 10 centimeters long, as thick as an index finger, and the surface is wrinkled like bark, covered with fine lines. But if you look closely, you can find that these fine lines seem to contain some kind of rules, faintly forming some kind of enchanted runes. In fact, this is not an ordinary branch, but a magical item. It is also the key to open the Black Forest. After putting it into the magic cube, Sunan got all the information about this branch. Unfortunately, the magic cube did not give a specific method of use. He had to study for a while before he could determine how to use this thing to find the Black Forest. Sunan felt happy when he thought that he would soon find the second wizard inheritance. The next thing is the Falling Star City. He must get the resources of the 3 wizard inheritances. Otherwise, relying solely on the existing resources of the Starlight Continent, it would take a long time to be promoted to a second-level wizard. Not long after, Shemin walked in with a dark elf girl, with a tall and slender figure and beautiful and delicate facial features. Like most dark elves, the girl in front of him is also very beautiful, although the black jade-like skin does not conform to the aesthetics of most humans. In the eyes of a few people, it may be a plus. While Sunan was looking at Tatyana, the latter was also secretly observing Sunan. When she thought that the man in front of her was the actual controller of the Star Alliance, and a powerful wizard who killed the god's messenger, Tatyana couldn't help but tense up. This is an involuntary physiological reaction of creatures when facing an unmatched high-level life. Seeing Tatyana's nervousness, Sunan directly cast a hypnosis, and the dark elf girl's eyes instantly became blank. With Sunan's current mental power, the hypnosis he cast would basically make it impossible for anyone below the legendary knight to struggle for even a moment. Then he walked out of the desk, came to Tatyana, and pressed his palm on the girl's head. Shemin on the side looked at this scene in confusion, but did not interrupt. After a while, Sunan ended the mental power detection and returned to the desk. He can now be sure that Tatyana has not been eroded by faith. And the reason is probably because she has a mental power far beyond that of her people. After all, the Spider God Queen's erosion of faith against the Dark Elves is large-scale. For individuals, as long as the mental power reaches a certain limit, they can resist or even be immune. And Tatyana happened to be the one who was immune. I didn't expect that there were individuals with such high mental power in the Dark Elves. She is a good candidate to be a wizard, Sunan thought secretly. While he was thinking, Tatyana had gradually recovered. The mental power higher than that of ordinary people made the dark elf girl vaguely feel that something was wrong. It seemed that something had happened just now, but she couldn't remember it after thinking carefully. Why did you take the initiative to provide clues? Sunan's voice suddenly sounded, waking Tatyana up. She hesitated, gritted her teeth, and said, "Everyone is crazy. And the Queen of Gods is controlled by that guy. She also killed my best friend. I don't want to do what she wants. Since she wants others to hide the black key, I have to tell it." Shemin looked at Tatyana in surprise. He could hear the resentment towards the Spider Queen in the girl's tone, which didn't seem to be fake. Sunan said calmly, "That's because they suffered from the erosion of faith." Erosion of faith? Tatyana showed a blank expression. Xiaomon glanced at Sunan's face and explained to Tatyana in a low voice. As a wizard apprentice, he certainly knew about the erosion of faith of the gods. After listening to Xiaomon's story, Tajana's face showed a mixture of shock and astonishment. She never thought that the so-called gods turned out to be such a creature that relied on the erosion of faith to control believers. It's so hateful. Tajana did not doubt that Sunan and Shiamon were deceiving her, which was unnecessary. For a while, she became more and more angry with the Spider Queen. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Master Wizard, is there any hope for my people?" Sunan shook his head slightly. The erosion of faith is not irreversible, but it will cost a lot for it. He can't pay a huge price to deal with a group of dark elves. Tajana lowered her head with a sad face. "Master Wizard, how are you going to deal with us? For your sake, I can let your people go, as long as they work in the mine obediently. I will not execute them." This answer really surprised Tatiana. She looked up at Sunan in astonishment. Even Shiamon was surprised. In his opinion, leaving male dark elves behind is fine, since their faith is not deeply eroded anyway. But leaving female dark elves behind will do more harm than good. Based on the teacher's past practices, he would definitely purge the female dark elves without hesitation. Now he is actually letting this dark elf girl off the hook? Shiamon couldn't help but look at Tatiana a few times, and his mind was inexplicably a little distorted. Could it be that the teacher has taken a fancy to this dark elf girl? But Sunan's next words dispelled his wild thoughts. "You have the qualifications to become a wizard. Do you want to try it?" As soon as these words came out, Shiamon and Tatiana were both stunned. Shiamon was full of astonishment. Dark elf wizard apprentice? Teacher, are you kidding? But soon, he realized that it seemed that no book had ever said that dark elves could not become wizards. It was just that he had never seen a wizard apprentice other than humans. So he subconsciously thought that this was exclusive to humans. Tajana was also shocked. But after realizing it, she couldn't help but feel excited. How powerful wizards are. The one in front of him has proved it with his actions. Even the envoy of God is not his opponent. Even if he can only have half. No. 1/3 of the power of this wizard. It is probably enough to dominate the underground world. Tajana is not stupid. She knows that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. And she agreed without hesitation. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. "From today on, you are an official student of Starlight Academy. Work hard. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me for advice when I arrive at Starlight Academy." "Yes. Thank you, wizard," Tajana said with ecstasy. Siaman looked at her enviously. He had never seen a student receive such care from the teacher. Shiamon then left with Tatiana, and Sunan leaned back on his chair, his face showing a thoughtful look. Wizards are not exclusive to humans. Other races have also produced wizards, but the number is very small, and almost all of them are subhuman races similar to humans. After all, the existing wizard knowledge is almost all created based on humans. Other races will inevitably be unable to adapt to the local environment and get half the result with twice the effort if they learn and practice this knowledge. It is rare to meet a dark elf with wizard qualifications, and the qualifications are very outstanding. It is just the right opportunity to practice and see what the difference is between subhuman wizards and human wizards. Chapter 199, The Key is still Sunan. With the capture of the Spider City, the southeast region of the entire underground world completely fell into the control of the Star Alliance. The war in the southeast region subsided, and then turned to development and exploitation. In the entire southeast region, the Star Alliance has almost no external threats. So except for a small number of garrison troops, most of the military forces have gradually shifted to the northwest region front. Dragon Skeleton Tower. Study. Sunan flipped through the latest war reports. The war in the northwest region went very smoothly. After a series of disastrous defeats, the fallen Star Alliance has basically collapsed, existing in name only, and each fighting for itself. Then we just need to clean them up one by one. In 4 or 5 years at most, we can completely conquer the northwest region. By then, the entire underground world will be in the hands of the Star Alliance. Thinking of that scene, Sunan couldn't help but smile. In his plan, the underground world is a very important part, even more important than the surface. The rich resources of the underground world, especially various minerals and metals, play a very important role in building a wizard tower. The wizard tower is essentially a large fortress that can accommodate thousands of people to live and practice. So the basic building materials required are a huge number. Various stones and metals are measured in tons. Without sufficient financial support, even the outer shell of the wizard tower cannot be built, let alone the various large facilities behind it. In the wizard era, wizards who can afford to build wizard towers often control at least one private base, or colonial plane. And Sunan plan is to turn the underground world into his own private base to provide various resources and materials for his future development. As for the surface world, it is currently a dumping ground for Star Alliance goods, and a place to provide fresh blood for Starlight Academy. It is worth mentioning that the war on the surface world is also going very smoothly. The unification war initiated by the Star Empire has reached the late stage. Now only 3 or 4 countries are still struggling to support it. But defeat is only a matter of time. Judging from the war report, the Star Empire can end the war in the southeast region in 2 years at most. After that, it may rest for a while, and then launch an expedition to the northwest region. After closing the battle report and putting it aside, Sunan looked up at the secret puppet girl guarding both sides of the desk. The battle with the half-spider god has proved the combat effectiveness of the secret puppet. Although it was at a disadvantage from beginning to end, the opponent was a powerful god-favored creature that could compete with wizards head-on. To be honest, it was already very good for the secret puppet girl to do that. After all, even he himself had to use the engraved gem and black thunder to kill the half-spider god. However, this battle also exposed the weakness of the secret puppet: insufficient defense. The body made of diamonds is indestructible when facing opponents below the wizard level. But once it faces a higher level creature, it is powerless. Otherwise, the secret puppet would not have had one arm cut off by the half-spider god. We must find a way to strengthen the defense of the secret puppet. Otherwise, the next time we meet an opponent of the same level, insufficient defense will still become a fatal weakness. It is too inefficient to synthesize magic diamonds with higher hardness to replace the current body materials, and the cost will increase significantly. It is not possible to add defensive enchantment runes. The current enchantment runes are already the limit. Unless you can find a material higher than mithril, you can't add more enchantment runes. Several ideas came to Sunan's mind, but he rejected them immediately. The necessary condition for realizing these ideas is the upgrading of materials. It is not difficult to do this with a synthetic magic cube, but the cost is a significant increase in costs. In the end, the cost may be as high as 1 million gold coins. This is unacceptable to Sunan. Even if he now controls half of the underground world, he can't be so extravagant and wasteful. He still has to accumulate resources to build a wizard tower, and he can't waste too many resources on it. Of course, the main reason is that the cost effectiveness is too low. After thinking hard for a while, Sunan suddenly had an idea. Since it is impossible to start from the body structure, then think of a way from external objects. For example, magic items. The puppet has no mental power and cannot activate magic items. But magic items can be embedded in the puppet, and the activation method of magic items can be changed, so that the puppet can activate magic items with energy particles. If you have to compare it, it is like an external device for a robot. In fact, the 2 puppet girls have the ring of extreme protection embedded in their bodies. If the magic weapon is not too high level and cannot be embedded in the puppet, Sunan wants to install a restricted area, and the defense will definitely increase dramatically. However, the restricted area cannot be used, but the magic pattern core can be tried. The magic pattern core itself is a powerful magic item with both offensive and defensive capabilities. If the puppet can integrate the magic pattern core, it can not only greatly enhance the defense, but also make the attack methods more diverse. Originally, the biggest difference between the puppet and the wizard in terms of combat power is that they have no innate abilities, and the magic pattern core can undoubtedly make up for this and narrow the gap with the wizard. The more Sunan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The only problem is that the magic pattern core is very dependent on the consumption of mental power, and its energy source must be changed so that the puppet can be used. It is not easy to do this. However, if successful, the combat power of the puppet can probably be strengthened to the same level as that of the half-spider god. Without saying anything, Sunan added a plan to improve the magic pattern core in his future arrangements. This is destined to be another time-consuming research. After that, Sunan looked at the dark branch at hand. This branch is called the Black Key, which means the key to open the Black Forest. After studying for this period of time, Sunan has roughly mastered the use of the Black Key. At the same time, he also found that the Black Key is slowly absorbing energy particles in the surrounding air all the time. It is expected to take about 3 years to be fully charged. Based on this, Sunan guessed that the Black Forest was likely to be the same as the Tower of Stars. which would only be opened once every certain period of time. And the next time the Black Forest would be opened would most likely be 3 years later. I hope you can give me a little surprise. Sudan muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. After the incident at the Tower of Stars, he no longer had any beautiful illusions about the so-called wizard inheritance. The Black Forest was most likely also a facility where a certain wizard force forcibly recruited people and laid out a plan to cultivate power in advance for the future return. In order to obtain the resources inside, there might be another big battle. Although he had been promoted to a wizard and was much stronger than when he was in the Tower of Stars, Sudan would not underestimate the Black Forest. After all, it was a wizard inheritance, and anything involving wizards should not be underestimated. And no one knew what dangers were hidden in it. More importantly, the Black Forest was most likely related to the Spider Queen. The Fillier family had held clues to the Black Forest for so many years. And Sudan didn't care that he didn't believe in the Spider Queen. Maybe she has already extended her tentacles into the Black Forest. What's more, the reason why the Spider Queen can intervene in the Starlight Continent is most likely related to the Black Forest. Although it's just a guess, Sudan will not ignore any potential risks. Before entering the Black Forest, you must be fully prepared. Sudan looked thoughtful. In just 3 years, without a large amount of divine energy to absorb, there will definitely not be much improvement in the degree of mental concentration. And you can only think of ways from external objects. After the research on the magic pattern core is completed, it is best to refine a few more secret dolls. Prepare more engraved gems. With my current mental concentration, I should try to increase the number of synthesis. Try 20. And Black Thunder. It's time to make a few more. In the battle to kill the half-spider god, the power displayed by Black Thunder made Sunan very satisfied. At this stage, Black Thunder can be said to be the most powerful attack method in his hands. Even liquid metal is not as powerful as Black Thunder in terms of instantaneous damage. The more powerful cards like this, the better. However, Sunan only has 2 Black Thunders in his hand now. To make more Black Thunders, a large number of Thunder Stones are needed. It seems that I have to go to the Thunder Element Plane as soon as possible. Among the many elemental planes, the Fire Element Plane and the Thunder Element Plane are the 2 most dangerous and the most unfriendly to life. For example, the Fire Element Plane is full of seas of fire, and the terrible high temperature will instantly turn a knight into ashes as soon as he enters. The Thunder Element Plane is filled with countless thunderclouds, and dense lightning falls from the sky every minute and every second. You may be struck by lightning while walking. Without sufficient protection, you may be struck by lightning and turned into ashes before you can go far in the Thunder Element Plane. In addition, the elemental spirits of the Fire Element Plane and the Thunder Element Plane are also very troublesome. If it were when he was just promoted, Sudan would never set foot in the Thunder Element Plane. But now, he has many trump cards such as the Restricted Area and Black Thunder. And his spiritual concentration is over 40%. So he has enough power to try to explore the Thunder Element Plane. As long as he does not go deep into the core area, there should be no problem if he is careful. Aurora Kingdom, the capital Aurora City. When Triv Genji walked into the meeting hall, he found that the spacious hall was already full of people. In addition to the royal family, the kingdom's famous nobles also gathered together. It seems that the pressure brought by the Starry Empire is very great. Triv's eyes flickered slightly. There are many deadly enemies among these people who are tit-for-tat on weekdays. They usually want to draw their swords when they meet. But now they can sit opposite each other peacefully. Which shows how great the pressure brought by the Starry Empire is. So that they have to temporarily put aside their hatred and unite against the outside world. Triv can also understand. The Aurora Kingdom is located on the edge of the northwest region, close to the southeast region border, and is the closest country to the rising powerful empire opposite. Once a war breaks out, the Aurora Kingdom will bear the brunt. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it has reached a life and death moment. Trave, please come here in person. Seeing Triv coming, King Aurora, who was sitting at the top, stood up and greeted him personally. The nobles who were noisy also stopped talking and stood up to greet him. As the only third-level wizard apprentice in the Aurora Kingdom, Triv Genji has a transcendent status in the kingdom. And even His Majesty the King respects him very much and dares not neglect him. After a few greetings, Triv sat down next to the king. When he sat down, King Aurora couldn't wait to speak. Trave, you should have heard about the situation in the southeast region. What do you think? Triv considered his words and said slowly, Your Majesty. The actions of the Starry Empire so far have proved that it has huge ambitions. The Empire will never be satisfied with the southeast region. After digesting the new territory they have conquered, they will definitely turn their attention to our northwest region. Sure enough. You think so too? King Aurora sighed, his face unable to hide his worry. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see the Starry Empire's plan. If any country were in the position of the Starry Empire and had the power to conquer the Starlight continent, they would definitely make the same choice. Trafe, what do you think we should do? King Aurora asked worriedly. The royal family members and nobles present also cast expectant eyes at Trafe. They argued for a long time, but still couldn't think of any good solution. Now they can only hope that this wise man who has always been resourceful will show them a clear way. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Trafe was silent for a long time before he slowly said, Your Majesty, I think surrendering to the Starry Empire is a good choice. When these words came out, everyone's face changed. Trafe didn't care and continued to say, the Principality of Jinghua in the southeast region surrendered to the Starry Empire. None of its royal family members were liquidated. Instead, they were granted the title of Duke family. Most of the nobles below the royal family also retained their territories. I think our kingdom can follow suit. The hall fell into a strange silence. The faces of King Aurora and a group of royal family members changed. Although the Duke family is not bad, how can it compare to controlling a country? Once they surrender, their future status and power will inevitably be greatly reduced, which makes them difficult to accept. The rest of the nobles also hesitated. Although most of the nobles of the Principality of Jinghua retained their territories, no one knew whether they were one of the majority. Besides, there is no guarantee that the Kingdom of Aurora will definitely receive the same treatment as the Principality of Jinghua, unless the Emperor of the Starry Empire makes a personal guarantee. After a long time, King Aurora broke the silence and said in a hoarse voice, Is there any other way? Trafe sighed secretly, knowing that King Aurora still couldn't let go of his power and status. He was mentally prepared for this, and said the second method he had already thought of. The Starry Empire has strong military power. But as long as the countries in the Northwest Territory unite, they may not be powerless to fight. The key is still Sunan. The word Sunan seemed to have some kind of magic, which made everyone in the hall change their faces all of a sudden. To this day, Sunan's reputation has spread throughout the continent, especially in the circles of wizard apprentices, royal families and upper nobles. Everyone knows that the Starry Empire has a formal wizard. As soon as he was promoted, he killed more than a dozen third-level wizard apprentices of the Truth Council with thunderous means, showing the powerful power of wizards to the whole continent. When this news was passed back to the Northwest Territory, it caused an uproar. Chapter 200, Lightning Element Plane. In the Northwest region of the continent, the Parliament of Truth can be said to be the most famous wizard organization. Although they are all notorious, there is no doubt that the Parliament of Truth is definitely the leading wizard organization in the Northwest region. For hundreds of years, the wizards in the Northwest region dare not speak out. But such a powerful wizard organization was destroyed by Sunan easily. This shows how powerful the formal wizards are. The key is that this wizard is the biological brother of the Star Emperor. If he intervenes, even if the many countries in the Northwest region unite, they can't be the opponent of this pair of brothers. Everyone present is very clear about this. But even if they are clear, they can't do anything. A wizard who is powerful enough to destroy the Parliament of Truth, they really can't think of any way to deal with it. Trafe did not expect everyone to come up with a solution. He paused and continued. Although Sunan is powerful, there are ways to deal with him. As long as all the third-level wizard apprentices in the Northwest Territory work together, it is still possible to defeat him. King Aurora's eyes lit up when he heard this. But he hesitated again. But how can we unite all the third-level wizard apprentices? Third-level wizard apprentices are guests of honor of the royal families, and nobles of various countries. In terms of status and identity, they are no worse than the kings of a country. The Aurora Kingdom does not have the reputation to call on everyone to unite. We can persuade the Russell family to come forward, Trafe said with a sharp look in his eyes. The Russell family has a huge reputation in the entire Northwest Territory wizard circle. If the Russell family comes forward, those people will definitely give face. Unity is a good thing for everyone. I believe they don't want to see the Star Empire unify the Northwest Territory. King Aurora was convinced and nodded heavily. Okay. I will write a letter to Fakato Russell now. Starlight Academy. Teaching building. As soon as the get out of class was over, Donahan hurriedly pulled Fleming out of the classroom and rushed to the cafeteria. Hurry up. I've asked around. There's SES fruit on the cafeteria's recommended menu today. If you go too late, it'd be gone. Fleming said helplessly. Isn't it just SES fruit? Silver moonflower essence is different in that it can improve mental activity. And the price is the same. Is it necessary to be so concerned? How is it the same? Donahan pouted. The salad made with SES fruit tastes much better than silver moonflower essence. For the same price. Why not choose SES fruit? He pointed around. Look. These people are all going for SES fruit. Fleming looked around and found that many students were also in a hurry. And they were all heading to the cafeteria. This scene was not seen in the past. Scratching his cheek. Fleming really couldn't understand. Is the taste so important? Seeing him like this, Donahan rolled his eyes. Forget it. I can't explain it to a nerd like you. Since he found out that Fleming had finished 3 basic courses by himself in just half a month, Donahan gave him the title of a nerd. And as Fleming finished the basic courses in just 2 years and started to sign up for advanced courses, his title of a nerd began to spread in the academy. Donahan admired this friend from the bottom of his heart. You should know that Fleming only took 18 days to get started with the star ring meditation method. And then it took only about 9 months to build the first star ring. In Starlight Academy, this record is second only to senior Shimon, Corey and Ethan. These 3 are all recognized leaders of Starlight Academy students. And now they are all leading the army to conquer the underground world. Being able to be compared with these 3 people shows how outstanding Fleming is. Many people say that Fleming is talented. But only Donahan knows how hard Fleming works privately. And almost all his energy is devoted to practice and study. Donahan hardly noticed any entertainment for Fleming. At most, he would stare at the water elves in a trance while eating in the cafeteria. For this, Donahan even teased him that after mastering the first level summoning monster technique, he would simply try to summon a water elf and persuade the other party to sign a contract to become a maid. It must be said that Fleming was tempted at that time. After rushing, the 2 finally managed to grab 2 portions of the SES fruit before they were sold out. After eating and drinking, Donahan walked out of the cafeteria and breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. It just so happens that the effect of the last portion of silver moonflower essence has just ended, and the SES fruit can be replenished and last for 10 days. Fleming, where are you going next? The library or the mission hall? After Donahan said this, he did not hear Fleming's answer. He turned around and found that the latter was staring at a certain place in a trance. What's wrong? Following Fleming's gaze, Donahan found that many people were rushing in a certain direction, with excited expressions on their faces. What happened? Donahan looked surprised. Fleming shook his head. He was also very curious. Seeing this, Donahan simply grabbed a student who looked easy to talk to and asked, Brother, where are you going? The main gate of the academy. The student looked at them in surprise. Don't you know? Senior Shimon and Senior Otto have returned from the underground world today. After that, he hurried away. Senior Shimon. Donahan's eyes lit up. And he immediately pulled Fleming to the main gate. Let's go and see too. Fleming did not object this time. In the academy, he had heard a lot about Shimon's deeds, but he had never seen him in person. So he was very curious. The 2 hurriedly arrived at the main gate of the academy, and saw a group of people walking in with a man and a woman. The woman had outstanding looks, a beautiful face with an approachable smile, and a gentle temperament. Fleming immediately understood that this should be Senior Otto. I heard that this senior is gentle and popular among students. Many seniors are her admirers, but I haven't heard that she is with anyone so far. As for the man next to her, it is obviously Senior Xiaman. He is not handsome, but he gives people a calm and steady feeling. You can tell at a glance that he is the type with a calm personality. Xiaman and Otto were surrounded by a group of seniors, like stars surrounding the moon. The freshmen outside could not get close at all, and could only watch from afar. I heard that Senior Xiaman has built the 7-star ring. Ah, so fast. Isn't he going to be promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice? The traveler mentor said that Senior Xiaman is likely to break through and be promoted before the age of 50. That's amazing. I will be thankful that I can be promoted to a 2nd-level wizard apprentice at the age of 50. You are worthy of being the proud disciple of Lord Sunan. Listening to the discussions around him, Fleming couldn't help but envy secretly. He also wanted to be an outstanding wizard apprentice, like Senior Xiaman. Seeing Sherman gradually going away in the crowd, Fleming retracted his gaze and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Donovan asked. "To the meditation room." Fleming waved his hand without looking back. Instead of just watching here, he might as well go back and practice hard. One day, he will also be the object of envy of everyone. After finally getting rid of the crowd and returning to the door of the dormitory, Sherman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dormitories of the second-level wizard apprentices in the academy are all single-family villas. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the enthusiastic crowd so easily. "It's not easy to be the head of the academy," Otto said with a smile. "Don't make fun of me." Sherman smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how he got the title of the head of the academy. Otto teased for a few words and then got back to the point. "What are your plans for this return?" "Let's concentrate on practicing for a few years first." Sia Man had obviously made up his mind long ago. "I have accumulated a lot of contribution points in this war. Enough for me for a long time. Next, I will concentrate on practicing and strive to break through and advance as soon as possible." Otto nodded without surprise. After all, she had the same plan. Let's work hard together. The top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, the control center, the hall surrounded by the Milky Way, is like a pure white land suspended in the universe. Su Nan stood beside the element pool and looked at the patterns on the surface of the square pool. Speaking of which, it's time to expand the element pool. When he first took control of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, he was not a wizard yet and could only repair the element pool. But now is different. He already has the power to build an element pool and can go further. Expand the element pool first, just in time to practice and prepare for the construction of the Wizard Tower element pool in the future. The element pool of the Wizard Tower is larger than that of the Dragon Skeleton Tower and is more difficult to build. Sudan felt it was necessary to accumulate experience first. When I come back from the Thunder element plane, I put it on the agenda. Concentrating his thoughts, Sudan took out a gem as a medium, mobilized the power of the element pool to open the element channel, and then stepped into it. His vision suddenly brightened, and a sense of weightlessness swept over his body. The strange feeling lasted for several seconds, and then he felt a hard touch under his feet, as if he was stepping on the ground. Sudan suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into his sight was a desolate wilderness, and the sound of rumbling thunder came to his ears. Is this the Thunder element plane? Sudan looked around, and the surroundings were barren, with no plants, no rugged rocks, only charred pits all over the ground, as if it had been bombed by intensive artillery fire. The scorched earth spread to the far distance, and the empty space could not see the end. Looking up again, the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist, and lightning and thunder were running in the mist. Purple light flashed, and there seemed to be a dragon flying in the clouds. Sunan's eyes were filled with amazement. No matter how many times you look at it, this scenery is always shocking from the bottom of your heart. No one can explore how big the elemental plane is, because their boundaries are endless one after another. Take the Thunder elemental plane as an example. The entire Thunder elemental plane contains countless Thunder elemental spaces. Each independent Thunder elemental space has different characteristics. Some are scorched earth, and thunder is constantly falling. Some are just rolling clouds and thunder seas. Some are just a ball of light made entirely of thunder and lightning. And no matter what characteristics the Thunder elemental space has, the only common feature is that it is very dangerous. Not only because of the thunder that is everywhere and can fall at any time, but also because of the elemental spirits in the elemental plane. Elemental spirits are creatures composed of elemental energy particles throughout their bodies. To some extent, they can be regarded as a group of elemental energy with autonomous consciousness. Most of the time, they live in the corresponding elemental planes, and only in a few cases, such as being summoned by a spellcaster, will they descend to the material plane or other outer planes. Different types of elemental spirits have different personalities. For example, wind elements and water elements are usually mild in character. Earth elements are usually mild-mannered. Fire elements are synonymous with irritability. As for thunder elements, they are slightly better than fire elements, but they are also very agitated and aggressive. Elemental spirits are weak and strong. Weak elemental spirits can be easily eliminated by a second-level wizard apprentice. But strong elemental spirits are not even a match for a third-level wizard apprentice. The elemental giants above are even more powerful beings that can compete with formal wizards. As for the higher-level elemental giant elders and elemental lords, they are not something that Su Nan can provoke now. Especially the elemental lords. the weakest of whom have the strength of a demigod, and the strong ones can even compete with gods. The thunder element plane is in chaos and endless wars. There are elemental lords with names one after another. Any elemental lord with a name has enough combat power to beat many weak gods. Sunan dared not step into the elemental space where these elemental lords are anyway. The elemental plane is vast and boundless. Every time the elemental channel is opened, the elemental space that leads to it is random. Fortunately, he is lucky. The concentration of energy particles in the elemental space he entered this time is not high. It is estimated that there will be no elemental lords or giant elders. As for the elemental giants, as long as they do not go deep into the space, they should not be encountered. After coming to his senses, Sunan activated the Ring of Extreme Protection. Forbidden Zone. The charging is too slow. Unless there is a battle, he does not intend to use it casually. After doing all this, Sunan walked forward. There is no terrain that can be remembered and identified in the Thunder Element demi-plane. It looks the same everywhere, and there is no way to recognize the way. Fortunately, he does not need to recognize the way. When he goes back, he can directly reopen the space channel to return. Just be careful to distinguish the concentration of Thunder Element energy particles, and do not mistakenly enter the core area of the elemental space. Rumble. The deafening thunder in my ears almost never stopped. Every 10 seconds or so, a lightning flash descends, hitting the ground with a bang, and the gravel splashes everywhere. Obviously, the charred holes all over the ground were caused by this. Even with the naked eye, one can feel the power of these lightning strikes. Those below the level of legendary knights would probably be wiped out if they were hit by one. Moreover, this is an area where the lightning element is relatively less concentrated. If you go deeper, the power of the thunder will be further enhanced. Without the power of a formal wizard, coming here is to seek death. Sunan sighed secretly. He had only walked a few dozen meters away when he was hit by 3 thunders, and the defense of the extreme protection ring dropped by more than 10 points, which made him frown secretly. More than 10 points of defense is not much, but he has just entered the lightning element plane. Once he stays there for a long time, the extreme protection ring he carries may not be enough. Chapter 201. The future will be the era of the Star Alliance. If it doesn't work, we can only use the restricted area. Sunan gathered his mind and continued to move forward. Thunderstones often appear in places where lightning strikes intensively. It is unlikely that there will be thunderstones at the outermost edge of the thunder element space, so we have to explore further inside. But not long after walking, Sunan encountered the thunder element spirit. The low-level thunder element spirit looks like a ball of lightning flashing with fine arcs. Only with the increase of strength will the appearance of the thunder element spirit gradually tend to be humanoid. When it reaches the level of the elemental giant, it will become a humanoid upper body, and the lower body will be surrounded by arcs of air and electricity, like a mist-like appearance, or the whole body will become a humanoid outline. The one in front of him was just a low-level thunder element spirit, without even a vague human outline, and was blown to ashes by Sunan's spell missile. There is no problem of energy shortage in the thunder element plane. Here, the mental power consumed by casting spells can be quickly restored. But there is another more serious problem. That is, there are almost no energy particles other than lightning energy particles in the thunder element plane. This also means that it is almost impossible to cast any spells that require other types of energy particles here, considering that lightning spells are almost ineffective against the thunder element spirit. The only means of combat that Sunan can use here are non-element spells such as spell missiles, the Ring of Disaster, engraved gems, and liquid metal. As for Black Thunder, it has almost no effect in the thunder element plane. After the death of the thunder element spirit, a small amount of crystal powder was left. This is elemental crystal dust, a material rich in elemental energy, which can be used to enchant or create magic items. Sunan stretched out his hand and put it into the space ring. In the half-plane filled with thunder elements, Sunan completely different aura stands out from the crowd. From a distance, the thunder element spirit can sense his presence. Along the way, most of the thunder element spirits rushed towards him with a crackling sound, and wanted to turn him into charcoal in a rage. Only a few thunder elemental spirits didn't even look at him, lazily floating in the air, floating slowly like clouds. Sunan didn't provoke these thunder elemental spirits, only those short-sighted and irritable fellows. As he went deeper, the thunder element in the air became visibly denser, and even formed a materialized arc, flickering in the void. The thunder elemental spirits encountered along the way became stronger and stronger. Sunan simply released 2 secret puppets. Ordinary puppets could not cause damage to the thunder elemental spirits in the virtual state. Only high-level puppets with constant spells and demonization could deal with thunder elemental spirits. With the secret puppet responsible for cleaning up the thunder elemental spirits, Sunan was finally able to free up his energy and concentrate on finding the thunder stone. Not long after, he made a discovery. With a wave of his hand, a dark stone on the side of the road suddenly rose from the ground and fell into Sunan's palm. Feeling the violent thunder energy contained in the stone, a smile appeared on his face. Finally, there is a harvest. Sunan then searched the surrounding area carefully and found a lot of thunder stones. With the harvest, Sunan became more motivated. There is no distinction between day and night in the thunder element plane. Because there are so many spaces, it is difficult to encounter other creatures, and it is easy to lose track of time. I don't know how long it has been. When Sunan stopped, there were more than 200 thunder stones in the space ring. So many thunder stones are enough to make 3 black thunders. Sunan smiled slightly and looked at the 2 secret puppets guarding him. Although they have experienced a series of battles, the 2 secret puppets were basically not injured. After all, the opponent is just a group of elemental spirits. Because a large number of elemental spirits have been killed, a lot of elemental crystal dust has accumulated in the space ring. Compared to elemental crystal cores, the value of elemental crystal dust is still a little worse. Not long ago, Sunan saw a thunder element giant from a distance. However, he did not intend to fight the thunder elemental giant in its home field. So he avoided it early, and did not let the other party notice. Speaking of which, the elemental giant is also a kind of divine creature. In the elemental plane with pure and abundant energy, it is easy to produce natural divinity. So the elemental spirit is the race that is most likely to give birth to divine creatures. For example, the elemental giant elder, and the elemental lord are all divine creatures. The rule power they master is often linked to their own elemental attributes. In other words, divine energy should also be extracted from the elemental giant. However, considering the difficulty of killing a thunder elemental giant in the thunder elemental plane, Sunan gave up this idea. In his home field, the thunder elemental giant's combat power increased by half, which was considered a small amount, and his power was limited by the influence of the environment. The risk was too high. Maybe he can try it after his strength is improved. But doing this at this stage is no different from seeking death. Shaking his head, Sunan opened the space channel and returned to the Dragon Skeleton Tower. In the following time, Sunan devoted his energy to making Black Thunder and improving the magic pattern core. The former took less than 2 months to complete, and Sunan had 3 more Black Thunders in his hands. The latter took nearly 2 years of research to succeed. The improved magic pattern core can be activated through the array set in the body of the secret puppet, and only energy particles need to be injected. Although the cost of the change is a decrease in power, this problem is easily solved after synthesis through the magic cube. The modified magic pattern core fused by the secret puppet is roughly equivalent to the original level 6 magic pattern core. It's not that Sunan doesn't want to fuse a higher level magic pattern core, but this is already the limit of the secret puppet's load. After all, the level 6 magic pattern core originally requires the formal wizard level mental power and the physique beyond the 4-ring legendary level to be fused. Even now, Sunan can only fuse a level 6 magic pattern core at most. Having said that, the combat power of the secret puppet after fusing the magic pattern core has also improved by leaps and bounds. Even if it is Sunan, without using magic tools and engraved gems, he can only barely tie with it. This is when his spiritual concentration has increased a lot. If it was just when he was promoted, he would definitely not be an opponent. The current secret puppet girl is at least a 50-50 situation against the upper half of the spider god. However, the price of the sudden increase in combat power is the sudden increase in cost. In addition to fusing the level 6 magic pattern core, the secret puppet has also undergone some upgrades to its body structure in order to carry the level 6 magic pattern core, and the final cost is as high as 480,000 gold coins. You should know that the cost of forming a small golem army is only more than 400,000 gold coins. In other words, the cost of a secret puppet is equivalent to a small golem army. The cost of refining high-level puppets will only get higher and higher in the future. After all, many materials can only be obtained through synthesis, and the cost is much higher than manufacturing. Sudan sighed secretly. Take the 6th level magic pattern core as an example. If it is artificially manufactured, the cost can be at least half cheaper than the synthetic one. Just like the manufacturing cost of the same legendary puppet, the iron golem is more than half lower than that of the elite stone golem. This is the cost of using the synthetic magic cube. Of course, compared with the magical power of the magic cube, this cost is not worth mentioning. After all, there is no upper limit to the synthesis of the magic cube in theory. Many things cannot be made even if you spend a lot of gold coins. But the magic cube can be easily synthesized. In fact, for Sudan now, gold coins are no longer a problem. What really limits development is resources. With the control of the southeast region of the underground world and the Star Empire as a dumping ground for goods, the Star Alliance can bring in tens of millions of gold coins every year. But for the mithril needed to refine the secret puppet, the Star Alliance controls only so many silver veins, and the amount of mithril mined each year fluctuates within a fixed range. Even if there are more gold coins, it is impossible to increase it out of thin air. The same is true for other rare resources. When the entire Starlight continent is controlled in the future, this problem will become more and more prominent. In the absence of a third-party trading partner, all Sudan can control is the resources of the Starlight continent, and it is useless to have more gold coins. Fortunately, the resources of the Starlight continent are enough for me to build a wizard tower. When the plane barrier is restored in the future, the Starlight continent can trade with other planes, and the problem of resources can be solved. Shaking his head, Sudan gathered his thoughts and devoted himself to refining the secret dolls. He now has enough mithril to refine 2 more secret dolls. Underground world. Northwest region. Green smoke rose above the mushroom forest city where the war had just ended, and the fluorite light cast from the cave illuminated the ruins below. Clay golems walked back and forth among the ruins, carrying bloody corpses and transporting them outside the city for centralized incineration and destruction. Cole walked through the ruins in a dusty manner, with some blood stains on his gray robe, and looked a little tired, obviously having just experienced a fierce battle. Mushroom Forest City gathered the last elite forces of the Northwest Territory, and the resistance was so fierce that he, the commander, had to go out in person and fought for most of the day before finally conquering this tough bone. And he had reasons to do so. After conquering Mushroom Forest City, there was no large-scale resistance in the Northwest Territory, and the remaining few small cats could be easily dealt with. It can be said that the Northwest Territory has already fallen into the control of the Star Alliance. In 2 months at most, the war here will be settled. Thinking that he had not returned to Longlin for many years, even Cole, who rarely expressed his feelings, could not help but sigh. I heard that Longlin had newly established the Starlight Academy, but I didn't know what kind of academy it was. While thinking, Cole had already come to the stone pillar in the center of Mushroom Forest City and strode into it. The wizard apprentices following him also filed in. The space inside the stone pillar was unusually spacious, and the clay golems were moving supplies. Corey quickly found the warehouse, and before he entered, he saw Ethan walking out with a happy smile on his face. Seeing this, Corey knew that this trip had yielded a lot of gains, but he still asked, "How was it?" The harvest was very rich. Ethan was delighted. The resources in the warehouses of those city-states before should have been concentrated here. Corey also had a faint smile on his face. The richer the spoils, the more contribution points he could get. After arranging people to collect the counted resources, Ethan and Corey walked out side by side. "Do you want to rest here for 2 days?" "No. There are not many resistance forces left, so we should solve them in one go now to avoid more trouble." "That's true." Ethan nodded in agreement. After leading the army for nearly 7 years, he was a little tired and wanted to end the war quickly and return to Longlin to concentrate on cultivation. The contribution points earned in these years were enough for him to use for a long time. After being away for so long, he missed Longlin a little. The two came to the intact city wall on the other side of Mushroom Forest City and looked at the darkness in the distance. That was the only area left in the Northwest Territory that had not been incorporated into the Star Alliance territory. The area occupied on the military map was less than 1/50th of the Northwest Territory. Looking at the entire underground world, it was just a corner. When I first took office as the Commander-in-Chief, I really didn't expect the Star Alliance to unify the underground world so quickly. Ethan's expression showed a sigh. In just 7 or 8 years, the Star Alliance first raised the Southeast Territory, and even captured the Demon Spider City protected by the gods. and then swept across the Northwest Territory. Invincible. Seeing that the Star Alliance was about to unify the underground world, and he was one of the participants, personally experiencing and witnessing all this, it was impossible not to feel emotional. Corey's face seemed calm, but he actually agreed with it deep down in his heart. When he first became the teacher's student, the base was just a small place next to the Flash City. Who would have thought that in less than 30 years, the base would become a giant that would unify the underground world? In the eyes of many people, this is simply a miracle. That's because of the teacher, Corey said. In the years of partnering with Corey, Ethan has long been accustomed to his fanatical worship of the teacher, and smiled when he heard it. I heard that the Empire is preparing to attack the Northwest region. Once the Northwest region is successfully unified, the entire Starlight continent will be in the hands of the Star Alliance. That day will come soon. Corey nodded. In the eyes of the two, although it is the Star Empire that will unify the surface world in the future, it is no different from the Star Alliance taking action personally. The Star Empire is an attachment to the Star Alliance, and it has relied on the Star Alliance to achieve its current development. In essence, it can actually be regarded as a subsidiary organization of the Star Alliance. This is not the arrogance of Corey and Ethan. This has become a consensus among the wizard apprentices of the Starlight Academy and the aristocratic circles of the Empire. Although on the surface, the Star Empire and the Star Alliance are independent and equal forces, anyone with a little knowledge knows that equality is only based on the premise that both sides are equal in strength. The Star Empire intimidates the continent on the surface, but its real strength is far inferior to that of the Star Alliance. In terms of resources, the Star Empire is also very dependent on the Star Alliance, but not vice versa. In this case, the Star Empire naturally does not have much say. After long-term trading and cooperation, the Star Empire will naturally become a subsidiary of the Star Alliance. From the Emperor to the nobles, they do not resist this. It is better to say that they are happy to be more closely bound to the Star Alliance. The future will be the era of the Star Alliance. Ethan smiled, and suddenly had an idea. You said that after conquering the Starlight continent, where will the next target of the Star Alliance be? Corey was stunned, and after thinking for a long time, he said, I heard that ancient wizards like to conquer other civilization planes. Maybe the teacher has similar ideas. Ethan's eyes lit up. This is a good goal. He also wants to see the scenery of other planes. If one day the Star Alliance wants to expedition to other planes, he must participate and go to other planes to see. But before that, he still has to be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. For the current Star Alliance, the second-level wizard apprentice is still a bit weak. Chapter 202 Black Forest. Starlight Calendar 1278. Book Month August. The last independent city-state in the Northwest was captured by the Golem Legion, announcing that the entire Northwest had completely fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. So far, the underground world has welcomed its first ruler in 1,000 years. After the war subsided, the Star Alliance completely entered a development period, no longer launching large-scale military campaigns, and instead focused on developing the underground world. Sunan specially made a list of items needed to build a wizard tower, and gave it to Carolina and Red Widow to collect. As soon as they returned from the Black Forest, the construction of the wizard tower would be put on the agenda. This is a huge project that cannot be completed overnight, even if there are sufficient materials and labor. It will take more than 10 or 20 years to complete. Given the current situation of the Starlight continent, Sunan estimated that it would be fast to complete it within 100 years. At the end of the month, just 3 days before the harvest month, September, the energy of the Black Key was finally full. The moment the Black Key was activated, Sunan almost immediately had a dense and gloomy forest full of black trees in his mind, and he instantly knew its location. It's quite far from the Demon Spider City. The map of the underground world had long been engraved in Sunan's mind. After a brief recollection, he determined the city-state closest to the Black Forest, and then arrived at that city-state through the space channel of Longlin, and flew towards the location of the Black Forest. More than 100 kilometers passed in a flash, and Sunan soon found a dark cave entrance in a remote cave. Space channel? It seems that unlike the Starry Tower, the Black Forest is in an alternate dimension. Sunan was not surprised. If the Black Forest existed in the material world, his men would have found clues long ago. So he guessed that the Black Forest was either an alternate dimension itself, or, like the Starry Tower, it could travel between the material world and other dimensional planes. And this dark space channel undoubtedly proved that the Black Forest was the former. After casting a defensive spell on himself and activating the Ring of Extreme Protection, Sudan then stepped into the space channel without hesitation. His eyes flashed, and when his vision became clear again, Sudan found himself in a strange forest. All he saw were tall black trees. The trunks were black, the branches were black, and even the leaves were black. Above his head was a starry sky, and the dim starlight fell in the forest. From a distance, the black trees looked like devils with bared fangs and claws, stretching out terrifying shadows on the ground. The whole forest was full of ghosts, which made people feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. There seemed to be a very light gray fog in the air. However, Sudan knew that it was not fog, but negative energy particles that were so dense that they were almost substantial. Such dense negative energy particles. Sudan was amazed. Unlike positive energy particles, negative energy particles cannot penetrate and strengthen the body, but will cause damage to the body. Except for wizards, apprentices, who specialize in the undead system. Very few people will actively absorb negative energy particles. Being in an environment with a high concentration of negative energy particles for a long time will also damage the body. The wizard organization that left this wizard heritage is most likely to belong to the evil camp. First-level wizard apprentices and knights below the legendary level will be corroded into a ball of pus in a short time after entering here. The requirements for entrance in this wizard heritage are obviously more stringent than those of the Starry Tower. And the assessment method should also be different. Sunan had a vague guess in his heart, but he needed to continue observing to verify whether it was accurate. The mental power spread out. Sunan sensed for a moment, and then chose a direction with a higher concentration of negative energy particles and walked. If nothing unexpected happens, the core of the Black Forest should be in this direction. The starlight fell into the forest, as if it was also stained with a layer of darkness. The surroundings were dead silent, with no other sounds except for Sunan's own footsteps, combined with a gloomy and dark environment. It was extremely depressing. Sunan had originally thought about whether he could find some rare magic plants, but after searching carefully all the way, he found nothing. Just when he was about to give up, a bright red suddenly appeared in his vision. Sunan's eyes moved, and he walked over with a little caution. When he got closer, he found that it was a field of red roses. The bright red petals were dotted with black or golden stars, and the roots were surrounded by hollow flower thorns about 6 inches long, blooming in groups on the pale bones. Sunan's nose moved slightly, and he could smell the sweet fragrance in the air, which was faintly mixed with a hint of rotten meat. With this shape of flowers and a highly recognizable smell, Sunan quickly recognized the origin of the object in front of him, and released a magic missile without hesitation. Taking the initiative, the demon rose. An evil plant that feeds on corpses will attack any creature that comes close, suck its blood and turn it into a new flower bed. After realizing that they were exposed, all the Magic Palace roses immediately spread their petals and flapped like wings, as if they were soaring into the air like a swarm of bees, and flew over brazenly. Buzz! A dull sound like the flapping wings of a swarm of bees suddenly sounded in the void. More than 20 magic missiles killed many Magic Palace roses, but more Magic Palace roses surrounded Sunan. Sunan's face was indifferent. The combat power of a single Magic Palace rose is only at the level of a knight. If it appears in large numbers, it is enough to threaten the Great Knight. But that's all. There is no threat to him. After 4 burning hands, Sunan easily solved the remaining Magic Palace roses. However, this battle seemed to have pressed a switch, and a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the darkness around. Rumble! A huge sound suddenly came from the left, as if a huge rock was rolling over, accompanied by the sound of trees being crushed. The next moment, a round giant sphere rushed out of the darkness and rolled towards Sunan. With the dim starlight, Sunan quickly saw the true face of the sphere. It was a sphere made entirely of vines and branches, as big as a building, with a layer of pale green spores on the surface, and it looked like something that could not be touched. Plague Vine Ball. Sunan raised his eyebrows. This was a 3-ring legendary creature that could spread plague. The plague cloud on the surface was enough to kill a 2-ring legendary knight instantly. At the same time, there were bursts of metal friction sounds coming from the front. Tall and burly voices rushed out from the depths of the forest. At first glance, these creatures looked like apes wearing black armor, with hideous and ugly faces, 2 tongues sticking out of their mouths dripping with disgusting pus, and snakes sticking out of their helmets entwined around their armored arms. Corrupted Dead King. Sunan eyes flickered. The Corrupted Dead King is a three-ring legendary undead creature. In addition to having strong combat power, it can also summon and drive undead creatures. As the Corrupt Dead Kings raised their battle axes and roared, the ground suddenly cracked, and undead creatures with rotten bodies and pale bones in many places drilled out from the ground. More and more creatures appeared from the surroundings, and they surrounded and killed Sunan like a tide. Is this the test of the Black Forest? Even though he was surrounded by countless monsters, Sunan's face remained calm. With a slight movement of his mind, countless puppets appeared around him out of thin air, marching in uniform steps to kill the monsters. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The roar and roar broke the silence of the night. Hundreds of elite steel golems and fine gold golems guarded Sunan in the middle, like a sharp blade tearing through the monster's encirclement and continuously advancing forward. The density of the monsters surprised Sunan a little. Almost every step forward was accompanied by the death of monsters or puppets. Looking down from a high altitude, his path forward was a track covered with blood and metal fragments. Something is wrong. Even a third-level wizard apprentice cannot withstand this attack strength. And the assessment has lost its meaning. Sunan was confused. Is the Black Forest different from the Starry Tower, and not built to recruit qualified wizard apprentices? But if not, why did the wizard forces behind the Black Forest leave this wizard heritage? Or did something happen in the Black Forest? Although he was confused, Sunan had no intention of stopping, and he cast spells from time to time to kill the fish that broke through the defense line. In any case, he knew it at a glance when he reached the core of the Black Forest. The number of monsters in the Black Forest is limited after all. As time passed, Sunan clearly felt that the number of monsters surrounding him began to decrease significantly. He estimated that he had killed at least 1,400 to 1,500 monsters all the way, and the price he paid was the destruction of hundreds of golems. But for Sunan, who now has a big family, this loss is completely bearable. Compared with the secret puppets, the materials of the Iron Golem and the Elite Golem are much easier to obtain. He would rather lose some puppets than save his strength to deal with the next situation. A moment later, accompanied by a wail, the last Corrupt Dead King fell under the giant fist of the Elite Golem. So far, the monsters surrounding Sunan have been annihilated, and there are no more monsters around except for the dark trees. It's over. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, the tree behind him suddenly shook violently, and several extremely thick roots and branches suddenly broke out of the ground, and whipped his back like a whip. Thump! With a muffled sound, the roots and branches were blocked by the invisible force field a few centimeters away from Sunan's body. Sunan swung a lightning with his backhand, and the roots and branches were electrocuted into charcoal. Crash! The sound of branches shaking one after another rang out. At this moment, all the surrounding trees shook violently, and countless branches emerged from the ground, densely packed like a storm, and sweeping towards Sunan and the puppet. Crunch! In an instant, several elite steel golems were tied up by the roots and branches. As the roots and branches continued to tighten, the metal bodies twisted visibly, making a harsh sound, and turned into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. Without saying a word, Sunan fired a flaming ball, and the surrounding golems also released fire spells, instantly burning the surrounding roots and branches into ashes. But the next moment, there was a sudden sound of branches swinging, with Sunan as the center. The trees within 100 meters began to tremble violently, and one after another, the roots and branches drilled out from the ground and shot towards this side like sharp arrows. The roots and branches that had just been cleared became dense again in an instant. Looking at this scene, Sunan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that all the trees in this forest are monsters that can manipulate their roots and branches? Although it was not very clear because of the dim light, Sunan had been using his mental power to sense the surrounding environment along the way. He preliminarily estimated that the number of trees in this forest would never be less than 4 digits. If these trees are living monsters, it would be tricky. While Sunan was thinking, the whole forest had slowly awakened like a sleeping giant beast. The trembling of the trees gradually spread in all directions like a wave. Countless trees woke up one after another, pulling out roots and branches from the ground, stretching them to the sky like crazy demons dancing wildly. Seeing this, Sunan no longer hesitated, decisively put away the golem, and the whole person floated in the air. At the same time, A large amount of silver liquid drilled out from the pores. And in a blink of an eye, it wrapped his whole body, and quickly condensed into a giant spike more than 10 meters long. Boom! Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. The giant spike shot out forward like lightning, while moving forward at high speed. It also rotates at high speed, like a turbine. Woohoo! Dense black roots and branches gathered from all directions, covering the sky and pulling down fiercely. But they were crushed into debris all over the sky the moment they touched the giant spike. For a moment, the giant spike was like a high-speed tank, forcing a path in the black ocean, and countless black roots and branches turned into powder wherever they passed. After an unknown period of time, Sunan suddenly felt the pressure in front of him lighten. He looked around and found that he had rushed out of the encirclement of the roots and branches and entered a wide open space. This open space seemed to have some kind of restrictions. Those roots and branches could only twitch and swing wildly within the boundary line between the open space and the trees, but could not enter. After confirming that those roots and branches could no longer pose a threat, Sunan retracted the liquid metal and looked at the center of the open space. A huge black tree with branches and leaves quietly took root in the center of the open space. The tree was estimated to be 200 or 300 meters high, and was completely black, almost perfectly blending in with the night. It seemed to have the ability to block spiritual perception, so that Sunan did not notice the existence of this towering tree at first, until he entered the open space, and suddenly discovered its existence. The dark giant tree stood still, and although the color was deep and profound, it presented a kind of weird beauty, forming a strong visual conflict with the desolation around it, as if seeing a scene of real illusion, full of fantasy colors. Dark demon tree, Sunan murmured in his heart. His previous experience, combined with the huge black giant tree in front of him. His guess in his heart has been verified. He knew which wizard organization was behind the Black Forest. Chapter 203, Meet the God Again. Information gap. Generally speaking, plants mostly symbolize vitality and are not associated with death. However, in the wizard world, this is not a theorem. There are a group of wizards who specialize in studying the combination of plants and death, and in the process create a group of strange creatures. For example, the Magic Palace Rose. For example, the Plague Vine Ball. This wizard force is called the Deadwood Council. The Deadwood Council is a wizard force that leans towards the evil camp. Its members are wizards, apprentices, who specialize in plants and death. Their style of doing things is dark and extreme. Their reputation in the multiverse is not much different from that of the Dark Throne. However, the overall strength of the Deadwood Council is much inferior to that of the Dark Throne, and it can barely be ranked as a second-rate wizard force. And the Dark Demon Tree is the unique alchemical creature of the Deadwood Council. The wizards of the Deadwood Council will plant a Dark Demon Tree in each invaded plane, which can serve as a base and a plane anchor. The Dark Demon Tree has strong combat power and many auxiliary functions. It can be said that the Dark Demon Tree played a big role in the Deadwood Council's entry into the second-tier ranks, as early as when he encountered the undead plants such as the Demon Palace Rose and the Plague Vine Ball. Sunan had vaguely guessed that the Black Forest might be the inheritance left by the Deadwood Council. Now that he saw the Dark Demon Tree, he directly confirmed this. No wonder the environment here is so gloomy. It turns out that the Deadwood Council is behind it. Sunan muttered in his heart, looking up and down at the dark giant tree in front of him. Walala! The branches and leaves of the Dark Demon Tree suddenly shook, followed by a low and hoarse voice, as if it was an old man. Lucky wizard. Congratulations on passing the test of the Black Forest. The voice seemed to come from all directions, and it seemed to come from the body of the Dark Demon Tree in front of him. As a reward, you will get the 1,000 Trees Essence. A long black branch stretched out from the dense tree canopy and stretched all the way to Sunan. A piece of wood with wood grain on the top of the branch seemed to be cut from the trunk. The whole piece of wood was only the size of an egg, but Sunan could clearly feel the powerful energy contained in it. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The 1,000 Trees Essence is a crystal formed by the condensation of the essence of the whole body of a magic plant that has grown for more than 1,000 years. It contains huge and gentle energy. It can be absorbed without refining and purification. It can greatly increase the concentration of spirit and is very popular among first-level wizards. Just such a small piece of 1,000 Trees Essence can at least increase his concentration of spirit by 10%. Because the formation conditions are very harsh. Not only does it require a magic plant, but it also has to grow for more than 1,000 years. So the Thousand Trees essence is quite rare. Even the Deadwood Council, which specializes in the field of plants, does not produce more than double-digit Thousand Trees essence every year. Su Nan really didn't expect that the Deadwood Council would leave 1,000 tree essences in the Black Forest as a reward for those who pass the test. And since it is a reward, does it mean that there is more than 1,000 tree essence? Such a generous reward is not like the style of the dark camp. Su Nan's eyes flickered slightly, and he took the 1,000 tree essences calmly, pretending to put them into the space ring, but actually put the 1,000 tree essences into the magic cube. When he saw the text displayed on the magic cube, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he sneered secretly. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. Okay, wizard, you can leave. The low voice of the dark magic tree sounded again. The Black Forest is about to close, and the next time it appears will be 20 years later. I hope I can see you again then. I'm afraid you don't want that, Su Nan said meaningfully. What do you mean by that? Literally. The moment the words fell, Su Nan swung his hand violently, and 2 thunder-blasting gemstones flew out of his hand, turning into dazzling and violent thunder in the air and attacking the dark magic tree. At the same time, a small and exquisite spearhead also fell into Su Nan's palm. As his 5 fingers closed, a deep light instantly burst out from between his fingers and quickly turned into a pitch-black spear. Swish! The spear flew out of his hand and turned into a black stream of light that penetrated the void like lightning and shot towards the dark magic tree. Hua la la! A large amount of liquid metal rushed out of Su Nan's body, condensing into silver spikes with cold light in the void, densely packed and almost covering the sky, and then swept out like a storm. At this moment, Su Nan almost used all his strength, and the 3 strongest trump cards were sacrificed at the same time, attacking the dark magic tree in unison. The dark demon tree had never expected that Su Nan would suddenly attack. It was caught off guard and had no time to make much defense. It could only control its roots and branches to drill out from the ground and the tree canopy, and quickly intertwined in front of it to form a thick vine net. But the next moment, the vine net was torn to pieces by the thunder, and turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Immediately afterwards, a black stream of light penetrated its trunk. As the violent black thunder burst out, a shocking hole suddenly appeared in the center of the huge trunk of the dark demon tree. Through the hole, you can even see the charred wood with a little smoke coming out of it, as well as the scenery behind the tree. Without waiting for it to catch its breath, the silver metal storm swept in again, accompanied by endless hissing sounds, tearing one gap after another on the tree trunk. After a set of fierce combos, the dark demon tree was already covered with wounds and let out a shrill howl. Wow! The violet demon fire suddenly ignited from the center of its trunk, quickly spreading to the entire tree and crown. The silver spike touched these flames and was instantly vaporized. Wizard! The dark demon tree finally had the energy to make an angry question, and countless black branches emerged from its crown, aiming at Su Nan like a venomous snake. Why did you attack me? Are you still pretending now? Su Nan sneered. His eyes swept across the purple demon fire on the dark demon tree. Silence! After a long while, the dark demon tree slowly spoke. But this time, the voice was no longer low and hoarse, but a pleasant and mature female voice. How did you find out? The voice was extremely familiar, even though he had only heard it once. Su Nan was still impressed. It was the female voice that appeared in his ears 3 years ago after he killed the half-spider god. The voice of the Spider Queen, the protector of the Dark Elves. Yes, Su Nan said calmly. In the display of the magic cube, the piece of Thousand Trees essence was indeed authentic, but it was added with a little bit of material, a terrible spider poison. Once he absorbed the Thousand Trees essence without any defense, the spider poison would naturally enter his body, corroding and corrupting his body and soul. Su Nan knew who was behind it with his toes. This was not the first time that such a method had been used. After hearing what Su Nan said, the Spider Queen was not angry, but thoughtful. It was my mistake. When I saw that you were not poisoned by the soul poison I left before, I should have guessed that you had the ability to detect poisons, and you should have changed to a more secretive method. Su Nan's face was calm, but he sneered in his heart. With a magic cube, it would be a waste of effort for the Spider Queen to change any number of methods. To put it another way, even if there was no magic cube, he would not be fooled by the Spider Queen. He originally suspected that the Spider Queen might intervene in the Black Forest, And now he saw that the Deadwood Council was unreasonable to leave the Thousand Trees essence. And he had doubts in his heart, and would never rashly absorb the Thousand Trees essence. The Spider Queen failed because she didn't know that she knew the Deadwood Council very well. The gap in information destined the Spider Queen's conspiracy to fail. You seem to have a lot of secrets. The Spider Queen's tone was a little interested. I'm surprised that there are wizards like you in the Starlight Continent today. I'm starting to be interested in you. But I'm not interested in you. Sunen's face was indifferent. Gods should stay in their own kingdoms. Isn't a place as big as the Deep Pit Demon Net enough to satisfy you? Whether it was before, now, or in the future. The Starlight Continent is not a place you can interfere with. You seem to know me well? The Spider Queen paused slightly. I'm getting more and more curious about your origins. You can go back and think about it slowly. The Spider Queen chuckled, with a hint of charm in her voice. Young wizard, I lost this time. As a reward for your victory over me, this tree body will be left to you. I look forward to the day when I meet you again in the future. I hope you can bring me some surprises then. As the Spider Queen spoke, the purple demon fire on the dark demon tree gradually weakened. When the last word fell, the last trace of flame also went out. The breath of the gods completely disappeared from the huge tree body. After realizing that he had completely failed and could not turn the tables, the cunning queen decisively admitted defeat and left, leaving the hope of revenge in the future. Sunen said he would most likely meet the Spider Queen in the future, but that would definitely not be the scene she expected. In his memory, the wizard's ambush against the Spider Queen in the future would lead to a disastrous failure. But that was without his intervention. If he came to the back, that would not be certain. Maybe he could give the Spider Queen another surprise. After concentrating for a while, and making sure that the Spider Queen had indeed given up leaving, Sunen came to the Dark Demon Tree. The Dark Demon Tree has the function of a spatial anchor point, and can also be used as a spatial channel for plane shuttle. The Deadwood Council. The reason why the Dark Demon Tree was left in the Black Forest was probably to wait until the plane barrier of the Starlight Continent was almost repaired, and then use the Dark Demon Tree as a springboard to send people to sneak into the Starlight Continent before other wizard forces to seize the opportunity. But later, the Spider God Queen discovered the Black Forest. So she took over the Dark Forest, and used the function of the Dark Demon Tree's spatial anchor point to open a gap and infiltrate the divine power. This led to a series of events in the Demon Spider City. In other words, as long as the Dark Demon Tree is destroyed, it is equivalent to cutting off the Spider God Queen's channel to infiltrate the Starlight Continent. Before the plane barrier is repaired, she will not be able to intervene in the Starlight Continent. If Sunen had not attacked and severely damaged the Dark Demon Tree, the Spider God Queen would not have given up so easily, and there would definitely be a fierce battle between the two. Sunen stroked the rough surface of the Dark Demon Tree, sensing the rich divine energy remaining in it, and a smile appeared on his face. This Dark Demon Tree has long been dead. The Thousand Trees' essence is probably the essence condensed after its death. The dead tree body has long been transformed by the Spider God Queen into a tool for conveying divine power. So there is also a lot of divine energy remaining in it. The Spider Queen didn't really intend to leave this tree body to him as a reward, but she couldn't extract the divine energy inside for a while, so she had to give up helplessly. The so-called reward was just a face-saving statement. In any case, this is a good thing for Sunen. With so much divine energy, his spiritual concentration can usher in a leap-forward growth. Boom! A deafening noise suddenly came from the distance. Sunen came back to his senses from his joy, and immediately soared into the sky and looked into the distance. At the end of the sky, large areas of visible distortion filled every inch of the void, slowly and firmly advancing, constantly devouring everything. One by one, huge trees broke and shattered in the distortion, annihilated and disappeared. Is the space collapsed? Sunen frowned, looked at the dark magic tree, and understood it after a little thought. The core of the Black Forest is probably the dark magic tree. Its death led to the natural collapse of the Black Forest. It's just that the Spider Queen had maintained the stability of this space before, and now that she has left, the space is naturally difficult to maintain. Sunen felt a little regretful. He had originally thought about whether he could take the Black Forest into his pocket, but now it seems impossible. Well, the environment of the Black Forest has limited its use, so I just give up if I give up. Shaking his head, Sunen gathered his thoughts and began to explore everywhere, looking for the resource storage point of the Black Forest. However, He didn't know whether the resources had been taken away by the Spider Queen long ago, or the Deadwood Council had not left any resources at all, and he still found nothing after exploring for a long time. Could it be that the Deadwood Council had no intention of training wizard apprentices at all, but just regarded this place as a pure space anchor point? Sunan was a little disappointed. But when he thought of the Thousand Trees essence and the tree body containing divine energy, he felt better. With these two things, this trip was at least not in vain. Seeing that the space collapse was about to spread to the side, Sunan no longer delayed and immediately put away the tree body. Fortunately, he had the magic cube. Otherwise, he would not be able to take away such a huge tree trunk. Sunan guessed that the spider goddess must have thought of this, and left the tree trunk to him to let him experience the frustration of seeing but not being able to eat. It can only be said that the spider goddess is not someone who is willing to suffer a loss. Activating the black key, Sunan figure then disappeared in the air. Not long after, a large area of distorted void swept over like a tide, submerging the last bit of space. Chapter 204: A Wizard Family with a 1,000-year heritage. Returning to the original cave, Sunan turned around and saw the dark space channel shrinking rapidly, and finally turned into a black dot and disappeared. Looking at this scene, Sunan's expression flashed with emotion. The black forest collapsed and annihilated, and the starry tower was also dismantled into materials by him. 2 of the 3 legendary wizard inheritances in the Starlight Continent disappeared forever through his hands. Now there is only the last Falling Star City left. I just don't know where the Falling Star City is, Sunan thought secretly. He searched the entire underground world, but there was still no clue of the Falling Star City. The clue of this last wizard inheritance is most likely in the surface world, and it is very likely in the northwest region. After all, the southeast region has been explored by him. After the Starry Empire conquers the northwest region, let Key help find it. Coming back to his senses, Sunan left the cave. The body of the dark demon tree was too large to be taken out in the dragon forest. He had to find a wide and secluded place to extract the divine energy from the tree. However, this work took much more time than Sunan expected. The divine energy contained in the body of the dark demon tree was not particularly large, less than 300 standard units. But because the tree was extremely large, it took a long time to extract it. It took more than 2 months for Sunan to absorb the divine energy in the tree while extracting it, and finally absorbed it completely. And the spiritual concentration also increased by nearly 20%, soaring to 60.37%, because all the essence had been condensed into the Thousand Trees essence, and the divine energy had been drained. The body of the dark demon tree had become a pile of ordinary wood, and it was wood with negative energy particle radiation, which had no advantages. So Sunan burned it directly. After that, Sunan split the Thousand Trees essence into several pieces, then synthesized them, purified the spider poison inside, and then began to absorb them. Perhaps because it was condensed from all the essence of the dark demon tree, the energy contained in this piece of Thousand Trees essence was more than Sunan expected. And finally his mental concentration increased by more than 14%. So far, Sunan's mental concentration has exceeded the 70% mark. Sunan Yenist. Human male. Gasification, 74.82%. It's only about 15% away from breaking through to the first level of liquefaction. Sunan was delighted. I thought it would take 300 or 400 years of practice to break through to the first level of liquefaction, but I didn't expect that after only 10 years of being promoted to a wizard. The mental concentration has increased to more than 70%. Speaking of which, the mental concentration can be improved so quickly, thanks in large part to the Spider God Queen. Almost all of the divine energy he absorbed in the past 10 years came from the Spider God Queen. If the Spider Queen hadn't persistently sent him multiple big gift packages, he wouldn't have been able to break through 70% of his spiritual concentration so quickly. Thinking of this, Sunan suddenly felt a little sorry that the Spider Queen could no longer intervene in the Starlight Continent. Shouldn't he kill the dark demon tree so quickly? Forget it. That woman is too cunning. If she is kept, she might cause trouble again. It's better to deal with it as soon as possible. Sunan thought about it and shook his head. The risk of keeping the dark demon tree is too great. There is no need to keep a time bomb around for a little divine energy, with only about 15% of the spiritual concentration left. If you practice step by step for about 80 years, you can also break through to the first level of liquefaction. And there are other means. A gleam of light flashed in Sunan's eyes. when he was looking for the Thunder Stone in the Thunder Element plane. He had the idea of hunting elemental giants to extract divine energy, but because he was worried that his strength was not enough, he put it aside for the time being. Now that my spiritual concentration has nearly doubled, my strength has greatly increased. So maybe I can give it a try. If I succeed, I will have a stable way to obtain divine energy in the future. But I have to be prepared. The Thunder Element plane is the home of the Thunder Element giant spirit. The only means that can be used to deal with it, there are non-elemental spells, non-lighting engraved gems, and liquid metal. Other means are either not powerful enough, or cannot be used due to environmental restrictions, or have little effect on the Thunder Element giant spirit. And none of them are within Sunan consideration. Prepare more engraved gems. If it doesn't work, you can pile up engraved gems to kill them. With a plan in mind, Sunan no longer lingered, performed levitation, and flew off the ground to the nearest city-state. Calculating the time, this trip took about 3 months. But now that the war is over, the Star Alliance should not have much for him to worry about. At most, he would occasionally listen to reports and check the general direction. As soon as I returned to the Dragon Skeleton Tower, Carolina and Red Widow came to me immediately. Master, we have collected all the marble and metal you requested, but the white jade will take some time. In the study, Carolina handed over a list of all the materials that had been collected, including marble, obsidian, and fine steel. These are the basic building materials needed to build a wizard tower, and collection is only the first step. These ordinary building materials cannot be used to build a wizard tower at present. They must be enchanted to increase hardness and magic conductivity. The quality of the enchantment of basic building materials largely determines the upper limit of a wizard tower. In short, the huge number of basic building materials means that enchantment is a very time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Sunan waved his hand and divided the enchantment of building materials into different tasks, which were handed over to the students of Starlight Academy. This kind of basic work can be done by first-level wizard apprentices with a certain enchantment foundation. You can collect white jade slowly, but pay attention to quality. Sunan ordered. White marble is a fine-grained marble with a white color and hard texture. It is a superior building and carving material. It has a weak magical conductivity, and its performance is greatly improved after enchantment. It can be used to strengthen the elemental array, and is very suitable for building elemental pools and meditation areas. In addition, the white jade will become very strong after being blessed by magic, and can withstand the impact of magic below the third ring, and is also suitable for building magic training rooms. The only disadvantage is that it is relatively expensive. What about other materials? Sunan put down the list and asked. Carolina replied respectfully, magic steel ingots and high-end gems have been collected, but there is still a shortage of 3/5 of arcane crystals, mystical dust and star sand. I have sent more people to collect them everywhere. In addition, I am now asking the Star Empire to assist the Star Alliance in acquiring silver mines on the surface world and list the silver mines as strategic materials in our own hands, so that the production of mithril can be greatly increased. Sunan nodded slightly. The Wizard Tower has many large facilities, including but not limited to elemental pools, elemental furnaces, mystical protective energy fields, floating rings and ultra-long-range strike devices, etc. These facilities require a large amount of rare materials, including mithril. However, the Starlight continent lacks trading channels with other planes, and all resources can only be produced by itself. Naturally, it is very slow to collect, and basically can only be accumulated slowly over time. In addition, there are some materials that are not available in the Starlight continent at all, and Sunan has to find a way to research alternative materials. It can be said that if there is no synthetic magic cube, it is simply a foolish dream to build a wizard tower on the Starlight continent. Carolina can collect a considerable amount of rare materials in such a short time, which is already a manifestation of excellent ability to do things. Sunan will naturally not ask too much. Well done. After receiving the praise from the master, Carolina's face showed an irrepressible joy. The Red Widow on the side saw it, and curled her lips secretly. What is there to be proud of? While she was complaining, Sunan suddenly turned her head and looked at her. What's going on the surface recently? Carolina is mainly responsible for the affairs of the underground world, and the Red Widow is mainly responsible for the affairs of the surface world. Hearing Sunan question, the Red Widow immediately perked up and answered respectfully, Master, a month ago, the Star Empire officially attacked the northwest region. Sunan raised his eyebrows. But he was not surprised. It has been almost 7 years since the unification of the Southeast region. The Star Empire has almost digested the previous results and completely stabilized the situation in the Southeast region. It is not surprising to march into the Northwest region of the continent now. But if it was just this point, the Red Widow would not report to him at this time. So Sunan did not interrupt and signaled her to continue. His Majesty Qi sent a letter 5 days ago, requesting us to send high-level combat forces for support. Sunan finally showed some surprise on his face. Why? With the current military strength of the Star Empire, it should be enough to take over the Northwest territory. Why does it need to ask the Star Alliance for help? The Red Widow replied with a strange look on her face. All the countries in the Northwest territory have united to fight against the Star Empire. In addition, under the mediation of the Russell family, almost all the third-level wizard apprentices in the Northwest territory have also united to assassinate the commanders of the various armies of the Empire in the war. Because of these people, the Empire has been in a mess recently, and the front line has been unable to advance. So it asked us for help. Russell family? Sunan became interested. What's the matter with this family? Most third-level wizard apprentices are eccentric, casual or arrogant guys. It is conceivable how difficult it is to gather these people together. It is really surprising that the Russell family can do such a thing. The Red Widow handed a document to Sunan and said, "The Russell family is a wizard family with a history of thousands of years. It has a very deep heritage. It is said that their ancestors were wizards thousands of years ago. They enjoy great prestige in the Northwest territory. Although they are not the royal family of any country, they are respected by all countries. In addition, the Russell family also has a high reputation in the circle of wizard apprentices. Many wizard apprentices have had interactions with them and received their help, so they will give them face in many things. The reason why the third-level wizard apprentices in the Northwest Territory were able to put aside their prejudices and join forces this time is because the current patriarch of the Russell family, Fakado Russell, personally came forward and lobbied everywhere." Sunan opened the file, which listed the information of the Russell family, including its family members. The current patriarch, Fakado Russell, is 156 years old and is a third-level wizard apprentice. His strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire Northwest Territory. Below him, the entire Russell family has a total of 16 wizard apprentices, including 3 third-level wizard apprentices, 5 second-level wizard apprentices, and 8 first-level wizard apprentices. This size alone is not inferior to some wizard apprentice organizations. It must be said that the Russell family does have the confidence and strength to be respected by all countries and wizard apprentices. A wizard family with a 1,000-year heritage. Sunan was thoughtful. This reminded him of the Kessler family. The ancestors of the Kessler family were also wizards, and their heritage was more than 1,000 years. But the Kessler family was much worse off than the Russell family, and they didn't even have a wizard apprentice. The only 3-ring legendary knight is now dead. The only remaining family member is also missing. I wonder if he is still alive in this world. The ancestors of the Kessler family left them clues about the Starry Tower. As a wizard family with a 1,000-year heritage, is it possible that the ancestors of the Russell family also left them clues about the wizard heritage? Sunan's mind suddenly flashed the 3 words Falling Star City. Perhaps the last clue to the 3 wizard heritages lies in this Russell family. Let Secret Doll number 1 and Secret Doll number 2 go over. Sunan closed the file. Try to capture the members of the Russell family alive, especially Falcardo Russell. I want to ask him for some information. Yes, Master, Red Widow said respectfully. Sunan waved his hand, and the 2 women left tactfully. Walking out of the study, Carolina suddenly asked, "Are you going to lead the team to the Northwest Territory?" Of course. The Red Widow glanced at her and smiled. The Master obviously attaches great importance to the capture of the Russell family members. Of course. I have to personally check it. Carolina looked at her deeply and said meaningfully, "I hope you won't let the Master down." The Red Widow smiled and said, "With 2 secret puppets, I don't think this operation will be difficult. The combat power of the secret puppets is no secret to them. The top leaders of the Star Alliance. 2 secret puppets with combat power comparable to that of wizards. Dealing with a group of third-level wizard apprentices can't be described as a strongman bullying a child. It's basically a fully armed knight against an unarmed child. The result will not be any surprises at all. After thousands of years of inheritance, the people of the Russell family probably don't know how powerful wizards are. Otherwise, They would never have done such a ridiculous act as to unite a group of third-level wizard apprentices to fight against wizards. Only those who have seen the power of wizards would understand that such an act is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The master doesn't even need to show up. The two secret puppets can beat the clowns to a pulp. Carolina naturally knew this, pursed her lips and said nothing more, turned around and left. Watching her go away, the Red Widow's smile slowly faded, and she sneered. No matter how long they have worked together, she still can't stand this pretentious woman. Chapter 205: A low-cost and fast improvement method. Half a month later, on the top floor of the Dragon Skeleton Tower, next to the element pool, Sunan glanced at the 100 engraved gems lying in the space ring, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With so many engraved gems, it should be enough to deal with the Thunder Element Giant. After calming down, Sunan opened the space channel and stepped into it. After a flash of light, he had entered the Thunder Element space. What came into view was the gloomy clouds, occupying every inch of the vision. Thunder and lightning rushed in the clouds, accompanied by a loud rumble from time to time, and the thick and dazzling lightning tore through the clouds, giving people a sense of wildness. Is there no Thunder Element space on land? There were also clouds under his feet. Fortunately, Sunan had released the levitation technique before coming in, so he did not fall down unexpectedly. He reopened the space channel without saying a word and retreated. In an element space like this with clouds everywhere and limited vision, there are too many variables in fighting, which is not the best choice. Anyway, he could change the entry point infinitely, and the cost was just some gems, which Sunan could afford. In the following few entries, the elemental space was either in a bad environment or the concentration of energy particles was too high. So Sunan gave up decisively. Until the 5th time, he finally came to an elemental space similar to the last time. After applying an elemental energy protection to himself and activating the restricted area, Sunan flew towards the depths of the elemental space. The target was the elemental giant, which usually only appeared in the depths of the elemental space. Sunan did not stop along the way, and ignored the elemental spirits that wanted to attack him, and quickly shook them off with his speed. As he went deeper, the concentration of energy particles in the air became more and more concentrated. At this moment, Sunan's expression suddenly changed, and he looked to the right front, and saw a creature more than 10 meters tall, in a vague human shape, with fine arcs flashing all over its body, rushing towards this side at a high speed. Elemental Giant. Sunan was not surprised but happy. Finally found the target. Without hesitation, Sunan raised his hand and threw out an engraved gem. Considering that lightning energy particles cannot harm the Thunder Element Giant, and may even become a supplement for the Thunder Element Giant, Sunan's latest batch of engraved gems did not have any thunder explosions, but all were blazing flames, cold, netherworld, and strong winds. As the engraved gems burst into dazzling light, an extremely cold feeling instantly broke out and fell on the Thunder Element Giant. In an instant, the surface of the Thunder Element Giant was covered with a layer of snow-white frost, so that the fine arcs flashing on its body disappeared a lot. Taking advantage of the Thunder Element Giant's body being sluggish, Sunan threw out 2 more blazing flames and strong wind engraved gems, which turned into flames and strong winds to submerge the Thunder Element Giant. At the same time, liquid metal gushed out, and in an instant, it turned into a majestic silver giant, rushing towards the opponent with unparalleled power. First, it was caught off guard by the engraved gems, and before it could catch its breath, it was hit on the head by a punch from the silver giant. The virtual form of the Thunder Element Giant is immune to all physical attacks, but it is not immune to the liquid metal containing elemental energy. It was directly hit by the giant fist that came head-on and staggered. The Thunder Element Giant was extremely irritable. It was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. It was furious and roared and punched the silver giant. Both the Thunder Element Giant and Sunan were wizard-level existences, but their fighting methods were extremely primitive and barbaric. The two fought against each other with strength and strength. Although they were both barehanded, the momentum was like 2 ironclad bronze men weighing more than 1,000 pounds colliding with each other, making a deafening roar. The energy brilliance and violent air waves visible to the naked eye rolled in all directions with the two as the center, stirring up the void and twisting it. The ground under his feet continued to crack and decompose, and a huge pit appeared in the blink of an eye. After a moment of confrontation, Sunan had a bottom line in his heart. perhaps because he had not really entered the core area of the elemental space. The strength of the thunder element giant in front of him was not outstanding among his kind, and at most, it was equivalent to the level of a newly promoted first-level gasification wizard. However, with the blessing of the home court, his combat power was strengthened to a level close to that of a first-level liquefied wizard. Fortunately, this was not beyond his ability to deal with. After finding out the strength of his opponent, Sunan no longer held back, and while controlling the silver giant to attack fiercely, he threw out the engraved gems without hesitation. With the improvement of the mental concentration, the number of engraved gems synthesized has increased to 22, and the power is about 4 times that of ordinary rune engravings. Even a formal wizard would not dare to underestimate this power, as more than 10 engraved gems were thrown out in succession. The thunder element giant was immediately blinded. The swift flames, winds and shadows rolled over one after another, in just 4 or 5 breaths. The dazzling electric light on the thunder element giant was visibly dimmed, and the burly body shrunk by nearly half. Sunan took the opportunity to crush forward, and his offensive became more and more fierce. More than 10 minutes later, accompanied by an unwilling roar, the body of the thunder element giant shattered, turned into countless light spots, and dissipated in the air, leaving only an irregular blue crystal the size of an egg falling to the ground. Sunan passed out of the silver giant's body, and quickly caught the crystal. Looking at the beautiful blue crystal like a gem in his palm, he smiled with joy. Element Crystal Core. A crystal that condenses rich elemental energy is considered a higher-level material of elemental crystal dust. Only elemental creatures above the level of elemental giants have elemental crystal cores in their bodies. But this is not the reason for Sunan's joy. What makes him happier is the divine energy contained in the element crystal core. After putting the element crystal core into the magic cube, Sunan quickly got detailed information. 6 standard units of divine energy. A little less. Spider elves have 8 standard units of divine energy in their bodies, but elemental giants have even less. But after a second thought, Sunan was relieved. The spider elves are creatures created entirely by divine energy, while the elemental giants are a combination of elemental energy and divine energy, and elemental energy accounts for the majority. So it is normal for the divine energy in the body to be low. It should be enough to increase the mental concentration by about 0.4%. In the past, this amount of divine energy could at least increase the mental concentration by 0.5% to 0.6%. But as the mental concentration increases, the difficulty of improvement also increases. Sunan estimated that by the first level of liquefaction, the divine energy required to increase the mental concentration by 1% may soar to 50 or 60 standard units. But at least at this stage, the benefits brought to him by an elemental crystal core are still very obvious. After a battle, a total of 18 imprinted gems were used. Sunan estimated that the current cost of an imprinted gem is about 5,800 gold coins, and 18 are just over 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins in exchange for about 0.4% of spiritual concentration. This deal is generally a good deal. With the energy of the elemental space full, Sunan quickly restored his spiritual power to its peak state and continued hunting. Without the intention of going deep into the core area, he circled around the edge of the core area and searched for the traces of the thunder element giant. Not long after, Sunan found the target. This time, he took the initiative to rush up without waiting for the thunder element giant to attack. The battle broke out again. 2 days later, when Sunan returned to the dragon skeleton tower, there were 3 more elemental crystal cores in the space ring. The price was that more than 50 engraved gems were missing. Next to the elemental pool, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the divine energy in the elemental crystal core. For naturally generated divine creatures, like the elemental giant, the divine energy in the body is naturally very pure, without any religious pollution, and can be directly absorbed and synthesized. When all 3 elemental crystal cores were turned into powder, Sunan's spiritual concentration also increased to 76.06%. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan was extremely happy. At this rate, he will soon be able to break through to the first level of liquefaction. The only problem is that this way of improvement consumes a lot of imprinting gems. To break through to the first level of liquefaction, at least 6 million gold coins must be invested in imprinting gems. Although the annual income of the Star Alliance has exceeded 10 million gold coins. In fact, money is needed in many places. Refining secret puppets, making crystal soul potions, making magic tools, and the biggest construction of wizard towers. Drawing out 6 million gold coins at once is also a big burden on the cash flow of the Star Alliance. It would be great if there were other ways to hunt thunder element giants with lower costs. Sunan thought secretly. But he also knew that he was a little greedy. Which first-level gasification wizard can hunt thunder element giants in the thunder element space like him? Without some trump cards and means, ordinary first-level gasification wizards will be blasted into charcoal and turned into ashes when facing thunder element giants in the thunder element space. Unless they are descendants of the true spirits. There are higher-level wizards who collect elemental crystal cores for them to practice. Shaking his head, Sunan dispersed his unrealistic thoughts, and his eyes fell on the powder made of elemental crystal cores on the ground. Although the divine energy was absorbed, the elemental energy in the powder was still retained, which was equivalent to turning back into elemental crystal dust. Wait! A thought suddenly flashed through Sunan's mind like lightning. Elemental giants are formed by the advancement of elemental spirits. In this process, the substances that form elemental crystal dust and the elemental spirits will gradually condense together to form elemental crystal cores. It can be said that the process of elemental spirits evolving into elemental giants is actually equivalent to the process of elemental crystal dust turning into elemental crystal cores. Does that mean that elemental crystal dust can be used to synthesize elemental crystal cores with divine energy? Sunan was immediately refreshed. This possibility is not low. Just like the blood of the Death Knell striker, its blood originally contains a special factor inherited from the divine creature, the hissing insect. As long as this factor is activated, divine energy can be born. The same is true for the elemental spirit. It probably also has some special factor in its body. As long as the concentration of elemental energy reaches a certain limit, the quantitative change causes a qualitative change, and this factor can be activated. When it transforms into an elemental giant, it also gives birth to divine energy. If it is really as he guessed, then in the future, elemental crystal dust can be used to synthesize elemental crystal cores. Hunting elemental spirits is much easier than hunting elemental giants. After coming to his senses, Sunan immediately prepared to try. The elemental crystal dust obtained in the thunder element space some time ago was still in the space ring. He immediately took it out and put it into the magic cube. Elemental crystal dust, with a purity of 28.35%, contains rich thunder element energy. It can be used to make potions, magic items and puppets, and can also be used to arrange magic arrays. Sunan kept putting elemental crystal dust into the Rubik cube, and his eyes were fixed on the synthesis interface. The purity of the elemental crystal dust increased rapidly. When it broke through the 100% limit, the information on the synthesis interface finally changed. The elemental crystal core, a crystal containing a huge amount of thunder element energy, also contains a trace of pure divine energy, 0.1 standard unit, which can be used to make potions, magic items and puppets, and can also be used to arrange magic arrays. The divine energy can be directly absorbed to increase mental strength. It's done! Sunan looked overjoyed. As expected, elemental crystal dust can be used to synthesize elemental crystal cores. Although there is only a pitiful 0.1 standard unit of divine energy, it is successful after all. Don't worry about the small amount, as long as it is not zero. Even if there is only a little bit, he can rely on the Rubik cube to synthesize and grow. Taking a deep breath, Sunan calmed down his inner ecstasy, and threw the remaining elemental crystal dust into the Rubik cube, and finally synthesized an elemental crystal core containing 2 standard units of divine energy. He then absorbed the divine energy in the light crystal core, and his mental concentration increased by 0.13% as expected. The increase was not large, but it made Sunan excited. In this way, he would not have to take huge risks and pay huge costs to hunt elemental giants in the future, and he only needed to hunt elemental spirits. Originally, he just wanted to develop another channel to obtain divine energy, but he did not expect to find a low-cost and fast way to improve mental concentration. Sunan was so happy at this moment. His eyes fell on the powder that the elemental crystal core had just turned into. And Sunan suddenly had an idea. I wonder if these elemental crystal dusts can be reused. If so, Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put all the powder into the magic cube. But disappointingly, the elemental crystal core synthesized this time did not contain divine energy. Is it because the special factor was absorbed along with the divine energy? Disappointed, Sunan thought about it and quickly understood. Without the special factor, These elemental crystal dusts naturally could no longer stimulate divine energy, and could only be used as ordinary materials. Shaking his head, Sudan quickly calmed down. Although it was a pity, it was good enough to find a way to synthesize elemental crystal cores. With this method, he could break through to the first level liquefaction stage in 2 or 3 years at most. This was much shorter than the originally expected time. According to this trend, maybe before the plane barrier is restored, I have the hope of being promoted to a second-level wizard. A smile appeared on Sudan's lips. Even in the vast multiverse, a second-level wizard can be considered a strong man. He can fight against the Dark Throne or join other wizard forces. No wizard force will refuse the joining of a second-level wizard with a clean background. Promote to a second-level wizard and build a wizard tower. Sudan set himself a goal for the next 700 years. Chapter 206 Good News. Sudan is not here. Astral Calendar Year 1280. The month of autumn, October. The weather gradually took on a bit of bleak coolness. However, the SAR plain was tense, and dark clouds covered the sky above the plain, as if foreshadowing the upcoming war. Looking down from the sky, the plain that was once empty has been occupied by armies all over the mountains. The two sides, with clear boundaries, confronted each other several kilometers away, and the tense and solemn atmosphere had already scared away all the animals within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The war was about to break out. In the Northwest Alliance military camp, on a slope, a group of coalition leaders looked at the elite Imperial Army in the distance, and people whispered about it from time to time. Standing at the forefront, the coalition commander, Adis Thurman, put down the telescope in his hand and frowned. After the war with the Star Empire really broke out, he truly realized how terrifying the military power of this huge empire that conquered the southeast region was. The army led by the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Golem Legion defeated the coalition forces on the front battlefield. If it weren't for Ficado and others who repeatedly implemented the decapitation tactics and disrupted the strategic plan of the Star Empire army, the coalition forces would have been defeated long ago. But even so, in the battle so far, the coalition forces have lost more than they have won. If this continues, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable to the coalition forces. Thinking of this, Adis couldn't help but sigh. If the coalition forces also had a wizard apprentice who was good at making puppets, it would be great. Although the third-level wizard apprentice is powerful and can even affect the outcome of a small-scale war, its role in a super-large-scale war that affects the entire continent is very limited. Unless it is like Sunan at the beginning, who can build a powerful Golem Legion single-handedly. Adis sometimes couldn't understand why the southeast region could produce such a great wizard, even though the Russell family had such a profound background for thousands of years. After a moment, Adis sighed, gathered his thoughts and turned away. In any case, today's war was crucial and victory must be won. Otherwise, once the Imperial Army rushed across the Sar Plain, the next 3,000 kilometers would be a smooth road, without natural barriers, and it would be difficult to defend. By then, the situation of the coalition forces would only become more difficult. Back to the central tent. The spacious tent was already full of people. On the left were military representatives from various countries, and on the right were third-level wizard apprentices headed by Ficado Russell. There were a total of 25 third-level wizard apprentices. It can be said that more than 80% of the third-level wizard apprentices in the Northwest region were here. Adis first nodded slightly to the wizard apprentices to show respect, and then sat down at the head. He looked around and saw that everyone was there, so he signaled his deputy with his eyes to start the combat meeting. Preliminary estimates show that the Starry Empire has as many as 1 million troops stationed in the Sar Plain, including a 20,000-man Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and 10,000 stone golems. The first sentence the adjutant said made everyone's face change slightly. A low gasp suddenly sounded in the tent. 1 million troops? Has the Starry Empire increased its troops? The number of troops in the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment has also increased. 20,000 people are equivalent to 200,000 regular troops. The 10,000 stone golems are even more troublesome. These puppets are fearless and too difficult to deal with on the front battlefield. Ada seemed to have anticipated this situation. He said quiet and suppressed the discussion in the tent. Being able to serve as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, he still has some prestige among the generals of various countries. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Ada signaled the adjutant to continue reporting. The commander in charge of commanding this war is Duke Brat, and there are also Marquis Jotan, Marquis Starley, Earl Lang, and Earl Crook. The more the generals listened, the uglier their faces became. The people mentioned by the adjutant were basically the confidants of Emperor Fanxing when he started the rebellion. They followed Emperor Fanxing from the small black stone city and developed all the way to the current Fanxing Empire. It can be said that each of these people is a powerful general who has experienced hundreds of battles and is famous. Now they have gathered on the Sar Plain, which shows how much the Fanxing Empire attaches importance to this war. And the more so, they feel that their chances of winning are smaller. After patiently waiting for the adjutant to finish speaking, Ada spoke in a light tone. I believe everyone knows the strategic significance of the Sar Plain. We can only win this war and not lose. After saying this, Adis turned to Fakato and asked, Mr. Fakato, what do you think? Adis knew very well that the key to whether the coalition could win this war did not lie in the generals present and their troops, with the disadvantages in both manpower and morale. The coalition had little chance of winning if they only relied on direct combat. The only hope of winning the war ultimately fell on Fakato and others. Fakato is over 100 years old this year, but he looks no different from a young man in his 30s. He has a fair complexion and slender fingers, and it can be seen that he lives a life of luxury. In response to Adis's question, he smiled slightly and said, the powerful generals of the Star Empire have gathered on the Sar Plain. This is actually a good thing for us, isn't it? As long as we take this opportunity to wipe them out, the Imperial Army will inevitably collapse without a leader, and will fall into chaos for a long time. That will be a good opportunity for the coalition to counterattack. Fakato words made the general's eyes shine and nod repeatedly. Adis was not overwhelmed by excitement, and said in a solemn tone, we have assassinated Imperial generals many times before, and the other party must have been prepared. Duke Brad and others must be heavily guarded. If we carry out the assassination now, the possibility of success may not be high. Indeed, facing Adis's questioning, Fakato was not angry at all, but nodded in agreement, and then changed the subject. So we don't plan to attack the camp at night again, but wait until the war starts, and then go around to the rear and directly attack the Imperial camp. That's when the defense around Duke Brad and others is the weakest. Adis was slightly startled and fell into deep thought. The plan of attacking the enemy camp from the rear during the battle between the two sides seems to be a fantasy. But when the implementers become a group of wizard apprentices, it has the possibility of success. With the strength of Fakato and others, they can quietly sneak to the rear of the Imperial camp and then launch a surprise attack. At that time, most of the Imperial army was invested in the battlefield, and the defense around them was definitely not as strict as usual. The probability of success is at least higher than attacking at night after the Empire is prepared. There is another question. Adis looked solemn. What if Sunan comes too? Ahem. Kaire, who was sitting next to Fakato, coughed lightly and took over the conversation. He was the most experienced and the strongest wizard apprentice present, except for Fakato. In the 4 months we have been fighting the Star Empire, Sunan has not appeared. It is probably the same now. He may not care about the war between the Star Empire and the coalition. Adis frowned slightly, but did not refute Kailiai's words. According to the intelligence they collected, Sunan did not personally fight in the War of the Star Empire to unify the southeast region. Besides, even if Sunan appeared here, we are not without the ability to fight. Kailai said this and glanced at Fakato. They have a total of 25 third-level wizard apprentices. In terms of overall strength, they are much stronger than the original Truth Council. Fakato also has a magic weapon inherited from the Russell family, although it has been passed down for thousands of years, and is partially damaged so that its power has been greatly reduced. It is still a powerful weapon far beyond the micro-light level magic items. There is only one in the entire Starlight continent. With this trump card, it doesn't matter if Sunan doesn't show up. Once he shows up, they will definitely give the other party a big surprise. Seeing that, Fakato, Kailai and others all looked confident. Adis nodded and said nothing more. At this time, a low horn sounded suddenly outside. Adis's expression became serious, and he immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. A soldier quickly ran over and reported, Sir, the army of the Star Empire has set out. Adis's eyes fixed, and he gave an order in a deep voice. Prepare for battle. He immediately turned around and bowed slightly to Fakato and others who came out, and said solemnly, Please, everyone. Fakato smiled slightly. Sir Adis, just wait for our good news. As the armies of both sides began to move, the Sar Plain suddenly became lively, with the Stone Golem Legion as the vanguard, the infantry in the middle, the archers in the back, and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment guarding the two wings, waiting for an opportunity to move. The mighty and elite Imperial Army was like an ancient beast, marching slowly and firmly towards the enemy. The surging military spirit dispersed the gloomy clouds in the sky and tore a huge gap. Watching this scene from afar, the coalition army that had just formed its array was slightly agitated. Although it calmed down quickly, it was enough to show the fear of the coalition army when facing the Imperial army. Adis saw it and felt more and more depressed. Now we can only hope that the assassination of Fakato and others will be perfectly successful, so that the coalition army still has hope of winning. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Taking a deep breath, Adis dispelled the extra thoughts and said in a deep voice, "March! March!" The order was passed down layer by layer, and the coalition army quickly moved slowly. And the speed was getting faster and faster. Looking down from the sky, the two armies were like a gradually accelerating torrent, and finally collided fiercely in the center of the plain. In an instant, a dazzling scarlet burst out at the center of the collision, followed by deafening shouts and screams that turned into rolling waves of sound. Resounding over the plain, the stone golems waved their iron fists, smashing the enemies into pulp one by one, like giant beasts rampaging through the enemy army. The coalition forces often had to pay more than 10 times the casualties of the stone golems to destroy a stone golem. Being in the center of the most intense battlefield, the casualties of the stone golems were increasing at an alarming rate. But no matter how many stone golems fell, these puppets showed no signs of retreating. They had no fear and kept killing one enemy after another like cold machines. Just like what had happened many times before. Facing this kind of enemy, who was not afraid of death or injury, the coalition's vanguard retreated step by step under huge psychological pressure. And there was a tendency of defeat as the casualties increased. Seeing this, Adis promptly dispatched the supervisory army to press forward. And after beheading more than a dozen retreating soldiers, he finally stabilized the formation. The rear army immediately pressed forward, and the cavalry corps also rushed out from both wings, trying to harass the Imperial army and relieve the pressure on the front battlefield. But as soon as the cavalry corps rushed out, they faced the more powerful Black Rock Cavalry Corps. At the same time, the Imperial Infantry Rear Army also joined the battlefield. The situation of the coalition forces still did not improve. Although it was expected, Adis's heart sank to the bottom of the valley when he saw the situation in front of him. He looked across the battlefield and looked at the Imperial camp in the distance. At the same time, Fakato and others also came to the rear of the Imperial camp, hiding in a forest, looking at the densely packed tents several kilometers away. Fakato turned his head and looked at a man with an indifferent face and a pale complexion that was somewhat transparent. As usual, "Momir, leave it to you." Momir nodded without saying a word, sat cross-legged on the spot, and closed his eyes. A strange wave emanated from him, faintly spreading to the far distance. After a while, Momir opened his eyes. "How is it?" Immediately someone asked impatiently. Momir nodded expressionlessly. "We found the target's location. There are 12 people in total, excluding the 223 personal guards. There are a total of 32 puppets." "What type of puppets?" Fakato asked. 2 adamantine golems, 5 high-level steel golems, 5 high-level double-blade spiders, and the rest are steel golems. After fighting with the Star Empire many times, everyone has already figured out the strength level of the Empire's puppets. Hearing this, Kailiai's expression relaxed and smiled. "Not bad. It's not difficult to break through with our strength." Everyone smiled with ease. Among these puppets, only the 2 adamantine golems are a little threatening to them. But only a little. "Didn't find Sunan?" Fakato asked worriedly. Momir shook his head, hesitated, and said, "There are 3 people around those noble generals. One of them is a woman, and the other 2 are wearing cloaks and their faces cannot be seen. But judging from their body shapes, they should also be women. If Sunan is present, there is no need to hide his head and show his tail." Kailai said in a relaxed tone. "I don't think he intends to intervene in this war at all." Fakato thought so too. "It's a pity. I really want to fight with Sunan and see how powerful a formal wizard is." A tall wizard apprentice laughed. "His right arm is thicker than his left arm, and the surface is covered with fine scales. If you really fight Sunan, you may not be able to hold on for a minute." The wizard apprentice with good connections teased. Fakato coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention back, and said solemnly, Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Next. Let's start the action. Our targets are those noble generals. Not puppets. We should avoid fighting if possible. We should kill the targets as soon as possible and leave, so as not to be surrounded. Even a third-level wizard apprentice would be in danger if he was surrounded by the army. Everyone present understood this and nodded silently. Chapter 207 Bad News. Still can't win. It seems we win again. Looking at the coalition forces retreating on the battlefield, Jotun couldn't help but grin. The other generals all looked as if it was a matter of course. The coalition army was mixed, and each had its own thoughts. It was difficult to unite into one force. The combat power was not as good as the Imperial army, and the defeat was expected. Starly smiled and said, "The main forces of the coalition are here. As long as we give them a heavy blow, it will be much easier to fight them later." Jotun laughed loudly, but turned around and saw Brad looking thoughtful, and couldn't help wondering, "What's wrong?" Brad shook his head and pondered. The coalition can't be the opponent of the Empire on the front battlefield. The commander on the opposite side must be aware of this. In the past, they carried out decapitation operations to win back a city, but until now, they have not made any moves. Jotun said casually, "They should think that we are prepared, and the success rate of night attacks is not high. So they gave up? Maybe." Brad could not deny it. Duke Brad doesn't need to worry. A charming voice suddenly came from the side. Just listening to the voice, everyone present felt a little hot inexplicably, and they were a little eager to move. They all knew how charming and beautiful the owner of the voice was, and she could be called the most beautiful woman they had ever met. However, no one dared to keep their eyes on the owner of the voice for too long, so as not to cause dissatisfaction. "The master sent me here to deal with those wizard apprentices. If they come, just let me deal with them," the Red Widow said with a sweet laugh. Two cloaked figures stood motionless behind her. "Then I leave it to you," Brad said respectfully. The woman in front of him was one of the two deputies of Lord Sunan, a core senior member of the Star Alliance. Even His Majesty had to give her a certain respect. Even though he was a duke, he dared not neglect her in the slightest. The Red Widow smiled and glanced at the two figures behind her. With them around, there might not be any enemies in the entire Starlight continent that could make her afraid. At this moment, the two figures suddenly looked up at the distance at the same time. After a slight pause, they raised their hands and shot out a lightning. The two lightnings tore through the air and hit the void more than 500 meters away almost at the same time. In an instant, the void twisted, and two men in gray robes appeared at the same time, staggering back a step. Both of them were stunned. They thought they had to get within 100 meters to be noticed by the puppets around the target, but they were discovered at such a distance. Where did the two cloaked men come from? Their perception was too sharp. "Go!" A low shout suddenly rang out. Seeing that his tracks were discovered, Vakado stopped hiding and appeared neatly, shooting towards the target. At the same time, more than 20 wizard apprentices also appeared out of thin air one after another, and attacked Brad and others with cold faces. "It's you guys again!" Jotun was not surprised but happy, and drew his weapon to rush forward to fight, but was stopped by Brad. "Don't be impulsive. Don't forget your identity." Brad looked at Jotun helplessly. He was already a marquis. Why was he still so reckless? "You, a first-ring legendary knight, are still thinking about fighting a third-level wizard apprentice? What's the difference between that and courting death? Leave the assassin to Lady Red Widow," Brad said. Jotun tooted, but still stopped. On the other side, seeing the assassin appear, Red Widow's face bloomed with a charming smile. "We're waiting for you." Amid the sweet laughter, the two figures standing behind her took off their cloaks, revealing their tall and slender figures and delicate and beautiful cold faces. Swish! Silver liquid metal gushed out from the palms of the girls' hands, quickly forming two knight swords. The next moment, the two girls, holding double swords, rushed towards the assassin like arrows. After the scene where their traces were discovered in advance, Vakado and others did not underestimate the two young girls. The two wizard apprentices who rushed to the front laughed fiercely, and one of them shouted fiercely, and suddenly spurted out red flames from his mouth, nose, 7 orifices, and every pore on his body. The flames rose fiercely, burning fiercely, surging and interweaving to form a giant wolf about 3 meters high, which pounced fiercely on the girl on the left like a rolling wave. The other person quickly chanted a spell, and countless green mists emerged from the air. condensing into a hideous and huge beast head, opening its bloody mouth and biting the girl on the right fiercely. Facing the attack, the two girls responded surprisingly consistently. With a splashing sound, silver metal liquid gushed out of their bodies, quickly wrapped their bodies, as if covering them with a layer of silver skin, whether it was the blazing flame wolf or the poisonous beast's mouth. After hitting them, they were blocked by the seemingly thin silver metal skin. Swish! Taking advantage of the close distance and making it difficult to dodge, the girl on the left swung her sword into the body of the flame giant wolf. With a slight turn of her wrist, a muffled sound like a sharp blade cutting flesh and blood suddenly burst out, and countless sharp blades suddenly emerged from the giant wolf's body, instantly turning him into a hedgehog. Ah! The giant wolf screamed miserably, with a hint of disbelief. In the form of the flame giant wolf, physical attacks should have been completely ineffective against him, and even magic weapons would have been difficult to cause him harm. But the long sword that pierced into his body at this moment directly killed him. At the same time, screams were heard from the other side. Dense metal spikes tore through the green beast's mouth like a storm, drowning the wizard apprentice on the opposite side. As the metal storm swept past, the wizard apprentice exploded into a blood mist, leaving no residue at all. Boom! 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 At the same time, colorful magic lights rushed in, drowning the two girls. However, when the light faded, the wizard apprentices were shocked to find that the two girls were unharmed. A thin, but indestructible invisible force field enveloped their bodies. Fakato and others had already changed their faces. In just one encounter, two powerful third-level wizard apprentices were killed in seconds, and they were still unharmed to block the attacks of everyone. This strength is simply terrifying. When did the Star Alliance have such a powerful person? And two of them? Fakato quickly recalled the Star Alliance intelligence he had collected before. There should be only one female third-level wizard apprentice in the Star Alliance, Qianwei. But where did this pair of girls, who looked exactly the same, like twins, come from? Before they could figure it out, the two girls had already attacked with expressionless faces, and raised their hands to shoot out dense spell missiles. Instant spells! A wizard apprentice exclaimed in horror. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Serpentine sigils, lightning beams, and exhaustion rays were cast one after another from the hands of the two girls, and soon two wizard apprentices fell under the powerful and dense spells. Three-ring spells. How is it possible? Are these two formal wizards? The wizard apprentices were filled with horror. Three-ring spells, plus the manipulation of liquid metal that seemed to be a talent. The two girls in front of them did look like formal wizards. But how is this possible? As third-level wizard apprentices, they deeply understand how difficult it is to be promoted to wizards. It is incredible that there is one Su Nan in the Starlight Continent. How could there be two more wizards? And they are twins? For a moment, Fakato and others were full of doubts, and felt it was very absurd. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. It was a girl who flashed behind a wizard apprentice, and the long sword in her hand suddenly turned into countless sharp blades and pierced through the latter's body. Another companion died. Everyone woke up from a dream and released spells to fight back. Facing two extremely powerful enemies, they dared not underestimate them and used their most powerful attack methods. Especially when they saw Fakato take out a bead, everyone intensified their offensive and pulled the two girls to buy time for Fakato. The egg-sized bead was round and crystal clear like a diamond, shining beautifully in the sunlight. As Fakato mental power was poured into it, the bead suddenly lit up, as if the surrounding sunlight was sucked into it. The light quickly became bright and dazzling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone felt as if there was a little sun in their vision. The next moment, the bead suddenly hummed and trembled, and a dazzling light suddenly shot out from the bead. Almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a girl. Even with the girl's agility and swiftness, she was unable to dodge in time at this moment, and could only control the liquid metal to concentrate in front of her, forming a palm-sized silver shield. Thump! Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and then with a muffled sound, the silver shield was penetrated by the light, followed by the shield spell, the protective layer of the Ring of Extreme Protection, the Elemental Energy Protection, and the Energy Particle Protection layer. In a short moment, the 5 layers of protection on the girl were broken one after another, and the light hit her forehead without any hindrance, and penetrated her head, and went out from the back of her head. Looking at this scene, Kyle and others showed joy on their faces. It is worthy of being the Russell family's clan magic weapon. And its power is really strong. Kale was both happy and amazed. They just experienced the strong defense of the girl. She was unscathed after dozens of spells, which was simply terrifying. Fortunately, Fakado's sun-melting pearl did not disappoint after all. Fakado took a few quick breaths. His face was slightly pale, but looking at the hole between the girl's eyebrows, a smile still appeared on his face. But the next second, the smile on his face suddenly stagnated. The companions around him also showed an expression as if they had seen a ghost. The girl's eyebrows moved, and silver liquid flowed out from the pores of the surrounding skin, quickly filling the wound in a blink of an eye. And then a silver light flashed, and the skin returned to its original white color, and the wound had disappeared. The girl shook her head and continued to rush towards them expressionlessly. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What on earth is going on? It's obviously hit the fatal point. Why is there no pain at all? Fakado was even more stunned. He knew best how powerful the sun-melting pearl was. When the sunlight ray penetrated the other party's eyebrows, the extreme scorching energy contained in the ray should have roasted her head. No matter how tenacious the creature's vitality is, it is impossible to survive, unless the other party is merged with some special bloodline. The head is not a vital point, or the other party is simply not a creature in the usual sense. An amazing idea suddenly flashed through Fakado's mind. His expression changed for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and activated the sun-melting pearl again, shooting out a ray to hit a girl. This time he aimed at the opponent's left heart, and deliberately changed the energy characteristics so that the ray would burst out energy suddenly after hitting, instantly exploding a wound as big as 2 fists on the girl's chest. You can vaguely see the silver liquid flowing inside, and a silver-gray crystal as crystal clear as a gem. Soul Core. Fakado was stunned as if he was hit by a thunderbolt. The other wizard apprentices who saw this scene also opened their eyes wide, revealing a look as if they saw something incredible. Soul Core, these 2 girls, who were so powerful that they could beat them with 2 against many, and they couldn't raise their heads, turned out to be puppet creatures. How is this possible? How can a puppet be so powerful? For a moment, Fakado and others were in a state of confusion. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they were no match for the 2 girls. One wizard apprentice after another fell to the hands of the girls. Fakado wanted to activate the sun-melting pearl, but using it twice in a row had already exhausted his mental power. Now, let alone activating the sun-melting pearl, he could not even cast a few spells. After more than 10 breaths, only 4 of the more than 20 wizard apprentices who raided the Imperial camp, including Fakado, were still standing, looking at the girls, who blocked his retreat with expressionless faces, one in front and one behind. Fakado felt the meaning of despair for the first time in his life. Fakado Russell, the current patriarch of the Russell family. Right? A beautiful woman came over and looked at him meaningfully. Fakado gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" "Red Widow." Fakado was shocked. He had seen this name in the intelligence, and it seemed that she was one of the core senior executives of the Star Alliance. Ignoring Fakado's reaction, the Red Widow smiled and said, "Just surrender. If the master hadn't been interested in the Russell family and told me to spare your lives, you would have died long ago." Fakado was stunned for a moment, and looked around, only to find that the 3 survivors were all wizard apprentices from his family. After discovering this fact, he didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise, but rather more bitter. The fact that they could selectively choose their targets in the fierce battle undoubtedly showed that the 2 girl puppets didn't try their best at all, and they still had some room left, which was undoubtedly a fact that made people more desperate. With a deep sigh, Fakado put down his arms in despair. We surrender. Chapter 208 Breakthrough. Level 1 Liquefaction. Hearing the clan leader say the word surrender, the other 3 Russell family wizard apprentices all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really scared. These 2 girl puppets were so powerful, let alone defeating the other party. They couldn't even get away, not to mention the army outside that was eyeing them covetously. If they continued to resist, they would have to give their lives here. The Russell family was just cooperating with the coalition forces, not selling their lives, so there was no need to risk their lives. A wise choice. The Red Widow smiled. Fakado smiled bitterly. Feeling bitter, it was not until this moment that he realized how stupid his and others' previous actions were. Not long ago, they were still thinking that they could definitely compete with Sunan by gathering everyone's strength. But reality slapped them in the face, and made them understand what it meant to overestimate their own abilities. Sunan didn't even show up, and he only sent 2 puppets to almost kill them all. Picado would not be so foolish as to think that a wizard who could refine such a powerful puppet would be less powerful than the puppet. The power of a formal wizard was far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Picado couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. In the past, he felt that his power was already at the top of the Starlight Continent, and even if it was not as good as a formal wizard, it would not be too far behind. But now, he realized how arrogant and absurd his thoughts were. Not far away, seeing that the battle was declared over in less than 10 minutes, the assassins died and surrendered. Brad and others looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, when they first saw that the Red Widow only brought 2 puppets, they didn't say anything on the surface, but they were actually worried in their hearts. But they didn't expect these 2 puppets to be so powerful. The wizard apprentices who attacked were completely defeated like a whirlwind. It was amazing. Sir Brad, my mission has been completed. I have to take my people back to report. I say goodbye here. The Red Widow's voice woke Brad up. The latter bowed slightly and replied sincerely, "Thank you for your help. Please say hello to Lord Sunan for me." The Red Widow nodded with a smile, turned around and left with the secret doll and the people of the Russell family. Watching them go away, Brad retracted his gaze and cast his eyes on the battlefield. Send the reserve army too. It's time to end this war. Jotun immediately drew his weapon and said, "I will lead the army. After watching the battle just now, I am a little eager to try. It's a good time to go down and stretch my body." This time Brad didn't stop him again. He waved his hand and let him go. As the reserve army was put into the battlefield, the offensive of the Imperial army became more and more fierce, and the coalition army showed a trend of defeat. Behind the coalition, Adis watched the scene, and he understood that the actions of Picado and others had mostly failed. He sighed deeply, and his face suddenly turned gray. The coalition was finished. The thunder element plane. A certain elemental space. Boom! The dazzling lightning tore through the void and fell on a steel golem, whose huge body instantly melted most of the time and turned into a ball of semi-liquid scrap iron. However, more golems rushed up to the lightning without fear, and the iron fists enchanted with weak elemental damage fell on the elemental spirits one after another. Fierce battles were staged in the wasteland. Golems were constantly turned into scrap iron and damaged. And at the same time, elemental spirits were constantly wailing and dissipating in the air. The elemental crystal dust left behind was collected by invisible forces as soon as it took shape, drifted to the back of the battlefield, and disappeared in Sunan Palm. Looking at the elemental crystal dust piled up into a small mountain in the space ring, a faint smile appeared on Sunan's face. After discovering the method of synthesizing elemental crystal cores with elemental crystal dust and then absorbing divine energy from them, he devoted most of his energy to hunting elemental spirits. In order to improve the efficiency of hunting, Sunan directly joined the Golem Core and spread his own energy fluctuations to lure elemental spirits over, and then handed them over to the Golem Core for resolution, while he only needed to focus on acting as an elemental spirit lure and elemental crystal dust collector. In this way, the efficiency of obtaining elemental crystal dust is naturally greatly improved. The cost is the consumption of the golem. However, compared with using engraved gems to hunt elemental giants, this cost is not worth mentioning. Not long after, the lured elemental spirits were wiped out by the golem. Sunan estimated that almost all the elemental spirits within a radius of 10 kilometers had been cleared out. So he put away the golem, opened the space channel, and returned to the dragon skeleton tower. Sitting cross-legged beside the element pool, Sunan took out the elemental crystal dust to synthesize the elemental crystal core, and then absorbed it as soon as possible. After more than half a year of hunting and absorbing, his mental concentration had already been raised to the limit of breaking through, as more than 10 standard units of divine energy were assimilated and integrated. The mental power finally broke through the limit and underwent a qualitative change. Deep in the sea of consciousness, the gaseous mental power that was slowly flowing around the talent crystal suddenly stagnated, and then condensed into small drops of water, as if it was cold, falling like rain. Soon, the mist disappeared completely, replaced by water flowing around the talent crystal like a galaxy. The water flow was crystal clear, flowing slowly around the talent crystal, and it seemed that you could still hear the pleasant sound of splashing. Success? Sunan opened his eyes, called out the panel, and looked at the liquefaction on it. 0.01%. with a happy smile from the heart on his face. Finally broke through. From the promotion to wizard to now. It has only been 12 years. In such a short time. Breaking through from the first level of gasification to the first level of liquefaction. Looking at any wizard era, except for the descendants of the true spirit, it can be said to be very eye-catching. After changing from gas to liquid, the mental power seems to have decreased in quantity, but the quality has skyrocketed a lot, and overall it has increased by more than twice compared to the gasification stage. As first-level wizards, regardless of their trump cards and hidden means, first-level liquefied wizards completely crush first-level gasified wizards. After a while, Sunan calmed down his inner joy, seeing that there were still 5 standard units of divine energy in the elemental crystal dust. He absorbed it in one breath. The mental concentration increased to 0.2%. It takes about 50 standard units of divine energy to increase the mental concentration by 1%. Just as Sunan thought. After breaking through to the liquefied stage, it was indeed much more difficult to improve the mental concentration. But soon, he cheered up again. With the method of synthesizing elemental crystal cores, he can break through to the first level crystallization in at most 50 or 60 years. This speed is far faster than most first level wizards, especially in the current Starlight continent. It is even more unimaginable. After breaking through to the first level of crystallization, we need to construct the second talent crystal. We need to think about what talent crystal model to construct first. Among the talent crystal models obtained from the Starry Tower, the best one is only intermediate. So Sunan naturally doesn't like it. He still plans to synthesize a super talent crystal model that is similar to liquid metal. Before breaking through to the crystallization stage, it is best to prepare the corresponding talent crystal model. Study the talent crystal model, hunt elemental spirits, and build a wizard tower. After thinking about it, Sunan suddenly found that he still had a lot of work on his hands, and each one takes up a lot of time and energy. It's also a good thing that the Star Alliance and the surface world don't need him to worry about now. Otherwise, he would probably be too busy to care about the beginning and the end. Stretching his waist, Sunan looked at the element pool on the side. After the expansion, the energy absorption speed and capacity limit of the element pool have been significantly improved, which is about 15% higher than before. Although it is only a 15% increase, the various gems and rare metals consumed are worth more than 2.3 million gold coins. However, the effect is also very significant. Needless to say, the increase in the energy limit is natural. Long Lin has more room for energy use. The most important thing is the improvement of meditation efficiency and mental power recovery speed. It's a pity that it has not reached the size of a standard small element pool. Otherwise the effect can be at least 50% higher than before. Sunan estimated that the element pool of the Dragon Skeleton Tower can continue to expand and improve the effect. But the cost effectiveness is extremely low. It is better to use the gold coins to build a wizard tower and strive to build a new element pool as soon as possible. A standard small element pool can greatly improve his cultivation efficiency. For the time being, only the 4th level Crystal Soul Potion can be used for the potion. The 5th level potion requires at least the 1st level crystallized mental power to load. Engraved gems, restricted areas and Black Thunder can also continue to be synthesized and upgraded. After breaking through to the liquefaction stage, Sunan mental power has increased significantly, and the load intensity has also increased. Naturally, the number of engraved gems and wizard tools can also be increased. After deciding what to do next, Sunan turned to thinking about the wizard tower. He already had a lot of knowledge about building wizard towers in his head. In recent years, he has collected many books on this subject through various channels. In addition to the books he got from the Starry Tower, he has made sufficient preparations for building wizard towers in terms of knowledge. He just needs to put it into action. First of all, the level. In the division of wizard civilization, wizard towers are divided into small, medium and large according to their scale from low to high. The larger the scale of the wizard tower, the more expensive it is. The cost of a basic small wizard tower is calculated in billions of gold coins, and medium and large wizard towers are no longer quantifiable by gold coins. Without 2 or more colonial planes to provide resources, don't expect to be able to build large and medium-sized wizard towers. Sunan is very self-aware. It is definitely impossible to build a large or medium-sized wizard tower. Even if the entire Starlight continent is demolished, a large or medium-sized wizard tower cannot be built. His goal from beginning to end is just to build a small wizard tower. As for the war creations that are more advanced than large wizard towers, floating cities, that is a field that only true spirit wizards can reach. And he is still far away from it. Even a small wizard tower is not that easy to build. The wizard tower can be roughly divided into 3 parts, namely energy supply, space planning, and combat equipment. The first is energy supply, which can be divided into 3 parts: element pool, floating ring, and central crystal energy transmission system. Among them, the element pool is the most basic and core facility of a wizard tower, and it is the energy supply device of the entire wizard tower. A complete element pool must connect multiple element planes at the same time, extract element energy from them, and graft a complete cycle, and provide a steady stream of energy for the wizard tower. To use a metaphor, the element pool is like a hydroelectric power station, which will continue to generate energy as long as the element channel is still there. A small element pool can maintain the basic needs of a small wizard tower, including the charging needs of golem puppets, the operation of various combat devices, and provide conventional applications such as lighting, experiments, and transformation. The excess energy that cannot be used can be stored for wartime needs. The larger the element pool, the more energy it can supply and store, and it can also cope with more intense battles. Generally speaking, a small wizard tower corresponds to a small element pool. However, if the construction skills and financial resources are sufficient, a medium-sized element pool or even a large element pool can also be built. However, if this is done, the cost will also soar. You must know that the cost of a small element pool is as high as tens of millions of gold coins, and the cost of a medium-sized element pool is dozens of times that of a small element pool, and many rare materials are also used. This also includes the element source crystal, a rare material that only the element giant elder will drop. Although Sunan really wants to build a medium-sized element pool, he does not have the ability at this stage. Let's build a small element pool. It's enough anyway. We can upgrade it later if needed. The second part of the energy supply, the floating ring, as the name suggests, is a device that allows the entire wizard tower to fly. This device requires a lot of mithril, which is also very valuable. The last central crystal energy transmission system, although the cost is not as exaggerated as the element pool and the floating ring, is not cheap. The principle is mainly to graft the entire wizard tower with the crystal mark, so that the energy of the element pool can be transmitted to various places in the wizard tower. It is an upgraded version of the magic energy transmission pipeline laid by base number 1. The central crystal energy transmission system can be said to be an indispensable part of the wizard tower. Sunan estimated that the energy supply alone, the element pool, the floating ring, and the central crystal energy transmission system together will consume at least 50 million gold coins of materials. And there are many materials that are difficult to gather in a short time even if you have money. For example, mithril. With such a huge size of the Star Alliance, the annual output of mithril is less than 50 kilograms. Just building the floating ring will require 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms of mithril, adding the consumption of other facilities. This number will probably soar to more than 5,000 kilograms. Even if you save the mithril during this period and don't use it at all, you will have to accumulate it for at least 100 years to get it together. This is undoubtedly a heart-wrenching number. Anyway, it will take 100 or 200 years to complete the construction of the wizard tower. So just accumulate it slowly during this period. Sunan thought about it and decided to put the construction of the floating ring on the back burner until enough mithril was accumulated. Chapter 209 Wizard Tower Structure. The second part of the wizard tower is space planning. As the name suggests, the main content is the layout of the interior space of the wizard tower. The interior space of a complete wizard tower includes, but is not limited to, the experimental area, planting area, meditation area, training area, warehouse area, living area, workshop area, prison room, etc. These areas are not simply marked out. The experimental area must be equipped with protective magic to prevent accidental explosions from destroying the wizard tower. The planting area must be equipped with a gathering array to gather energy particles to strengthen the growth of magic plants. The meditation area must be equipped with an energy active array to improve meditation efficiency. Even the simplest training area must be reinforced and protected. And magic targets that can detect energy intensity must be arranged to facilitate apprentices to obtain their own spell mastery status in real time. However, The most important thing is to use dimensional space technology to expand the space. A small wizard tower that looks only 500 or 600 meters high on the outside is often larger than a town in terms of internal area. This area alone consumes a lot of star sand. The latter is also the main material for making space magic items. The last combat device is also the top priority of the wizard tower. The combat device is mainly divided into two parts, protection and attack. The former is mainly the protective energy field of the maze. A basic small-scale protective energy field of the maze can easily withstand the spell bombardment of dozens of first-level wizards for up to 24 hours. As long as the instantaneous attack intensity does not exceed the protection limit of the energy field, and the element pool has sufficient energy, it is basically difficult to break the energy field. Generally speaking, unless it is a war creation of the same level, it is basically difficult for biological individuals to break the protective energy field of the maze. When attacking the Starry Tower, Sunan also broke through from the inside, and the energy field of the Starry Tower was not used at all. Otherwise, even if he had a legion of golems, it would be impossible to take down the Starry Tower within 3 months. You must know that the Parliament of Truth spent more than 2 years, and the continuous daily attacks could not break the energy field of the Starry Tower. The defensive power of the standard small-scale maze-lock protective energy field is simply not comparable to the copycat energy field of the Starry Tower. Like the element pool, the maze-lock protective energy field is also divided into small, medium and large. The higher the level, the stronger the defense, and the higher the cost. If possible, Sunan also wants to build a central maze-lock protective energy field. However, the gold coins consumed are secondary. The key is that some materials cannot be found on the Starlight continent, or you can consider synthesis. Sunan's face was thoughtful. If there is a lack of materials for building medium-sized facilities, then simply obtain them by synthesizing small facilities. However, in this way, the cost will inevitably increase significantly. After all, according to past experience, the cost of synthesized things must be far higher than that of artificially manufactured products. After thinking for a while, Sunan shook his head and temporarily put this idea aside. It will not be too late to think about this problem when he really starts to build. In terms of attack, it is further divided into ultra-long-range strike devices and dispatched legions. The former is generally various energy weapons. For example, the spell turret in the Starry Tower. The spell turret is the most basic energy weapon structure, which can emit energy rays to attack specific targets. It is the most basic long-range strike device in the Wizard Tower. Above it are the dissociation cannon, plasma cannon and pulse cannon, etc. The bombardment power of the dissociation cannon is roughly equivalent to the 6-ring spell dissociation, which is enough to decompose a first-level wizard into the most basic molecular unit. Generally speaking, the dissociation cannon is already the final weapon sequence of a small wizard tower. The plasma cannon and pulse cannon above are the final weapon sequence of medium and large wizard towers respectively. As for the floating city, the strike device is usually a phase weapon, such as the magic crystal superconducting pulse cannon. The spell turret is okay against wizard apprentices, but it is a little weak against formal wizards. Unless hundreds of spell turrets are concentrated, it is best to use magic cube synthesis to enhance the power of the spell turret. There are also dissociation cannons, and a few should be made. Sunan has a plan in mind. As for the dispatched legion, it generally refers to the Golem Legion, but there are also other creatures. For example, some wizard towers like to raise some biological groups and send them to fight in battle. As long as they are stationed in the wizard tower for a long time and can leave the wizard tower to fight in wartime, they belong to this category. However, the main force of most wizard tower dispatched legions are various golems, and they are medium and high-level golems. For example, low-level golems such as flesh golems, clay golems, and stone golems are not valued by formal wizards at all. They are okay for doing chores, but their role in battle is not as good as a few spell turrets. The main force of the built-in golem legions of most wizard towers starts with steel golems, as strong as the adamantium golem. It can only be regarded as a regular type of soldier in the wizard tower. High-level golems, like shadow steel golem and diamond golem, that can compete with wizards can be considered high-level battle sequences. However, the manufacturing cost of such golems is also astronomical. Sunan doesn't know whether the Starlight continent can find all the materials to manufacture shadow steel golem and diamond golem. If not, The only way is to create golems of the same level through synthesis. Above Shadow Steel Golem and Diamond Golem, there are even more advanced Supreme Golems. The Supreme Golem is the original form of the Magic Energy Construct. The so-called Magic Energy Construct is also called Legendary Construct Life, including but not limited to Arcane Guards, Magic Energy Mechas, Tower Spirit Constructs, and Mithril Sages. These Legendary Construct Life, without exception, have super combat power comparable to third-level wizards. And the powerful ones are even enough to confront the true Spirit Wizard head-on. It's just that because the cost is extremely expensive, very few wizard towers can afford it. So they generally exist as the battle sequence of the floating city. Although the Supreme Golem is not as good as a real magical construct, it is much stronger than the Shadow Steel Golem and the Diamond Golem, even if it is placed in a large wizard tower. It usually exists as the final battle sequence. It is no problem for a Supreme Golem to kill more than 10 first-level wizards in a head-on confrontation. Golem Core? Sudan's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. If he was asked to choose, he would definitely pay more attention to quality. And quality is more important than quantity. The built-in Golem Core must start with the Adamantine Golem, with the Adamantine Golem as the main force, supplemented by a small number of golems of the same level as the Shadow Steel Golem. But in this way, the cost must be very shocking. At least the problems that can be solved with gold coins are not a problem. You can always save enough slowly. But materials can't be created out of nothing. Sunan thought silently. In addition to the three major parts of energy supply, space planning and combat equipment, tower spirits are also an important part of the wizard tower. They are the top artificial intelligence, responsible for the integrated operation of the wizard tower, integrated terminal computing, data recording, combat command, experimental assistance, etc. Generally speaking, a wizard tower must have at least one tower spirit. But if the budget is sufficient, the more tower spirits, the better. The computing power of a single tower spirit is limited, and sometimes arranging 2 or 3 large tasks will occupy the entire computing power of the tower spirit. The more tower spirits there are, the smoother and more comfortable the operation of the wizard tower will be. Generally speaking, it is best to arrange 3 tower spirits in a wizard tower, responsible for the battle command system, daily operation and experimental assistant of the wizard tower respectively. The tower spirit constructs that are more advanced than tower spirits can even transform into entities to assist wizards in combat. To make a tower spirit, legendary soul crystals are required. This is not a problem for Sunan, as it can be synthesized through micro soul crystals anyway. In the previous war to conquer the underground world, he accumulated a huge number of soul crystals, which was more than enough to synthesize several legendary soul crystals. Now that a lot of various materials have been accumulated, it's time to start building a wizard tower. Sunan stretched out his hand and touched it, and a panoramic 3-dimensional model of Long Lin instantly appeared in the void. He scanned the model and began to choose a construction site. Considering the charging problem of clay golems and the transportation of materials, the best place to build a wizard tower is in the Dragon Forest. The space channels throughout the underground world and the Star Empire can transport various materials to the Dragon Forest at any time. Finally, Sudan chose a wide forest in Area 2 as the construction site. Area 2 is vast, and the high-level sub-dragon race population and large magic plant garden only occupy less than half of it. The rest are vacant and just in time for use. Number 1. Establish the task of building a wizard tower. Sudan gave the order. Start entering the wizard tower design. The entry was successful. The task of building a wizard tower has been established. Please set the number of laborers. 1,000 clay golems. Sudan thought for a while and said, this number of clay golems is enough, and more will drag down efficiency. Moreover, so many clay golems are only needed when the tower base and tower body are built at the beginning. When the interior space is actually built, fewer clay golems are needed, and 100 or so will be enough. Most of the layout and facilities inside the wizard tower can only be done by wizards themselves. After all, clay golems cannot draw runes and magic circles. This is the main reason why a wizard tower often takes hundreds of years to build successfully. Of course, you can also hire other wizards to help, or purchase floating rings, spell turrets, golem core and other facilities from other channels, thereby greatly shortening the construction time. But few wizards will do this. The wizard tower is the core secret of the wizard. Few wizards will let others interfere in the construction of the wizard tower. If someone leaves a backhand, They may suffer a big loss one day. Wizards would rather build the wizard tower slowly by themselves than let others do it. The construction of the tower base and tower body is relatively simple. Just leave it to butler number 1. And Sunan only needs to pay attention to the progress occasionally. After arranging the tasks, he left the Dragon Skeleton Tower and returned to Yohu City. The Red Widow sent a message 3 days ago, saying that the Russell family had been captured and was being escorted to Yohu City. Because the situation in the cities conquered by the Star Empire in the Northwest region has not been completely stabilized. There is no space channel built, and many journeys can only be traveled by flying puppets, which takes a while. Calculating the time, they should almost arrive in Yohu City. Sure enough, as soon as he returned to base number 2 in Yohu City, the Red Widow came to report to him. Master, the 4 third-level wizard apprentices of the Russell family, including the current patriarch Vakado Russell, are now in the reception room, guarded by secret dolls number 1 and number 2. The Red Widow stood in front of the desk respectfully, bowing slightly, without any casualness or frivolity in front of others. Only when she looked at Sunan, a fiery charm flashed occasionally. Well done, Sunan praised. The Red Widow was delighted and glanced at Carolina next to her without leaving a trace. The latter's expression remained unchanged, but her hands placed in front of her abdomen clenched slightly. Ignoring the small movements of the 2 subordinates, Sunan walked straight out. In the living room, 4 wizard apprentices from the Russell family sat on the sofa, quite restless, turning their heads to look at the door of the hall from time to time. The 2 secret doll girls stood on both sides of the door with indifferent expressions, like door gods. Vakado glanced at them. His eyes were a little complicated. On the way to being escorted here, he did not think of escaping. But on the one hand, he could not escape from the hands of the 2 secret doll girls. And on the other hand, he felt that escaping was useless. The entire Starlight continent was about to fall into the hands of the Star Empire and the Star Alliance. Even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, he could not escape from their influence. Although it is possible to find a place to hide, he can't live a secluded life forever. Right? Let's not talk about whether he can adapt. Even if he can adapt, it will be difficult for him to continue to improve his strength in the future without the supply of resources. Should he just give up the promotion to a wizard? Compared to death, Vakado found it more difficult to accept this. Patriarch, why do you think that person wants to see us? A voice interrupted Vakado meditation. He turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was Innocent Russell, the strongest 3rd-level wizard apprentice in the family except him. In the previous battle, Innocent was injured and had not recovered yet. His face was a little pale. I don't understand it either. Vakado shook his head. But in fact, he had a vague guess. If there is anything else in the Russell family that can arouse the interest of a formal wizard, it can only be that after thinking about it. But where did the other party know this secret? But in the entire Russell family, only the patriarch knows this secret. Besides, not to mention outsiders, even the family members knew nothing about it. When he was wondering, Vakado suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and found that there was a figure in the hall. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s at most. His appearance was handsome. But what attracted people's attention more was his eyes, which were as deep and mysterious as the starry sky. Just looking at each other, there was an illusion that the soul was being sucked in. Almost in an instant, Vakado understood the identity of the person in front of him. The controller of the Star Alliance. The only wizard in the Starlight continent in 1,000 years. Sunan Yenist. Chapter 210, The First Unified Country. On the way to Yohu City, Vakado thought about many things about Sunan. Among them were his guesses about his appearance. All kinds of strange things. But when he saw him in person, he found that he looked like an ordinary person. Unlike many wizard apprentices whose appearances were strange due to blood fusion, he was no different from ordinary humans. Except for those eyes. Just by looking at each other, Vakado clearly realized how big the gap was between him and the person in front of him. That was the gap on the spiritual level. Like a world of difference. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Sunan. Vakado bowed and bowed his head deeply, facing a strong man whose power far exceeded his own. All he could do was to express his respect. Innocent and the other 2 woke up as if from a dream, and bowed one after another. You're welcome. Sit down. Sunan waved his hand and sat down at the top. After he sat down, Vakado and the other 3 sat down again. The 4 looked at each other, and Vakado's eyes flashed. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Sunan. As long as the Russell family no longer participates in the war, I can make the Star Empire not take action against the Russell family. Picado was stunned, and then overjoyed. But Sunan's next words made his face change slightly. The premise is that you hand over the clues of the Falling Star City. While speaking, Sunan's eyes swept over Picado and the other four. Innocent and the other three looked confused. But Picado's facial changes did not escape his eyes. Sunan was sure that the patriarch of the Russell family really knew the clues of the Falling Star City. Patriarch Picado, what do you think of this deal? Picado was silent for a while, with a wry smile on his face, and nodded. It's a good deal. What else can he do? At this time, he should be glad that the Russell family still has something that Sunan is interested in. Otherwise, with the other party's style, the entire family would probably have been ruthlessly destroyed long ago. Just like the Truth Council in the past. After hearing what Picado said, Innocent and the other two were all surprised. Falling Star City? Their family actually has clues about Falling Star City? Why has no one mentioned this before? As if guessing the doubts of the three, Picado smiled bitterly and explained, our family does have clues about Falling Star City, but it has been passed down by word of mouth by the clan leader over the years. So no one else knows except the clan leader. At this point, Picado couldn't help but look at Sunan. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how Sunan knew the secret. Noticing Picado's gaze, Sunan looked calm and didn't speak. You can't say he is deceiving the other party. Right? Why? Innocent couldn't help asking. Picado sighed and said, because for more than 700 years, no one in our family can enter the Falling Star City anymore. No matter what method is used. The secret of the Falling Star City is easy to attract covetousness. Not to mention that it is impossible to enter. In order to avoid not being able to eat meat and getting into trouble, the ancestors decided to keep this secret, and only the successive clan leaders can know it. Picado's words were not only to explain to the clan members, but also to inform Sunan of the current situation of the Falling Star City, so that the latter would not think that he deliberately hid the way to enter the Falling Star City and vent his anger on the Russell family. Sunan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. The key to enter the Falling Star City should be in your hand. Right? According to the experience of the Starry Tower and the Black Forest, the Falling Star City should also have the so-called key. Sure enough, Picado nodded and took out a bead and handed it to Sunan. In his opinion, since Sunan knew the secret of the Russell family, it was not surprising that he knew the existence of the key. So he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, the three of Innocent widened their eyes in surprise. They didn't expect that the sun-melting pearl inherited from the family was actually the key to enter the Falling Star City. Magic weapon. After taking it and examining it for a while, Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Your Excellency has good eyesight. Picado was really surprised this time. Even glimmer-level magic items are rare in the Starlight Continent now, let alone magical weapons. At least he had never heard of anyone getting a magical weapon. But Sunan could recognize the level of the sun-melting pearl at a glance. And this insight was really surprising. It was also fortunate that he didn't know that Sunan had nearly 2-digit magical weapons in his hand. Otherwise his eyes would probably pop out. It seems that the ancestor wizard of the Russell family paid great attention to his descendants, and actually made the key to enter the Falling Star City into a magical weapon and passed it down. It's a pity that it's been too long, and this magical weapon has been worn out a lot, and its power may not even be half of the original. Sunan looked up at Picado with a little regret. What exactly is the situation when you say you can't enter Falling Star City? At this point, Picado did not hide anything and told the truth, according to family records. The Falling Star City opens every 30 years, and the location is in the Rainbow Sea at the end of the continent. However, since more than 700 years ago, although the ancestors of the family can still use the sun-melting pearl to sense the time and location of the Falling Star City, they can never find the Falling Star City after arriving there. Can sense but can't find? Sunan's eyes flickered, as if thinking about something. How many years ago was the last time the Falling Star City appeared? 15 years ago. That means the next opening will be 15 years later. Sunan understood, weighed the sun-melting pearl, and said, leave the things here first, and return them to you after you use them. Picado hesitated and said, please do as you please, sir. Seeing his concerns, Sunan sneered, don't worry. I won't be interested in a half-damaged magic weapon. If this thing is broken, I will compensate you with a similar one. The half-damaged magic weapon is just a chicken rib to him. Not as important as the key to the falling star city. After hearing Sunan words, Fakato smiled awkwardly, not knowing whether he believed it in his heart. Sunan did not intend to explain more, and turned to another matter. What are your family's plans for the future? Fakato was stunned by the question, and then showed a thoughtful look. On the way here, he was always worried about the purpose of Sunan's visit to the family, and he didn't care about what would happen next. Only when Sunan reminded him did he suddenly realize the embarrassing situation of the Russell family. In the past, the Russell family had a superior status in the Northwest region and cooperated with many countries to obtain resources. But the Starlight continent was about to be unified by the Star Empire, and the Star Empire had the Giant Star Alliance to cooperate with, and look down on the Russell family, losing the channel to obtain resources. Where should their family go in the future? Innocent and the other three obviously thought of this, and their brows were furrowed. After all, he was the head of the family. Fakato quickly realized that Sunan specifically mentioned this matter, obviously not just to remind them. There must be a follow-up. So he bowed his head respectfully to Sunan. What advice do you have? Sir? He is a smart man. Sunan nodded secretly, smiled faintly and said, have you ever thought about joining the Starlight Academy? Starlight Academy? Fakato and the other four were stunned. They had naturally heard of the name of the first wizard academy in the Starlight continent, and they had specially collected relevant information. However, the Star Alliance has very strict information protection on the Starlight Academy. Apart from knowing that the Starlight Academy has recruited a large number of wizard apprentices, they have no other knowledge. The unique cautious character of wizards prevents them from rashly joining a force that they know little about. Therefore, the four of them hesitated for a while. Sunan didn't care, waved his hand and said, I will have someone take you to visit the Starlight Academy. It's not too late for you to make a decision after you have enough understanding. Hearing this, Fakato and the other four breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. Sunan then summoned Carolina and asked her to take the four people to the Starlight Academy, and asked Rose and the other two to be responsible for the reception. After Fakato and his group left, Sunan looked at the sun-melting pearl in his palm. Judging from the situation of the Star Tower and the Black Forest, the Falling Star City is most likely a wizard heritage left by a wizard force, and the ancestors of the Russell family are most likely members of this wizard force. In fact, the Russell family, like the Kessler family, should be the guardians of the wizard heritage. It's just that after thousands of years of inheritance, both families have lost control of the wizard heritage. The Kessler family is because there are no wizard apprentices. The Russell family is because some kind of change has occurred in the wizard heritage itself. In any case, he must go to the Falling Star City. In the first two wizard heritages, he has gained a lot of benefits, and he has great expectations for the Falling Star City. Maybe he can get some resources that can quickly improve the concentration of the spirit. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the Rainbow Sea yet. The Rainbow Sea is a strange sea area that is as famous as the underground world. The underground world is famous for its deep and mysterious, while the Rainbow Sea is famous for its vastness. This sea area is located at the end of the Northwest region, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as the end of the world, because there are many colorful corals and various colorful plants and animals on the seabed. It is named the Rainbow Sea. It is worth mentioning that the Rainbow Sea is also quite dangerous, with many poisonous and ferocious marine creatures living there, as well as a large number of sirens. If you are not a wizard apprentice, ordinary people can only move around in the shallow sea at most. If you rashly enter the deep sea, you will become food for marine creatures, or be captured by the sirens and used as slaves and breeding tools. It's a good time to go to the Rainbow Sea to take a look. Astral Calendar Year 1280. Autumn Curtain Month, October. In the Battle of the Sal Plain, the coalition forces were defeated and fled, allowing the Imperial Army to advance and seize a wider war space. Starlight Calendar 1280. The sleeping month, December. Heavy snow fell, and the ground was covered with snow. It was difficult for the army to march in the wild. The only exceptions were the Golem Corps and the Black Rock Cavalry Corps of the Starry Empire. Both armies had the ability to march in the snow. The existence of the Clay Golem baggage troops also made the logistics transportation of the Empire almost unaffected by the snow. Taking advantage of the heavy snow season, the Starry Empire sent out its troops in all directions and captured towns one by one with thunder. In just 2 months, 5 countries were destroyed by the Imperial Army. Starlight Calendar 1281. The Revival Month, February. The most powerful country in the Northwest region. The Crow Empire. Died at the hands of the Starry Empire. And the countries in the Northwest region mourned. Starlight Calendar 1281. The Thundering Month, April. The Principality of Frost Leaf. The Kingdom of Green Rainbow. And the Principality of Mist Forest. The only 3 countries left in the Northwest. Surrendered to the Star Empire. Declaring that the entire Northwest fell into the hands of the Star Empire. So far, the Star Empire has unified the Starlight Continent. It is also the first country in the Starlight Continent to complete the Great Unification in thousands of years. How does it feel to be the ruler of the Starlight Continent? In the study, looking at Key with a rosy face, Sudan smiled and teased. It feels good. Key laughed and raised his eyebrows at Sunan at the end. Don't talk about me. Didn't you also unify the underground world? And earlier than me. You should know what it feels like better than me. I'm not the emperor. Sudan laughed and shook his head. After a few jokes, the two quickly returned to the topic. It will take some time for the situation in the Northwest to stabilize. Once it is completely stabilized, I will immediately arrange for people to conduct qualification tests. Key opened the window and looked at the courtyard outside. A group of young children were playing and laughing in the courtyard under the care of servants. Their clear and pleasant laughter made people feel more cheerful. Since making the decision to spread branches and leaves, Key has implemented it himself and has given birth to many children in recent years. For these children, especially those who are close to the age of 12, he has high hopes, hoping that one of them can become a wizard apprentice. He is also very concerned about the subsequent qualification test. Sudan glanced at Key and said nothing. He could understand Key's persistence in wizard apprentices. In addition to wanting to deepen the connection between the Star Alliance and the Star Empire, he also wanted to place his own yearning and desire for wizards. If there is really a wizard apprentice in the Imperial family, Sudan can consider allocating some resources to the other party for the sake of his eldest brother. As long as this person has wizard qualifications, no matter how poor the qualifications are. With the current foundation of the Star Alliance, resources can be used to pile him into a third-level wizard apprentice. Speaking of which, Shemin and Corey are also about to be promoted to level 3 wizard apprentices. Sudan suddenly thought. Some time ago, he had just asked about Shemin and Corey's cultivation status. Both of them have already built the 8-star ring. And they are only one step away from being promoted to level 3 wizard apprentices. Perhaps it is really as the scepter said. Both of them can completely break through before the age of 50. Besides him, there are only 2 level 3 wizard apprentices in the Starlight Continent at the age of 50. Suddenly, Sudan remembered another thing and looked at Key. You have been promoted to a 4-ring legendary knight. Right? Key retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile. Yes. I just broke through 2 months ago. With sufficient resource support, the knights can improve their strength very quickly. For example, Key's eldest son, Abbot Arnest, the first prince of the Empire, is only 27 years old and is already a 1-ring legendary knight. Even better than his father was back then. In addition to the outstanding talent inherited from his father, the huge resource supply of the Empire is also one of the important reasons. I was just about to ask you for advice. Key stared at Sunan with a sharp gaze. What is the path to take after the 4 Rings legend?